Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
101. Sorry, no update today. Sorry everyone, there's no update today as an IRL work emergency that I have to attend to, but don't worry, I will resume updates with 2 chapters for all novels as usual tomorrow. 102.98. Offer from Sheriff Malloy. People of Valentine. He said, "Today, we deliver justice. This man, Edmund Lowry Jr., stands before you not as a victim, but as a killer, a kidnapper, a man who preyed on the innocent and the defenseless." Shouts of agreement rose from the crowd. "Hang him. Monster. He deserves worse." Lowry Jr. didn't flinch. He tilted his head and smiled eerily, as if amused by the spectacle. "You all came to watch my masterpiece," he said in a slow, eerie tone. "Every one of you. You wanted a show. Well, here it is. You think this ends me? This is only the final chapter of my masterpiece." People booed, hissed, one woman even threw a rock. Sheriff Malloy ignored him. "This man is no longer a threat. No more will he prey on the weak. Justice will be served. May the families of his victims find some peace today." With a nod, Sheriff Malloy stepped back. The hangman pulled the lever. The trapdoor dropped, and Lowry Jr.'s smirk disappeared in an instant as the rope snapped taut as he struggled lightly until he stayed silent. The crowd fell into a heavy silence for a few moments before someone began clapping. Soon others joined, not out of joy, but solemn, exhausted relief. Caleb stared a little longer, then gently tugged Morgan's reins as he saw the crowd began to disperse, some lingering to gawk, others heading back to their daily routines, weaving through the thinning mass of people until he reached the sheriff. Sheriff Malloy was wiping his hands on a handkerchief, his expression grim. He looked up as Caleb approached. "Hello, son." The sheriff nodded. "Didn't expect to finally return after gone for several days. I was looking for you to inform you of the hanging, but you weren't at town." "Sorry about that, Sheriff. Had some business out of town and I just returned now," Caleb said, glancing back at the gallows. "The permission to immediately hang was that fast for him, huh?" Sheriff Malloy exhaled sharply. "Yeah, it did. The money I revived the letter, I immediately had him hanged. He gave me the creeps. Even though hanged, the bastard didn't even have the decency to look scared." Caleb didn't reply. There wasn't much to say. The sheriff studied him for a moment, then jerked his chin toward the direction of the saloon. "By the way, you got a minute, son? There's something I want to talk to you about." Caleb raised a brow but nodded his head, and together head with the sheriff who walked while Caleb ride on Morgan. Reaching the saloon, he hitched Morgan to the hitching post outside the saloon. Inside, the usual midday crowd was thinner than usual, probably because half the town had been at the hanging. Sheriff Malloy led him to a corner table and signaled toward Mr. Douglas for 2 glasses of whiskeys. Once the drinks were set down and he gave the payment to Mr. Douglas, the sheriff leaned in. "You've done good work for this town after your arrival, Caleb. Brought in high-valued bounties all alive, even captured that bastard Lowry Jr. for you after looking for him for so long. Many of the townsfolks respect and admire you. Of course minus that brawl you got yourself involved to." Caleb smiled wryly before he took a slow sip of the whiskey, waiting. Sheriff Malloy tapped his fingers on the table. "I'm short a deputy. Jenkins quit last week, couldn't handle the stress," he said. "I need someone who knows how to handle themselves decently. Someone who ain't afraid to get their hands dirty to uphold the law around here." Caleb nearly choked on his drink. "Really, Sheriff, you still consider me for this job?" "Of course, and before you say no, it's just temporary, unlike the permanent position I offered you before." Sheriff Malloy clarified. "Just until I find a permanent replacement. Pays decent, and you'd have the law on your side when dealing with dangerous bounties." Caleb's mind raced. A deputy? The irony wasn't lost on him, an outlaw working for the law. But the benefits were undeniable. He swirled the whiskey in his glass, considering. "I'll think about it, Sheriff," he finally said. Sheriff Malloy smirked. "That's not a no. It's not a yes either." The sheriff chuckled and raised his glass. "Fair enough. Let me know by the end of the week." Caleb nodded his head and downed the rest of his whiskey in a single drink, the warmth burning a steady path down his throat. He stood up from his chair, pushing it back quietly as the leg scraped against the floor. "I've got some things to tend to, Sheriff. I'll leave you to it," he said casually. Sheriff Malloy looked up from his own glass and gave him a small nod. "Just think about it, son. Seriously." "I will," Caleb said, tipping his hat. "You'll have my answer before the week's done." With that, he turned on his heel and left the saloon. The sunlight outside made him squint for a moment, but it was the stale, musty smell clinging to his body that hit him next. He grimaced. The quick rinse at camp earlier that morning had been enough to not smell like roadkill, but the stink of dried sweat, gunpowder, and horse still clung to him like a second skin. He lifted a fold of his vaquero coat and gave it a sniff. He instantly regretted it as he immediately recoiled. Jesus, he muttered. There was no helping it. He needed a real bath. Morgan at this time flicked her ears at him, unimpressed. Yeah, he grumbled, patting Morgan. I know what you think, girl, I stank. You wait here while I take a bath. Crossing the street, he headed toward the Valentine Hotel. The warm afternoon sun cast long shadows as townsfolk passed by, some chatting about the execution, others pretending it hadn't happened at all. Caleb moved through them silently, weaving through the crowd until he stepped into the polished wood and brass-trimmed lobby of the hotel. Afternoon, Mr. Thorne, the clerk greeted him with a practiced smile. Caleb returned a nod. I'll be needing a bath. Hot, if possible. That'll be 25 cents, the clerk replied. Caleb fished a coin from his coat pocket and placed it on the counter. Also, I want this outfit washed. He gestured down to his dusty, travel-worn vaquero gear. I'll leave it at the desk in a bit. Can you have the girls take care of it? Of course, sir. 25 more cents for the laundry. He dropped another coin, then headed upstairs. Once inside his room, he opened the cabinet in his room and sorted through his meager wardrobe. Most of his clothes were either dusty or sweat-soaked, but he found a relatively fresh set, a simple dark shirt, brown trousers, his less worn duster, and a vest that didn't stink of the road. Not exactly Sunday best, but it would do. With the clean outfit in hand, Caleb returned downstairs and passed through the rear hallway to the bath area. The smell of soap and warm water welcomed him instantly. A clawfoot tub waited for him, filled with steaming water and thick bubbles. With the clean outfit bundled under his arm, Caleb returned downstairs and passed through the rear hallway to the bath area. The smell of soap and warm water welcomed him instantly. A clawfoot tub waited for him, filled with steaming water and thick bubbles. He shut the door behind him, stripped off his dusty clothes and undergarments, and lowered himself into the bath. Relief washed over him, literally and figuratively. The hot water seeped into his sore muscles, unwinding the tension that days of travel and doing many things had tied into knots. He let out a deep sigh and slumped deeper into the tub until only his head remained above water. Every inch of his skin seemed to thank him for the moment of peace. He dunked his head under, scrubbing his hair free of dust and sweat before leaning back against the tub with a long sigh. As he reached for the soap and began to scrub the dirt from his arms, he thought back to Sheriff Malloy's offer. Temporary deputy. It sounded simple on the surface, but nothing ever was. Wearing a badge, even temporarily, meant more than just legal authority. It meant visibility. It meant accountability. And it meant if the wrong person from Dutch's gang, like Bill, caught wind of it before he had a chance to explain, things could turn ugly real fast. Still, there were undeniable benefits. Easier access to information. A better reputation in town. Less suspicion from lawmen when he was poking around bounties or asking questions. And also get closer to Sheriff Malloy and the law of Valentine. He let the thoughts sit with him for a while, letting the water and bubbles rise as he rinsed the grime off his chest and face. It's temporary, he told himself. It ain't permanent. Just till he finds someone else. He made up his mind. He would accept it. But he'd need to tell Arthur. And Dutch. Let them know this wasn't a betrayal beforehand. They might even see the value in it. Information was power, after all. Showing that he was thinking long-term plan, even if Dutch haven't think like that since the Blackwater incident. With his decision made, he washed the rest of the dirt from his body and finished the bath, lingering only a few more minutes in the heat before pulling himself out. He dried off and changed into his fresh clothes. Carrying his vaquero outfit bundled in one arm, he returned to the lobby and handed it to the clerk. Need this washed, he said, placing the folded clothes on the counter. Already paid. Yes, sir. I'll have one of the girls take care of it immediately. With that handled, Caleb stepped back out onto the street, feeling like a new man. His stomach rumbled low in protest. He turned and walked across the street to the general store. As he pushed open the door, the little bell above jingled softly. Inside, shelves lined with all manner of dry goods and supplies greeted him. The scent of tobacco, old wood, and flour hung in the air. At the far end, Mr. Worth was gesturing toward a shelf while Jasper struggled with a medium-sized crate in his arms. No, boy, the salted flour goes there, not next to the soap. You want your biscuits tasting like lavender. Sorry, Mr. Worth, Jasper muttered, adjusting the box as he shuffled toward the right shelf. Mr. Worth finally noticed Caleb. Ah, Caleb. Afternoon to you. Afternoon, Caleb replied with a respectful nod. Just here to pick up a few things. Bread, some cheese, salted venison if you got it, and a couple apples and pears. Good taste, Mr. Worth said, and immediately turned to start gathering the items. Caleb walked slowly through the store, idly browsing other shelves while he waited. Mr. Worth grabbed a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, some salted venison, and a few apples and pears, piling them onto the counter. Then he tallied it up with practiced efficiency. That'll be $3.20. Caleb paid him the money, thanked him, sighed goodbye to Mr. Worth and Jasper, who was busy, and left the store with the bundle under his arm. The sun was beginning to dip now, casting Valentine in soft amber hues. Caleb made his way back to the hotel, found a quiet bench on the porch, and unwrapped his food. He tore his bread, put in the cheese and a few pieces of salted venison. The apples and pears were sweet and refreshing, washing away the bitter tang of whiskey from earlier. As he ate, he watched the town move around him. Men herded cattle down the street. A young couple argued about where to go for supper. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked. It was peaceful. It was almost normal. Caleb took a deep breath and let it out slow. Tomorrow, he'd ride back to camp to speak with Arthur, Dutch, and Hosea. He'd explain the deputy situation and make sure there were no misunderstandings. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $1,258.23 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 103.99. Sudden epiphany and preparing ingredients to test. It was peaceful. It was almost normal. Caleb took a deep breath and let it out slow. Tomorrow, he'd ride back to camp to speak with Arthur, Dutch, and Hosea. He'd explain the deputy situation and make sure there were no misunderstandings. He finished his meal and leaned back against the bench, tipping his hat over his eyes as the sun reached the top as it let out its bright hot light. He stood up from the bench, feeling his stomach full from the sandwich he'd just made, bread, cheese, and a bit of salted meat. Simple, but satisfying. As the food settled and he patted his stomach absently, a thought struck him, quick and clear like a sudden thunderclap on a clear day. Fast food. His eyes widened slightly as the idea rooted itself in his mind like a spark catching dry kindling. Not a bakery, not a sit-down place. That was too much work, too much waiting, and too much cost up front. What if he didn't need ovens, or delicate baking techniques? What if he could build something people could walk up to, hand over a bit of their money, and leave with a hot meal after staying for a short amount of time? Burgers, hot dogs, fries. The words buzzed in his head like some forgotten magic chant as his past life memory skill helps him. In this time period, those things didn't exist yet, not in the form he remembered from his past life. Sandwiches existed, sure. Some sausages too. But a grilled beef patty between 2 warm toasted buns? A grilled sausage on a soft roll with ketchup and some onions? Chopped potatoes deep fried till golden crisp? That was still beyond the horizon. But he could bring it here. He should bring it here. He chuckled, shaking his head with a rueful smile. I can't believe this. I've been racking my brain for a full single day before, thinking of something revolutionary, and here it is, frickin' burgers and fries. They were easy. Ingredients were everywhere. Potatoes, dirt cheap. Meat, every butcher had it. Bread rolls, either buy M or make M. The tools, all he needed was a good grill and some deep cooking pots for frying. A stand could come later, but he could start testing the recipes tonight. He reached into his coat and checked his pocket watch. 12:10 p.m. He had ample amount of time. As for the funds, well, he had large amount of money in hand. With a determined breath, Caleb pushed off the bench and strode with purpose toward the blacksmith, who was just beside the stable. He could hear the clanging of hammer on iron rang steadily as he approached the blacksmith. The burly smith Fergus looked up from his anvil as Caleb entered, wiping soot from his brow. "Afternoon, mister," Fergus greeted, voice gruff but not unfriendly. "Afternoon," Caleb replied. "Say, do you sell some grills?" "Some. What are you looking for?" "The small one, easy to bring for traveling. Iron, but sturdy. Can cook meat on it over a fire." The blacksmith's eyebrows rose with interest. "Don't get asked for those often. Got a few. $15. Caleb nodded without hesitation and reached into his coat for his wallet. "I'll take one." The blacksmith walked to the back and returned a moment later with a small iron grill, square, foldable legs, and a detachable top grate. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was perfect for what Caleb had in mind. Caleb handed over the money, and the blacksmith handed over the grill with a grunt and a nod. With the grill in hand, Caleb returned to Morgan, who nickered softly at his approach. He secured the grill into one of the saddlebags, giving the horse a gentle pat. "Almost done, girl. Next stop, back to the general store." As he stepped inside, the small bell above the door jingled. To his surprise, it was Jasper standing behind the counter, not Mr. Worth. The young man blinked when he saw Caleb and then grinned. "Caleb, welcome back. Didn't expect to see you again so soon. Caleb smiled back. Hey there, Jasper. Where's Mr. Worth? He had a bit of a stomach emergency, Jasper said, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. He's in the outhouse. Caleb chuckled. Fair enough. Say, do you folks sell large cooking pots? Jasper brightened. Sure do. Want one? Actually, I'll take 2 of those. Give me a minute, Jasper said, disappearing into the back room. Caleb waited patiently, scanning the familiar shelves of flour, ammo, canned peaches, soap, and gun oil. A minute later, Jasper returned with 2 iron cooking pots, setting them down on the counter with a metallic clatter. What are you planning to cook? Jasper asked, raising a curious brow. Caleb smirked. You'll be the first to know. But for now, it's a secret I have to keep. Jasper groaned in mock frustration. That's not fair. Laughing, Caleb leaned on the counter. Alright, I'll also need a sack of potatoes and a small purse of salt, a meat cleaver, and a good cooking knife. Also some bread rolls, 6 of them. Jasper nodded and went about collecting the items. First, the sack of potatoes from the back room, heavy, maybe 20 pounds. The small purse filled with salt. Then a sturdy cleaver with a thick wooden grip and a razor-sharp edge. Next, a thin, long cooking knife with a fine balance. Lastly, the 6 bread rolls. He laid it all out. Anything else? Jasper asked. Caleb shook his head. That's all. That'll be $35.53, Jasper said, tallying it all quickly on the piece of paper he wired on. Caleb paid it in full, handing over the cash. Thanks. Mind helping me carry this to the porch? Sure, Jasper said with a nod. Together, they carried the gear outside. Caleb stacked the cooking pots together and placed the knives, small purse filled with salt, and bread rolls inside them. With his strength stat 7/10 doing the work, he slung the potato sack over his shoulder with ease, gripping it in one hand while holding the stacked pots with the other. Well, Jasper said with a grin, guess I'll find out what this is all for eventually. You will, Caleb replied, tipping his hat. Just don't spoil the surprise when you do. I won't, Jasper promised, heading back inside to man the counter while Mr. Worth was still, presumably, in gastrointestinal distress. Caleb then made his way across the road to the hotel. Inside, the hotel's lobby was quiet. The clerk gave him a lazy nod as he passed, recognizing him but not bothering with small talk. Caleb walked up the stairs and reached his room at the far end of the 2nd floor. Once inside, he locked the door behind him and set everything down in the corner of the room. The sack of potatoes landed with a soft thud, and the cooking pots were carefully stacked on top. He placed the knives on the nightstand for now, wrapped in cloth so that he doesn't accidentally hurt himself with it. With his purchases secured in his hotel room, Caleb wasted no time in heading out to gather the last few ingredients he needed. He walked with a calm but purposeful gait, his boots crunching softly against the road as he made his way toward the butcher stand. There, as always, was old Bob, swatting lazily at flies with a stained rag as he leaned against his chopping table. Afternoon, old Bob, Caleb greeted, offering a small wave as he approached. Old Bob looked up, grunted a pleasant afternoon, Caleb, and straightened himself with the help of a creaky elbow. What can I do for ya, X? I'm looking for some prime beef. Slices, maybe 5 or 6. You got any good cuts today? Old Bob's thick brows twitched upward slightly. Lucky for you, I do. He turned, lifting a heavy slab of glistening red meat from behind him. Ain't often someone asks for slices like this unless they're fixin' for a stew or jerky. Let's just say I'm working on something different, Caleb replied with a subtle smirk. Old Bob chuckled, took up his butcher knife, and began to cut. The thick, practiced strokes landed with satisfying thuds, each slice precise, uniform, and clean. Once done, he bundled the slices neatly in a clean cloth, tied the corners with a flick of his wrist, and handed it over. $3 for the lot, he said. Caleb didn't blink at the price. He fished into his coat, counted out the money, and handed it over. Thanks, old Bob. Appreciate it. Anytime, Caleb. Don't poison yourself now, the old man called as Caleb turned away. No promises, Caleb tossed back, grinning as he tucked the meat parcel under his arm and headed toward the doctor's office. The white-walled building stood quietly beside the sheriff's office. Doc Calloway wasn't just a physician, he also kept a stock of herbs and medicinal plants. Inside, the scent of medicine and dried herbs hit his nose as he stepped in. Doc Calloway, Caleb greeted warmly as he entered. The man himself, lean and wiry with a handlebar mustache, glanced up from his desk. Afternoon, Kalen. You ain't come down with an injury like before, I hope. No doc, Caleb said, shaking his head. Just need some herbs. Mint, oregano, and creeping thyme. You have any on hand? Calloway nodded, standing from his seat. I believe I do. How much you need? 2 or 3 stalks of each, Caleb replied. The doctor went to the back, and Caleb waited, tapping his fingers lightly against the counter. A few moments later, Calloway returned with the requested herbs wrapped gently in a cloth. $2.25, he said, setting the bundle down. Caleb paid the sum without hesitation. Thanks, document. Hope you're not cooking up any weird medicine, Calloway joked dryly. Caleb smiled but said nothing. Take care. Outside, the sun had shifted again, hanging lower now as it approached mid-afternoon. Caleb took out his pocket watch. 1:27 p.m. Still plenty of time to begin testing. With measured steps, he returned to the hotel, climbed the stairs to his room, and shut the door behind him. There, he laid the parcels onto the table. He pulled out the cloth filled with the beef slices and unfolded it on the table, careful not to let any juices drip. He took 2 old shirts he didn't mind ruining and spread them across the surface like makeshift cutting boards. With the cleaver in hand, he began to chop the meat. Steady, deliberate cuts first. Then faster, slicing and mincing, until the slices became strips, then pieces, then a coarse mash. The cleaver thudded rhythmically against the wood, turning the meat into a pile of fresh, glistening ground beef. Once satisfied with the texture, Caleb scooped the minced beef back into the same cloth it came in. He tied it securely and set it inside one of the cooking pots. Next came the herbs. One by one, he unwrapped the mint, oregano, and creeping thyme laying each on the clean shirt. Using his cooking knife, he finally chopped them into tiny, fragrant fragments. The room slowly filled with the earthy scent of crushed leaves and fresh meat, a smell that reminded him distantly of backyard barbecues from his past life. It made his stomach rumble. After chopping, he wrapped the herbs in the cloths again, carefully separating them by type. Then he tucked all 4 filled cloths into his satchel, alongside the bread rolls and the small purse of salt. With everything packed, Caleb slung the satchel over his shoulder, grabbed his coat, and headed out the door. Downstairs, the clerk didn't even look up as Caleb passed through the lobby. Outside, Morgan was right where he left her, hitched in front of the general store, lazily flicking her tail. "All right girl," Caleb murmured as he mounted up. "Time to cook." He rode out of town, taking a familiar trail that led into a nearby glade not too far from the tree line. The air was fresh, the leaves rustling gently in the wind. He found a small clearing with a level patch of dirt, perfect for setting up camp. The ground was dry and shaded, and a fallen log served as a convenient bench. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $1,196.45 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 104, sorry no update again, sorry for the inconvenience. Sorry everyone there's no update again today as I'm going on a 1-day vacation with my family, but don't worry I will resume updates with 2 chapters for all novels as usual tomorrow, sorry for the inconvenience. 105, 100. Discussion with Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur. Alright girl, Caleb murmured as he mounted up. Time to cook. He rode out of town, taking a familiar trail that led into a nearby glade not too far from the tree line. The air was fresh, the leaves rustling gently in the wind. He found a small clearing with a level patch of dirt, perfect for setting up camp. The ground was dry and shaded, and a fallen log served as a convenient bench. He dismounted, gave Morgan a pat, and got to work. First, the campfire. Using dry twigs and some flint from his satchel, he had a modest flame going within minutes. Once the fire was stable, he pulled the iron grill from his saddlebag and installed it over the fire using the foldable legs. It stood just high enough to get good heat without burning the food. Next, he opened the satchel, taking out the cloths, 3 with herbs, 1 with ground beef, the salt pouch, and the 6 bread rolls. He portioned the meat evenly into 4 piles. With clean hands, he began forming patties, gently pressing them into flat rounds. The first he salted only, letting the meat speak for itself. The second, he sprinkled in finely chopped mint and a dash of salt. The third received oregano, its sharp scent immediately lifting from the mixture. The last was given creeping thyme, which he remembered from his game as having a subtly spicy, earthy flavor. Each patty formed, he carefully placed them one by one onto the grill, listening to the satisfying sizzle as they met the hot iron grate. The meat began to brown, the aroma wafting upward and pulling a satisfied sigh from his chest. While the patties cooked, Caleb sliced 4 of the bread rolls in half, laying them open beside him. When he judged the patties halfway done, he flipped each with the tip of his knife, watching the grilled crust form on the other side. Bits of herb crackled and popped in the heat, infusing the smoke with a blend of spices that would make even a seasoned chef jealous. By the time the last patty was done, the sun had begun its descent behind the trees, casting a warm golden hue over the clearing. Caleb set the first burger, just salted, on a bread roll. Then 1 each for the mint, oregano, and creeping thyme infused patties. No sauces. No cheese. Just honest meat, fresh herbs, salt, and warm bread. He sat on the log, took the plain salted burger, and bit in. The texture was just right. Juicy, meaty, slightly crisped from the grill. The salt did its job, drawing out the flavor. It was simple, primal, and good. Next, he tried the mint patty. There was a strange brightness to the taste, cool, aromatic. Not bad, but maybe not right. Then the oregano. The sharp, slightly bitter herb gave the burger a rustic, Mediterranean edge. Definitely flavorful, though perhaps a little overwhelming. Finally, the creeping thyme. He chewed slowly. Subtle. Woody. A mild heat beneath the savory meat. He nodded to himself. This one had promise. He polished off the rest of the burgers slowly, jotting mental notes as he ate. Mint was too odd. Oregano could work in smaller amounts. Creeping thyme was the winner. Imagine if it was put with cheese and onions as well. As the fire crackled beside him and the clearing fell into quiet twilight, Caleb leaned back on the log and looked up at the dimming sky. Frickin' burgers and fries, he murmured again with a chuckle. Who would have thought? This wasn't just nostalgia. It was innovation. Something new to this world. Something people would crave once they got a taste. He envisioned it now, a stand by the crossroads, smoke curling into the air, townsfolk lined up, curious and hungry. A new name whispered through the streets of Valentine. He grinned. With that in mind, Caleb cleaned up the remains of his meal. The grease-slicked iron grill had cooled by now, and he wiped it down with a clean cloth before folding its legs and sliding it back into the saddlebag. The fire he doused carefully with water from his canteen, stirring the embers until the smoke thinned out into steam. Satisfied that nothing would catch, he gave Morgan a final pat on the flank. "All right girl," he murmured as he mounted up again, "let's head back." The ride into Valentine was quiet. The trail he took weaved through a few winding hills and stands of pine, the morning breeze cutting through the last remnants of campfire smoke that clung to his coat. As the town's rooftops peeked through the trees, the sounds of civilization drifted back, hammering from the blacksmith, voices from the general store, and the distant clatter of hooves on wood as someone crossed the bridge over the tracks. Caleb guided Morgan straight to the hotel and hitched her to the post out front. He gave her a quick brush down with his gloved hand and whispered, "Good job today girl," before stepping through the front doors and climbing the stairs to his room. Once inside, he unbuckled his gun belt and laid it gently on the small dresser, followed by his coat. Then, without ceremony, he collapsed onto the bed. The mattress creaked softly under his weight, the linen sheets cool against his back. His eyes shut the moment his head touched the pillow, and sleep came swiftly, deep and dreamless. Through the slats of the window blinds, casting thin, golden lines across Caleb's face. He stirred, then sat up with a slow, deliberate breath. He felt rested, his body alert and sharp in a way that only came after a full night of proper sleep. He pushed himself off the bed, stretched his arms wide with a satisfying crack of his back, and began his usual routine. Stretching came first, neck rolls, shoulder rotations, deep bends to touch his toes. He followed it with calisthenics, consisting of jumping jacks to get the blood pumping, then a solid set of sit-ups, each one precise and steady. Finally, he dropped into a push-up position, hammering out 3 sets of 20. No run this morning, he had something more important to attend to. After toweling off, he dressed again, slinging his gun belt across his waist and shrugging into his coat. With a final glance in the mirror, he tipped his hat low and headed downstairs. The lobby was quiet, save for the muffled clink of cutlery from the adjoining kitchen. Outside, the town was already alive. He mounted up on Morgan and turned her down the main road heading east out of Valentine. His destination, Horseshoe Overlook. The journey back to camp took around 10 minutes. The dirt trail was familiar, winding past rock formations and small clusters of wildlife, a group of deer bounding off into the woods at one point, and a hawk circling overhead. Caleb rode with a steady pace, his mind turning over what he was about to propose. He hoped Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur would all be there. Too often, one of them, usually Arthur, was out on a ride, scouting, hunting, or following one of Dutch's whims. He didn't want to have this conversation in parts. It needed all 3. As he approached the camp, Lenny was on lookout duty, leaning against a tree with his rifle resting across his lap. "Morning, Caleb," Lenny called when he saw Caleb. "You're back early. Thought you'd be out several days like usual." "Had something come up," Caleb said as he approached. "Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur, are they all still here?" Lenny nodded, chewing on a sprig of grass. "Yeah, Dutch is in his tent like always, puffin' on one of them cigars. Hosea's readin' that same book again, sittin' by the poker table. And Arthur just finished chowin' down on Pearson's stew." "Perfect." Caleb hitched Morgan and gave Lenny a nod. "Thanks." Caleb tipped his hat and made his way to Dutch's tent. The familiar smell of cigar smoke wafted out before he even got close. "Morning, Dutch," Caleb called. Dutch glanced up, one leg crossed over the other, a half-smoked cigar resting between 2 fingers. He exhaled a slow plume of smoke before answering. Well, back already, son. Thought you'd be out for a few days like usual. What brings you here so soon?" Caleb stepped into the shade of the tent, his tone steady. Got an offer I'd like to talk to you about. You, Hosea, and Arthur. Dutch's eyebrows rose slightly. It wasn't often someone asked to include others in a conversation with him. Usually, he was the one who decided who needed to be involved. But the seriousness in Caleb's tone kept any irritation at bay. After a beat, he stood and dusted off his pants. Of course, son, Dutch said, setting the cigar in a small ashtray. Let me call them over. He stepped out of the tent and bellowed, Arthur, Hosea, get over here. Got something important he wants to talk about. Camp stilled. Conversations dropped. Even Pearson froze with his ladle halfway to the pot. Arthur and Hosea exchanged glances across the camp before rising and heading toward Dutch's tent. When they entered, Caleb gave a small cough, a bit sheepish at the sudden attention his request had stirred. Didn't expect you to shout like that, he muttered. Dutch gave a smirk. Gotta keep things dramatic. What's this about, Dutch? Hosea asked, his sharp eyes flicking between Dutch and Caleb. Arthur crossed his arms. Yeah, you don't usually holler like that unless there's trouble. Dutch gestured to Caleb. Our boy here has something to discuss with all of us. Arthur folded his arms and leaned against the tent pole. Hosea pulled up a crate and sat down, adjusting his spectacles. All right, Caleb, Hosea said. What's this all about? Caleb nodded once, then took a breath. Yesterday, Sheriff Malloy stopped me in Valentine, he began. Offered me a temporary deputy badge. Said he's short-handed until a replacement comes in, and I've built up enough goodwill with the town from bounties and helping folks out. The tent went quiet. Dutch's eyes narrowed slightly. Hosea blinked in surprise. Arthur furrowed his brow and let out a short breath through his nose. The sheriff. Dutch said slowly. Offering you a badge. Temporarily, Caleb emphasized. Just until they find someone permanent. It ain't about being the law, it's about keeping peace while the town's in a bind. Figured I'd talk to the three of you before saying yes or no. Dutch stroked his chin. That's unexpected. Well, I'll be damned. Hosea rubbed his chin. A lawman in Dutch van der Linde's gang. That's a new one. Dutch held up a hand, silencing them. His eyes never left Caleb. You trust this sheriff? I do. I reckon it's because I never tied myself too close to the gang publicly, Caleb said. Always came into town solo. He doesn't know about the gang. To him, I'm just a bounty hunter who's proven himself. Helps that I don't stir trouble also. Well, except the brawl at the saloon one time, of course. Hosea was the first to speak after a pause. It could be an opportunity. Information. Influence. If you're careful. Dutch raised his hand to his chin, thoughtful. It's a double-edged blade, son. You wear that badge, some'll call you traitor. Others might call you hero. But everyone will watch you closer. Arthur pushed off from the post and paced a bit. You sure you can play both sides? 'Cause once you start wearing that tin star, it's hard to shake. I ain't planning to wear it forever, Caleb said. Just enough to help build trust, get in deep. Might even be useful if the gang ever needs inside info. You know I ain't a snitch. But I am someone they trust right now. Dutch looked at him long, then smiled. It wasn't the wide, theatrical grin he gave the camp. It was smaller, calculating. This could work. Arthur blinked. Dutch. No, Arthur, think about it, son. Dutch's voice was low and calculating. A man on the inside. Someone who could gain access to information about shipments, patrols, warrants, and any valuable information. Also, someone who can steer trouble and attention away from us. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $1,196.45 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 106, 101. Spending the day grinding poker. No, Arthur, think about it, son. Dutch's voice was low and calculating. A man on the inside. Someone who could gain access to information about shipments, patrols, warrants, and any valuable information. Also, someone who can steer trouble and attention away from us. Hosea nodded slowly. It's risky, but the payoff. Arthur scowled. And if he gets caught? Caleb met his gaze. Then I'm the only one who swings. The gang stays clean. Don't worry about that. Dutch clapped his hands together. Then it's settled. You take the job, Caleb. If the sheriff trusts you, use it. Don't get caught. Don't overplay your hand. But remember to report back to us regularly. Caleb nodded. Understood. Hosea smirked. Deputy Thorne. Has a nice ring to it. Arthur still looked uneasy but didn't argue further. As the meeting broke up, Caleb stepped out of the tent, the weight of the decision settling on his shoulders. Arthur followed, catching up to him near the hitching post. You sure about this? Arthur asked quietly. Caleb glanced at him. You ain't. Arthur sighed. It's a hell of a risk. But, I get why Dutch likes it. He shook his head. Just don't get too comfortable wearing that star. Caleb smirked. Wouldn't dream of it, Arthur. Arthur clapped him on the shoulder and walked off, leaving Caleb to his thoughts. He could see that Arthur was still on the fence. The man didn't say anything more, didn't try to contradict Dutch's word, not out loud anyway, but Caleb had spent enough time around Arthur to read the storms behind his eyes. He didn't pace or chew his lip or mutter to himself like some others would. No, Arthur's unease came through in the small things, the way his jaw clenched tighter than it needed to, the way he kept his hands near his belt like he was waiting to draw, and the way he looked at Caleb, not like a man seeing a comrade headed into danger, but like a man seeing a friend walk into fire with a smile on his face. He hadn't always been like this. In Caleb's early days after joining the gang, Arthur was more straightforward. Keep your head down, get the job done, don't question Dutch too hard unless you wanted a long-winded speech. But now Caleb saw something else in him. The gang used to win outright. Dutch said it was a good idea, and that was that. But today, Arthur had fought. Internally, sure, but the resistance had been stronger, sharper. He was wrestling with something. Morality, maybe. Fear. Attachment. Caleb didn't know. But he appreciated it. Even if Arthur didn't say it directly, it meant something that he cared. Objective reached. Caleb thought as he made his way back to Morgan at the hitching post. Dutch had signed off on the plan. Hosea too. Arthur had voiced his doubts, and while he hadn't stopped it, that in itself was a victory of a different sort. All three leaders had been addressed. Caleb mounted up, the saddle familiar and comfortable beneath him. He gave Morgan a gentle pat on the neck before flicking the reins. As he guided her away from the main stretch of camp, he spotted Lenny still on guard duty near the outer tree line. Lenny, Caleb called. The younger man turned, rifle resting across his lap. Heading out again, Caleb? Lenny asked. Back to Valentine, Caleb replied. See you again. Lenny gave him a short nod. Keep your head down, Caleb. Don't go make trouble like we were back on the saloon. Caleb chuckled, shaking his head as he rode off. The sun was still high when Valentine came into view, the familiar haze of dust and distant chatter floating through the air like background noise. It would have been easy to ride straight to the sheriff's office and give his answer. But Caleb wasn't about to make it seem that easy. Let it breathe. Let it look like a hard decision. Instead, he steered Morgan toward the saloon. He hitched her to the post outside and gave her one more pat before stepping up the porch and pushing through the batwing doors. The usual scent of sawdust, whiskey, and tobacco hung thick in the air. A few patrons were already deep into their cups, a couple of card tables in the corner occupied by ranchers, drifters, and those with more money than common sense. Perfect. Caleb made his way to the poker table on his right, and in the poker table in the corner had three players already, a grizzled trapper, a dandy in a too-clean suit, and a ranch hand with dirt under his nails. Seat open? Caleb asked, thumbing his hat back. The dandy smirked. If you've got the stomach for it. Caleb dropped himself into a chair with a casual air, flashing a small smile, pulling a stack of bills from his pocket. Deal me in. What followed was 5 hours of calculated plays and quiet observation. Caleb's poker LVL2 skill served him well, but he pushed further, reading tells, counting cards, and bluffing with precision, combining his poker skill with past life memory max skill. The trapper folded first, grumbling about damn people with luck. The ranch hand lasted longer but eventually threw in his cards after Caleb cleaned him out with a well-timed all-in. Only the dandy remained, his smirk long gone. Final hand, the man said, tossing his last $10 into the pot. Caleb matched it without hesitation. The reveal was beautiful, Caleb's full house against the dandy's measly 2-pair. As Caleb raked in the chips, the dandy stood so fast his chair toppled. Cheating bastard. The saloon quieted. Caleb didn't flinch. Got proof. The dandy's hand twitched toward his pistol, then stopped as Mr. Douglas materialized from behind the bar counter, shotgun resting casually on his shoulder. Take the loss, Theodore, the bartender said mildly. With a final glare, the dandy stormed out. By nightfall, Caleb had cycled through 7 opponents, his winnings growing steadily. He took breaks only to eat, lamb fry chops and 2 beers totaling $12.50, but always returned to the table. And then, as the clock struck 10, it happened. Poker has reached level 3. The knowledge settled into Caleb's mind like a well-shuffled deck. Probabilities clearer. Tells more obvious. Even the way he handled the cards felt smoother. His sudden winning streak didn't go unnoticed. That's it. A red-faced farmer slammed his hands on the table. No more. This ain't natural. Murmurs of agreement spread. A group of regulars banded together, pointing accusingly. Ban him from the tables. Damn card sharp. Caleb leaned back, swirling the last of his beer. Then, slowly, he smiled. Tell you what, he said, voice cutting through the grumbling. Any man who can clear my pot in a single round gets $150 from me, right then and there. Silence. Then chaos. Men scrambled to find real players. A gray-haired gambler was dragged from the bar. A well-dressed stranger suddenly found himself the center of attention. Even several people claimed he had a foresight. Mr. Douglas finally intervened, banging a bottle on the counter. Enough. From now on, we'll hold a daily tournament. Winner takes the pot and a shot at Thorne's $150. The saloon erupted in cheers. Caleb just chuckled, stacking his winnings, $72.37 profit after food, as the crowd buzzed around him. Perfect. Now he had a reason to keep coming back. More games meant more practice. More practice meant leveling up further. And if he lost occasionally, well, $150 was a small price to pay for sharpening a skill that could save his life at a high-stakes table someday. St. Denis. Caleb didn't linger at the saloon after the poker frenzy finally died down. With the last cheer still echoing behind him, he climbed the stairs to the second floor of the Valentine Hotel, heavy pockets jingling softly with the weight of his winnings. When he unlocked the door to his room, a sigh of relief slipped out before he even realized it. The familiar creak of the floorboards, the faint scent of old wood and fresh linens, he'd come to appreciate the peace this little room offered. A temporary fortress in a world full of chaos. He shrugged off his coat and laid his hat on the side table. The fatigue of the day settled in slowly, a deep, pleasant exhaustion that came from mental labor more than physical. Poker had a way of draining you if you played it right, reading people, adapting strategy, maintaining the illusion of confidence. And Caleb had played it right. Stripping down to his shirt and trousers, he leaned over the basin, splashed cold water onto his face, and dried off with a small towel. Then he collapsed into bed with the kind of sigh that only came after a long, fruitful day. For a while, the world outside murmured on, boots thumping on the porch, horses neighing in the distance, faint piano chords from the saloon, but none of it stuck. Caleb Thorne was already asleep before the moon had reached its peak. The next morning greeted him with golden sunlight streaming through the windows. Caleb awoke feeling rested, the memories of the previous night still crisp in his mind. He rolled out of bed, washed up quickly, then pulled on his gear. His gun belt came first, always first. The leather was worn, comfortable, familiar like a second skin. After buckling it across his waist, he reached for the outfit he'd recovered the night before from the hotel clerk, his vaquero outfit. Stepping outside the room and heading down the stairs, he exited the hotel. The town of Valentine came to life around him. The clatter of hooves on cobblestone, the distant shout of a shopkeeper, and the rising chorus of crows above the rooftops. Caleb took a slow breath. The sun was low but already warming the earth, casting long shadows across the dirt roads. His boots crunched softly on the gravel as he made his way down the main stretch toward the sheriff's office. The town was familiar, almost comfortable now, but Caleb's mind was focused on what came next. Sheriff Malloy had made his offer. Caleb had let the idea simmer overnight, let Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur's words sink in. Now was the time to act. He pushed open the door to the sheriff's office with the same casual confidence he carried at the poker table, and stopped. Inside, Sheriff Malloy wasn't alone. A woman stood across from him, her back partially turned toward the door. But Caleb didn't need to see her face to recognize her. Something clicked in his head, one of the Red Dead Redemption 2 cutscenes that had once been background noise in his old life, now vivid and real in this new one. Moira Calthorpe. Her voice. Her posture. That dress with the pale embroidery. It was all there, just like in the game. And his past life memory skill filled in the blanks instantly. Moira Calthorpe, the woman who had been having an affair with Sheriff Malloy. In the game, her ending was hidden one, a voice-over conversation never meant to be seen in person. But Caleb knew what happened. Moira tried to leave the affair, and Sheriff Malloy didn't take it well. He snapped. In a moment of rage, he choked her to death in the second floor of the sheriff's office. Caleb's sudden appearance startled them both. Moira spun around, her expression first tense, then quickly masked in surprise, her gloved hands tightening around her purse. Sheriff Malloy straightened up, his eyes narrowing before smoothing into a practiced smile. "Oh, hello there, son," Sheriff Malloy said, clearing his throat. "Didn't expect to see visitors this early, especially you, this early in the morning." His voice was too loud, too jovial. "Well, Mrs. Calthorpe here was just leaving. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL2, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money $1,268.82 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 102. First day as temporary deputy. Sheriff Malloy straightened up, his eyes narrowing before smoothing into a practiced smile. "Oh, hello there, son," Sheriff Malloy said, clearing his throat. "Didn't expect to see visitors this early, especially you, this early in the morning." His voice was too loud, too jovial. "Well, Mrs. Calthorpe here was just leaving." Caleb tipped his hat in silent greeting, playing dumb even though every fiber of his being was on alert. He didn't speak, letting the weight of his presence do the work. Sheriff Malloy stepped forward quickly, gently guiding Moira toward the rear exit. "You remember what I told you," he muttered under his breath to her as he opened the back door. Moira paused in the threshold, cast Caleb a wary glance, then nodded silently and stepped out into the alley behind the office. The moment the door clicked shut, Sheriff Malloy exhaled heavily and turned back toward Caleb, dropping the facade of friendliness just enough to show his discomfort. "So," he said, returning behind the desk, "what business brings you here this fine morning, son?" "Oh," his expression brightened again, "this about my offer isn't it? You've made up your mind, son?" Caleb nodded. "Yeah, I have. I accept your offer, Sheriff. I'll take the badge. But I got one small condition." Sheriff Malloy's brow arched. "Let's hear the condition then. What is it, son?" Caleb met his eyes evenly. "I work my own hours. When I need to. I got other commitments, things I gotta tend to. But when you need me, I'll be there, Sheriff. So long as I can keep my independence." Sheriff Malloy studied him for what possibly a long, quiet moment. His gaze was hard but thoughtful, while the air thickening with unspoken calculations. Finally, he let out a small sigh that seemed to defact his entire frame and gave a tight nod. "Fine," he said. "You listen to me when I have need Kfayu. Understood, son?" "Understood. Loud and clear, Sheriff." Sheriff Malloy turned to a locked drawer behind the desk, rummaged around, then pulled out a small brass badge and tossed it onto the desk. "Temporary deputy," he said with a smirk. "Ain't many folk I trust, but you've got a good head and a steady aim. Just don't go throwing that star around like you're untouchable." Caleb picked up the badge and clipped it onto his vest, making sure that it was in plain sight. He need to advertise his contemporary position as soon as possible, to gain more good impression and goodwill. Sheriff Malloy gave him a curt nod and extended his hand toward him. "Welcome aboard, Deputy Thorne." Caleb let out a smile and shake his hand. "Thank you for your welcome, Sheriff. Since I'm free today, what job you want me to do on my first day as deputy round here?" Hearing that, the sheriff think for some time to come up with what Caleb going to do. I think you can go and make rounds around town, make sure the town folks know there's new deputy in town. Also check in with the business around town, making sure everything was fine. Lastly, keep an eye out for troublemakers or worse criminals." He paused, eyeing Caleb's holster. "And try not to shoot anybody unless you have to, son." Caleb hearing that nodded his head. "Okay, Sheriff. Don't worry, I will be your most safe deputy you ever had." Then he nodded his head and turned to leave. He stepped outside and let the door swing shut behind him. Valentine unfolded differently with a badge on his chest. The passing town folks greet him more respectfully than before, some even says to him that the new in Valentine becoming much better with him on board. Even the usual drunk patrons outside of the saloon straightened up or sobered a bit when he walked by. It was pretty good feeling for Caleb, not gonna lie. His first stop was the general store. Jasper nearly dropped a crate of tinned peaches when Caleb walked in. "Whoa, you become a part of Valentine's law now, Caleb." The kid's eyes widened. "Guess I should call you deputy, huh?" Caleb chuckled as he tapped the badge. "It's just temporary and just keep calling me Caleb. By the way, Mr. Worth around?" "Storage room. I'll get him." "No need, son." The older man emerged from the back, wiping his hands on his apron. His gaze lingered on the star before meeting Caleb's eyes. "Heard about the poker tournament cause of you yesterday, and today you suddenly become a deputy, Caleb. You planning to arrest yourself now for the cheating accusation on you during the poker games?" Caleb let out a laugh hearing that. "Not today, Mr. Worth. Now that I'm the law, I will protect my cheating. But in seriousness, I'm just checking in. Sheriff's order, making sure everything was fine. Seen any unfamiliar faces lately?" Mr. Worth snorted. "Besides yours now that you have become a deputy?" "Nah, quiet as a church mouse." The pattern repeated at the butcher's, the stables, the small saloon, the gunsmith's, and the doctor's office. By midday, Caleb had circled back to the saloon, where Mr. Douglas was already setting up for the promised poker tournament. The bartender eyed his badge with amusement. "Well now, does this mean I gotta call you deputy?" "Only if you want me to start checking your liquor licenses, Mr. Douglas." Mr. Douglas barked a laugh. "Touch, Caleb. Drink on the house." Caleb shook his head. "On duty, maybe later at night. Need to make round around town." After that Caleb leave the saloon and go on his rounds around Valentine, making sure he was truly seen by every townsfolk in Valentine. Keep going until the afternoon sun was dipping toward the mountains when suddenly shouts erupted from the train station. Caleb arrived to find a crowd gathered around 2 men, a rancher and a railroad worker, nose to nose in the middle of the street. Called me a liar. The rancher snarled, spittle flying. The rail worker shoved him. "'Cause you are, you damn sheep humper." Caleb stepped between them before fists could fly, one hand resting lightly on his navy revolver. "That's enough, gentlemen." The effect was instantaneous. Both men froze, their anger momentarily eclipsed by the sight of the badge on Caleb. "This how civilized men settle disputes in our town." Caleb kept his voice calm, almost bored. "Or you two wanna explain to Sheriff Malloy why you're clogging upon each other at his jail?" The rail worker backed down first, muttering curses as he stalked off. The rancher lingered, face red. "He started it. And you're ending it, mister," Caleb said flatly. "Now move along." As the crowd dispersed, something peculiar happened. An older woman pressed a small apple pie into his hands. "Thank you, deputy. We need more like you." Caleb stared at the pie, then at her retreating back, utterly bewildered. Since when do outlaws get pies? Since becoming a temporary deputy it seems. Thinking so, Caleb made his final round through Valentine, finishing the apple pie one generous townswoman had pressed into his hands earlier. The pie, while slightly overcooked on the edges, had a comforting cinnamon flavor that reminded him of the autumn fairs from his old life. He smirked at the thought, outlaws didn't usually get pie, but then again, he wasn't just an outlaw anymore. Not officially. Not today. He took one last bite, savoring the buttery crust, before tossing the remaining crumbs to a scrawny dog loitering near the general store. The mutt scarfed it down with a grateful wag of its tail. The streets were quiet as the sun dipped low, painting the town in soft orange and gold. Caleb's boots tapped steadily against the boardwalk as he passed the familiar shops, waving to old Bob at the butcher's, tipping his hat to Dr. Calloway closing up his clinic, and giving a quick nod to the stable hands brushing down horses for the night. As the last bit of sunlight melted behind the distant ridges and the gas lamps began flickering to life, Caleb turned his boots back toward the saloon. From halfway down the street, he could already hear the din, laughter, music, clinking glasses, and the rising murmur of voices layered on top of each other like chaotic harmony. It sounded like a festival. When he pushed through the batwing doors, the wall of sound hit him like a physical force. The place was packed. Every table was occupied. Men stood 3 deep at the bar. Even the upstairs balcony was crowded with spectators leaning over the railing. And when the crowd spotted him, the cheer was deafening. It was so loud that the saloon practically exploded. "Deputy Thorne!" Someone hollered, followed by another cheer from half the room. "There he is. About damn time." Caleb blinked, frozen for a moment as the working girls waved and blow kisses at him from the staircase. Hats were waved and glasses raised in his direction, and the piano player struck up a lively, rollicking tune that made a few of the patrons start stomping their boots. The smell of whiskey, sweat, perfume, and cooked meat filled the air like a heady perfume of celebration. He smiled awkwardly and lifted a hand in greeting. "Evening, folks." The cheer that followed made him chuckle as he eased his way through the crowd. It parted before him, he supposed the badge helped with that too, and he made his way to the bar counter where Mr. Douglas stood, wiping out a glass with a rag and watching the chaos with one brow raised. "You caused this, you know," Mr. Douglas said with a smirk as Caleb reached the counter. Caleb leaned on the polished wood. "Wasn't my intention, but hell, I'll take the warm welcome." Mr. Douglas set the glass down and poured a generous finger of whiskey into it. "As promised, on the house. A man keeps his word." Caleb lifted the glass in salute. "Appreciate it." The whiskey burned, clean and sharp, down his throat. He let out a satisfied sigh and set the glass down with a soft clink. "Busy night, huh?" he asked. Mr. Douglas barked a short laugh. "You've no idea. This place hasn't been this packed in months. I ought to thank you, Caleb." "Me?" Caleb tilted his head. "What did I do?" "You kicked up a storm yesterday with that poker run of yours. Had everyone talking. By this morning, I had folks begging me to start the tournament tonight since you are in town. Then there's the badge, your scuffle-breaking act at the train station, and word traveling faster than a prairie fire. You're the talk of Valentine tonight, Caleb Thorne." Caleb blinked, not expecting that level of notoriety. "And the Che-Aaron, when I came in." "Well," Mr. Douglas chuckled, "turns out a lot of folk placed bets. Some think you'll win the whole damn thing again, others think your luck's bound to run out in the first hand. Either way, you're the reason they're spending money, so cheers to you." Caleb's eyebrows shot up. "You're kidding." "Wish I was." Mr. Douglas nodded toward a chalkboard near the poker table where odds were scrawled in messy handwriting. "Thorne wins, 2-1. Thorne loses, 5-1. Caleb let out a slow, wry grin. Attention acquired. He hadn't planned on this happening, but it worked in his favor. Every victory at the tables meant progress. If he played it right, he could grind his poker skill to level 4. Maybe even max it at level 5, the maximum skill cap of his system. That would make him an absolute card shark, as she would have the same level as a grandmaster of modern world poker player, something useful not just for making money but for reading people, bluffing in negotiations, and maneuvering through higher stakes political games in this frontier world. He looked around. The saloon was alive with energy, but it was starting to spiral. A couple of ranch hands were getting rowdy near the fireplace, shouting over each other and jostling chairs. One of the working girls was dodging a too friendly hand, and the piano player was glancing toward Mr. Douglas, unsure whether to keep playing. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $1,268.82 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 108, 103. Poker tournament and domestic encounter. He looked around. The saloon was alive with energy, but it was starting to spiral. A couple of ranch hands were getting rowdy near the fireplace, shouting over each other and jostling chairs. One of the working girls was dodging a too friendly hand, and the piano player was glancing toward Mr. Douglas, unsure whether to keep playing. Getting a bit out of hand? Caleb asked. Mr. Douglas gave him a look that said it all. They ain't listening to me anymore. Think you can do something, deputy? Caleb exhaled and cracked his neck. Mind if I get on the bar? Be my guest. He stepped around, hoisting himself up onto the counter with ease. The conversations didn't stop at first, until Caleb let out a whistle sharp enough to slice through the noise. All right, listen up, you drunken fools. He shouted, his voice carrying across the saloon. At the same time, he activated his persuasion skill, letting the subtle ripple of charisma enhancement flow out from his words like heat. Most heads turned his way. Some of the louder men snorted but quieted under the weight of his tone and the gleam of the badge. If you lot don't quiet down and behave, not only am I not starting the poker tournament, but I will drag every one of you troublemakers to jail. I got a badge now, don't think I won't use it. A long silence followed. Then someone muttered, sorry, deputy, followed by others nodding, mumbling apologies, or adjusting their seats. Mr. Douglas let out a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned. Looks like you lots are either desperate for the bets or scared of our new deputy here. Caleb stepped down with a satisfied nod. Now then, Mr. Douglas announced, his voice loud and clear, let's give the man of the hour some space and get this show started. Tables clear, cards shuffled, and someone brings the buy-in box. The floor parted like water around Caleb as a table was cleared and a fresh green felt laid down. Wooden chairs were placed and lanterns adjusted for better light. Mr. Douglas personally set a pot of dollar bills and notes in the center, counting the buy-ins. The rules were simple, $20 buy-in, single elimination. The winner takes the pot, and bragging rights for the rest of the days until the next tournament. Caleb sat down, stretching his fingers. Around him, faces old and new joined the table, some familiar card players from the night before, others clearly hoping to make a name for themselves by taking him down. One of them, a wiry fellow with a bent nose and sharp eyes, tipped his hat. Here to break your streak from yesterday, deputy. We'll see, Caleb said with a smirk, feeling the quiet hum of his poker, LVL3, skill syncing with his past life memories. He could practically see the percentages floating in his vision, tells, bluff signs, odds. The system enhanced what he already knew. The cards were dealt. The saloon quieted as the game began. 3 rounds in, and Caleb had already knocked out 2 players. The sharp-eyed fellow folded after a hard read and a calculated bluff. Caleb had bet big on a garbage hand, and it paid off. A subtle nudge from his system helped him recognize the man's nervous thumb tapping, a classic bluff sign. By the 5th round, the pot had doubled from side bets, and the table had narrowed to 3 players. Caleb, a traveling gambler with silver cuff links, and a local ranch hand who clearly didn't know he was in over his head. The ranch hand lost fast, overbetting on a pair of kings only to find out Caleb had a full house. The final match was intense. The gambler was good, probably poker LVL3 himself if Caleb had to guess. Their hands matched twice, splitting the pot. But by the end, when Caleb slowly played a flush and baited the gambler into an all-in, the saloon exploded again. Winner, Caleb Thorne. Mr. Douglas roared, slamming his hand on the table. The crowd hooped and hollered. Some cheered, others groaned, clutching lost bet slips. But no one was angry. Caleb grinned, letting the feel of victory settle in his chest. He took the pot graciously and shook the gambler's hand with mutual respect. Mr. Douglas clinked a glass for attention. Tournament's over for today, folks. Deputy Thorne remains undefeated. Next games will be announced when it's ready. The crowd dispersed, some cheering, others grumbling about lost bets. Caleb counted his winnings, $186 after the buy-in. Pretty good for a night's work. As the tournament dissolved into celebration, Mr. Douglas leaned over and muttered, "You might just become Valentine's own legend at this rate, Caleb." Caleb laughed. "Long way to go before that. But I'll take the drink now." The whiskey tasted better with victory. And as the night deepened, as people sang and danced and shared stories, Caleb Thorne sat in the heart of it all. A deputy, a card shark, a man with a past and a future balanced on the edge of a revolver and a poker chip. He wasn't sure where it was all heading, but for now, he was winning, figuratively and literally. After the tournament wound down and the laughter dulled to a warm buzz, Caleb slipped a final sip of whiskey and set the empty glass down with a soft clink. "Well, Mr. Douglas," he said, adjusting his hat as he stood from the table, "I reckon I ought to call it a day. Been a hell of a night." Mr. Douglas looked up from where he was still tallying the final side bets, a grin splitting his worn features. "You leavin' already, deputy?" Caleb gave a tired nod. "I'm headin' back to the hotel. Reckon if I stay longer, someone's gonna challenge me to arm wrestling, knife throwing, or something dumber. Besides," his eyes glanced toward the fireplace, where the same ranch hands from earlier were now sluggishly toasting each other, half their drinks already sloshed down the front of their shirts. "If I wake up tomorrow to news of a late-night brawl, I'll be mighty disappointed." Mr. Douglas chuckled and shook his head. "Don't you worry. After that spectacle earlier, I've gone ahead and paid a few of the sturdier ranch hands to help keep things from boiling over. Anyone starts trouble and doesn't heed my word, they'll be out on their backsides before they can holler." Caleb gave a nod of approval. "Good thinking. That's why this place is still standing. You've got quite the sense, Mr. Douglas." He extended a hand, and Mr. Douglas took it in a firm shake. "Don't be a stranger," Mr. Douglas said. "Wouldn't dream of it." As Caleb made his way toward the exit, word spread fast. Patrons tipped their hats, clapped his shoulder, or raised their drinks in farewell. "Good night, deputy. Hell of a game, Thorne. Come on, sugar, take me with ya," one of the working girls purred, trailing her fingers along his arm. Caleb chuckled but gently pulled away. "Another time, maybe, but not tonight." He stepped through the batwing doors into the cool embrace of the Valentine night. The rowdy hum of the saloon faded behind him, replaced by the rustle of wind brushing past the buildings and the soft clop of distant hooves. A lantern flickered above the hotel sign, casting a gentle amber glow across the street. He walked down the steps and across the road, where Morgan waited patiently, hitched just in front of the hotel. Her black coat glistened under the moonlight, her tail swishing lazily. Caleb reached out, stroking her head with quiet affection. "Good girl," he murmured. Morgan responded with a gentle snort and a low neigh, her ears flicking and posture relaxed. Caleb smiled. "Yeah, I know, you like what I'm doing to you. I will make sure to give you more of it, girl." It was a quiet, grounding moment. Until it wasn't. A distant shout, angry, frantic, cut through the silence like a jagged knife. It echoed faintly from the south end of town. A man yelling, a woman crying out. The urgency in their voices turned Caleb's blood cold. He was already untying Morgan before the second shout pierced the air. "Let's go," he snapped, mounting swiftly. Morgan obeyed without hesitation, her hooves thudding against the dirt as they took off down the street. Caleb leaned forward in the saddle, eyes sharp and senses heightened. As they approached the livestock pens, the noise grew clearer. "You crazy bastard, let go of me." The woman screamed. "I'll teach you what disobedience means, you little." Caleb turned the corner around a feed building, and that's when he saw them. A man had a woman by the back of the neck, forcing her face down into one of the water troughs, her arms flailing helplessly. Her dress was soaked, clinging to her body, and she was gasping between ragged splashes. Caleb's eyes widened with recognition. His past life memory skill flared to life like a warning bell. This was that encounter. A moment he'd seen back when playing the game. And in the game, if you didn't intervene fast enough, the woman drowned. "Not tonight." "Hey!" Caleb shouted, yanking Morgan to a halt and leaping from the saddle in a single motion. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Let her go, now." The man looked up, startled, and twisted to face him, still clutching the woman's collar. "Get away, partner. This ain't your business." Caleb advanced, hand near his holster but not drawing. "You made it my business the second you laid hands on her. Now let her go, or I swear I'll drop you where you stand." The man sneered. "I ain't afraid to get blood on my hands." He released the woman, who collapsed coughing beside the trough, and lunged at Caleb with a wild punch. But Caleb was faster. He ducked under the blow, stepped into the man's space, and drove his knee hard into the man's gut. The air whooshed from the attacker's lungs, and before he could recover, Caleb delivered a brutal uppercut. The man's head snapped back, and he crumpled like a sack of flour onto the dirt. The woman scrambled away from the trough, coughing and wheezing. Her lips were blue, but she was alive. "Oh God," she rasped, eyes wide and brimming with tears. Thank you, deputy. That bastard, he can rot in hell." "You're all right now," Caleb said, crouching briefly to help steady her. "Go on, get yourself somewhere safe. Maybe the doctor'll look you over." She nodded, still gasping. I'll go, thank you, truly." Caleb turned back to the unconscious man and stood. "Now to deal with you." He walked to Morgan and retrieved his rope. With practiced hands, he tied the man's wrists and ankles, then hoisted him over Morgan's back like a sack of grain. The man groaned faintly, but Caleb gave him a light smack on the back of the head. "Quiet, scum." Morgan didn't flinch from the extra weight. She trotted easily as Caleb led her back through the now mostly empty street toward the sheriff's office. Inside, the lamps were still burning. Sheriff Malloy looked up from behind his desk, where he was jotting notes on some parchment. "Deputy Thorne," he said with a raise of an eyebrow. "Bringing me a gift this late at night." Caleb nodded grimly. "Caught this piece of trash trying to drown his wife in the livestock pens. Had to knock him out." Son of a Sheriff Malloy stood and came around the desk. "That's Henry Kershaw. Been warned before, but his wife never comes forward to say anything. Guess it got worse." "It did. He ain't gonna be bothering her again tonight." Sheriff Malloy helped Caleb carry the man into the holding cell and dump him onto the cot. "You got a good eye, Deputy," Sheriff Malloy said as he locked the cell. "And good timing. You keep pullin' nights like this, I might just ask you to become permanent deputy and then replace me to run this office for me while I retire early." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $1,454.82 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 104. Days passed after that. Sheriff Malloy helped Caleb carry the man into the holding cell and dump him onto the cot. "You got a good eye, Deputy," Sheriff Malloy said as he locked the cell. "And good timing. You keep pullin' nights like this, I might just ask you to become permanent deputy and then replace me to run this office for me while I retire early." Caleb gave a tired smirk. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Sheriff. I'm just here temporarily, until you found permanent deputy." Sheriff Malloy laughed and clapped his shoulder. "Still, really good work you done on your first day. You've earned a quiet night." "I'll hold you to that," Caleb said, tipping his hat. He stepped back outside, the cold air refreshing against the heat of action. Morgan nickered quietly, and Caleb rubbed her snout again. "Not bad for a day's work, huh?" He returned her to the hitching post outside the hotel, then walked up the steps and into the lobby. The clerk behind the desk gave him a nod and handed over his room key without needing to ask. Once upstairs, Caleb peeled off his hat, boots, and coat. He washed his hands, face, and neck with the basin water, the cold biting his skin. Finally, he sat on the edge of the bed. He laid down at last, the mattress rough but welcome, and stared up at the wooden beams above. Tomorrow would bring new work, new danger, maybe a new bounty, but for tonight, he could rest. He had earned that much. The next 5 days passed in a blur of duty, routine, and quiet moments following Caleb's first day as a deputy slipped by like the lazy drift of smoke from a campfire, that Caleb would remember far longer than the work itself. From the crack of dawn to the fading light of dusk, Caleb moved through Valentine like a man possessed, not with urgency, but with purpose. As one of the sheriff's temporary right hand, he took to the streets every morning, hat low, rifle slung over his shoulder, and eyes scanning for trouble. He broke up a heated shouting match between 2 stable hands arguing over horse feed. He calmed a drunk who'd wandered into the general store and threatened to take all the tobacco tins hostage. He even escorted a widow across town to visit her husband's grave, standing respectfully a few paces behind her as she wept silently. None of it brought any leads on Cornwall or the Pinkertons, or hints of danger for the gang, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, to Caleb, it was a gift. Peace, however temporary, was a rare commodity. And more importantly, the townsfolk were beginning to trust him. Some began calling him deputy with more genuine warmth, others simply offered nods of approval or called out his name when they passed him by. Sheriff Malloy handed Caleb a rolled-up dollar bill on the evening of the second day, $15 in hard-earned pay. Caleb took it with a short nod and a quiet, much-appreciated sheriff, tucking it into his coat pocket as the sheriff gave him a rare, approving look. "Damn fine work, son. Valentine's sleepin' easier with you on them streets." "Hope it stays that way," Caleb said. But deep down, he knew peace never lasted long, not in a world like this. At dawn on the third day, Caleb mounted Morgan and rode out eastward through the grassy hills and mist-kissed woods, leaving Valentine behind for the more familiar surroundings of Horseshoe Overlook. The gang's camp came into view just past noon, nestled between the hills and overlooking the river like a little world apart. Dutch was sitting in his usual place, boots up, reading a book, though he set it down when he saw Caleb approaching. Hosea, sharpening a knife nearby, gave a knowing smile. Well, if it ain't our very own deputy, Hosea said, standing up and brushing wood shavings from his coat. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Caleb dismounted and tipped his hat. Just temporary, he reminded them, before giving a full report. 3 days so far. No trouble. No word or sight of any trouble. No sign of the Pinkertons or the law sniffing on us either. Dutch listened intently, fingers steepled beneath his chin. That's good, son. Means we still got time. But keep your ears open. You know how snakes slither, you don't see 'em till they're already wrapped around your leg. I'll keep looking. I've built more trust with the town. If anything comes up, I'll know. Hosea glanced at Caleb. And the sheriff? He suspect anything? Not yet. He actually praised me for the good work I have done. Dutch grinned. Perfect. You're doin' good, Caleb. Real good. Good man, Hosea said, patting Caleb on the shoulder. The rest of the day was his to spend at camp. Caleb wandered from one group to another, sharing a word here, a laugh there. He kept his distance from Bill, who still barely looked at him. Strauss, of course, kept to his ledgers like they were holy scriptures, and Caleb wisely left him alone. But everyone else? They welcomed him back like kin, especially Mary Beth. She was seated beneath a tree, her book in her lap, her auburn hair catching the sunlight, and when she looked up, her eyes lighting up when Caleb approached. You came back, she said, closing the book gently. How was it? He smiled as he sat beside her, just far enough not to be improper, but close enough to feel the warmth of her presence. Back for a day. Busy. Nothing worth writing a dime novel about. Yet. Mary Beth gave a gentle laugh. Well, I've been waiting for the rest of the story. It took a short moment for Caleb to recall what she meant, but then it came back. Harry Potter. His retelling of that modern tale, reshaped and twisted to fit the world of 1899. He nodded. And so, for the next 2 hours, Caleb picked up where he'd left off, Harry, Ron, and Hermione navigating Hogwarts, the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell and Voldemort lurking in the shadows. He adapted as he went, turning cars into carriages, buses into stagecoaches, making the magical world fit into one Mary Beth could envision. She scribbled furiously in her notebook, pausing only to gasp at the twists or giggle at the humor. By the time Caleb reached the climax, Harry's confrontation with Quirrell, her pen was flying across the page. And then, Harry touched Quirrell's face, Caleb said, his voice dropping to a whisper. And where his skin met Quirrell's, it burned. Because his mother's love was protecting him. Mary Beth's hands stilled. Her eyes were wide. Oh my goodness. Caleb grinned. Yeah, and then, he finished the tale, watching as Mary Beth's expressions shifted, shock, relief, joy. When he finally said, the end, she let out a breath she'd been holding. You finished it, she whispered, looking down at the last page as though it were treasure. That was wonderful, she breathed. I've never heard anything like it. The magic, the friendship, she stopped, suddenly noticing how close they were sitting. Caleb looked at her, and noticed too. The space between them had dwindled without either realizing it. Her face was flushed, her lips slightly parted. Before he could stop himself, his hand rose slowly and brushed the top of her head. Her hair was soft, softer than he expected, and slightly fluffy from the wind. Mary Beth froze, her cheeks turning the brightest shade of red he'd ever seen. She lowered her head to hide her face, but the way her shoulders tensed and then relaxed told Caleb everything he needed to know. Then, slowly, she leaned into the touch. He didn't pull his hand back. Not right away. His heart was beating faster than it had in any gunfight. He wasn't even sure why he did it. Maybe because she'd looked too cute not to. Maybe because he'd wanted to say more than words could manage. A twig suddenly snapped nearby. They jerked apart as Sean stumbled into view, blinking blearily. Oi, what are you two oh? His smirk was instant. Am I interruptin' somethin'? Mary Beth stood so fast her book tumbled to the ground. I should go help Miss Grimshaw with the laundry. She fled, leaving Caleb to glare at Sean. The Irishman held up his hands. Didn't mean to scare her off. But damn, Caleb, didn't know you had it in you. Caleb retrieved Mary Beth's book, tucking it under his arm. Shut up, Sean. Sean just laughed and wandered off, leaving Caleb alone with his racing thoughts. Caleb didn't sleep easy that night, but not because of danger. His mind was too full of golden hair, of warm smiles and the realization that somewhere along the way, this strange new life had begun to feel like something worth protecting. The next day he left early, bidding goodbye to everyone, Mary Beth included. Her farewell was soft, hesitant, but filled with something unspoken that lingered in her eyes. He didn't speak of the moment they'd shared. Neither did she. But they both knew. He rode back to Valentine with the wind tugging at his coat and his thoughts drifting back again and again to the girl with the notebook. The morning of the fourth day dawned bright and clear when he reached Valentine, the kind of day that made even Valentine's muddy streets seem tolerable. Caleb had a plans, one that involved Jasper, a sack of potatoes, and a culinary revolution. He found the young clerk restocking shelves at the general store, his arms laden with tins of peaches. Jasper, Caleb called, leaning against the doorframe. How'd you like a day off? Jasper nearly dropped the tins. What now? A day off. From this. Caleb gestured at the store. "I've got something to show you. Something that'll change your life." Jasper blinked, then grinned. "Mr. Worth ain't gonna like it." Caleb tossed a coin in the air, a silver dollar that glinted in the morning light, and caught it neatly. "I'll make it worth his while." Mr. Worth proved easy to convince. $2 and a promise that Jasper would return to work as usual tomorrow had the old shopkeeper waving them off with a smile. Next thing to do was gather supplies. Caleb led Jasper through the store, piling goods into the young man's arms. 4 bread rolls, 2 wedges of cheese, 2 onions, and Caleb grabbed several bottles of lard cooking oil. "These." Jasper frowned. "What in blazes are we making that needs this much oil, Caleb?" "You'll see." The total came to $15.31, a steep price, but Caleb paid without hesitation. Jasper accepted a sack filled with the bread, cheese, and onions. Caleb carried the bottles of lard under one arm and nodded toward the door. As they stepped outside, he handed Jasper a dollar bill. "Run over to old Bob's. Get us 2 pounds of prime beef. Tell him it's for me, he'll give you the good cuts." While Jasper hurried off, Caleb ducked into the hotel and up to his room. The cooking pots, kitchen knife, meat cleaver, the small pouch of salt, and remaining creeping thyme inside a cloth went into a burlap sack alongside the potatoes. By the time he returned downstairs, Jasper was waiting on the porch, a blood-stained parcel in hand. "Old Bob said this is his best cut," Jasper said breathlessly. "He even threw in some extra fat for free." "Perfect," Caleb said with a grin. "Come on, we're heading to the back of the stables." Behind Valentine's stable was a shaded little spot shielded from the wind and hidden enough not to draw the curious eyes of townsfolk. Caleb figured if he ever needed a quiet place to cook again, this would do just fine. With Morgan tethered nearby, they set up. Caleb built a small fire pit while Jasper fetched water from the well. "All right," Caleb said, rolling up his sleeves. "Lesson 1, how to make what I called a ground beef." He laid out the meat on a clean cloth, then took up the cleaver. With swift, practiced chops, he began mincing the prime cut into fine grounds. Jasper watched, fascinated, as the texture transformed. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $1,451.51 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 110, 105. Teaching Jasper and the 5th day of the passing days. "All right," Caleb said, rolling up his sleeves. "Lesson 1, how to make what I called a ground beef." He laid out the meat on a clean cloth, then took up the cleaver. With swift, practiced chops, he began mincing the prime cut into fine grounds. Jasper watched, fascinated, as the texture transformed. "Now," Caleb said, sprinkling salt and the last of his creeping thyme over the meat, "we mix." His hands worked the herbs and salt into the beef, the earthy aroma of thyme blending with the rich scent of fresh meat. Once satisfied, he portioned the mixture so that they could make 4 thick patties. He showed Jasper how to make the patties, where they shaped the mixture into flat and round shapes by hand. Jasper's first one was a little lopsided, but by the third, he'd gotten the hang of it. "Not bad," Caleb said, nodding with approval. "Now we grill." The grill went over the fire first. As it heated, Caleb sliced the onions thin and set the bread rolls aside. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he placed the patties onto the sizzling iron. The scent of the sizzling meat and herb was instant, savory, herbal, and utterly mouth-watering as it drifted into the air almost instantly. Jasper's eyes widened and his stomach growled loudly. "Damn," the kid muttered. "That smells amazing. Wait till you try it." Caleb flipped the patties, revealing a perfect crust. As they cooked, he added sliced onions to the grill, letting them caramelize just enough before laying them gently atop the cooking meat. A few minutes later, he placed a thick slice of cheese over each patty, allowing it to melt from the residual heat. Then, he took the bread rolls, sliced them clean, and assembled the burgers, bottom roll, patty, melted cheese, grilled onions, and top roll. He handed the first burger to Jasper, whose hands trembled slightly as he took it. "Try it." Jasper took a hesitant bite. Then his eyes widened. He took another bite. Then another. Then nearly half the burger disappeared before Caleb could blink. "Holy hell, this is crazy good," he gasped, wiping juice from his chin. "What is this? Why ain't folks been making this all along?" "It's called a burger," Caleb said, taking a bite of his own, "and also because they don't know what they're missing." As he said so, he could taste the flavors exploded: herbs, beef, sharp onion, and the slight sweetness of the roll. Perfect. You're gonna be rich if you sell this, Caleb, Jasper breathed. Once their stomachs were full and the fire was still burning steady, Caleb moved to the next step. Time for something even better, he said. Potatoes. You know how to peel 'em? Jasper wiped his mouth. Sure do. My ma used to make me help whenever she's makin' stew. Good. We need long strips, about the width of your finger. Together they dump all of the potatoes from the sack and use the cool water that Jasper had took from the well to wash the dust and dirt off. Once clean, they sat on overturned crates they found nearby and peeled them using their knife, laughing and sharing stories of weird townsfolk and bad meals. Once skinned, they cut the potatoes into long strips, Caleb demonstrating the technique with his kitchen knife until Jasper was mimicking him almost exactly. It was slow going, but eventually they had a pile of raw, clean fries. Caleb returned to the fire, pouring the bottles of lard into the cooking pot and waiting patiently until it bubbled and shimmered. Then, they carefully lowered the first batch of fries into the hot oil. The sizzle was immediate. The smell, even better. What's it called again? Jasper asked, leaning in for a closer look. French fries. Jasper grinned. Fancy name. Fancier taste. Each batch cooked until golden brown, then Caleb fished them out with a makeshift wire hook end and dumped them into the second cooking pot, lined with a bit of cloth to soak the oil. When all were done, he sprinkled them lightly with salt and handed a handful to Jasper. Try it, he said. Jasper bit into one, then stood still, eyes wide as though he'd just heard angels sing as he moaned. This is illegal. Like it's some sort of a magic. It's gotta be. Caleb laughed. Nope, it's lunch. But yeah, it kinda feels like that. They sat there under the shade behind the stable, both eating and watching Morgan occasionally flick her tail and stomp at flies. As they ate, Caleb laid out his vision. I'm thinking of setting up a food stand, selling burgers and fries. Maybe more later when I come up with something else. I need someone to help me run it when I'm on duty or leave the town. Jasper's eyes lit up. You mean, me? You're quick. You know the town. And Worth works you too hard for too little. Caleb leaned in. I'll pay you good wages based on the amount of sale. Hell, if we take off and expand our business, I'm making you my business partner. Jasper didn't hesitate. I'm in. You have helped and teach me to stand on my own legs in this world. Helping you is a small matter compared to that. They shook on it, grease and all. As the sun started to dip, they cleaned up the tools, wiped out the pots using water from the well and dried them in the fading light. Caleb wrapped the what's remained of the salt and creeping thyme in cloth, stashed the kitchen gear into one and put his grill back in Morgan's saddlebag, and tucked the leftover fries into a cloth-wrapped bundle for Jasper to take back into his room. As they walked back toward the hotel with Morgan in tow, the orange-amber glow of the setting sun casting long shadows behind them, Caleb felt a subtle thrum echo inside his skull, a sensation not of this world, like a ripple through static. Then, with a familiar, metallic ding and a transparent shimmer, the system interface flared to life before his eyes. A thin blue frame blinked into view, hovering silently in the air. New skills acquired. Cooking, LVL2. Description, gained through creation of culturally advanced food, burger and French fries, and prior life culinary expertise. Improved food crafting speed and taste detection. Increased effectiveness of cooked food for healing or morale. Teaching, LVL1. Description, gains through consistent instruction to others, Jasper Granger. Students learn 15% faster when taught directly by the user. Future opportunities to develop charisma-based leadership skills unlocked. Caleb blinked, slightly stunned. Then a grin broke across his face as he muttered, all right, hell yeah. 2 highly practical skills, one grounded in survival and business, the other in people. The system had good timing for once. Jasper glanced over, curious. You good, Caleb? Better than good, he said, clapping the boy on the back. Remind me to keep teaching you stuff, Jasper. It's payin' off more than you know. Jasper, ever a quick learner, chuckled. If it gets me more of those burgers, you bet I'll stick around. By the time they reached the front of the hotel, the oil lamps were being lit one by one across the town's main street. The night breeze was cool, the sky was speckled with stars. After hitching Morgan back onto the hitching post, Caleb and Jasper head inside the hotel, and go to Caleb's room first on the second floor to put the kitchen gear. Then after that Jasper returned to his own room. On the last day of the passing 5-day, he reported in to Sheriff Malloy at sunrise, received a nod and a half-mile, before then started his morning patrol. He stepped out into the morning air, wearing the badge, his sidearm visible at his hip. As he made his rounds, greeting familiar townsfolk, tipping his hat to the ladies, nodding at the ranchers and stable hands, he kept his senses sharp. While keeping Valentine safe, his ears stayed open for whispers of danger or opportunity. Near the general store, he heard a hushed conversation about a caravan due to pass near Cattail Pond next week, full of mining equipment and payroll. Might be worth noting for the gang to look into. Still no whispers about the gang whatsoever or about the Pinkertons. After that, he played the part of the calm lawman, keeping the streets clean of drunks and rowdies. He even helped an old lady called Miss Abernathy with her broken wheelbarrow, which got him a freshly baked cherry tart for his troubles. A nice bonus that becomes his lunch. Sheriff Malloy paid him $5 at dusk, counting out the bill with a satisfied nod. Town's been quieter since you started wearing that star. Almost makes me want to keep you around permanent like. Caleb pocketed the money with a noncommittal smile. We'll see, Sheriff. But don't keep your hopes up, while it's an easy job but this ain't my choice of work. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the saloon's lanterns flickered to life, casting long shadows across the muddy street. The second poker tournament was about to begin, and from the crowd spilling out the doors, it was going to be bigger than the first. The second round of the poker tournament brought in nearly double the crowd. Word had spread. Mr. Douglas stood at the bar, beaming with happiness as his business boomed. The working girls wore fresh dresses and brighter smiles, making rounds with drinks and flirty winks. The piano man was already halfway through a lively ragtime number when Caleb entered and the room erupted. People cheered his arrival. Some clapped him on the back, others eyed him cautiously. A few sneered, sore losers from the first tournament. But Caleb just nodded, cool as ever, and took his seat at the table. Mr. Douglas stood atop the bar, banging a bottle for order. All right, you animals. Tournament rules same as last time but with a raised stake. Buy-ins $25 now, and same as last time, the winner takes the pot and Caleb's bonus of $150. Hearing that, Caleb paid it without blinking, and the players included 2 railroad men, a rancher from Cumberland Forest, a former bounty hunter who kept scowling at him, and a well-dressed stranger who had the shifty eyes of a card cheat also does the same. Caleb kept his poker face solid. Then the game began. Caleb took it slow at first, folding weak hands, watching their tells. The bounty hunter tapped his fingers when bluffing. The railroad man scratched his chin before betting big. The well-dressed man smiled too much when he had a strong hand. But Caleb wasn't just playing cards. He was studying, reading, tracking every twitch, every flicker of doubt or pride. His past life memory and poker (LVL3) skills guided his instincts. Then came the big hand. 4 players stayed in, the pot swelling over $200. Caleb had a full house, kings full of sevens. He watched the bounty hunter go all in, probably holding a flush. The railroad man hesitated, and folded. The cheat called. Caleb paused, then shoved in all his chips. Gasps around the room. Cards turned. The bounty hunter's eyes went wide in horror. The cheat cursed in some European tongues. Caleb grinned. Full house. The saloon erupted in cheers, jeers, and catcalls. Bets had been placed on the game and the outcome. The ones who backed Caleb were jubilant. Others groaned and threw their hats. Mr. Douglas himself poured Caleb a free drink and gave him a nod of respect. Even the working girls took notice, one of them running her finger along his arm as she whispered, "Honey, you just made yourself very popular." Caleb laughed. He couldn't help it. The rush was real. When the dust settled, he'd made $204.37 after buy-ins and splits. A good haul. But not without consequences. As the crowd thinned and the piano music turned slow and wistful, Caleb leaned against the bar and scanned the room. His high perception stats twitched. A group of 3 men sat near the back corner, not locals. One of them kept eyeing Caleb's satchel. Another whispered behind his hand. As Caleb knew they meant trouble, one of the working girls, Lily, a brunette with a sharp wit, leaned into Caleb at this time. "Watch yourself, sugar. Those 3 fellers. They have been asking around about you. Where you stay, when you ride out." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2, new. Teaching, LVL1, new. Money, $1,660.88 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 111-106. Prelude to a big situation? A group of 3 men sat near the back corner, not locals. One of them kept eyeing Caleb's satchel. Another whispered behind his hand. As Caleb knew they meant trouble, one of the working girls, Lily, a brunette with a sharp wit, leaned into Caleb at this time. "Watch yourself, sugar. Those 3 fellers. They have been asking around about you. Where you stay, when you ride out." Caleb's fingers tightened around his glass. "Appreciate the warning, miss." Lily smirked. "For you, handsome, always." She pressed a slip of paper into his hand, a room number, before sashaying away. Caleb pocketed it with a sigh. It's just a respectful courtesy he had to do because Lily has confirmed his perception. So it means there would be trouble. maybe not tonight. But soon, and Caleb hoped the there of them come to him. Caleb downed his drink and made a quiet decision. He wouldn't be caught unaware. If they came after him, he'd face them and gain something from it. Whether it's their own money or a small experience gained for his skills. Later that night, back in his room, Caleb lit a small lantern and jotted notes in the journal he'd have with him. Possible heist, caravan near Cattail Pond next week, mining payroll. Worth informing the gang. Food stand, idea gaining traction. Jasper a good fit. Need materials. Build by stable. Threats, 3 strangers in the saloon will be planning an ambush against me. Stay alert when leaving town. Safe, there is no information about the gang's whereabouts or about the law and Pinkerton's presence, at least safe for now. After writing in his journal, Caleb sighed, the weight of everything settling deep into his bones. He twisted the brass knob of his lantern, snuffing the flame with a low hiss, then lay down on the firm but clean bed. His eyes lingered on the ceiling for a long moment, heart still faintly thudding from the tension earlier. He thought of the 3 men, of Lily's warning, and the silence in the air around him. But gradually, his breathing steadied, thoughts slowing, drifting. The weight of the day pulled him into sleep's embrace. Morning sun beamed faintly through the dusty curtains, warm and golden. Caleb's eyes snapped open as if pulled by an invisible thread. No drowsy rolling about, his body had adjusted to the rhythm of survival in this world. Swinging his legs out of bed, he moved without hesitation. First came the morning routine. He pushed the small table to the wall to clear space and dropped into calisthenics. His muscles flexed and coiled through sets of sit-ups, each movement grounded in his rhythm. Push-ups followed, each rep flowing into the next, arms straining but controlled. Afterward, he stood up, heart pumping steadily, and took off in a run through the town. Around the livery stable, past the sheriff's office, and down near the post office. Townsfolk barely glanced anymore, most had grown used to the sight of him jogging at dawn. Caleb was fast, his stride smooth from training, and his high stamina. It was part fitness, part discipline, part control. After 3 full laps around the town, he returned to the hotel, sweat dampening his shirt and a light sheen on his brow. He greeted the clerk, paid 25 cents for a hot bath, and sank gratefully into the steaming water, feeling the knots in his back relax. It was one of the few true luxuries he still allowed himself. Later, freshly scrubbed and clean-shaven, he dressed in his trusty vaquero outfit. The red-brown tones of the jacket and silver trim gave him a sharp look, the kind of presence that didn't need a badge to command respect. But today wasn't about intimidation. It was about preparation. He made his way toward the general store, the bell above the door jingling as he stepped inside. Mr. Worth, standing behind the polished counter with his white sleeves rolled up, looked up and greeted warmly, "Look who it is, if it ain't our very own Deputy Thorne. What can I help you with in this fine morning?" Caleb smiled. "I'm in the mood for something new today, Mr. Worth. Looking to pick up a couple of new outfits." "Well now," Mr. Worth said, tapping his ledger. "The catalog's right." Caleb lifted a hand and shook his head gently. "Already got a few in mind. I'll take the Valentine and the Dewberry Creek outfits." Mr. Worth's eyebrows raised. "Good taste, son. Real good taste. Hold tight. I go to the back and get it for you." The older man disappeared into the back, and Caleb took a moment to glance around the store. Shelves lined with goods, dried meats, revolver cartridges, jars of jam, bolts of cloth, and small luxuries like cologne or coffee beans. It reminded him of how delicate the line was between rugged frontier survival and genteel civilization. Mr. Worth returned a minute later, carrying both full outfits, hats, coats, trousers, boots, and the works, carefully folded and wrapped. He laid them out on the counter and tallied them on his register. "That'll be $228.75, but seeing as how you're the man who brought in that scum Drew Dallas, capture that psychopath Edmund, and the one who caused Douglas to organize the poker tourney, now you're a deputy as well, you get a large discount. Brings your total down to $173.43. Caleb blinked. "That's generous, Mr. Worth. Too generous." Mr. Worth chuckled and waved a hand. "Business has been good, son. Folks have been coming into town more often now that the town is safer. And that tournament you caused to be made for? Brought in a whole mess of new customers. You don't just clean up criminals, you help keep the money flowing. That's worth something." He leaned forward. "Tell you what. If you feel bad about it, just tell folks where you got those fine clothes. Let 'em know Mr. Worth's general store keeps you dressed right." Caleb chuckled, reached into his satchel, and counted out the cash. "Deal." He paid the man, collected his new outfits, thanked him again, and stepped out into the bright light of day. Back in his hotel room, Caleb laid the outfits neatly inside the trunk at the foot of his bed. The Valentine outfit was sturdy, built for much cooler climates, and perfect for riding out into a cooler area to the north. The Dewberry Creek one was better suited for hunting and brushwork, lighter, and easier to move in. Both would serve him well. Locking the trunk, he stepped back outside. The town was already stirring. Wagons rattled by, children played near the stables, and the sound of hammering came from the blacksmiths. As Caleb made his way across the main street, something caught his eye. 2 familiar figures stood outside the gunsmith's shop. John Marston and Arthur Morgan. John looked like he was talking low, glancing around carefully. Arthur had that stoic, half-bored look as he stepped inside alone. Caleb's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't need his past life memory, LVL max, skill to recognize what this meant. The sheep and the goats mission. Arthur was about to buy a rolling block rifle, then head out with John to rustle a herd of sheep from Emerald Ranch, and drive them back here to sell them at the auction yard. But Caleb remembered what came after. The auctioneer demanded more money, Dutch was with Strauss at the small saloon, and soon after, Leviticus Cornwall's private guard came crashing down on them. A gunfight that ensues in the middle of Valentine which causes the town to go on a lockdown. That would not do. Caleb had worked hard to build his reputation here, as a reliable man, as a protector. A shootout involving Dutch's gang would not only ruin that but might force his hand, take a side, and make a choice. And he couldn't, not yet. He needed the gang but he needed Valentine too. He stepped to the side of the general store, into the alley where no one would bother him, and began to think in there. He needed to improvise a solution to the sheep and goat mission. Prevent the shootout in Valentine from happening if possible. With the ultimate goal of protecting his reputation and also the gang's life. He tapped one of his boots against the ground. What could he do? The key was stopping the confrontation without tipping the gang off that he knew the future. John and Strauss were caught because they had gone to collect the money. Maybe he could intercept them. Better yet, prevent them from coming out from the saloon possibly, and they could go take the money when it's safe. The decision was clear on what to do. Caleb decided that he would go to the small saloon owned by Mr. Keene, where Dutch and Strauss should be, at least, that's how the memory in his head played it out. He didn't know if the two of them were already there or not. Either way, he had a plan, act like he didn't know them and signal them to do the same like they didn't know him, slowly get to know them, and, most importantly, signal them subtly to use fake names. Buy a drink or two, and keep them talking, like getting to know each other. And when Arthur and John returned with the rustled sheep to the auction yard and enjoy Dutch and Strauss, he'd make sure John and Strauss didn't leave. Because that was when Cornwall and his private guards would come storming in. That was when the bloodbath would have started. But not this time. Caleb would be there to intercept. He would use his new badge and identity as Deputy Thorne to stand in the gap. To address Cornwall. To avoid the bloodshed, preserves the gang's cover, and his own standing in Valentine. As he thought all this through, he peeked from the alley's corner and caught sight of Arthur and John. Sure enough, they had mounted up. Arthur had the familiar long rifle slung across his back, the rolling block rifle, just as expected. John had a casual grip on his reins, but he was clearly scanning the road ahead. Together, they rode out east toward the valley past the Heartland overflow, where they'd soon scare off a group of ranch hands and rustle a herd of sheep toward Valentine. Showtime. Caleb stepped out of the alley and made his way toward the hotel with quick, purposeful strides. He nodded to a few passers-by, his mind locked in tactical mode. The clock had started. Once inside, he climbed the stairs to the second floor two at a time and entered his room. Without wasting a moment, he opened the trunk and pulled out his trusty Lancaster repeater and pump-action shotgun, slinging them across his body with practiced efficiency. He paused only to check the ammunition, full. Good. A glance at the lantern and journal made him consider leaving another note, but there wasn't time. If things went south, words wouldn't help. His actions had to speak. With one last look around the tidy room, he stepped out and descended the stairs. The hotel clerk glanced up as he passed but said nothing. He was used to seeing Caleb armed, especially with all the work he'd done recently. Outside, the morning had settled into a calm buzz. Morgan waited patiently at the hitching post, ears flicking lazily. Caleb mounted up, gave her a gentle pat on the neck, and rode down the main street. He passed the sheriff's office, where Sheriff Malloy stood smoking a cigar on the porch, tipping his hat in Caleb's direction. Caleb returned the gesture. A right turn took him past the gunsmith's shop, where the door still swung lazily from Arthur's recent exit. Then he saw it, Keene Saloon, a modest and small, one-story affair with flaking red paint and a faded sign. It sat tucked on the left side of the road, nestled between a boarded-up house and a small house. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Money, $1,463.45 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 112, 107. Mr. Leviticus Cornwall. A right turn took him past the gunsmith's shop, where the door still swung lazily from Arthur's recent exit. Then he saw it, Keen's Saloon, a modest and small, one-story affair with flaking red paint and a faded sign. It sat tucked on the left side of the road, nestled between a boarded-up house and a small house. Caleb dismounted, hitched Morgan carefully, and saw that there was no sign of Dutch's prized white Arabian, the Count. Strauss's nag wasn't here either. Meaning Dutch and Strauss weren't in town yet. It was okay, he could stay and wait at Keen's Saloon until Dutch and Strauss arrived, so he walked inside. The saloon was dim and smelled faintly of whiskey, wood smoke, and pipe tobacco. It was quieter than Smithfield's saloon on the main street, as both have been losing their clientele, due to the bigger and much better Smithfield saloon. Now, Keen's Saloon catered to the softer-spoken types, merchants, traveling peddlers, and sometimes, men with secrets. Caleb approached the bar. Mr. Keen looked up from polishing a glass behind the bar counter. "Morning, Caleb, or should I call Deputy Thorne now?" he greeted in a low, gravelly tone. "Morning, Mr. Keen," Caleb replied, easing onto the stool. "You can call me whatever you want. Cale or Deputy Thorne. You pick." Mr. Keen blinked once, then nodded. "Okay, then I call to you Deputy from now on. By the way, I wanted to ask, it's true that you are the one who brought that bastard, Edmund?" "Yeah, that's true," Caleb said, brushing a speck of dust from his coat. "It's dumb luck as well that I managed to break his sick games and capture him." "Well, Deputy," Mr. Keen said, setting a glass in front of him. "First drinks on the house. For managing to get that bastard and keep us safe." Caleb nodded in thanks. "I'll take a rye whiskey." "Neat." Mr. Keen poured it without fuss, and Caleb settled in, facing the door. He didn't have to wait long. About 30 minutes later, the saloon doors creaked open. Caleb looked up immediately and he saw it. Dutch van der Linde entered and approached the bar, his presence commanding even in this dimly lit hole. His dark hair was slicked back covered by his hat, his goatee neatly trimmed, and his burgundy coat immaculate. Beside him, Leopold Strauss adjusted his spectacles, looking every bit the unassuming accountant. Mr. Keen hesitated, eyeing Dutch's flamboyance with suspicion. "Finest we got is Kentucky bourbon. That suit you?" Dutch waved a hand. "Perfectly." As the bartender fetched the bottle, Caleb made his move. He stood, feigning slight intoxication, and ambled toward the bar. "Mind if I join you gents?" he asked, slurring just enough to sell the act while giving subtle signals to Dutch. "Place is damn near empty, and drinkin' alone's a sad affair." Dutch turned, his sharp eyes as surpassed to see Caleb in here. But he also immediately noticed the subtle signals Caleb gave, and a flicker of understanding passed over his face before he smiled, all charm. "By all means, friend. Always room at the table for a fellow drinking partner." Caleb grinned, changing to sit on a closer stool. "Much obliged. Name's Thorne, Caleb Thorne. I'm a deputy here in Valentine." Strauss stiffened slightly at Caleb using his real name, but Dutch remained well acted as he knew Caleb needed to use his real name. "A pleasure to know you, Deputy," Dutch said smoothly. "I'm James Arlington, and this is my associate, Mr. Lutz. We're in the bonds trade." Caleb chuckled lightly. "Well, Mr. Arlington and Mr. Lutz guess we can never be too careful these days." Dutch laughed too. "You'd know all about that, wouldn't you, Deputy?" They drank, and shared small talk, mostly fabricated, but none of it important, and it was fortunate that Dutch kept up the act as well. Caleb steered the conversation toward innocuous topics like the weather, horses, rail lines, and card games. As for Dutch, ever the showman, spun tales of business ventures out west, while Strauss sipped his drink in silence. As they talked, Caleb kept one eye and ear open for what was happening outside. Then, at this time, the doors burst open. Arthur and John strode in, dust-covered and smelling of sheep. Arthur's gaze locked onto Dutch, then flicked to Caleb. His eyes showed surprise seeing Caleb here as well, but hid it as he heard Caleb calling Dutch and Strauss with fake names. As for Dutch, seeing Arthur and John, immediately brought them into the conversation so it wouldn't be a tad suspicious. "Ah, Mr. Kilgore. Mr. Milton. You finally come. Please let me introduce you to a friend we just made, Deputy Caleb Thorne." Hearing the use of their alias names, Arthur and John immediately followed suit. "Well, I'll be," Arthur said, scratching his beard and flashing Caleb a knowing look as he extended his hand to Caleb. "Deputy Thorne, didn't expect to see you here. Helped me a few times here in Valentine, real stand-up sort." Caleb shook his hand firmly, playing along. "Mr. Kilgore. Been a while." John caught on quick, nodding in agreement. "That's right. Good man. Got a proper head on his shoulders." Dutch, ever the consummate actor, arched an eyebrow and tilted his head slightly with a smile. "Oh really now? Is that true, Deputy Thorne? Seems we've all crossed paths before. Small world, isn't it, Dot?" Caleb gave a relaxed grin and nodded, playing his role just as smoothly. "Yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Arlington. Mr. Kilgore here's been a friend of mine. It's truly a small. I had no idea the two of you were acquainted, Mr. Arlington." Dutch leaned back, lifting his glass slightly as if toasting. "Well, as you yourself said earlier, we can never be too careful these days, Deputy. So I alongside Mr. Lutz, that is, hired both Mr. Kilgore and Mr. Milton here to serve as our guards while we're in town. He turned to Arthur and John, his voice still warm but tinged with curiosity. By the way, what took the two of you so long? Arthur tilted his hat back slightly, speaking in a relaxed tone. We took on some side work, Milton's thing, he said with a hand gesture toward John. Dutch nodded, acting unsurprised but mildly amused. I see, and how's the work? Arthur leaned one elbow against the bar. It's good. We're waiting on a payout for some sheep we escorted into the auction yard. Caleb's grip tightened slightly on his glass. Here it comes. He thought inwardly. Dutch laughed lightly, turning toward Strauss with a theatrical flair and raising both hands as if presenting an idea to a stage. Mr. Lutz, my good friend and business partner. While you're here, why don't you and Mr. Milton go on and make sure there was no funny business with that pay Mr. Kilgore and Mr. Milton are expecting? Strauss adjusted his spectacles, already halfway standing. Of course, he said crisply. John nodded his head slightly. Gentlemen, he added, beginning to follow Strauss out of the saloon. But Caleb's voice cut in, calm and firm. Wait a minute, friends. Both men halted, glancing over their shoulders. Dutch and Arthur paused as well, turning to face Caleb with a flicker of alertness in their eyes. Dutch subtly asked, What's wrong, deputy? Through barely parted lips, his eyes narrowing, Caleb leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. Don't worry. The auctioneers ain't gonna be a problem. His tone shifted, quiet but loaded with weight. There's a bigger problem ahead other than the auctioneer, and I came here to inform the sheriff. It's better to stay inside for now. Dutch's jaw tightened just a hair, his eyes calculating. Arthur's hand instinctively hovered near his gun belt. John frowned, and Strauss looked between the men with visible unease. But all four of them were smart in their own right and they understood the warning in Caleb's words. Trouble wasn't coming. Trouble was already here. Before Dutch could ask why Caleb hadn't said anything earlier, the sharp bellow of a voice cut through the late morning air like a crack of thunder. Van der Linde. Van der Linde. Get here now, Van der Linde. A silence fell over the saloon like a heavy shroud. Everyone froze. Even Mr. Keene froze behind the bar. The floorboards creaked as Arthur slowly made his way to the window that faced the street. He pulled the curtain aside with 2 fingers and peered out. Shit, he muttered. Outside, seated atop a polished light bay horse, was a rotund middle-aged man in an expensive, pinstriped suit that barely contained his gut. His cheeks were red with rage, a gold watch chain glittered across his vest, and he waved a cigar in one hand as he bellowed again. At this time, the rotund man's voice roared again. You don't know me, but you keep robbing me. I'm Leviticus Cornwall, and I'm not a man to be messed with by the likes of you. Get out here. Get out here now, you depraved piece of trash. 6 men was alongside him. One man rode on a horse beside Cornwall, holding a Lancaster repeater and his rifle was slung across his back. The others were armed with repeaters and revolvers, stood in front of Cornwall and formed a semicircle in the muddy street. You think I got where I am by letting scum like you rob from me? Van der Linde, you're done. Dutch stared ahead, his jaw clenched as his eyes flicked to Arthur, then to Caleb. What the hell? He growled under his breath. Arthur turned from the window. He said his name was Leviticus Cornwall. That bastard owns the train we robbed before at the Grizzlies, he must have traced us here. Dutch looked at each man in the group, the tension suddenly crackling like static. What do we do? Any ideas, gentlemen? Caleb stood up, brushing the dust off his coat with deliberate calm. Let me handle this. I'm the deputy of Valentine, and this gentleman out there's barking up the wrong tree. He turned toward Dutch, Arthur, John, and Strauss and gave a subtle nod. There's no one named Van der Linde here, and while I talk to him, I suggest you all take the back door and make yourselves scarce to keep yourselves safe. Dutch hesitated, frowning hard, but Caleb's eyes told the story. There's no time. Go. Now. Dutch turned to Arthur and gave the faintest of gestures. Arthur nodded, then slapped John's shoulder lightly. Come on, he muttered. Strauss didn't argue. He had enough sense to understand the stakes. The 4 men quietly slipped through the saloon's back, disappearing into the alley behind the building. Caleb waited until he heard the back door creak shut before exhaling slowly. Then he stepped out through the open saloon door. The eyes of Cornwall's men landed on him immediately, and the fat man pulled his cigar away, looking mildly confused. Who the hell are you, lawman? Caleb didn't flinch. Deputy Caleb Thorne, Valentine lawman, he said evenly. His badge caught a glint of sun as he took one more step forward. You're causing a hell of a stir, mister. Folks around here don't take kindly to threats and hollerin' in the street. Cornwall blinked, as if trying to place the name. Where's Van der Linde? He demanded. Don't know who that is, Caleb said. Ain't nobody in this town by that name. You must be mistaken. Don't play dumb with me. You dash, Cornwall snapped. Caleb cut in, voice calm but firm. I've been inside Keene's for the past hour. The only folks in there are a couple of businessmen and some ranch hands. No, Van der Linde. Cornwall leaned forward in his saddle, jowls trembling. Don't lie to me, boy. You know who I am. I heard and know of you, sir, Caleb said, calm but firm. Mr. Leviticus Cornwall. Big rail baron, industrialist, and now, it seems, a man making accusations without proof. Cornwall's face turned crimson. Vanderlinda has been stealing from me for months. My trains, my payroll, my bonds, and even my oil. Vanderlinda and his gang think they can outwit me. But they are making a big mistake thinking they can outwit me. Now I ask again, where's Vanderlinda? Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Money, $1,463.45 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 113,108. Getting the town on his side. Cornwall's face turned crimson. Vanderlinda has been stealing from me for months. My trains, my payroll, my bonds, and even my oil. Vanderlinda and his gang think they can outwit me. But they are making a big mistake thinking they can outwit me. Now I ask again, where's Vanderlinda? Again, Mr. Cornwall, Caleb said, narrowing his eyes. Ain't no Vanderlinda here. And unless you got an authority or cause, you and your men are gonna need to lower those guns and move along. One of Cornwall's men spat. He's lying. Caleb's gaze sharpened. Calling a lawman a liar's a bold move, friend. Cornwall glared, then jerked his chin toward the saloon. Search it. 2 men moved forward, but Caleb sidestepped, blocking their path. You got any authority or law power to do so? The guard riding a horse beside Cornwall moves his horse a step forward. We've got authority and cause under Mr. Cornwall's name as. I don't think Mr. Cornwall's name ain't got jurisdiction or law power in Valentine without going through me or the sheriff, Caleb interrupted, his hand now resting plainly on the butt of his revolver. This is Valentine, not your private fiefdom, Mr. Cornwall. So unless you want a legal mess, I suggest you rein this in before things get bloody. Cornwall stared hard at Caleb. He saw something in the young man's eyes, steel, maybe, resolve, a willingness to fight if pressed. His jaw twitched. Even if he is rich and brings his contingent of private guards, he isn't stupid to mess in a frontier town where its people have guns unlike in St. Denis. He spat to the side and flicked the end of his cigar. You're making a big mistake, deputy. Caleb didn't move. I'll live with it. Cornwall seethed, then yanked on the reins. Come on, he barked at his men. We'll find him ourselves. The private guards hesitated but obeyed, lowering their weapons as they followed Cornwall down the muddy main road, where 2 carriages followed through. A few townsfolk who had begun to peek out of windows quickly ducked back inside. Caleb watched them until they were out of sight, his pulse steady but adrenaline simmering beneath his calm. Then he turned and walked back inside the saloon. Mr. Keene looked up from behind the bar, mouth slightly open. Hell of a show, deputy. Caleb gave him a tired smile. Yeah, but this ain't over. Not by a long shot. He glanced toward the back door, wondering how far the others had gotten. Dutch would want answers, and Caleb had a lot to give him. But for now, he had bought them time. Time to disappear for the gang. Time to regroup. And for the gang to change their camp. He also needs to be careful around camp, since now it means the Pinkertons are very close around there. Now he had a report to file and a story to spin to Sheriff Malloy. As essentially, he had made Valentine's law in a small conflict with Leviticus Cornwall. Caleb downed the last of his whiskey in one burning swallow, the liquor settling like liquid fire in his gut. He set the glass down with a quiet clink and stepped out into the afternoon sun. As soon as Caleb left Keene's saloon, he stepped into the midday glare. The sun beat down on Valentine's dusty street, the shadows of the overhanging saloon roof shrinking as the hours passed. He gave a brief glance at the hitching post outside. Keene's was empty except for Morgan. Dutch's prized white Arabian and Strauss's nag were long gone, so they'd whistled from their hiding place. Smart. Dutch never wasted time once the smoke began to rise. The gang truly needs to be on the move as soon as possible, packing up camp to shift out of the region. Mounting Morgan, he gave a small pat on her flank. The horse huffed softly, sensing the tension in her rider. Let's go, girl. Time to pay the sheriff a visit. Morgan trotted steadily through the muddy lane toward the sheriff's office, her hooves kicking up bits of muck and dirt as she went. When Caleb reached the hitching post beside the small wooden building, he tied Morgan off with practiced ease. That's when his sharp gaze caught movement down the main road. Cornwall and his men were still in town and they were making a goddamn scene. He spotted them up near Smithfield's saloon and the Valentine Bank, their horses and carriages blocking the street, interrogating townsfolk and ranch hands in the open. Their voices, loud and biting, echoed off the storefronts. Caleb saw one of Cornwall's guards shove a stable hand against the wall, demanding answers. Others questioned a pair of traveling merchants near the general store, even pulling open their wagon tarp in search of anything or anyone. The townsfolk weren't taking it well. A few cowboys lounging on the saloon porch rose to their feet, arms folded. One of them, a wiry man in a brown duster, pulled back his coat just enough to flash the handle of a revolver. Across the street, two ranch hands emerged from the livestock auction with Winchester repeaters in hand, nodding toward the commotion. Even the normally docile shopkeeper Mr. Worth stood with his arms crossed, glaring, from the porch of his store. Caleb's heart picked up. Cornwall's voice carried down the street, sharp with frustration. "You people are making a grave mistake. Lower your weapons. Ain't you the one who came in here waving guns around?" A cowboy shouted back. Another man, a drifter by the looks of him, called out, "Hey, rich boy, you think this is St. Denis? This here's our town." That was the spark. Several townsfolk raised their weapons, not wildly, but pointed and steady, hands taut with tension. Cornwall's guards, trained and ready, reacted in kind. Pistols and rifles were suddenly aimed in every direction. Caleb clenched his jaw. He knew this could spiral into bloodshed in seconds. Then he heard the sharp bark of authority. What the hell is going on out here? The front door of the sheriff's office banged open and Sheriff Malloy stormed out, boots heavy on the boardwalk. The weathered lawman looked around, eyes squinting under the brim of his hat, taking in the sight of Cornwall's men and angry locals toe to toe. Sheriff Malloy turned and saw Caleb beside his horse. "Deputy Thorne, what the hell is this?" Caleb dismounted calmly and gestured toward the scene unfolding by the bank. "That's what's going on, Sheriff. Right there. Mr. Leviticus Cornwall and his guards interrogate the townsfolk, flashing weapons. It's getting real ugly." Malloy's eyes widened as he followed Caleb's gesture. Is that Leviticus Cornwall?" Caleb nodded. "They rode into town less than an hour ago. Goes up to the front of Keen's saloon yellin' about someone named Van der Linde robbing him. Said he's been hit on trains, payrolls, and even oil shipments. Claimed that this Van der Linde and his gang were here in Valentine's. Now the town folks ain't too happy that his men pointin' guns in their faces." Sheriff Malloy stared blankly. Does the one he meant to look for was Dutch Van der Linde? "Should be, Sheriff. I don't know who they were. He was loud, too. Caused a scene right there in front of Keen's. I stepped out, and told him I hadn't seen anyone by that name. He tried to send his men into the saloon anyway. I stopped told him unless he had authority or had talked with you, he wasn't walking through doors with guns drawn." Malloy pinched the bridge of his nose. "Christ almighty. You did what a good lawman's supposed to do, son, but, do you know who Leviticus Cornwall is?" Caleb shrugged. "I know who he was rich and powerful, but he ain't the law. Just because he's rich doesn't mean he gets to wave guns around and intimidate folks." Sheriff Malloy gave a dry chuckle. "You've got fire in you. That's good. But it can burn, son. Men like Leviticus Cornwall, they hold a grudge. They don't forget slights. Not from lawmen, and especially not from a town like ours. He's got influence that reaches St. Denis, New York, and probably even Washington if he snapped his fingers loud enough." "Well," Caleb said, his expression steady, "he'll just have to live with being told no for once. I did my job." Sheriff Malloy stared at him for a long moment, then finally sighed. "Come on, let's go try to calm this before someone bleeds all over the mud." They walked side by side toward the standoff. Malloy raised both hands as he approached, trying to get the attention of the crowd. Caleb walked slightly behind, his eyes flicking across the tension-wound faces of ranch hands and Cornwall guards. All right, Sheriff Malloy barked. "Everybody lower your weapons now. I said now." There was a beat of silence. No one moved. Guns stayed raised. Glares held fast. "Damn it, I said lower, Slowly, reluctantly, some of the locals began to comply. The drifter holstered his revolver. The cowboys by the general store lowered their rifles, still watching the guards like hawks. Cornwall turned, his jowls quivering with indignation. "Sheriff, these peasants are threatening me." "Ain't no threat," a grizzled cowboy spat. "Just tellin' you to take your private army and get the hell out of Valentine." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Sheriff Malloy held up his hands. "All right, everyone calm down. Mr. Cornwall, you're causing a disturbance in my town." Cornwall, red-faced and huffing, looked at the townsfolk before he glared at Sheriff Malloy. "Disturbance? You harbor criminals here, Sheriff. You're protecting Van der Linde and his people." Sheriff Malloy scowled. "I'm protecting my town, Mr. Cornwall. That includes you. And these folks you're harassing. You come in here screaming about thieves and gang leaders with no authority, no law, and no communication with my office. I'm the law in Valentine's. You answer to me while you're here." Cornwall's lips curled with disdain. "This is outrageous. The man I'm looking for, he's dangerous. You don't understand what he's done, what he will do. I have been robbed, Sheriff. Repeatedly. By Dutch Van der Linde and his gang of degenerates. And I have reason to believe they were here." Caleb stepped forward. "Like I told you earlier, Mr. Cornwall, ain't no Van der Linde here. Just hardworkin' folks tryin' to live their lives. These peaceful folks don't know this Van der Linde from dirt. If you had come quiet and talked to the sheriff first, maybe things would have gone smoother. Cornwall's glare swept over Caleb. You again, the mouthy deputy. Don't think I'll forget your insolence. Caleb met his gaze. Wouldn't expect you to. One thing I know is that if you keep accusing good people, you're gonna start a fight you can't win. The crowd rumbled in agreement. Cornwall's eyes darted around, the hostility was palpable. Even his guards looked uneasy. Finally, he straightened his coat with a huff. This isn't over. Let's go. The guards withdrew, holstering their weapons, mounting their horses, and getting in the carriage with clenched jaws and narrow eyes. As Cornwall climbed onto his own steed, he shot one final look over his shoulder. You're all making a terrible mistake. The crowd parted reluctantly as they rode off, hooves pounding against dirt and their carriages rattling behind them, leaving a few jeers following, but the tension eased as they vanished down the road. Sheriff Malloy let out a long breath. Damn near had a war on our hands. Then he exhaled and turned around to face the townfolks. All right, the show's over. Get back to your business. The townsfolk dispersed, though the muttering continued. Caleb caught snippets. Who does he think he is? Just an oil and railroad tycoon thinks he can make a mess here. Sheriff Malloy turned to Caleb, lowering his voice. That could have gone a lot worse. Caleb nodded. Could have, but it didn't. The sheriff studied him before shaking his head and letting out a sigh. You truly got a knack for walking into trouble, son. You got that crazy bastard Edmund and now become a nuisance to Cornwall. But you handled it right. Just remember, Cornwall ain't the type to forget a slight. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Money, $1,463.45 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 114, 109. Decide to stay clear for some time. The sheriff studied him before shaking his head and letting out a sigh. You truly got a knack for walking into trouble, son. You got that crazy bastard Edmund and now become a nuisance to Cornwall. But you handled it right. Just remember, Cornwall ain't the type to forget a slight. Neither am I, Caleb said quietly. Sheriff Malloy clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, let's get a drink. You and I earned it after what happened. Caleb sat at a corner table in Smithfield's nursing a bottle of beer alongside Sheriff Malloy who had gone to the counter. The saloon was lively, piano music, laughter, the clink of glasses, but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking. The first confrontation in front of Keen's saloon had been a spark that caught Cornwall's eye, but the second one, right in the middle of the damn main street, beside Sheriff Malloy, had done worse. It hadn't just made him a nuisance. No, it had humiliated Cornwall as the spark had turned into a blaze. Caleb could still see the flash of rage in the Baron's eyes, the way the man grit his teeth like someone chewing iron filings, unable to process that a backwater deputy like Caleb Thorne had the audacity to challenge him publicly. Twice. Once could be dismissed. Twice. That was a vendetta. That was blood in the water. Cornwall wasn't the kind to forget, not a slight, not a bruised ego. Caleb wasn't sure if he'd embarrassed the man more by standing up to him or by standing next to a lawman while doing it, but either way, the outcome was the same. He'd become a thorn in the side of one of the most ruthless men in the West. The sort of man who didn't lose, not without paying someone to fix it, or bury it. Caleb sighed and sipped from the bottle of beer in front of him. It tasted bitter now. Laughter and piano music filled Smithfield's saloon, but his mind was churning, his instinct scraping against the back of his skull like a rusty knife on bone. He knew how this game went. If Cornwall was turning his attention toward him, then it wouldn't be long before the Pinkertons were sniffing closer too. They were already hunting Dutch and the gang. Caleb had just thrown fuel on the fire. His face, his voice, had surely registered somewhere in Cornwall's books. The man didn't just carry grudges, he printed ledgers of them. His role in Valentine, all of it, the hero of the town, the bounty hunter bringing in many bounty targets with the biggest Drew Dallas, the man standing shoulder to shoulder with the sheriff, it could all be burned away by the heat of Cornwall's vengeance. If he stayed, he risked Valentine. And worse, he risked the gang. He took another drink. Then another. It wouldn't do to drown his thoughts, but it helped soften the edges. What worried him most was what this attention could trigger. He didn't know how the butterfly wings of his actions might have shifted events. Maybe Jack's fishing trip with Arthur still happened, but maybe not. He'd pushed John to spend more time with Abigail and Jack, to be more of a father. There was a good chance it would be him that took Jack out to the river instead of Arthur now. If that happened, then Milton and Ross would approach John instead. Either way, the result was the same, government snakes slithering in close, making threats and offering rotten deals. And once they had a scent they never let go. They'd be watching, they'd be waiting, and then they'd strike. He had to get the gang out before that happened, fast, which meant he had to get back to camp, as soon as possible. He set the empty beer bottle down on the table and pushed himself to his feet. His legs felt heavy, but not from the alcohol, from the weight of what was coming. With a slow turn, he made his way across the saloon to the bar counter, where Sheriff Malloy and Mr. Douglas were in the middle of a conversation. From the sounds of it, they were deep into their third round of whiskey and second round of Cornwall bashing. "Son of a bitch thinks he can stroll in here and bark orders like he owns the whole county," Mr. Douglas was saying, shaking his head. Ain't right at all. "He does own a chunk of the damn county," Sheriff Malloy muttered back. "But that don't mean he gets to own us." Caleb cleared his throat gently and offered a nod. "Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. Sheriff, can I have a word?" Mr. Douglas gave a curt wave with a knowing look, stepping down the bar toward a pair of laughing ranchers in need of refills. Sheriff Malloy turned to face Caleb, the warm buzz of whiskey dulled in his eyes by the serious expression Caleb wore. "What's on your mind, son?" Caleb paused for a moment, considering how best to say it. Then, with deliberate calm, he said, "I think I need to disappear from Valentine for a few days. Let the heat die down." Sheriff Malloy blinked. "Disappear? Cornwall's not gonna let this go," Caleb said. "I have made myself too much of a thorn on his side. Twice. That ain't a wound he'll just forget. And now Cornwall's fixated on me now. If I stay, he'll make Valentine pay for harboring me. If I go, his anger stays directed at me, not the town." Sheriff Malloy was silent and studied him for a long moment, then sighed, his brow furrowed and he leaned in a little. "You sure about this, son? Valentine may be a small town, but we ain't scared of a fight. Hell, you've done a lot for this place in a short time. We got your back. And riding out alone, Cornwall's got eyes everywhere." Caleb felt a warmth stir in his chest, but he didn't let it rise too far. Loyalty was a double-edged thing, cut both ways. "I know," he said, "and I'm grateful for it. But it's because of that I need to go. I stay here, and I drag you all into my mess. Cornwall won't stop at me. If he thinks hurting this town makes me flinch, he'll do it. I'd rather his men come for me in the wild than start a war here." Sheriff Malloy let the words settle like dust on a casket. Then he sighed and set down his glass. "You got that look in your eye like a man who's already made up his mind. Can't talk you out of it, can I?" Caleb shook his head. "I need to do this. I'll be back. Just not until the air clears." Sheriff Malloy nodded slowly, then clapped him once on the arm. "All right, I'll honor that. You done right by this town. You always got a place here. When you leavin'?" "Thanks, Sheriff," Caleb said softly. "I'll be gone by tomorrow. Maybe tonight, if I can get Morgan ready before midnight." "You ride safe," Sheriff Malloy replied. "Keep your head low. You've stirred a hornet's nest. You're a stubborn bastard, son, but I respect it." He extended a hand. "Stay alive out there." Caleb shook it firmly, planning on it. As Caleb turned and made his way out of Smithfield's saloon, stepping into the afternoon sun and air, he looked toward the direction of Horseshoe Overlook and thought, time to get moving. By the time the moon had come out and the air had turned cool, Caleb had packed his guns and essentials and Morgan was ready to ride as well. The sky was a vast navy sea above, stars pricking through like scattered diamonds. He wore his newly bought Dewberry Creek outfit, his Lancaster and pump action slung on his back, his Navy and Schofield revolver on his hips, and his Springfield rifle, bow, and double-barreled shotgun on Morgan's saddle. Valentine's lights shimmered behind him as he left the town. He rode silent, taking the longer way around the Dakota River, skirting any visible roads, just in case any of Cornwall's men or bounty hunters were already sniffing around. Morgan's hooves padded softly over the dirt as they passed thickets of pine and low hills, a quiet vigil to Caleb's thoughts. He then reached Horseshoe Overlook before midnight. When he reached back to camp, Caleb could feel something was off. The usual soft murmur of camp lifepots clanging, kids laughing, Bill grousing about something pointless was thinner tonight. More tense. Like everyone was keeping one ear turned for bad news that might come riding over the hills. Morgan gave a soft huff as Caleb dismounted and led him to the hitching post. He gave his companion a reassuring pat before turning toward Dutch's tent. That's when he heard it. "Caleb, come here, son." Dutch's voice, loud and firm, cut through the camp like a bullet through glass. Hearing that, Caleb turned his head and immediately walked with purpose toward the tent, where the lantern inside threw a warm, golden glow against the canvas. The flap was already drawn open. Inside, Dutch stood near his desk, arms crossed. Hosea sat nearby in his usual manner, calm, unreadable, but his eyes were sharper than usual. And Arthur leaned against one of the tent poles, silent, with a steel gaze that told Caleb exactly how serious this was. He stepped in, the air in the tent thick with tension. Dutch didn't waste time. "How is it back in Valentine, son?" he asked, voice low and measured. Did Mr. Cornwall finally leave town? Does he have any suspicion about your identity other than being a deputy? Caleb didn't flinch. He'd expected that question first. He doesn't suspect anything beyond the badge, Caleb replied evenly. If anything, he hates me more for being a mouthy deputy. I blocked him from throwing his weight around town. He's pissed, sure, but I made sure no one's questioning my cover. Sheriff Malloy's solid doesn't suspect a thing, and so are the townsfolk. As far as they're concerned, I'm just the hero deputy with a big sense of justice. And I made damn sure Cornwall thinks that's all I am. Dutch's eyes narrowed, but it wasn't suspicion. It was calculation, weighing the risk. Beside him, Hosea nodded with a long, slow sigh. Arthur gave a subtle nod too, arms still crossed. That's good, Hosea said finally. We don't need a rich man with large amount of money breathing down our necks. But before Caleb could relax, Dutch's tone turned colder. Then let me ask you something else, Caleb, Dutch said, voice edged now. Back at the saloon. Why didn't you tell me and Strauss there was danger coming? We could have left town immediately, avoided the mess. Instead, the two of us stayed there waiting almost an hour for Arthur and John to bring in those sheep. That hour could have been the end of us. Caleb felt the air in the tent shrink. Arthur looked straight at him now, no longer leaning on the pole. Hosea's brows knit together. You knew trouble was coming, son. Why not say something sooner? He'd expected this. This was the price of playing the game. Caleb drew in a breath and exhaled slowly. No use dancing around it. Not entirely. He activated his persuasion LVL2 skill, feeling a calm clarity roll over him, like slipping into a second skin. I wanted to tell you, he said, voice sincere, but I didn't expect the danger to come that fast. I heard the rumors earlier that morning, about Cornwall looking for you, Dutch for all of us. I was gonna head back right after I finished gathering more information to make sure it was solid. I thought I had more time. Dutch didn't speak, didn't blink. Caleb continued, weaving the lie with the skill of someone who'd replayed 1,000 conversations in his head from his past life. I didn't know you and Strauss would be there, waiting for Arthur and John. I didn't know you were even in Keen's saloon until I saw you both walk in. That's when I knew it was too late to risk a public warning. Keen was nearby, and there were other patrons. If I said the wrong thing, the whole town might have caught wind of it. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Money, $1,463.45 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 115, 110. To scout the camp place. I didn't know you and Strauss would be there, waiting for Arthur and John. I didn't know you were even in Keen's saloon until I saw you both walk in. That's when I knew it was too late to risk a public warning. Keen was nearby, and there were other patrons. If I said the wrong thing, the whole town might have caught wind of it. He looked to Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur equally, voice quiet but steady. I made the call right then and there. I stayed, waited until things cleared up. I figured once the saloon was a bit empties, I'd tell everyone directly. Then we could plan without stirring panic. Then Caleb let out a sigh and his tone became much lower. Christ, Dutch, you think I'd risk the gang, after everything? Would you rather shoot half of the town or get out of that back door without any fuss? Beat of silence. The camp's noises, the crackle of the fire, the sound of the horses' snorts and neighs, suddenly felt loud. Hosea exhaled. He's got a point, Dutch. Saloons ain't the place for sensitive talk. Arthur's jaw worked, but after a moment, he gave a nod. Reckon he was trying to play it safe. Dutch studied Caleb for a long moment, then sighed, rubbing his temple. I understand your thinking, son, he said. But next time, Caleb, you come back here straight if you hear anything like that. Don't worry about making sure it's true or not. Better safe than sorry. Of course, Dutch. Understood, Caleb said with a small nod, relief threading through his veins that Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur believe him. Dutch then stood up and stepped forward, placing both of his hand on Caleb's shoulder. The tension hadn't fully left Dutch's shoulders, but his tone was less sharp now. We ain't just playing checkers out here, son. We're balancing on a razor's edge, and the wind's picking up. I know, Caleb replied. That's why I came back tonight, Dutch. I want to make things straight and explain what happened back in town. Dutch let out a sigh, release his hold on Caleb's shoulder, pinch the bridge of his nose before reaching for the cigar on his desk. All right, you done good keeping your cover. And I appreciate your honesty. But no more secrets. We survive together, or we fall alone. You get wind of anything else, anything at all, you bring it straight back. I will, Caleb promised. But other than that, Dutch, I also want to told you that interrupting Cornwall makes him put me in his list. Now he should hate me as much as he hate you and the entire gang, Dutch. And he was this close in finding us, so I think it is time for us to move our camp. Fast. I'm sure he will sick the Pinkertons with his money even hard to search for us. They're already close, if they get a whiff of our camp. When Caleb's voice died down, the silence that followed was thunderous in its gravity. The light from the lamp flickered across Dutch's face as Caleb's words settled over them. The usually charismatic leader looked older in that moment, the lines around his eyes deepening as the reality of their situation became undeniable. Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur looked stricken, not with fear, but with the realization that they might have just been playing catch-up this whole time, that they weren't just being hunted by the Pinkertons. That Cornwall, powerful and now personally slighted, had eyes and ears of his own. And now, with money, resources, and a vendetta, he would start narrowing the noose. You're certain about this? Dutch finally asked, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. Cornwall's put you on his list alongside us. Caleb nodded grimly. He looked at me like I was something he needed to scrape off his boot. Twice. Men like that don't forget. Hosea was the first to exhale, pinching the bridge of his nose and letting out a sigh that seemed to carry a decade's worth of regret. Damn it, we shouldn't have gone after that train and the Grizzlies. He looked up, weariness swimming in his gaze. Found the plan after clearing out those O'Driscolls holed up in that old mining camp. Thought it was clean. Looked clean. But I never even got around to selling those bonds we took yet. Not a single one. And now the bastard who owns them is on the warpath hunting us. Dutch's shoulders stiffened as Hosea's words sank in. His jaw clenched tightly for a moment. Caleb saw it, the flash of pride smarting from what almost sounded like blame. Hosea didn't say it like he blamed Dutch, but to those who listen, especially Dutch, felt like it was like that, because Dutch had been the one who pushed them to take the opportunity. Seize the plan. Strike before Cornwall knew what hit him. Dutch's head turned to look at Hosea, his eyes flashing. Are you saying this is my fault, old friend? The words came out sharper than intended, and Caleb saw the immediate regret flash across Dutch's face before the mask slipped back into place. Arthur stepped in before tensions could rise further. Ain't nobody's fault but the O'Driscolls for leaving those plans lying around. What's done is done. Question is, what do we do now? Dutch closed his eyes briefly, then opened them, brushing aside the weight of guilt like dust from his coat. He stood up straighter, his voice firm and filled with righteous resolve. You're right, Arthur. Recriminations won't keep us alive. We can't undo what's happened. Dutch continued his words, waving his hand. No sense wallowing in it now. The job's done, and Cornwall's nose was always gonna catch our scent one way or another. The man's got bloodhounds and silver in his pockets. He turned back toward Caleb, his tone softening just slightly. But you're right, son. We can't sit here waiting for the storm. If Cornwall's this close and he's workin' with the damn Pinkertons already, then we've got to move. He glanced around, gaze sweeping over the dimly lit camp where figures moved quietly, unaware of the hammer swinging above their heads. I've been thinking on it ever since the mess at Valentine this morning, Dutch added smoothly, as if this had been part of his long game all along. Figured we couldn't stay here long after that mess. It's time we find ourselves someplace safer, more hidden. Caleb said nothing. He saw through it, the subtle way Dutch tried to reframe things, make it seem like this had always been part of his master plan. It wasn't out of malice, it was just Dutch doing exactly as he had predicted. Dutch needed to be the man with the vision, the man everyone followed. Caleb understood that. As long as the camp moved and they stayed one step ahead, he didn't care who took credit. What mattered was getting the gang to safety. Dutch turned toward them. Now, the question is, where should we go? Arthur scratched at his stubbled chin. Somewhere quieter, preferably not near a town. No railways, no stage routes. Hosea added, someplace where the trees are thick, and the law don't come sniffin' around too easy. We've already overstayed our welcome out here long enough. We need to become more hidden. Dutch nodded and then looked to Caleb. You seem to be keeping a sharp eye out these days. You got any place in mind, Caleb? Caleb nodded thoughtfully. There's a spot down south of at the border near Lemoyne, Dewberry Creek. It's mostly dry, but it's secluded. Ain't a lot of folk pass through there. I passed it once on the way as I travel around from Lemoyne. Arthur squinted. Dewberry Creek? That place with dry riverbed and clusters of trees alongside the dry riverbed. Yeah, Caleb replied. It's open enough that we'll see anyone coming, and quiet enough that we won't draw much attention while we decide our next move. He knew full well Dewberry Creek would be a dud, because in his past life memories, Arthur and Charles had scouted it only to find it too exposed. But suggesting it served two purposes, it made him to later recommend Clemens Point when they reached Dewberry Creek and found it not perfect, and it would give him an opportunity to encounter the German family and secure that gold bar. Dutch looked at the three of them, then gave a long, thoughtful puff of his cigar before flicking the ash toward the fire. All right, we'll check Dewberry Creek first. But if it don't work, we'll keep riding. I want eyes open and guns loaded. If there's even a sniff of Cornwall or Pinkertons on our tail, we ride again. Fast. Arthur nodded. I'll ride with Caleb and Charles in the morning. We'll scout it proper. Dutch looked to Hosea. Old friend, get the wagons ready. Coordinate with Mr. Pearson and Mrs. Grimshaw in the morning and make sure everything's packed. But make sure not doing it too fast and urgent, no sense stirring panic before we have a place to go. Hosea gave a grunt of agreement, rubbing his hands together against the fire's warmth. After a few more minutes of quiet discussion, Dutch dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Get some rest. Especially you two, Arthur, Caleb. Both of you and Charles ride at first light tomorrow. The meeting broke up, each man moving to prepare in his own way. As Caleb lay in his bedroll later that night, the embers of the fire dimming into a soft red glow, he stared up at the stars. The vastness of the night sky always reminded him of how small they were. No matter how hard Dutch talked, how loud he preached about freedom and future, the universe didn't care. And Cornwall sure as hell wasn't going to let them go quietly. But Caleb wasn't afraid. He'd played this game before, knew the path ahead. He couldn't change everything, but he could tilt the scales. As for Dewberry Creek and Clements Point, it was more than just a place to scout and make his camp. It was where the story began continue to enter the next chapter. He closed his eyes, his mind settling into plans for the morning. With Arthur and Charles at his side, they could scout perfectly and safely, rescue the family, gain their goodwill, maybe even get their hands on that gold bar. Every bit counted now, especially with the Pinkertons breathing down their necks. The next day at dawn, Caleb was shaken from sleep by a rough but familiar voice. Come on, sunshine, Arthur said, nudging his boot. We ride soon. Get limber or whatever it is you do. Caleb blinked up at him, then gave a slow nod. The sky above was still a dim gray, stars just beginning to fade into the lightning horizon. The air held that crisp, clean bite that only existed in the early morning hours. Around them, the camp was still mostly asleep, only a few figures moving in the half-darkness, quietly prepping wagons or walking toward the fire for coffee. No time for his usual exercise, but Caleb pushed himself up and ran through a quick series of light stretches, shoulders rolled, legs bent, arms extended and flexed. It wasn't much, but it was enough to get the blood moving and the muscles warm. His body had taken well to the routine since he arrived in this world, adaptable, strong, younger than he remembered feeling before. Stretching done, he grabbed his gear. Gun belt first, buckled tight and slung low. Then the Lancaster repeater went over one shoulder, the pump-action shotgun over the other. His satchel was already packed from the night before. Finally, his hat found its place atop his head. He stepped out into the pale light and headed to the hitching post where he'd left Morgan the night before. As expected, Arthur and Charles were already there beside their horses, talking softly as they double-checked saddles and gear. Morning, Charles, Caleb greeted with a nod and a tired smile. Charles glanced up, returning the smile with his usual calm. Morning. Caleb gave Morgan a soft pat, brushing his hand down her neck before taking the brush from the saddlebag. A few gentle strokes to clear away dust, and then he reached into his coat and pulled out a slightly bruised apple he'd pocketed earlier. There you go, girl, he murmured, holding it out. Morgan crunched it happily. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Money, $1,463.45 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 116,111. Arrived at Dewberry Creek. Caleb gave Morgan a soft pat, brushing his hand down her neck before taking the brush from the saddlebag. A few gentle strokes to clear away dust, and then he reached into his coat and pulled out a slightly bruised apple he'd pocketed earlier. There you go, girl, he murmured, holding it out. Morgan crunched it happily. You ready yet? Arthur asked, smirking a little as he cinched his saddle one last time. Been ready since I woke up, Arthur, Caleb replied. Arthur scoffed and chuckled. Sure you were. We've been standing here watching you do your morning exercises or whatever you called it, while we were already saddled up. Caleb just shook his head with a quiet chuckle of his own. Hey, staying limber keeps me from ending up limping, keeps me from getting shot. You should try it sometime. Arthur snorted upon hearing that. Well, you're gonna be sore one way or another, he replied, swinging up onto his horse. Let's get moving. If it's too long, you gonna spoil that horse. And you don't. Caleb shot back, swinging into the saddle. I've seen you feeding your horse sugar cubes like they're going out of style. Arthur opened his mouth to retort but Charles cut in smoothly. Are we scouting or bickering like old women at a church social? That earned a chuckle from all three as they nudged their horses into motion, leaving Horseshoe Overlook, following the main road east. The sky above them shifted from gray to soft amber, sunlight slowly unfurling across the wide open fields of the heartlands. It cast long shadows behind them as they moved, the air still cool but warming with each passing minute. Birdsong filled the silence between hoofbeats, and for a while, none of them spoke. They just rode, the quiet morning wrapping around them like a blanket. As they left the camp behind, eventually Charles broke the silence as he turned in his saddle. So where exactly are we heading at this ungodly hour? To find us a new home to settle, Arthur said, adjusting his hat against the rising sun. We're packing up. Moving on. Charles frowned, turning to glance at him. What? Again? We just got settled. Caleb looked over his shoulder. Yeah, we have to. Something big happened yesterday in Valentine's. Charles arched an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Big? Caleb nodded grimly. Yes. Leviticus Cornwall, the guy who owns that train you all robbed back up in the Grizzlies before you moved down south, he managed to track us down. Showed up in Valentine with an army of private guards looking for Dutch. Charles's expression darkened. He tracked us here. Arthur let out a low whistle. Seems so. It was a damn miracle we walked out of that without a gunfight thanks to Caleb. Caleb continued. He came looking for answers. Hell, he probably wanted blood. But I managed to talk him down, buy Dutch, Strauss, and John enough time to get out of there clean. But it's only a matter of time before he sends the Pinkerton sniffing around Horseshoe Overlook. Charles let out a slow breath. That doesn't sound good. Fortunately, you were able to do that, Caleb. Could have gone south real fast, Arthur agreed. We got lucky. Charles shook his head. And so, now Dutch wants us to move. Yeah, Caleb said. We're heading to Dewberry Creek, down south at the border of Lemoyne. I suggested it. Dutch told us to scout it out and make sure it's safe and clear enough for us to lie low. Charles seemed to mull that over a bit, then nodded. All right, let's see what it's like. They rode for about 45 minutes, passing wide green pastures and shallow ravines, watching the land change slowly as the sun rose fully into the sky. When they reached the border of the heartlands, Arthur raised a hand, signaling them to slow as they reached a weathered signpost marking the county line. Here's where we leave the road, Arthur said, turning his horse south onto a narrow game trail that wound through thickening brush. Heading south, they broke off the main road, entering into rougher terrain. The land became patchier, with tufts of long grass and dry creek beds stretching out under sparse clusters of trees. Birds flitted between the branches, and a few distant deer scattered at the sound of hooves. Eventually, they crested a low ridge, and Dewberry Creek came into view. The dry riverbed lay sprawled below them, flanked on either side by small groves and rocky outcrops. It was a quiet, lonesome place, open, sure, but defensible. No signs of other people yet, and the place had a strange stillness to it. Well, Arthur said, pulling his horse to a stop beside Caleb. Ain't much out here. You sure this'll do? Caleb nodded, his tone neutral. It's isolated. We'll see anyone coming for miles. No roads, no towns, just open land. Charles narrowed his eyes. Yeah, but a little too open, don't you think? Agreed, Arthur muttered. Ain't a lot of cover. If we had to defend it. I know, Caleb admitted. We'll ride the perimeter. Make sure. Dutch just wants us to scout. We'll bring back a full report. They moved down into the creek bed, exploring its winding paths, the worn stones, and the clusters of shrubs. A pair of rabbits darted across their path, and a hawk circled above. It wasn't long before Caleb spotted the dead body that Arthur and Charles found in the game, which led them to what looked like an abandoned camp and then the group of three of a German mother, daughter, and son hiding beneath a wagon, huddled there with the mother holding a double-barreled shotgun. So Caleb immediately pointed toward the body and said, Hey, look, you see that? There's someone, or probably a body, on the ground. Hearing that, both Arthur and Charles immediately turned their eyes toward the direction Caleb pointed. Sure enough, they saw what he was talking about, a figure slumped on the dry dirt near a cluster of rocks, vultures pecking at the still form. Arthur clicked his tongue, guiding his horse forward. Well, shit. Let's check it out, Charles said grimly. The three of them nudged their horses into motion, trotting downhill toward the riverbed. As they neared, the vultures scattered into the sky with sharp cries, wings beating the dry air. The body lay twisted in an unnatural way, limbs slack, coat rumpled. A grim sight under the rising sun. They dismounted quickly, boots crunching over dust and stone as they approached. Caleb crouched near the head while Charles kneeled by the man's chest. Arthur stood behind them both, arms crossed, brow furrowed. Looks like he's been shot, Caleb murmured, eyes tracing the entry wound clean through the chest. From the condition of the body, it shouldn't have been long, right Charles? Charles pressed a couple of fingers to the man's neck just to be sure, then glanced at the blood drying around the wound. Yeah, maybe a few hours. Less, maybe. Judging from how the blood's still sticky and there's no rot setting in. Arthur shook his head with a heavy breath. So it looks like trouble got here before us, then. Means this place wasn't such a good spot for our camp after all. Charles and Caleb both nodded grimly. Charles stood and pointed off slightly to the right, where a faint trail led into a small depression. From the looks of it, there's a camp just ahead. Arthur immediately squared his shoulders. Sure. Let's get ready for business. Any issues, shoot first and debate second. Charles was just about to protest, like in the game, but Caleb stepped in faster. We shouldn't shoot for the sake of it, Arthur, Caleb said firmly. We don't even know if they're good people or not. If they're just survivors, scared out of their minds, shooting first makes us no better than the bastards we're trying to stay ahead of. Charles nodded in agreement, glancing toward Arthur. He's right. I don't shoot just for the sake of it either. Let's keep a level head. Arthur looked between the two of them, lips pursed under his mustache. Then he gave a reluctant nod. All right, both of you. Okay, let's go take a look. With Arthur leading, they moved forward on foot, heading into the dry riverbed's curve. The path was worn but passable, flanked by dry grass and scattered brush. The air was still and tense, every sound seeming louder in the quiet. They rounded the bend, and there it was, just as in the game. On the right side of the riverbed lay a makeshift camp, a few weathered canvas tents, some tarps stretched over ropes, and piles of clutter, wooden crates, rusted buckets, tattered sacks, broken chairs, and cooking pots long gone cold. A fire pit sat cold in the center of the camp, ashes scattered by the wind. Arthur motioned toward the camp. Look, here it is. Few tents but the place looks empty. Charles scanned the scene with narrowed eyes. Let's have a look around. Make sure. The three of them split up, keeping within earshot. Arthur poked around the fire pit and rummaged through a supply box. Charles checked the larger tent, finding a bedroll, an empty canteen, and a pair of worn shoes. Caleb, meanwhile, moved past the tents and the fire, drawn toward a half-covered wagon parked at the far end of the camp. Be careful, Arthur called over his shoulder. Maybe they heard us coming and went to ground. I'm being careful, Charles replied from behind a cluster of barrels. Yeah, me too, Caleb echoed, hand resting casually near the revolver holstered at his hip. As he reached the wagon, he noticed the wagon just like in the game, formation of makeshift barriers formed by stacked crates and barrels around the sides. Almost like a tiny barricade. He instantly put his guard up. He doesn't want to accidentally get shot. He stepped lightly, boots soft in the dirt, and gently leaned down as he began to declutter the makeshift barriers around the wagon slowly and surely. And there, just like in the game, he saw them. A German mother, daughter, and son huddled beneath the wagon, all trembling. The mother held a double-barreled shotgun tightly, aimed shakily at the space between the crates. Her wide eyes locked onto Caleb's as soon as she saw him, terrified but determined. The children clung to her, one boy, no more than 8, and a girl perhaps 12, both pale and frightened. Whoa, hey, Caleb said quickly, hands raised to show he meant no harm. Don't shoot. We're not here to hurt you. You're safe. The woman muttered something in German, voice quaking. Her finger tensed on the trigger. Her children let out stutters and heavy fast breaths while trembling more intensely, as they were afraid. It's all right, Caleb said, slowly crouching, with both of his hands still up in the air. You okay? You can come out from there, we mean you no harm. The woman blinked at his words, still shaking. Her barrel didn't drop, but it didn't fire either. Charles and Arthur came up behind him then, seeing the tense standoff. Arthur instinctively reached for his gun but Caleb threw a hand back. Wait, he said without turning. She's scared, just trying to protect her kids. Something must have happened here. Both of you get your hand up as well. Arthur growled under his breath but didn't draw and put his hand up. Charles immediately did the same without any complaints. Caleb looked the mother straight in the eyes. We help you, it's okay. There's no danger. The woman hesitated, then slowly, very slowly lowered the shotgun but not by much, still low but alert. She let out a rattling breath as she held the tears formed in her eyes. Her children clung tighter to her. Charles exhaled with quiet relief. You handled that well. She was ready to pull the trigger, Arthur muttered. And you were ready to get us all killed, Caleb shot back quietly, though without malice. Let's give them some space. The family slowly crawled out from under the wagon, keeping close to each other. The mother clutched the shotgun like a lifeline, and pointed it to the three of them but not as alert as before but still alert. Her children stuck to her sides like shadows. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Money, $1,463.45 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 112. Helping the German family. And you were ready to get us all killed, Caleb shot back quietly, though without malice. Let's give them some space. The family slowly crawled out from under the wagon, keeping close to each other. The mother clutched the shotgun like a lifeline, and pointed it to the three of them, but not as alert as before, but still alert. Her children stuck to her sides like shadows. Caleb stepped back to let them breathe, then pulled a small cloth-wrapped parcel from his satchel, some bread, dried meat, and an apple that he got from around this camp. Here, he said softly, offering it to them. The girl reached out first, eyes locked on his face the whole time. She took the bundle and handed it to her mother, who gave Caleb a silent, teary nod. Arthur crossed his arms. What do you think happened here? They were probably attacked, Charles said, glancing back toward the body they'd found earlier. Might have been family or someone they knew. Caleb nodded slowly. They've been through hell. What are we supposed to do with them? Arthur asked. We can't bring them back to camp. No, Caleb agreed. But we dash. Before Caleb could finish his sentence, the German woman holding the double-barreled shotgun interrupted, her voice trembling yet determined. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? G. German. Arthur opened his mouth to respond, but Caleb was quicker as he lifted his hand slightly in a non-threatening gesture, his tone calm. No ma'am, sorry, but we don't speak German. Arthur stepped forward with a harder edge in his voice as he added. Like he said, no, we don't. Now get the hell outta here. It ain't safe around here. Get the hell outta here. He gestured with a firm wave of his arm, as if shooing them away from danger, his frustration evident in every jerky movement. The woman flinched at his tone, clutching her children closer. But just as they stood still trembling to move, the 12-year-old German girl stepped out from behind her mother, clutching the dried meat Caleb had given. Her voice was small but desperate. They took our father, she blurted out in broken English. Then she vanished behind her mother again, clinging to her skirts like a lifeline. Charles stepped forward immediately, his voice low but urgent. Who did? The girl's head peeked out. Men, last night. Where? Charles pressed gently, crouching slightly to be closer to her level. Where did they take him? But Arthur groaned, rolled his eyes, and turned to Charles. Ain't no business of ours. I don't even speak whatever damn language they're usin'. Charles's face darkened as he turned to him sharply, anger bristling under his usually calm tone. He strode over and jabbed a finger toward Arthur's chest. You ain't as tough and dense as all that, Arthur Morgan, and we both know it. Arthur scowled, about to retort, but before he could, Caleb stepped in, seeing his opportunity to put some small influence of change inside Arthur. Arthur, how could you say that? Caleb said, voice low but firm. I know deep down you're a kind and thoughtful man. Don't let your frustration with our situation control your words and actions. We're not animals. The words seemed to strike Arthur like a physical blow. He stared at him, jaw clenched. Then his shoulders sagged a little, as if Caleb's words chipped away at a wall he'd built around himself. After a moment, he exhaled through his nose. You're right. I'm sorry, he muttered to the family, eyes flickering to the children. Charles looked at Caleb and nodded in approval, a silent thank you. Caleb returned it with a small smile. Charles turned to face the others. Come on, Arthur. Caleb. Let's move on and search for the father. He gave a short whistle, and his horse trotted toward him. Caleb tipped his hat to the family. We'll do what we can, and did the same for Morgan, giving her a brief pat on the neck as she approached. Arthur sighed, whistled for his own horse, and swung into the saddle without another word. Charles pointed south, recalling the direction the girl had motioned toward. She was pointing this way. Let's see if we can pick up some tracks. The three men urged their horses forward. Charles leaned over his mount's side, scanning the ground. Look, there's some tracks. Let's follow them. Caleb activated his eagle eye skill. His vision shifted, the world fading into muted tones as bright golden trails marked boot prints in the dirt, scuffed earth, and even a faint bloodstain. There, he said, riding beside Charles. I see the trail. Charles nodded appreciatively. Good eye. Let's follow them. Arthur fell into place behind them, quiet. His posture was stiff with lingering irritation. A few minutes passed in relative silence until Charles spoke again, glancing back at Arthur. What's going on with you, Arthur? Arthur furrowed his brow. What do you mean? You were just gonna send that woman and her children on their way, just like that. Arthur's expression tightened. We're wanted men, Charles. We got both Cornwall and the Pinkertons breathing down our necks. We should be moving, camp, not running off on some wild goose chase for folks we don't even know. Charles snapped back. Come on, Arthur. That's not who you are. Arthur's lips curled in frustration. Well, maybe you didn't know me as well as you think you do. Caleb couldn't keep quiet any longer. No, Arthur, he said, firm but not unkind. Both of us, even me, who's only been here a short while, know exactly who you are. You're not the kind of man who turns his back on people in need. Don't start thinking so low of yourself. Arthur fell silent, his jaw working as he stared straight ahead. The tension lingered in the air for a moment, until they crossed over a shallow ditch and came upon a set of train tracks intersecting a dirt road. Charles reined his horse into a slow trot. "I think this is the right way," he murmured. "Give me a second." Caleb scanned the terrain using his eagle-eye skill, then remembered what came next, memories from his past life when he played the game as Arthur. He saw where the trail continued. "I think we should head this way," he said, pointing left. "They go down this way." Arthur and Charles exchanged a glance. Charles nodded. "All right, lead the way." The three of them rode in silence at first, Caleb taking the lead as they turned left off the main road. The horses' hooves crunched over patches of dry earth, then softer ground as they neared the lake that shimmered ahead under the noon sun. The trees began to thin, giving way to wide, open water bordered by cattails and low grass swaying in the wind. Caleb raised a hand, signaling them to halt. "Wait a moment," he said, scanning the terrain. "Let me see, make sure this is the right way." He turned slightly in the saddle. "Charles, help me confirm it." Charles reined his horse to a stop beside him. "Sure," he said, swinging a leg off the saddle and leaning low over the side, squinting down at the dirt and sparse grass. Caleb activated his eagle eye again. The world washed into muted blues and grays, but the trail, faint golden tracks, flared into sight once more. The tracks wove along the lake's edge, curving left. Some prints were deeper than before, likely carrying a burden, or dragging something. "They went this way," Caleb said confidently, gesturing toward the lakeshore trail to the left. Charles straightened up and nodded. "Yeah, I see the same thing. Good call." Arthur arched an eyebrow. "You two are creepily in sync sometimes." Caleb smirked. "Just good tracking skills." With a subtle cue to their horses, they all turned left and began riding along the water's edge. The lake glimmered quietly beside them, a peaceful contrast to the tension they carried. As they rode, Charles broke the silence, voice contemplative. "So, I didn't expect Dutch would want to move our camp this far south. I've only been with the gang a few months, but, from how he talks, it's surprising. I never thought I'd see him wanting to head south." Arthur snorted and looked ahead, face lined with skepticism. "Right. And I know by now there ain't no lying low." "Not really." Charles nodded. "There's too many of us for that." Arthur continued with his voice tinged with something between amusement and resignation. "And there ain't no way Dutch is gonna just hide in a cave somewhere. Goes against everything he stands for. That'd be admitting we're nothing more than a bunch of low-down criminals." Caleb seized the opportunity to reinforce Arthur's growing self-awareness. He turned his head slightly from the front, chiming in. "Which we are, right? Even if we got our own code. Still low-down criminals in the eyes of the law and many people." Charles let out a short laugh, amused by Caleb's honesty. "I agree with Caleb." Arthur's lips twitched as he let out a sigh, not quite a smile but not a scowl either. "The two of you don't have to tell me. I know so." They continued riding for several more minutes, following the faint tracks that became clearer the further they moved south. The terrain shifted, the path narrowing as the lake curved and gave way to small groves of trees. The trail cut through them, and soon they were riding under a thick canopy, sunlight filtering through branches in golden shards. As they approached the tree line, Caleb suddenly pulled Morgan to a stop. "Wait a minute," he said, feigning sudden recognition. "I think I know this area. We're heading toward a place called Clements Point. It's tucked away, quiet, and good cover. Much more hidden than Horseshoe Overlook. If the men who took the German father are camped there, we can hit them hard, rescue the man, and maybe even take the spot for ourselves." Arthur reined his horse beside Caleb, eyebrows raised in deep skepticism. "Really, Caleb? This ain't gonna be like Dewberry Creek, is it? You swore that place was good too." Caleb's act winced at Arthur's words and let out a small chuckle but kept his tone steady. "Yes, I remember that, and I get your hesitation. But I assure you, Arthur, this one's different. I completely forgot about it until now, it just came back to me. It's secluded, defendable, and close enough to town to get supplies but far enough to stay hidden. Looks like lending a hand to that family might have repaid us after all." Charles, riding on Caleb's opposite side, glanced between them and then nodded. "I believe you. When you do something good without expecting anything in return, the world finds a way to pay you back 10 times over." Arthur grumbled something under his breath and didn't argue further, but it wasn't a denial either. Their pace quickened, urgency returning to their mission. The path ahead narrowed between the trees again, then opened to a sparse forest area with several stones on the side. Smoke wafted up in thin trails in the distance, just over the rise, in the trees near the lake's bend. Caleb raised a hand again. "There's smoke. Campfire. Could be them." The three of them immediately ride forward toward the smoke. The forest opened up to reveal a small clearing near the water's edge, where there was even a small dock on the side. There they saw a small cluster of camp, with a campfire in the middle, 2 tents, a wagon, and a big tree in the middle of the clearing. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 2. Horse mastery, LVL 3. Poker, LVL 3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 1. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 1. Bow, LVL 2. Pain nullifier, LVL 1. Physical regeneration, LVL 0. Crafting, LV 1. Persuasion, LVL 2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL 2. Teaching, LVL 1. Money, $1,463.45 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 113. Returning the man back to his family. The three of them immediately ride forward toward the smoke. The forest opened up to reveal a small clearing near the water's edge, where there was even a small dock on the side. There they saw a small cluster of camp, with a campfire in the middle, 2 tents, a wagon, and a big tree in the middle of the clearing. But the camp appeared deserted. No men, no voices. Just the hiss of the fire still crackling in the pit and the eerie chorus of cicadas building in the trees. But Caleb knew better. His fingers tightened around his Lancaster repeater as they dismounted, his boots crunching softly on the dry earth. "Where the hell is everybody?" Arthur muttered, his voice a gravelly rasp of suspicion as he slid down from his horse. His hand went instinctively to the grip of his revolver, drawing it in one smooth motion. Charles followed suit, unholstered his sawed-off shotgun, the twin barrels gleaming in the sunlight, sweeping the area with his eyes. "I don't like this. Feels too quiet." Caleb dismounted as well, gripping his Lancaster repeater. His eyes scanned every tent flap, every shadow behind a tree, knowing from the game that this was all a trap, but he couldn't say it outright. "Yeah, something's off." They advanced together, boots crunching leaves and gravel as they stepped cautiously into the center of the camp. Arthur growled again. "So where is this guy? Hell, where is everybody?" Charles looked around slowly, then nodded to himself. "I don't know, but you know something." He gestured around with the weapon. "I agree with Caleb here. This spot's much better than Dewberry Creek for our camp spot. Easier to defend, more concealed from prying eyes. Got water nearby, too." Caleb gave a wry grin. "Thanks, Charles. Appreciate the vote of confidence. Even Charles thinks this is a perfect spot, Arthur. So, what do you say now?" Arthur grunted, casting a wary glance toward the tents. Yeah, okay Caleb. I believe you." As they moved through the camp center, Caleb spotted exactly what he'd expected. He saw the German man in a prone position bound by the hands and feet, lying on the ground just behind the campfire, exactly how he remembered from his past life in the game. In front of the man was a wooden box with a bundle of rope, and nearby a rickety chair with a knife resting on its seat. "There," Caleb pointed. "That's him." Arthur's eyes followed Caleb's finger. "Yeah, that looks like our feller right there." "Quick," Charles said, already stepping forward. "Let's cut him loose and get the hell out of here." "Wait," Caleb interrupted sharply. "Something's not right here," he said, voice low and tight. "Why would they just leave him out here like that? With the fire still going? No one's here. It's too clean. This smells like a trap." Charles immediately froze and turned toward the campfire, his eyes narrowing. Arthur's brow furrowed, and he muttered a curse as he crouched slightly. And then, crack! A bullet slammed into the dirt just inches from Caleb's foot, throwing up a spray of soil. "Take cover!" Caleb shouted, diving behind a long wooden table and flipping it over in one fluid motion. Bullets peppered the makeshift barrier as he dragged it backward, positioning himself better, yanking his repeater into firing position. Just as in his memories, Arthur dug behind a trio of barrels stacked near the wagon, while Charles ducked into cover behind a pile of burlap sacks beside one of the tents. More gunfire erupted, echoing through the clearing like thunderclaps. "3 coming from our right," Charles called out, peeking over his cover to fire 2 quick shots from his shotgun. Caleb spotted movement in the trees. 4 from the left, 2 on horseback. He shouldered his Lancaster, activating Dead Eye. Time seemed to slow as he marked targets, first the rider on the bay mare, then the rifleman behind the oak, and finally the brute charging with a machete. 3 shots rang out in rapid succession, each finding its mark, and all 3 men fell like puppets with cut strings. His dead eye faded as the cooldown set in, leaving him momentarily drained. Caleb blinked away the fatigue and ducked back under cover just as a bullet struck the table's edge with a sharp splintering crack, focusing on the remaining threats. The firefight was brutal but brief. Arthur's revolver barked twice, dropping another assailant. Charles's shotgun boomed like thunder, sending the last 2 bandits scrambling for cover, only to be cut down by well-placed repeater shots from Caleb. Silence fell over the clearing, broken only by the distant cry of a hawk and the groans of the dying. "Well," Charles said, stepping out from cover and reloading his shotgun, "that's the last of them dealt with." Arthur stepped out from behind the barrels, his revolver still up as he scanned the trees. "Damn ambush. They almost had us." Charles, hearing that, nodded his head and then turned to Caleb. "You go on and get that man untied. Arthur and I will see what they've left behind for us." Caleb lowered his repeater and stood, slinging it over his shoulder. He made his way to the bound man at the center of the camp, cautious even now. The man was bruised and gagged, panic and exhaustion etched into his dirt-smudged face. Kneeling beside him, Caleb pulled his knife and cut the rope around his wrists and ankles, then helped him sit up. The man pulled the gag from his mouth and rasped out something in German, a breathless, tearful string of thanks. "No problem," Caleb said in English, helping the man to his feet. "It's what we should do." The man grasped Caleb's arm briefly in gratitude. Then Caleb turned and called over his shoulder, "I'll take him back to his family. You two loot the camp and let Dutch know this place is perfect for moving in. We need to move fast." Arthur waved a hand. "Yeah, okay. Be careful out there." "Don't worry," Caleb said, turning toward Morgan, who had wandered just a few feet away, ears twitching but unharmed. He swung up into the saddle and offered a hand to the freed man. "Come on, let's get you back to your family." The German man climbed up behind him, still shaken but clearly relieved. Charles gave Caleb a nod as the young man turned Morgan toward the trees. "You did good, Caleb." Caleb gave a smile. "So did you." As Caleb retraced the path back to Dewberry Creek, Caleb kept his senses alert, scanning the tree line for any remaining threats. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across their path, the golden light filtering through the leaves in dappled patterns. The man at this time spoke suddenly, his English broken but understandable. "You, good man, not like others." Caleb glanced back at him. "Just doing what's right. Main family, safe. They're waiting for you," Caleb assured him. "Worried, but unharmed." The man made a sound that might have been a sob or a prayer. "Danke, danke." The rest of the ride continued in silence, the only sounds being the steady rhythm of Morgan's hooves against the dirt path and the occasional rustle of leaves overhead as the wind stirred the treetops. Caleb didn't say much, he didn't have to. The German man, now seated behind him on Morgan, held on with a quiet reverence, occasionally murmuring a prayer or whispering a name. They descended from the wooded ridge, following the winding trail that curved around the edge of the dry creek. As they rounded the final bend, the familiar sight of the German family's small camp came into view. There it was, just as he remembered. A wagon, hitched with two tired-looking horses, stood idle near the riverbed. Beside it, the German woman and her daughter were kneeling near the rear wheel, apparently fixing or cleaning something. The little boy sat idly on the other side of the wagon's front wheel, fiddling with a twig. Caleb reined Morgan into a gentle trot, slowing down as they approached. "Main shots. Main Liebling." The German man suddenly shouted in his native tongue, his voice cracking with emotion, as he scrambled down from the saddle before Morgan even fully stopped. His voice rang out over the empty plain like a bell, causing the woman to freeze and look up. Her eyes widened, and both hands flew to her mouth. "Andreas! Andreas!" she cried, her voice thick with emotion. The little boy jumped up, while the girl turned around with wide eyes. Andreas was already moving toward them with arms outstretched. The woman rushed forward to meet him halfway, embracing him so tightly it looked like she might never let go. Her sobs were audible even from where Caleb sat in the saddle. Caleb felt something stir in his chest, not just the satisfaction of completing an objective, but something warmer, deeper. The kind of feeling no mission reward or XP bar could replicate. Andreas whispered something in German into his wife's ear, gently patting her back. Then he turned and hugged his daughter, lifting her up slightly, before kneeling and wrapping his arms around his young son, who clung to him like a lifeline. The boy didn't cry, he just smiled in stunned silence, burying his face into his father's shoulder. A few moments passed before the family finally turned to face Caleb. Still flanked by his children, Andreas stepped forward with a proud posture, his arm wrapped around his daughter's shoulders while his son clung to his leg. His wife stood beside him, her eyes still glistening. She said something quickly in German, something melodic and sincere. A compliment. Praise. Caleb could guess not because of tone if or the words, but because he remembered perfectly the translation dialogue from the game. Andreas nodded in agreement, adding something of his own. His accent was heavy, but the gratitude in his tone was universal. Caleb, able to understand the specifics, chose to simply gave them a sheepish smile. "Thank you for the kind words," he replied. "But the four of you should get out of here. This place it ain't safe." "Not yet." The woman tilted her head slightly, confused. The boy glanced up at his father. Andreas understood. Caleb could see it in his eyes. Caleb made a shooing gesture with his hand, grinning slightly. "Go on. Move along now. Safe's not a word I'd use for this region right now." Andreas blinked, then chuckled and nodded. "Yes, yes," he said in a heavy accent. "We go." He turned back to the wagon, but paused once more. Reaching beneath the chassis, Andreas felt around with a practiced hand and pulled out something wrapped in a cloth bundle. When he opened it, the light of the sun caught the unmistakable gleam of a gold bar. Caleb, already expecting this, acted like he lifted his brows slightly in surprise. "For you," Andreas said solemnly, pressing it into Caleb's hands. "Danke, danke, thank you." Caleb looked at the gold bar, then back at the man. "You didn't have to, but I appreciate it." He slipped the bar into his satchel, nodding in acknowledgement. "Take care of them. Get far from here." Andreas smiled and offered a final nod, before climbing up onto the wagon beside his wife and daughter. The boy scrambled up after them. With a light crack of the reins and a shouted hi-ya, the wagon creaked forward, wheels turning slowly as it carried the family away from the camp and toward safety. Caleb watched them go, eyes lingering until the wagon disappeared behind a copse of trees in the distance. Only when the dust settled did he mount back up onto Morgan. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Money, $1,463.45, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 114. New chapter at Clements Point. The boy scrambled up after them. With a light crack of the reins and a shouted hi-ya, the wagon creaked forward, wheels turning slowly as it carried the family away from the camp and toward safety. Caleb watched them go, eyes lingering until the wagon disappeared behind a copse of trees in the distance. Only when the dust settled did he mount back up onto Morgan. "All right, girl," he murmured, patting her neck. "Let's get back. They'll be waitin'." He turned her around and kicked off at a steady pace toward Horseshoe Overlook. The ride back was peaceful, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the heartlands. Caleb kept his senses alert, but the land seemed quiet, no Pinkertons, no Cornwall's men, just the occasional deer bounding away through the tall grass. As he rode, he reflected on the day's events. Saving the family had been the right thing to do, regardless of the reward. But the gold would certainly help, as he needs more funds for his business, and even if this gold bar wasn't of the same value as the normal gold bar, which he remembers from the game, it is still very good. More importantly, he'd seen the beginnings of change in Arthur. That moment when Arthur had actually apologized to the family, that hadn't happened in the original timeline. It was a small step, but an important one. The sun had begun its descent when the trail to Horseshoe Overlook came into view, bathed in golden-orange hues. Smoke curled faintly from the campfires beyond the ridge, and Caleb spotted movement, figures. The gang had already begun settling into their new home. As Caleb reached the perimeter, Pearson waved from the stew pot, swabbing the inside of a kettle. "You're back. Dutch said you'd be in soon." Caleb gave a quick nod, guiding Morgan past. He saw Charles sitting on a barrel nearby, chewing on a piece of jerky. Arthur stood near his horse, brushing him down, but looked up when Caleb arrived. "You get him back all right?" Arthur asked gruffly. "Yeah," Caleb said, dismounting and looping Morgan's reins around a post. The whole family was still at their old camp, safe and sound. They immediately moved after that. Arthur gave a grunt that passed for approval. "Good work," Charles told Dutch. Arthur continued. "We're movin' into Clements Point. Whole camp's been busy settin' up since morning, so any moment it will be done." "Glad to hear it," Caleb replied. Just then, Dutch emerged from his tent, his fine coat unbuttoned, arms spread in theatrical welcome. "Caleb, my boy." Dutch's voice boomed. "Heard you did good work out there. Arthur and Charles filled me in. And I gotta say, this new spot, it's perfect. You've got an eye for these things." Caleb shrugged. "I'm just lucky that I remembered that place that, if we didn't help that German family I will need to remember that." Dutch stepped closer and clapped a hand on his shoulder. "No matter what you deciding to save the family got us that place. You're a valuable man to have around, son. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Caleb offered a faint smile, but didn't say much. Compliments always made him uneasy, especially when they came with an agenda. Dutch lingered another second, then waved expansively. "Go get yourself some food. We've got a camp to settle. And I imagine you've earned yourself a rest." As Dutch strode away, Caleb took a deep breath and looked around the camp. The tents were being pitched, crates unloaded, people moving around, talking, laughing, working. This wasn't just survival, it was home, even if temporary. The rest of the afternoon passed in a whirlwind of activity. Caleb helped Pearson pack up the cookware, secured the medical supplies with Reverend Swanson, and made sure the weapons were properly stored for transport. As he worked, he noticed the gang's mood was surprisingly upbeat. Despite the sudden move, people seemed energized, a bit excited even. Change, it seemed, was welcome after weeks of looking over their shoulders at Horseshoe Overlook. Susan Grimshaw bustled past, her arms full of linens. "Don't just stand there, Mr. Thorne. We've got work to do." "Yes, ma'am," Caleb said with a grin, tipping his hat before moving to help Tilly with the women's tent. The caravan moved out steadily through the heartlands, the sky above now painted in rich amber and burnt gold. The wheels clattered over the rough dirt path, the distant chirp of crickets slowly growing louder as the day slipped into the evening. Caleb rode at the rear of the line, a steady sentinel atop Morgan. The mare moved with sure footing, her ears flicking every now and then, responding to the faintest stir of the wind. Caleb kept one hand firmly on the reins, the other gripping his polished Lancaster repeater, thumb occasionally brushing over the trigger guard. His eyes were sharp, scanning every shadow, every patch of tall grass, every ridge and dip that could hide a watching eye. Ahead of him, the caravan stretched, 4 wagons strong, each packed with the Van der Linde gang's most essential belongings. The first wagon, led by Charles, bore Dutch at the shotgun, surveying the world with arms folded and his hat dipped low. Hosea and Arthur rode with the second, Pearson and Miss Grimshaw in the third, and the last wagon carried the women, the clothes, and the miscellaneous cash. The air was filled with the creaking of wheels, the snorts of horses, and the occasional bark of an order from Miss Grimshaw. The journey was tense but calm. Every time a bird burst from a tree or a deer crossed their path, Caleb's heart jumped, part of him still expecting Pinkertons or bounty hunters to come crashing through the trees. But nothing came. No riders. No lawmen. Just the quiet hum of dusk and the occasional whisper of the wind through the grass. He caught sight of a rabbit sprinting across the trail ahead. A hawk circled high above. The world was alive but, for once, not out for blood. An hour and a half passed in this quiet vigilance. The shadows deepened, and stars began peeking through the heavens by the time they reached the familiar trail Caleb had marked in his mind, a narrow track branching off from the main road, veiled by pine and oak. And then, as they passed the forest, the shimmering waters of the Commissar River came into view, and the clearing of Clements Point. Caleb spurred Morgan forward and rode up to the head of the caravan, just as the wagons began to fan out. He came up alongside the lead wagon, where Charles guided the horses with a steady hand and Dutch lounged beside him. Dutch looked over and beamed when he saw Caleb. "Oh, Caleb," Dutch said, spreading his arms in theatrical satisfaction. "You were right. This place, it'll be perfect for us to make camp." He spread his arms wide, taking in the peninsula. "I don't know where exactly we are, but we'll make the best of this location and make it a home." Caleb gave a small, approving nod as Caleb guided Morgan alongside the wagon. "This area's close to a town called Rhodes, just east of here. Supplies won't be too hard to get." Dutch's eyes twinkled. "Oh, you've been in these parts before, son." Caleb kept his tone casual, eyes forward. "Yeah, I traveled around a bit before deciding to settle in Valentine's." "I see," Dutch mused, rubbing his chin. "Well, it's good you know the area. At least we ain't blind here." As the wagon slowed, Dutch jumped down, boots crunching softly on the gravel and soil. Caleb reined Morgan to the side, pulling her away so as not to accidentally bump into the gang's leader. Dutch, always the showman, pulled a cigar from his vest, lit it with a flourish, and raised his voice in that familiar commanding timbre. "Mrs. Grimshaw, Mr. Pearson, put everyone to work. Make this place a proper home for all of us." The wagons rolled into position, wheels coming to a stop, and soon figures were moving about in earnest. Grimshaw immediately began barking orders, directing the women to pitch tents, the men to unload the wagons, and the women's to gather firewood and water. Pearson cursed loudly as he unloaded crates, and Swanson stumbled down from the third wagon, clutching a half-empty bottle. Caleb sat still for a moment atop Morgan, overlooking it all. The firelight began to flicker through the darkening woods, the chatter and clang of tools and cookware. Despite everything, it felt hopeful. And then it happened. Ding! A soft chime rang in Caleb's mind, clear as a bell. His breath caught as the familiar blue shimmer of his system interface suddenly appeared in the air before him, visible only to his eyes. Words scrolled in glowing text. "System update. You have successfully survived a critical transition and contributed to the long-term development of the camp. You have entered the next chapter of the world. Reward granted. Permanent inventory system unlocked. Size, 5x5x5 cardboard box. New skill acquired, Germanic language proficiency, LVL max." Caleb blinked. No way. His heart pounded. An inventory system. He'd been dreaming of this, some kind of secure storage, something to free him from the anxiety of always carrying valuables or losing them to random tragedy. Even if the space was no bigger than a cardboard box, the sheer utility was staggering. He opened the inventory with a thought, and sure enough, a neat 3D grid appeared, 25 cubic slots, floating in a spatial matrix. With just a touch of willpower, he focused on the small pouch of gold nuggets in his satchel, and with a soft shimmer, they vanished from his hand and appeared in one of the slots. "Unreal," he muttered. Then there was the language skill, Germanic language proficiency. He remembered the family he'd saved, the way the father struggled with English. Was this a gift for helping them? Still, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Useful, sure, but unless more Germans showed up, it wasn't exactly urgent. "Mr. Thorne." Susan Grimshaw's voice snapped him from his thoughts like a whip. He jerked upright in the saddle and turned to see the camp matron standing with her hands on her hips, linen bundles stacked beside her. "You planning on sleeping up there all night? Get down and make yourself useful." "Yes, ma'am," he said quickly, dismounting. He gave Morgan a reassuring pat before leading her to a small tree where he tied her reins, then jogged over to help set up the sleeping tents. As the night thickened, lanterns were lit, fires sparked to life, and the sound of chopping, hammering, and grumbling filled the air. Caleb worked with the others. He helped Lenny secure the weapons tent, double-checked the ammo crates, and assisted Charles in lifting a particularly stubborn chest filled with medical supplies. By the time the camp was semi-functional, the moon hung high overhead, its reflection shimmering on the lake's calm surface. Most of the gang had gathered around the central fire, bowls of Pearson's questionable stew in hand. Dutch held court at the head of the gathering, his voice carrying over the crackling flames. "This is a new beginning, my friends. A fresh start in an unknown land." He raised his tin cup. "To a better future. To a better future." The gang echoed, tin cups and bottles raised. Caleb sat slightly apart, observing the scene. The inventory system still occupied his thoughts. Between bites of stew, he continues to experiment mentally, storing and retrieving small items from his pockets, a coin, his knife, and a piece of a bullet. The system worked flawlessly, each item appearing and disappearing at will. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max, new. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5, new. Money, $1,463.45, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 120, sorry there's no update today. Sorry everyone there's no update today, die to a work trip I have to go to, but as usual don't worry I will return back tomorrow with 2 chapters update for all novels, sorry for the inconvenience. 121, 115. Fishing with Mary Beth. Caleb sat slightly apart, observing the scene. The inventory system still occupied his thoughts. Between bites of stew, he continues to experiment mentally, storing and retrieving small items from his pockets, a coin, his knife, and a piece of a bullet. The system worked flawlessly, each item appearing and disappearing at will. His musings were interrupted by Hosea settling onto the log beside him. "You've been quiet since we arrived, son," the older man observed. "Something on your mind?" Caleb considered his words carefully. "Just thinking about how long we'll get to stay here. You know, before trouble comes to us once again." Hosea followed his gaze across the moonlit lake. "Longer than the last place, hopefully. Thanks to you." He patted Caleb's knee. "Get some rest, son. Tomorrow's another day." Later, in the privacy of his newly pitched tent beside Arthur's tent, which he received as Dutch's thanks for the contribution he made, Caleb finally had time to properly examine his new abilities. A mental command brought the gold bar into his hand, its weight familiar and comforting. Another sent it back to storage. He spent the next hour testing limits, how quickly he could store and retrieve items, whether the system worked through barriers, it did, and most importantly, if others could see when he used it in which they couldn't, but items appeared or disappeared suddenly could still raise a question. Satisfied, Caleb stored his most valuable possessions, the gold bar and 2 gold nuggets, almost all of his money inside his satchel, and almost all of the bullets he had in hand as well, making a mental note to take bullets from the weapons and ammo wagon tomorrow. The rest he kept on his person for appearances. As he lay back on his bedroll, exhaustion finally catching up with him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of optimism. With this new advantage, maybe, just maybe, the chance of him changing the gang's fate increases. The sun was only just beginning to peek over the horizon when Caleb stirred, roused not by the chill morning air, but by the sweet sound of familial joy just outside his tent. "Look, Pa, you got a big fish." Jack's voice rang out with the clear, infectious excitement of a child's discovery. "Yes, son," John's deeper and rougher voice responded with uncharacteristic warmth, calm and patient in a way few in camp ever heard. "Now why don't I teach you how to bring it to shore?" "Really? I could do that, Pa." Jack's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. John's chuckle was warm and genuine. "Of course you can. Now come here and hold the rod tight with me." The laughter that followed brought a smile to Caleb's face even before he opened his eyes. He blinked once, took a breath, and sat up slowly in his bedroll, the dim light of morning filtering in through the canvas walls of his tent. For a long moment, he just listened, to the gentle lapping of the water nearby, the clink of utensils from the campfire, and the happy murmur of voices drifting through the new camp at Clemens Point. He pulled on his boots, shook the stiffness from his arms through stretching, and stepped out into the fresh morning air. Rather than head straight to do his usual morning exercise or go straight to have breakfast, he walked around to the back of his tent, drawn by the sounds of Jack and John. There, near the edge of the lake, he saw them. John crouched behind Jack, his large hands guiding the boy's smaller ones on the rod. The fish tugged and splashed in the shallows, and Jack's squeals of delight echoed across the water. John smiled, a real, open smile that Caleb rarely saw on the man's face. And together they reeled the fish in. Caleb stood quietly, arms crossed, just watching. This was the first real father-son moment he'd witnessed between. When he'd first urged John to take on more responsibility with Jack, he hadn't known whether it would stick. But this was proof. Real change. Something better. The sight tugged at something in Caleb's chest. This was the family Jack deserved, not the fractured one he got at the start of the original timeline until John changed. As he watched, lost in quiet satisfaction, a hand landed gently on his shoulder. "Good morning, Caleb. How was your sleep?" A voice like birdsong after a storm followed after the hand. He turned to see Mary Beth, her eyes bright despite the early hour and filled with amusement at having caught him unaware, a soft smile on her lips, her cheeks pink from the morning chill. Their eyes met, and for a heartbeat, neither spoke. Both smiled, and both felt it, the quiet flutter of something unspoken passing between them. "Morning, Mary Beth," Caleb greeted, his tone warm, but the sight of her, hair slightly mussed from sleep, the way her borrowed shirt hung loose on her slender frame, made Caleb's breath catch. "I slept very well, Mary Beth," he managed. "What about you? Get some rest in this new place." "I did," she said with a small nod, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "I actually fell asleep right after supper, after my head hit the pillow last night. This place is so peaceful. Much better than our last camp." Her gaze swept across the lake before returning to him, warm with admiration. "So, thank you." Caleb tilted his head slightly. "For what?" "For finding it and for bringing us here." Her voice was gentle, almost shy now. "It feels safer already." Caleb's smile grew faintly. "It's what I should do. For the safety of the whole gang." He paused just long enough for her to raise an eyebrow in surprise before adding, "Especially yours." Mary Beth's reaction was everything he could have hoped for, her cheeks flushed crimson, eyes dropping to the ground, smiling despite herself, as she fidgeted with her skirt. Thank you for caring about the gang's safety. Especially, mine." The last word was barely audible. Seeing her reaction, Caleb's heart warmed, and he thought, maybe this was the right time. The words slipped out before he could temper them, but to his surprise, he didn't regret them. A new chapter, new camp, new opportunities. If there was ever a moment to start being more open and honest with himself and her, it was now. Before he could second-guess himself, he immediately asked, "Have you had breakfast yet this morning?" Mary Beth looked up again, a little caught off guard. "No, not yet. I was helping Miss Grimshaw with the linens, and when I was finished, I saw you standing here looking at Jack and John." As if on cue, her stomach let out an audible growl that made her clap both hands over her abdomen in mortification. She froze, blushing furiously. Caleb couldn't help but laugh, a warm, genuine sound that seemed to startle them both. "Well, looks like your stomach had answered for you as well, Mary Beth." She weakly swatted his arm lightly, embarrassed but smiling. The way her nose scrunched when embarrassed was downright adorable. "Don't tease me, Caleb." "I wouldn't dare," he said with mock seriousness, then grinned. "Tell you what, how about some fresh fish? I was just thinking of catching some myself." Mary Beth blinked. "You're going fishing?" "Figured it's a nice morning. Calm water. Good time for it." He paused, eyes locking with hers. "Want to come with me?" For a moment, she didn't respond. But then, her eyes widened then softened, and a bright smile spread across her face. "Sure. I'd like that very much." "Great," Caleb said, pleased. "Wait here a second, I'll grab the fishing gears." He made his way to Arthur's tent, where the man was just pulling on his shirt, clearly still groggy. "Morning, Arthur." Arthur squinted at him. "Morning, Caleb. You're up early." Before Arthur could say more, Caleb plunged ahead. "Yeah, say, you mind if I borrow your rod and some bait? Thought I'd try my luck down by the river and take Mary Beth fishing." Arthur paused mid-button, blinking. Then his eyebrows shot up, sleepiness vanishing as a slow knowing grin spread across his face, and he rubs his stubbled jaw. "Well now someone's gettin' bold. What happened to the shy feller who immediately lashed out to me when I teased you some time back?" Caleb rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress his own smile. "So, can I borrow it or not?" Arthur chuckled, jerking his thumb toward his tent. "Help yourself. Rod's in my satchel atop the chest by the bed. Baits too." "Thanks." Caleb ducked inside, emerging moments later with Arthur's folded fishing rod and a small tin of worms. Arthur clapped him on the shoulder as he passed. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do," the older man called after him, laughter in his voice. "Which leaves me plenty of options." Caleb shot back over his shoulder, earning a bark of laughter from Arthur. With the gear in hand, a foldable rod and enough bait for two, Caleb returned to where Mary Beth waited. She stood near the edge of the camp, arms folded, watching the lake. He handed her the rod. "Shall we?" They walked together along the lake, far enough from John and Jack to have their own space, but close enough to enjoy the same tranquil view. The mist still clung to the water's surface in patches, and birds chirped in the trees. A few ducks drifted lazily in the distance. Caleb unfolded the rod, baited the line, and showed Mary Beth how to cast. She listened attentively, laughing when her first try plopped unceremoniously into the shallows. "Don't worry," Caleb said, kneeling beside her to adjust her grip. "Everyone starts somewhere." With his help, her next cast was much better. The line sailed out smoothly and plunked just right into the deeper waters. They sat side by side as the minutes ticked by, lines cast, the sun rising slowly behind them. The world felt quiet, safe. For once, there were no gunshots in the distance, no tension in the air. Just the soft lap of water and the occasional tug on the line. Mary Beth leaned back on her palms. "This is nice," she said softly. "I can see why Dutch and Hosea enjoys it." Caleb nodded. "Peaceful. Makes you forget what kind of world we're in." They sat in silence for a time, enjoying the view, before Mary Beth spoke again. "You've changed, Caleb." Caleb glanced at her. "Oh. You're more confident now," she said. "Like you're still you, just stronger. Like you've figured something out." Caleb hesitated, unsure how to respond. She wasn't wrong. After all, slowly the system, the memories, and the knowledge from his past life, all of it had given him an edge, which the slowly get used to, and he also decided to act more braver with her. But he couldn't tell her that. "Maybe I have," he said quietly. "Or maybe I'm just learning how to hold on to the good things while I can." Their eyes met again, and something deeper passed between them, understanding, warmth, and maybe even the start of something more. Suddenly, Mary Beth's rod jerked. "Oh!" she gasped. Caleb grinned. "Hold tight. Reel it slow." Together they reeled in the fish, Mary Beth laughing all the while. It wasn't huge, but it was enough for breakfast. By the time they returned to camp, they had 3 fish between them, and smiles on their faces. Mary Beth blushed when Tilly gave her a knowing look, but Caleb just handed the fish to Pearson with a casual grin. "You cook, Pearson," Caleb said, patting his belly. "We'll eat." Mary Beth laughed, and for the rest of the morning, they shared breakfast and stories by the fire. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $463.45. Inventory, $1,000, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 122-116. Dutch descent more. By the time they returned to camp, they had 3 fish between them, and smiles on their faces. Mary Beth blushed when Tilly gave her a knowing look, but Caleb just handed the fish to Pearson with a casual grin. "You cook, Pearson," Caleb said, patting his belly. "We'll eat." Mary Beth laughed, and for the rest of the morning, they shared breakfast and stories by the fire. As they ate the fish that was grilled and enjoyed stories, Caleb noticed several knowing looks from the gang members, a wink from Karen, a thumbs up from Tilly, and even a teasing nod from Sean. Arthur's smirk was particularly insufferable to look at. But in that moment, with Mary Beth's eye and smile that was full of warmth directed at him and the promise of a new day stretching before them, Caleb found he didn't mind the attention one bit. He even relished it and hoped that everyone realized what he was trying to do. But unbeknownst to Caleb, across the camp, beneath the shade of his tent's canvas awning, stood a man who did not share the others' amusement at the sweet interaction between Caleb and Mary Beth. Dutch van der Linde leaned against the support post of his tent, a lit cigar clenched tightly between his fingers, the smoke curling lazily into the air. His usually relaxed posture was taut, his jaw set tight as he watched Caleb and Mary Beth laugh together across the fire. The smoldering end of the cigar glowed brighter than usual with each angry puff. To most, he looked like a man deep in thought. But if one observed closely, they'd notice the tension in his shoulders, the subtle narrowing of his eyes. The cigar's tip trembled ever so slightly. He said nothing, did nothing. But inwardly, Dutch's mind was in turmoil. He had noticed the shift. How Caleb had become more central even though he had just joined for a couple of months. He was respected, trusted, even beloved by some. That in itself might have been tolerable. But now, he was making Mary Beth smile. His sweet Mary Beth, Dutch told himself. The possessiveness crept in like a snake coiling in his gut. He'd never laid claim to her, not truly, at least maybe, not yet. But she had always looked up to him. always offered warm words and quiet admiration. And now she barely looked his way after slowly getting close to Caleb. The logical part of Dutch's mind tried to cut through the fog. You need him. That voice reminded him how Caleb had helped guide them to this new camp, how he'd handled himself in the field, and how his marksmanship, resourcefulness, and insight had improved the morale and survivability of the gang massively. Micah's dead, can't afford to lose more men. Dutch reminded himself. And Caleb, he has been contributing massively even though he has just joined. But the possessive side, the selfish, hollow place inside that had grown louder over time, hissed back, he's taking what's yours, piece by piece. He took another long drag of his cigar, fingers squeezing the rolled tobacco until the ash broke and fell onto his boots. Then, a soft hand touched his shoulder. Dutch turned slightly and saw Molly O'Shea, her auburn hair tied up, her expression a mixture of concern and care. Are you all right, Dutch? She asked gently, her Irish lilt soft against the morning air. Dutch sighed, exhaling smoke through his nose before answering. I'm fine, Molly. Just got a lot on my mind, that's all. Molly gave a small nod, her gaze searching his face. Well, I thought maybe we could sit and read together for a bit. We haven't done that in a while, and it'd be nice, don't you think? You could use a bit of rest also. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked back at Caleb and Mary Beth, still sitting close by the fire, their conversation so natural it made something burn in his chest. The frustration, the pressure, the jealousy, it all boiled over. For the love of God, Miss O'Shea. Dutch snapped and turned back to face Molly, his voice sharp and scathing. Stop giving me that lost puppy look. Molly blinked, stunned. She recoiled a half step, her hands rising to her chest. What's wrong with you, Dutch? I'm just asking if you'd like to read a book together. No need to shout and be angry if you don't want to. I just wanted to spend some time with you. Oh, it's always about your needs, isn't it? Dutch growled, turning his body fully to face her now. His eyes were wild, smoke trailing from his mouth as he spoke. I've never known a woman with so many needs. That did it. Molly's expression twisted with Irish fury. Never known a woman with so many needs. Dutch, you don't even know the first thing about a woman's needs. All you care about is your own. Dutch paused, surprised, but only for a moment. He yanked the cigar from his lips. Wah, how selfish are you? Do you even know the price on my head? The pressure I'm under? The lives I'm trying to protect? Molly's eyes reddened with unshed tears. Her voice wavered. So tell me then, Dutch. I want to help you, but you won't let me. You won't speak to me. There's always this wall. And it's killing me, Dutch. You can help me, Dutch. Patience ended, raising his voice, by leaving me alone. So I can actually think in peace and silence for once. That shattered her. Tears spilled over. You're a bastard, Dutch van der Linde. She cried, her voice cracking. And with that, she turned and stormed away from the tent, heading toward the far edge of camp where a lone tree stood near the perimeter, where she could be alone. Dutch stood still for a long moment, chest rising and falling in heavy breaths, the cigar now forgotten in his hand. Then, without a word, he ducked into his tent, letting the flap fall closed behind him. Back at the campfire, silence hung in the air like a wet blanket. The whole camp had heard the argument. Conversation stopped, eyes darted away, and the mood darkened like a passing storm cloud. The gang members exchanged uneasy glances before returning to their routines, some pretending they hadn't heard anything, others muttering under their breaths. Karen rolled her eyes and muttered something about dramatic fools, while Tilly shook her head in quiet disappointment. Caleb, however, kept his gaze lingering on Dutch's tent for a moment longer before turning back to Mary Beth. She was watching Molly's retreating figure with concern, her fingers idly twisting a loose thread on her sleeve. You think she'll be all right? Mary Beth asked softly. Caleb exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. Molly's tough. Stubborn, too. But Dutch, he trailed off, glancing toward the tent again. He ain't in a good place right now. I think the pressure got onto him, he needs to rest. Mary Beth nodded, her expression thoughtful. He's been different lately. More tense. Because he's losing control and he doesn't like it, Caleb thought but didn't say. Instead, he offered her a small, reassuring smile. Well, ain't nothing we can do about that right now, we can only let him take his time alone. Mary Beth nodded in agreement at Caleb's words, her eyes lingering on Dutch's tent for just a moment longer before she turned back to him with a soft smile. I hope he gets some rest, she murmured. He's been pushing himself too hard. She glanced once more toward the lone tree where Molly sat with her arms crossed around her knees, head bowed. A pang of concern flickered in her eyes before she turned her attention back to Caleb, offering him a soft smile. Caleb hummed in agreement, though his thoughts were darker. Dutch wasn't just tired, he was unraveling. But that wasn't a conversation for now, not with Mary Beth's warm presence beside him. They continued their idle conversation, letting the tension that had briefly overtaken the camp drift away. It was a skill everyone in the van der Linde gang had developed to survive, learning to let tension slide off like rain from oilskin. Their talk meandered from the weather to the latest gossip, from Jack's newfound fascination with frogs to the state of Pearson's cooking in which Mary Beth claimed she was convinced he had a bad reaction to spices. Then, halfway through a laugh about Javier's ridiculous singing the night before, Mary Beth leaned in slightly, voice gentle but curious. "Have you thought more about that Harry Potter story?" she asked, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. "I've been thinking about it, you know, wondering what happens next." Caleb blinked, caught off guard for just a second. He'd known this moment would come eventually. The story of Harry Potter, the first book he had recited from memory under the pretense of making up a tale, had completely enraptured Mary Beth and a few others in camp. He could retell the entire saga from memory if he wanted to, as his past life memory, LVL Max, ensured that. But to keep up the illusion, he had to feign that the story was something being invented in pieces. That meant playing the part of a struggling storyteller. He rubbed the back of his neck and gave her a sheepish grin. "Haven't had the chance to think too hard on it, if I'm honest. Been a lot going on." Mary Beth didn't press. Instead, she patted him on the shoulder with a smile that warmed the chill out of the air. "Well, I believe in you, Caleb. Take your time. We've got all the time in the world." Caleb smiled back, and yet a twinge of guilt squirmed in his chest. Lying to her felt wrong. She was too kind, too genuine. But he knew his secret, his past life memories, had to be guarded. Even in a camp full of outlaws, some truths could be more dangerous than lies. "Thanks, Mary Beth. That means a lot." Before they could continue, Miss Grimshaw's voice cut through the air across the clearing, sharp and commanding. "Mary Beth, quit dawdling and get to work. Those linens won't wash themselves. Don't make me call again." Mary Beth sighed but stood obediently. "Duty calls," she said with a playful roll of her eyes. "I'll see you later, Caleb." "Don't work too hard," Caleb said. She walked away toward the drying lines, where Tilly was already elbow-deep in sudsy water. Caleb watched her go, a small smile still lingering on his lips. But soon his attention shifted. He stood, stretching out his back, and let his gaze roam around the camp. There was a faint thud of boots on dirt and the clink of metal. Near Pearson's wagon, just getting up with the grace of a man punched by whiskey and time, was Bill Williamson. Bill groaned as he staggered toward the barrel of clean water, his shirt crumpled and his face bearing the distinct pallor of a man regretting his last bottle. Caleb hesitated only a moment before walking toward him. This was long overdue. Bill dunked his head into the water, then pulled back and splashed his face again. Water dripped from his beard and the end of his nose. That's when Caleb called out, "Morning, Bill." The ex-soldier stilled, then slowly turned to look at him, squinting like Caleb's voice hurt his skull. "What do you want, city boy?" The hostility was thick, but Caleb didn't flinch. He raised his hands in a peaceable gesture. "Just want to make things straight between us. I think we got off on the wrong foot." Bill's jaw worked, grunted, not yet convinced. "Truth is," Caleb continued, "I actually had quite a good impression of you when we first met. That brawl at Valentine's. I helped all of you and saw how tough and brave you were taking on 3 men by yourself. That thing stuck with me." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL Max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL Max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL Max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $463.45. Inventory, $1,000, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 123-117. Talking with Bill. Bill's jaw worked, grunted, not yet convinced. "Truth is," Caleb continued, "I actually had quite a good impression of you when we first met. That brawl at Valentine's. I helped all of you and saw how tough and brave you were taking on 3 men by yourself. That thing stuck with me." Bill chuckled. Just once. A low grunt of a laugh, rough like a boulder rolling downhill. He turned back to the water and rubbed his face dry with a dirty sleeve. "Yeah, I remember that. You held your own all right." Caleb smiled, encouraged, and seized the opening. "That meant something to me. We made a good team then. I ain't your enemy, Bill. Hell, I'd rather have you watching my back than most in a brawl." "Yeah, well," Bill muttered, still not looking at him, "don't get ahead of yourself. That don't mean I'm offering friendship bracelets." "I get that," Caleb said, nodding. "But I didn't ask for a bracelet. Just a handshake. And maybe a chance to start over." Bill finally turned fully toward him, arms crossed, sizing Caleb up like a gun he was thinking about buying. "You got your own tent," he said gruffly. "That wasn't my call," Caleb answered honestly. "Dutch gave me that. I was surprised myself." Bill huffed. Of course Dutch did. You're his new golden boy, huh? Caleb stiffened for just a second but didn't let it show. I'm just trying to pull my weight, like everyone else. Bill snorted. You talk real pretty for a fella who shoots just as good. Caleb smirked. Comes with the charm. That got a rough chuckle out of Bill. Charm, you. Hey, I'm working on it. Bill shook his head, but some of the tension had eased. Whatever. Just don't expect me to start singing your praises. Wouldn't dream of it, Caleb said, grinning. Bill then finally extended his meaty hand. Caleb seeing that clasped it, firm and respectful. Don't screw me over, Bill warned. Wouldn't dream of it. Bill grunted, then jerked his chin toward Pearson's stew pot. You eaten yet? Pearson's slop ain't great, but it's hot. Caleb took the olive branch for what it was. Lead the way. As they walked toward the fire, Caleb caught movement in his peripheral vision. Hosea Matthews leaned against a tree, smoking a cigarette, his sharp eyes watching the exchange with quiet amusement. When Caleb met his gaze, Hosea gave a small, approving nod before pushing off and walking away. Well, that's something. Hosea wasn't one to hand out praise lightly. If he'd noticed Caleb mending fences with Bill, it meant he saw value in it. Meanwhile Dutch sat in his tent, unlit lantern at his side, cigar ash cold in his hand. Inside, the familiar walls of authority were cracking. He replayed what he'd just done, snapping at Molly, pushing her away with sharp words. He'd watched Caleb and Mary Beth bonding, something he couldn't deny stung. The anger of possession mixed with the rational voice telling him Caleb was irreplaceable. He hated losing control. Molly's voice echoed in his head. I want to help you, but you won't let me. You won't speak to me. That memory burned. He didn't know what to do with it, but he knew one thing, this feud, internal and external, could split his mind apart, but he didn't know if he liked this state more or not. Back on Caleb, the morning sun pushed through the canvas of the mess tent as Caleb and Bill sat across from each other, bowls of stewing meat and hard biscuits between them. Silence stretched at first, tense and uncomfortable, filled with unspoken history. Caleb tucked into his breakfast, listening to the murmurs of other gang members stirring around the campsite. Caleb stirred the murky broth with his spoon, searching for something, anything, to break the tension. Then his past life memory skill hit him. Bill was in the army. Confederate. A sniper, even at one point. With that, Caleb cleared his throat. So I heard from others that you served in the army before, Bill. Bill's spoon froze halfway to his mouth. Then, he lowered it slowly, fixing Caleb with a guarded stare, one eyebrow raised. Yeah, what of it? Caleb shifted, took another bite of stew, playing it casual while his mind raced for the right words. Nothing. Just, I wanted to know about your story, your experiences when you were in the army. I'm sure a lot of what you're doing now came from there. Bill's surprise trembled in the corners of his eyes. No one had ever asked about his past before, not like this. Usually, he was the one spouting off war stories to earn respect. Some mocked him, others gave respect, but he'd never been approached with genuine curiosity. He leaned forward, voice gravel rough but low. You really want to hear about that, Thorn? Bill asked, suspicion creeping into his tone. Caleb nodded, spoon caught halfway to his mouth. Yeah, why? It's not a secret, is it? Bill's chest puffed out slightly as he let out a low chuckle, then exhaled sharply. Course not. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then leaned forward, elbows on his knees. But if I'm gonna tell it, you better not regret a skin, or call it boring. Don't hold me to say I didn't warn you. Caleb smirked. Wouldn't dream of it. And so, Bill talked. I joined the Confederate Army when I was 17, 15th Infantry, right under Braxton Bragg's command. Took to the rifle like I was born with it. Later, they moved me into sniper work, didn't speak. Held position for hours, days, weeks sometimes. Took out sentries. Helped cover retreats. His voice softened, almost distant. There was fighting hell of a fight. On the plains, during the wars with the native tribes. I saw things no man should. Men, women, children caught in raids. Some, I killed in the field. Heard the screams at night when you're alone in a rifle blind. Nasty business. Then Bill's tone turned softer as he spoke of explosives. We had those old kegs of powder. I used them in a few chain destroy missions. Blew up a building once. Scared a hell of a lot of men. You ever set a fuse too short? Caleb asked, genuinely curious. Bill barked a laugh. Once. Nearly blew my damn hand off. Learned quick after that. Caleb then leaned closer, his voice was respectful. He asked, did it help you feel justified? Like you were fighting for something? Bill looked at him for a moment and shrugged. War's not about right and wrong. It's about survival, hanging onto yourself in the chaos. Blowing up that building felt like giving back. But I don't exactly dream about it when I close my eyes. Caleb, listening, realized the man was recounting his life, not boasting, heavy with regret and burden. He asked quiet follow-up questions. What drove you to do it? What about the dishonorable discharge to had in the army that the others told me about? Bill's gaze narrowed. I snapped, he admitted. A superior of mine in my unit was stealing my rations. I didn't know at first. But then rumors of him stealing not just from me but others spread and I didn't believe it at first, but when I saw him stealing mine I snapped. I wouldn't care about others, but he was stealing mine, so I went and tried to kill him. But it failed. They caught me. Dishonorable discharge for attempt. Try to kill a superior. Deviancy, it's what they wrote down. Caleb swallowed, heart pounding. And after I was out, no future there for me. Then Dutch and Hosea found me. Well, it was more that I found them. I tried to rob needed food money. They humored me, let me join instead. I owe that to As Bill finished, the sun had climbed high enough to justify the heat rolling off the camp floor. They'd sat and talked for the better part of the morning. When Bill finally paused, he looked at Caleb. Thanks for listening, Caleb. Not many folks that ain't tellin' me how sorry I am, or sayin' I'm a fool. You listened. Caleb shook his head. I'm not here to judge. And, I appreciate you sharing it. Learned a lot. Bill eyed him, as if trying to figure out if Caleb was mocking him. When he found no deceit, he grunted. Yeah, well, maybe we'll have a drink sometime. Swap more stories. It was as close to friendship as Bill Williamson got. Caleb smiled. I'd like that. Bill stood, cracked his knuckles. All right then. I gotta go do something now. With a curt nod, he headed back toward the stew kettle, though his shoulders looked lighter than they had before. Caleb nodded his head, thinking that this was a big step in mending his rift with Bill, and he could see now that the man just wanted to be listened to be treated like a normal man, not some explosive brute to be handled like unstable dynamite. Still, Caleb also understood why many in the gang avoided Bill, his short fuse, his drinking, and the tendency to stir up trouble when the bottle took hold of him. But under all that bark and gristle, Caleb now saw the human part, the soldier, the survivor. As Bill walked away, shoulders squared but a touch lighter, Caleb's focus was broken by a warm hand on his shoulder. He turned his head in surprise to find Hosea Matthews standing beside him. I see what you're trying to do, Caleb, Hosea said, voice low and approving. I appreciate what you were doing, trying to keep the peace in camp by mending your rift with Bill, even though he was the one who started it. He's a buffoon and a fool with a temper, but in the end, he's still part of this family. Hosea's gaze softened. And even though you just joined us a month or two ago, you've contributed more than many of the members here. Caleb smiled at the compliment and gave a nod of gratitude. It's what I should do, Hosea. All of you have accepted me kindly and treated me with more decency than I expected. Considering I was a stranger, and even if Arthur knew me, I was just a new face. I thought, after what happened at Blackwater, the mood around camp would be colder, hostile, even. But it wasn't. So this is my way of saying thank you. Hosea's smile grew just a little more genuine. Good lad, he said, clapping Caleb once more on the shoulder. Keep that heart of yours steady. It'll do you good. With that, Hosea wandered off, likely to find his next chess opponent or maybe sneak a nap under a tree. Caleb stood there a moment, basking in the warmth of that short exchange, before collecting his bowl and spoon and heading toward Pearson's wagon. As he passed the chuck station, Pearson, covered in sweat and flour dust, leaned over a half-cleaned cutting board and called out, "Oi, Caleb." Caleb turned. "Yeah. You got a minute?" Pearson asked, wiping his hands on a stained rag. Caleb held up the bowl and spoon. "Was just putting these away." "Good," Pearson said, walking around the side of the wagon and motioning him closer. "Listen, I hate to ask again, but we're running low on meat. If you've got the time, could you head out and hunt something? Deer or rabbit, either one or both if you're feeling lucky." Caleb gave a casual salute. "No problem. I'll head out right after this." Pearson exhaled with relief. "Appreciate it. Weather's warming up, and the meat won't keep as long as it used to. Better to stock up before we're scrounging again." Caleb deposited his bowl and spoon into the tin wash basin at the side of the wagon, then walked over to his tent to gather his gear. He grabbed his bow, a quiver of arrows, and his knife. He also slung his Lancaster repeater over his back, just in case larger game wandered into range. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $463.45. Inventory, $1,000, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 124,118. New South happened. Caleb deposited his bowl and spoon into the tin wash basin at the side of the wagon, then walked over to his tent to gather his gear. He grabbed his bow, a quiver of arrows, and his knife. He also slung his Lancaster repeater over his back, just in case larger game wandered into range. After taking his gear, he glanced around the camp. Karen was already in an argument with Miss Grimshaw about work around camp. Uncle was dozing in the shade. Abigail was trying to keep young Jack focused on his reading. Dutch's tent remained closed, a dark bubble of silence and tension. It was then he noticed Mary Beth, who was hanging laundry nearby. She caught his eye and smiled. "Off somewhere?" she asked, shaking out a damp shirt before pinning it to the line. "Hunting," Caleb replied, showing his repeater over his shoulder. "Pearson's running low on meat." Mary Beth's nose wrinkled playfully. "Thank goodness. If I have to eat one more bowl of stew using his mystery meat, I might revolt." Caleb chuckled. "I'll do my best to spare you that fate." She hesitated, then stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Be careful out there. This is a new area for us to stay on after all. Don't want anything to happen to you now, do we?" Caleb's smile faded slightly. "I'll keep my eyes open, don't worry, Mary Beth." Mary Beth nodded, then surprised him by reaching out to adjust the collar of his coat, her fingers brushing against his neck for the briefest moment. "You better." The simple touch sent a jolt through him. Before he could respond, Miss Grimshaw's voice cut through the air. "Mary Beth, what are you doing? Those linens won't hang themselves." Mary Beth rolled her eyes but stepped back. "Be careful out there." Caleb tipped his hat. "I'll see you tonight. Save me a seat by the fire." Her smile was all the answer he needed. After that, Caleb walked toward the hitching post and with a deep breath, mounted his Morgan and kicked off into the trees. The forest greeted him like an old friend. Birds chirped from hidden perches. The rustling of critters' underbrush set his senses on edge, tuning his ears and eyes to the rhythm of the hunt. Caleb activated his eagle eye skill, and the world took on that ethereal shimmer. Tracks appeared on the ground, glowing slightly, a trail of hoofprints and disturbed grass. Dismounting, he followed the trail carefully, crouched and silent, taking his time as his perception, 8/10, and sneaking, LVL2, skills made it easy to track the animal without alerting it. The first sign of life was a pair of rabbits darting near a creek. With practiced ease, he nocked an arrow, pulled the string back smoothly, and released. One rabbit dropped instantly. The other bolted, but Caleb gave chase, staying low. Another shot, another clean kill. He retrieved both animals, tied them to his saddle, and continued deeper into the woods. About 20 minutes later, he spotted the glint of a white-tailed deer grazing near a patch of wildflowers. Caleb slowed his breath, crouched in the brush, and switched to his rifle. He took aim, adjusting for distance and wind like his skill in firearms knowledge taught him. A single crack echoed through the trees, and the deer collapsed in the grass. By the time he finished field dressing it and loading it on Morgan, the sun was starting to dip from its highest point. Caleb let himself smile, just a little. Not a bad haul. Enough meat to keep the gang fed for the next few days. He rode back to camp slowly, enjoying the peace, the solitude. These were the moments he treasured, when the noise of camp politics faded and the only things that mattered were breath, wind, and instinct. As he entered camp again, Pearson waved from his station. "Hot damn, that's what I'm talking about." The cook bellowed. "You've done great work yet again, Caleb. We'll be eating good tonight." Caleb dismounted and began unloading the game with Pearson's help. Caleb stretched his arms, joints cracking slightly as he unloaded the dressed carcass of the white-tailed deer onto Pearson's wooden counter. The older man was already salivating over the meat, eyeing it like it was gold. Caleb didn't stick around to hear Pearson mumble about stew recipes, he had other things on his mind. After helping the camp's overworked cook, Caleb took it upon himself to lend a hand around camp. It wasn't glamorous, but it gave him time to think. With axe in hand, he split firewood behind the camp's main fire pit, the rhythmic chalk of wood splitting a strange kind of meditation. He finished and moved the logs closer to the fire ring, making sure the pile was neat. Next, he hoisted heavy sacks of chicken feed from the makeshift storage wagon, Pearson's cluttered space wasn't far, and dropped them near the coop, the birds already clucking noisily at the sound of food. Sweat clung to his back, and his muscles burned, but he pushed through. Finally, he moved bales of hay from the side of the camp to the horse pen. Each bale was heavier than it looked, but he got the job done, brushing strands of hay off his clothes as he sat down on a wooden crate by the fire, catching his breath. From where he sat, he had a decent view of the camp. Miss Grimshaw still barked orders while Tilly followed them through. Mary Beth had moved to darning clothes now, humming to herself softly. Reverend Swanson was, well, being himself getting drunk. Strauss was busy with his bookkeeping, which was his activity every single day, and Caleb was sure that Dutch's tent was finally open, and Caleb spotted the man stepping out slowly, like a storm cloud materializing into flesh. Dutch lit a cigar, the smoke curling like a snake above his head. He walked with deliberate calm toward the riverbank. Not long after, Arthur approached him. Their conversation was short, unreadable from Caleb's distance, but their posture was casual. Then Hosea joined them near the hitching post, brushing his horse with quiet patience. Dutch said something which Hosea returned, then a short conversation happened, and soon the three mounted up and rode out, following the dusty trail out of camp. Caleb exhaled slowly. There it is. That was the beginning of the mission he remembered fondly, the New South. Caleb always loved that part of the game, the quiet before the storm. The way Arthur, Dutch, and Hosea bonded as three old friends, sharing stories and memories while going fishing. The warmth, the laughter. It was one of the last times Dutch felt human before spiraling further into madness and the labyrinth of his own mind. He knew what came after. The encounter with Sheriff Lee Gray and Deputy Archibald McGregor. Trelawney, locked in a wagon. The Anderson boys' escape. The train chase. Arthur is proving himself once more. Trelawney freed, Dutch charming the sheriff, and then it all unraveled. Dutch, seduced by the idea of playing both the Braithwaites and the Greys against each other, would push too far. Sean would die. Jack would be taken. The gang would be forced to flee again. Caleb couldn't let that happen. But interfering outright would raise suspicions. He needed to be subtle. Caleb's jaw clenched. This was his chance. He had time. He could prepare, intercept, and influence the plan before it spiraled into disaster. He needed to talk to Hosea, maybe Arthur. Plant seeds of caution. Dutch wouldn't be easy to rein in, but if anyone could help steer the gang, it was them. He ran a hand through his hair, lost in thought when he heard a familiar voice bark his name. Caleb. He looked up and saw a mop of wild auburn hair bouncing his way, none other than Sean Maguire, grinning like he'd won the lottery. The Irishman's gait was cocky as ever, rifle slung casually over one shoulder. Caleb smirked. "What is it, Sean?" Sean extended both of his hands, dramatically motioning for Caleb to calm down. "Whoa there, easy now, big fella. Just came over to ask if you'd like to go out and do some robbin' with your good old pal Sean Maguire." Caleb let out a tired sigh, then flashed a crooked grin. "Sure, of course. I'm absolutely honored to rob with the great Mr. Maguire himself." Sean gasped, placing a hand over his heart. "Oh, don't be such a sarcastic bastard. Arthur's really rubbin' off on ya." Caleb laughed, shrugging. "Well, maybe a little. But listen," Sean leaned in, dropping his voice just enough to pretend they were sharing a grand scheme. "Since you've so sarcastically agreed to join me, I'll do you the favor of findin' us the perfect score. You just sit tight and wait for your lucky Irish charm to deliver the goods, eh?" Caleb raised an eyebrow. "You sure you're not just looking for a way to wander off and charm some poor farmer's daughter?" Sean winked. "Can't a man do both?" Caleb waved him off. "Go on then, Mr. Maguire. Find us something worth the trouble. Just don't come back with a plan that involves 5 Pinkertons and a shootout in the middle of town, or robbing a poor fellow with just $3 to his name." Sean laughed, turning as he walked backward toward his tent. "No promises, lad. But when I come back with a proper target, you better not back out." Caleb nodded. Yeah, go find a real one and I'll be there." As Sean wandered off, probably to nap or bother Lenny with his schemes, not looking for the target now, Caleb sat back on the crate again, staring at the sky. He could feel the wind changing. The mission had begun. The Greys. The Braithwaites. The road to Shady Bell. The road to St. Denis. The road to ruin. He had a much bigger role to play now. The world enters into a new chapter, with new familiar challenges he had to help the gang pass through. With his memories and foresight, Caleb was uniquely positioned to rewrite this tragic tale. If he could save Sean, keep him alive through the ambush even though he has a penchant to let him die as well, since the annoying antics Sean has you see in game and real life were very different. If he could protect Jack, keep the boy from being taken, and cause Abigail and John to worry, while keeping Dutch and Hosea away from St. Denis as well, so that the St. Denis bank robbery doesn't happen, then maybe, just maybe, he could push the gang toward a much more better time. More peace. More chances to escape the spiral of violence Dutch would lead them into. He stood up from the crate, the fire crackling beside him. The sun had begun to dip, casting long shadows across the camp. Mary Beth walked past with a bundle of laundry. She offered him a soft smile, and he returned it. Maybe he should go and talk to Hosea. Maybe Arthur too, when Dutch told them to investigate about the Greys and Braithwaites. He'd begin laying the foundation for a new strategy, one that didn't rely on betrayal and risky power plays. And if he could get Hosea to see the danger in Dutch's plan early enough, maybe they could all stay one step ahead. After that it slowly became night, and the gang gathered around the campfire, sharing stories and passing bottles. Dutch, Arthur, and Hosea had returned from their fishing trip with a boat like in the game, and Dutch was in unusually high spirits, laughing loudly at one of Uncle's terrible jokes. Caleb sat beside Mary Beth, their shoulders brushing as they listened to Javier strum his guitar. The moment was peaceful, almost idyllic, but Caleb couldn't shake the unease gnawing at him. "So," Arthur muttered, dropping onto the log beside Caleb. "Heard Sean managed to rope you into one of his schemes, huh?" Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle Eye, LVL1. Dead Eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain Nullifier, LVL1. Physical Regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental Fortitude, LVL Max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic Language Proficiency, LVL Max. Inventory System, Permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $463.45. Inventory, $1,000, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 125, 119. Caleb tries to say caution. Caleb sat beside Mary Beth, their shoulders brushing as they listened to Javier strum his guitar. The moment was peaceful, almost idyllic, but Caleb couldn't shake the unease gnawing at him. So, Arthur muttered, dropping onto the log beside Caleb. Heard Sean managed to rope you into one of his schemes, huh? Caleb smirked. Yeah, he did. I thought why not amuse him once in a while. Make himself useful and out from annoying people around camp. Arthur chuckled at that. I would say that's a great idea, but be careful. That boy's got more enthusiasm than sense, which was most of the time. I'll keep him in line. Don't worry, Arthur. Arthur studied him for a moment before nodding. Good, just teach him a lesson if he doesn't listen. He took a swig of beer. Dutch was telling us to sniff around roads on our way back. Look into some feud between two big families down here. Caleb's stomach tightened. Oh. Arthur, seemingly oblivious to the subtle shift in Caleb's demeanor, continued, yeah, I heard from the deputy from Rhodes, a fellow called Archibald, that there are two feuding families from the times of the war, the Greys, who he called the good family, and the Braithwaites, who he described as the boogeymen around here, not good folks. Arthur shrugged, taking another swig from his bottle. Now, I don't know or care about why they were feuding, but he said that each family had a lot of gold stored somewhere only they knew, and they held a huge amount of land here around Rhodes. The Greys even managed to control Rhodes. Caleb, who already knew all of this from his past life memories, simply nodded his head, feigning surprise at the revelation. Wow, that's a big information you got there, he responded, trying to sound genuinely impressed. But is it truly a good idea to sniff around these two feuding families? Arthur paused, turning to look at Caleb with a hint of confusion in his face and voice. What do you mean by that, Caleb? What I mean is, Caleb began, choosing his words carefully, there must be reasons why these two families' courts still stand tall after long years of feud that passed generations. And I think by sniffing around, Dutch wants us to take advantage of their feud and play both sides, don't we? Arthur's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He brought a hand to his chin, lost in thought for a moment. It's possible that Dutch would want to do that, he mused, a slow nod accompanying his words. It's got all of young Dutch's energy, playing both sides and reaping the takings. Why? I think it will work well as long as we do it quietly and as discreet as possible. Caleb nodded, pushing further. Of course, but do you think Dutch would be the only one ever to think of doing such a thing? That there would be no one who would try such a thing before Dutch? That the Greys and Braithwaites might be used to such a thing and in turn use the people who try to use them? Arthur was visibly stunned. He began to think, his brow furrowed in concentration. The more he considered Caleb's words, the more sense they made. The idea that these two powerful, rich families, locked in a generational conflict, would be so easily manipulated seemed almost naive now that Caleb had laid it out. He'd seen enough of the world to know that the powerful were rarely simple targets, and often had their own hidden depths and devious strategies. Arthur's fingers tapped against his beer bottle as he processed Caleb's words. The campfire crackled between them, casting flickering shadows across his weathered face. For a long moment, the only sounds were Javier's guitar and the distant laughter of the gang. You're saying? Arthur started slowly, rubbing his chin, that these families might be expecting folks to try playing them against each other. Caleb nodded, keeping his tone casual but deliberate. Think about it. If they've been feuding for generations, how many outsiders have tried to profit from it? They'd be fools not to have plans in hand against that kind of scheme in a car it happens. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Plans in hand like what? Double crosses. Playing along with outsiders just to turn the tables later. Caleb leaned forward, lowering his voice. Imagine if we cozy up to the Greys, get them to trust us, only for them to feed us false information about the Braithwaites. Or vice versa. We could walk right into a trap. Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose, his grip tightening on the bottle. Shit, that makes a damn uncomfortable amount of sense. Mary Beth, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. It's like one of those penny dreadfuls. The villain always thinks he's outsmarting everyone, but the family he's trying to swindle saw it coming from miles away. Arthur shot her a look. Since when do you read penny dreadfuls? Mary Beth smiled innocently. A lady has her secrets. Caleb pressed on. All I'm saying is, we should be careful. If Dutch wants to poke these two bears at the same time, we need to do it smarter than anyone else who's tried. Arthur was silent for a long moment, staring into the fire. Then he drained his beer and stood. I'll talk to Hosea. He's got a better read on these kinds of things than I do. He pointed a finger at Caleb. You keep thinkin'. If you come up with any ideas on how to handle this without gettin' our heads blown off, let me know. With that, Arthur stalked off toward Hosea's tent, his posture tense with newfound wariness. Mary Beth watched him go, then turned to Caleb. You're really worried about this, aren't you? Caleb sighed. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling. She hesitated, then laced her fingers with his under the cover of darkness. Then we'll just have to trust you're smart enough to outthink them. The warmth of her hand in his was a small comfort against the storm he knew was coming. At dawn, Caleb found Arthur and Hosea deep in conversation near the hitching post. Hosea's expression was unreadable, but Arthur looked more settled than he had the night before. Caleb, Hosea greeted, tipping his hat. Arthur's been telling me your concerns about roads. Caleb nodded. Just think we should tread carefully. Hosea hummed, stroking his beard. You're not wrong. In fact. He shared a glance with Arthur. We've decided to scout things out properly before making any moves. No rushing in blind. Arthur crossed his arms. Figured we'd start by asking around in town, quiet like. Get a real sense of how things work down there before Dutch gets any enthusiastic ideas. Relief washed over Caleb. This was better than he'd hoped. Sounds smart. Hosea's eyes twinkled. Glad you approve. In fact, why don't you join us? Fresh eyes might spot things we'd miss. Caleb blinked. You want me to come? Arthur clapped him on the shoulder. You're the one who pointed out the danger. Might as well help us navigate it. The ride to Rhodes was uneventful, the dusty road winding through fields of cotton and tobacco. The town itself was a sleepy southern settlement, all wooden storefronts and lazy ceiling fans. But beneath the surface, tension hummed like a plucked guitar string. Their first stop was the sheriff's office, where Deputy Archibald McGregor leaned against the porch railing, picking his teeth with a matchstick. Ah, Arthur, Archibald greeted, eyeing Caleb and Hosea. Brought Mr. Kilgore and a friend I see. Arthur tipped his hat. Just showin' them around. Thought they oughta meet the law around here. Archibald chuckled. Well, you're lookin' at half of it. Sheriff Gray's out tendin' to business. His gaze turned serious. Y'all best remember whose town this is. The Grays keep the peace here. Hosea smiled disarmingly. And we're mighty grateful for it. Say, where's a good place for a meal around here? As Archibald gave directions, Caleb studied the town. Everywhere he looked, there were signs of Gray influence, their name on shop signs, their colors on banners. This wasn't just a town they controlled, it was a town they owned. After a bland lunch at the Rhodes Parlor House, they split up to gather information. Hosea struck up a conversation with the bartender, Arthur accidentally bumped into a Gray cousin near the general store, and Caleb lingered near the post office, listening to gossip. Braithwaite boys were seen near Dewberry Creek again, a woman whispered to her friend. Thomas Gray won't stand for that. Old Lady Braithwaite's getting bold in her old age, the friend replied. But he forgets the Grays have the law on their side. Caleb stored the information away. The feud wasn't just alive, it was simmering toward a boil. Regrouping at the edge of town, they compared notes. The Grays do control the law, Hosea confirmed. But the Braithwaites have more land, more resources, and more guts. It's a stalemate. Arthur spat. And both sides are just waitin' for an excuse to go have an altercation with each other. Caleb hesitated, then shared what he'd overheard. There's tension at Dewberry Creek. Might be worth checking out. Hosea's eyes lit up. Now that's useful. A disputed area could be just the wedge we need. Or the trap I warned about, Caleb interjected. If both families are watching that area, walking in could get us caught in the crossfire. Arthur frowned. He's got a point, Hosea. Hosea sighed. All right, then we do this carefully. Arthur, you ride out to Dewberry Creek tonight, alone. Scout the area, but don't engage. Caleb and I will stay in town, keep our ears open. Arthur nodded. And if I see anything useful, then we bring it to Dutch, Hosea said. After we've figured out how to use it without getting shot. That night, Dutch listened intently as Hosea laid out their findings. To Caleb's relief, Dutch didn't dismiss their caution. Smart thinking, Dutch admitted, though his fingers drummed restlessly on the table. But we can't wait forever. The longer we delay, the more likely someone else will try to exploit this feud first and take the money or even the good we could get. Hosea nodded. Agreed. But rushing in blind would be suicide. Give us a few more days to gather intelligence. Dutch's gaze flicked to Caleb. You've been quiet. What do you think? All eyes turned to him. Caleb chose his words carefully. I think Hosea's right. We need to understand exactly how these families operate before making a move. But, he hesitated. There might be another angle. Dutch leaned forward. Go on. What if we don't play them against each other directly? Caleb suggested. What if we help one side, just enough to earn their trust? Then, when they least expect it. Dutch's smile was slow and dangerous. We take everything. Hosea stroked his chin. Risky, but if done right. Arthur crossed his arms. Which side do we pick? Caleb met Dutch's eyes. The Grays, of course. From what I hear they are much more, should we say, normal compared to the Braithwaites. They control the law. That gives us protection while we work. Dutch clapped his hands together. Then it's settled. We cozy up to the Greys carefully and when the time is right. He made a grabbing motion. We take what we can take and get out of here immediately. As the meeting broke up, Caleb caught Arthur's eye. The older man gave him a small, approving nod. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $463.45. Inventory, $1,000, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 126, 120. Going robbing with Sean. Dutch clapped his hands together. Then it's settled. We cozy up to the Greys carefully and when the time is right. He made a grabbing motion. We take what we can take and get out of here immediately. As the meeting broke up, Caleb caught Arthur's eye. The older man gave him a small, approving nod. After the meeting ended, Arthur immediately headed out toward Dewberry Creek according to Hosea's instructions on during the day when he, Hosea, and Caleb were in Rhodes doing the investigation disguised as sightseeing and looking around the town. Meanwhile, Caleb was heading toward Pearson's cauldron to have dinner of Pearson's usual cooking of stew with the meat Caleb had hunted for him yesterday, and as he took a serving of the stew and poured it into the bowl in his hand, the aroma was good, well much better than the usual, when suddenly he heard Sean's Irish accent voice calling for him that forced Caleb to look up toward the direction of the voice. Seeing Caleb looking in his direction, Sean approached with that signature swagger, a grin plastered on his face. Caleb Thorne, I've got big news. After going out from yesterday evening and the rest of today, I found us a perfect target. His grin widened when Caleb leveled a sarcastic eyebrow at him. Why, Mr. Sean Maguire, Caleb drawled, finishing his pour with a flourish. You truly surprised me. I figured I'd have to wait a damn whole week before hearing you found us something. When Caleb said that, his voice was full of sarcasm, and he punched Caleb on his shoulder when he reached him and said, Why, you keep being that sarcastic with me and I will replace Arthur with you for the most sarcastic person ever to me, the dashing Sean Maguire. Caleb laughed this time as he truly couldn't ever stand Sean's antics in a comedy way, and after laughing, he took a spoonful of the stew before asking Sean, So what did you find for us, oh dashing Sean? Sean leaned in with a smile, lowering his voice like a conspirator. First, before I tell you what it is, I gotta know, are your people Jacobites or English lovers, Caleb? Caleb, hearing this, just shook his head as he remembered this conversation from the game due to his past life memory skill, which was the start of the conversation from the companion activity Arthur had with Sean, and he could get a double-action revolver for free from this mission. And as he thought of that, Caleb responded by saying, they weren't either, but if they were paid, they would become either of the two or even both of them. Hearing that answer, Sean laughed happily and said, Good answer, Caleb. 'Cause in this case, you're gonna love what I just found for us. Caleb took 2 spoonfuls of the stew before asking, What's that? Hearing that, Sean, with a grin, said, I was riding around last night and I came across this old cabin, couple of fuckers lazing around outside, all liquored up. I didn't think nothing of it, until then I came across this hunter this morning down by the river and he told me they're a stick-up crew. Says they hit a train a couple of days back near Emerald Ranch. Nice feller he was, shared a couple of bottles to drink we did, then I robbed the bastard blind. After saying that, Sean let out a chuckle, and Caleb shook his head with a smile and after another spoonful before responding, So you believe that feller? Sean immediately responded back, No reason not to. If he's right, it'll be a big haul for the both of us. I saw 3 of them, maybe more, but I reckon you and me, we could take 'em down real easy. Caleb was listening to Sean talking while eating his stew, and when Sean finished talking, Caleb was already on his last bit of his stew, and then he responded, All right, I'm intrigued by this prospect of yours, Mr. Maguire. Let's go check it out. Wanna do this tonight or tomorrow? Hearing that, Sean said, Let's do it tonight. I reckon they're all liquored up by now, probably dead drunk even. After saying that, Sean chuckles. Caleb nodded his head and put his bowl on the tin basin behind him before saying, Okay then, let's go check it out now. Meet me at our horses, let me take my repeater and shotgun first at my tent. Hearing that, Sean chuckled while saying, Great. Them sons of bitches think they're mean, haha, they'll about to get a lesson in mean from the dashing Sean Maguire and the fierce Caleb Thorne. Caleb made his way to his tent, the last lingering taste of Pearson's surprisingly good stew fading from his tongue. The idea of a quick score always appealed to him, especially one that came with the added bonus of Sean's chaotic energy. He rummaged through his satchel, pulling out his Lancaster repeater and his pump-action shotgun. Both were well maintained, their mechanisms smooth and oiled, ready for whatever trouble Sean had unearthed. He also double-checked his ammunition pouches, making sure he had plenty of repeater rounds and shotgun shells. A quick glance at his inventory system confirmed he was well stocked. He knew Sean was more of a pistol man, but having heavier firepower would be a distinct advantage. He exited his tent to find Sean already waiting by their horses, whistling a jaunty tune. His usual wide grin was even wider, a clear sign of his excitement. "Ready for some fun, Caleb?" Sean asked, patting the neck of his horse, an unruly Mustang. "As I'll ever be, Sean," Caleb replied, mounting Morgan. "All right, lead the way, Mr. McGuire." Sean, ever the showman, spurred his horse forward with a whoop, heading out of camp and into the fading twilight. Caleb followed, a slight smile playing on his lips. He knew what lay ahead from the game, but of course, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. They rode through the darkening landscape, the familiar sounds of the wild replacing the chatter of the camp. Sean, despite his earlier boisterousness, kept a surprisingly quiet pace, his eyes scanning the treeline as they rode. It was a testament to his actual skill, a reminder that beneath the bluster was a capable outlaw. Caleb, meanwhile, used his eagle eye to subtly survey their surroundings, picking out animal tracks, distant figures, and potential ambushes. The perception he possessed was invaluable in these situations. "So, what kind of cabin are we talking about?" Caleb eventually asked, breaking the silence. "Is it deep in the woods, or more out in the open?" Sean grunted, "More secluded. Not exactly hidden, but not on any main road either. Tucked away amongst some trees, up on a small hill. The hunter feller said they were making a ruckus. Sounded like they weren't too concerned about being found." "Good," Caleb mused. "Means they'll be sloppy. Easier for us." They continued riding for what felt like an hour, the moon now casting long, distorted shadows across the terrain. The air grew cooler, and the faint scent of pine filled their nostrils. Caleb's horse mastery made the ride comfortable, even over rough terrain. He felt a deep connection with Morgan, a creature of strength and loyalty. "We're getting close now," Sean whispered, pulling his horse to a halt as they entered a dense thicket of trees. "Let's leave the horses here, and go the rest on foot. Don't want to let them hear us coming." Caleb dismounted, his movements quiet and deliberate. He unholstered his Lancaster repeater, checking the chamber. Sean, too, had drawn his pistols, a pair of gleaming cattleman revolvers. "Here's the plan. I'll deal with them." Sean murmured, his voice sounded jolly. "Let's make sure to keep one of them alive, to tell us where they stashed their money. So we don't need to waste time looking around." Caleb nodded. "Got it. Hope you know what you were doing, Sean," I hit on the back. "If I found the situation dangerous, I would pick them off from the side. We clear the cabin, find the stash of money, and get out." He thought about the double-action revolver he was hoping to acquire. It would be a useful addition to his arsenal. After that short conversation, Caleb and Sean moved carefully up the hill under the cover of darkness, their boots silent on the fallen pine needles. The cabin sat just ahead, dimly illuminated by moonlight filtering through the trees. They hid behind the trees, using the tree and the darkness as a cover. From their concealed position, they saw the person sitting on a chair outside with a rifle or repeater in his hand and a lantern beside him. "Look, there's one of them outside," Sean whispered. "This is good, it means the others are either partying and liquored up or even dead drunk." Caleb, hearing that, was silent as he knew that they weren't dead drunk, but he couldn't erase that possibility as well as what happened in the game and the real world he was living in now, could make some changes. Outwardly he responded to Sean by saying, "Of course, but we still need to be careful, don't want to mess around and let something happen." Sean grinned confidently as he kept his eye on the man. "Of course, leave it to me. I'll do the talking to them, you head back and cover me like you said before." After saying that, Sean walked out and down the hill heading toward the cabin, while Caleb used the scope on his Lancaster repeater to keep an eye on Sean as he walked toward the man who sat in the chair. He could hear their conversation with Sean shouting, "Hey there," which woke up the man who sat on the chair, and when he realized there's a stranger in front of him, he pointed his gun toward Sean while saying, "Now, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to get the hell out of my property, boy." Sean put both his hands up slightly and said, "Look, I don't want no trouble. I just thought you might like to know we passed a big posse of lawmen heading this way. About a dozen of them, heading this way." Hearing that, the man was shocked, stood up, and said, "What? Where?" And Sean immediately said, "Right here." As he said that, Sean took out his revolver from his holster and shot the man right in the head. The shot was loud and Caleb was tense, Sean as well as he could see through his scope, but they waited for a couple of seconds preparing for combat and there was no reaction from inside the cabin. When they don't see or hear any reaction, Sean took cover behind a wagon near the cabin. He shouted toward Caleb, "Looks like the rest are out dead drunk, Caleb. Come down here and join me, let's head inside and see." Hearing that, Caleb immediately joined Sean behind the wagon, walking out of the forest and down the hill, and after joining Sean, both both of them immediately walked slowly toward the door and opened the door slowly. When they opened the door, inside, the cabin lay in quiet chaos, 5 drunks sprawled across chairs and the floor, snoring loudly, oblivious. Sean chuckled. They're so dead drunk that a gunshot doesn't wake them up. Caleb allowed himself a chuckle hearing that. Maybe one shot doesn't wake them up, but several shots might wake them up, so you did a great work shooting that man right on the head. Now, I reckon we should kill them and leave one alive, ask for where they stashed the money, and get out of here. Sean nodded his head in agreement and so they moved swiftly. 4 shots cracked in rapid succession, 4 men slumped dead. One stirred, groggy as he awoke to the smell of spilled whiskey and gunfire. What? Please don't kill me. He stammered, fear in his eyes. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $463.45. Inventory, $1,000, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 121. Further question of female suffrage that Caleb got himself roped into. Sean nodded his head in agreement and so they moved swiftly. 4 shots cracked in rapid succession, 4 men slumped dead. One stirred, groggy as he awoke to the smell of spilled whiskey and gunfire. What? Please don't kill me. He stammered, fear in his eyes. Sean swung his revolver. Tell us where you stashed the money and we'll let you live. The man gulped, his voice shaky. All right, take it easy, it's behind the walls and the bedrooms, if you stick your hand between the gap and reach in, to find the money there. Caleb's finger tightened on the trigger. We don't need witnesses, he said quietly and the bullet silenced the man. The gunshot still echoed in Caleb's ears as he stepped over the bodies, his boots sticking slightly to the blood-slicked wooden floor. The cabin reeked of gunpowder, cheap whiskey, and the metallic tang of fresh death. Sean whistled lowly beside him, shaking his head as he surveyed their handiwork. You're a cold one, Caleb, Sean remarked, though there was no judgment in his voice, just observation. A real cold one. Caleb didn't flinch. We don't want witnesses. You know that as well as I do. Sean chuckled, holstering his revolver. Ain't arguing, fella. Just saying, you don't hesitate. Caleb didn't respond. Instead, he jerked his chin toward the back room. Go grab the money. I'll check the bodies and around here for anything useful and valuable. Sean nodded and moved toward the bedroom, his footsteps creaking on the old floorboards. Caleb, meanwhile, knelt beside the nearest corpse, rifling through pockets with clinical efficiency. A few dollars here, pocket watches and silver buckles there, nothing extraordinary, but every bit counted. As he worked, his mind wandered back to the moment he'd pulled the trigger on the last man. The way the outlaw's eyes had widened in shock, the way his body had jerked before slumping lifelessly against the wall. Caleb hadn't felt anything, no guilt, no satisfaction. Just necessity. He moved toward the small bedroom at the rear. Walking through, he immediately looked at the wooden bed bunk on his right. He touched down and slid his hand between it and the far wall, palms brushing cold wood, and felt a small, wooden box. Rolling it free, he slid it clear and opened it. Inside lay a double-action revolver, exactly what he'd hoped for. Got it, he whispered into the dark and put the revolver into his inventory system, and after that, he returned to the living room that was filled with bodies. Sean emerged from the bedroom a few minutes later, triumphantly holding up a bulging money sack. Jackpot. He crowed, tossing it to Caleb. Counted later, but I'd say we're looking at a few hundred at least. Caleb caught the sack, hefting its weight, and opened it to count it. Not bad for a night's work, I say. Well. Sean prompted, grinning. How much do we get? Caleb finished counting and the amount was much bigger compared to the one in the game. He remembered Arthur got around $20, but here he gained $50 after splitting it with Sean and for gang. I think you just earned yourself a drink when we get back to camp. Caleb threw Sean his share, and then gave the sack back to Sean to store in the gang's fund after taking his share. Sean laughed as he caught the money and received the sack. Now that's what I like to hear. All right, that's everything, Caleb said, putting his share inside his satchel. Let's get out of here. No need to linger. Sean, wiping his hands on his trousers, nodded in agreement. My thoughts exactly. Wouldn't want anyone stumbling upon this little scene too soon. They exited the cabin, the stillness of the night now accentuated by the silence from within the dilapidated structure. The outside air, though cool, felt less stifling than the cabin's interior. They retraced their steps back through the thicket of trees, their movements more hurried now that their objective was complete. The horses, having patiently waited, nickered softly as they approached. They mounted up quickly, the tension of the raid slowly dissipating as they put distance between themselves and the cabin. Sean, once again, was grinning from ear to ear. "A successful venture, my friend," Sean exclaimed, patting his pockets. "You're a real asset, Caleb. Quick thinking and a steady hand." "You weren't so bad yourself, Sean," Caleb replied, a hint of genuine approval in his voice. "Your diversion was effective, and you handled them inside well." He knew the real danger had been the single guard outside, but Sean had dispatched him with brutal efficiency. The sheer number of intoxicated men inside had made their job considerably easier. After that, the ride back to camp was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Sean chattered the entire way, recounting the robbery with increasing embellishment. Caleb let him talk, content to listen and occasionally correct the more outrageous claims, as the moon, now higher in the sky, illuminated their path, casting a silvery sheen on the landscape. The camp was quiet when they returned, most of the gang had already turned in for the night. Only the night watch, currently Javier, was awake, perched on a tree stump near the entrance with his guitar across his lap and a repeater beside him. "Back so soon?" Javier called as they dismounted. "Either you boys are very good or very bad at this." Sean grinned. "Oh, we're very good, amigo." He patted the money sack. "Gonna tell Dutch we've got a present for him in the morning tomorrow, to make his old face smile." Javier raised an eyebrow but nodded. "Good, he's gonna need that kind of news, especially after his outburst yesterday to Molly." Sean nodded his head and let out a scoff of agreement at Javier's remark, flashing him a cocky grin. "We'll see who the bad one is next time, amigo," he said, half joking. Caleb, too, gave a brief nod toward Javier and muttered, "Keep your eyes open, Javier," as he and Sean passed through the edge of camp. The two split ways soon after. Sean wandered toward his usual bedroll near the horses, whistling some Irish tune under his breath, while Caleb made his way back to his tent, his mind still processing the night's raid. The next morning, Caleb rose early as usual, beginning his disciplined routine. The sharp chill in the air invigorated him as he went through his exercises, stretches, calisthenics, push-ups, sit-ups, and a quick jog around the camp perimeter. It helped clear his mind and keep him honed, physically and mentally. By the time he returned to the heart of camp, Sean was already there, grinning, holding the sack they'd taken from the cabin. Together, they approached Dutch, who was sipping his morning coffee outside his tent. "Dutch," Sean called, presenting the sack like a prized turkey. "Got a lil' gift for ya." Dutch arched a brow. Caleb stepped forward. "Gang's share from last night. $150, clean work." Dutch's face lit up with pleased surprise. "Well now," he drawled, standing. He took the sack, weighed it in his hands, and gave Caleb a strong pat on the shoulder. "That's what I like to see. Good work. Caleb, you really are shaping into something special, son." Caleb inclined his head slightly. "Just doin' what needed to be done." Dutch turned to Sean with a grin. "And you too, Sean. Though I reckon if it were up to you, you'd have gotten yourself killed tryin' to impress a possum." "Like," Sean barked, offended. "That's uncalled for. I'm the brains of the operation." Dutch and Caleb both laughed at that, and Sean muttered a curse in Irish as he stomped off. With the business done, Caleb made his way toward Pearson's wagon, drawn by the scent of breakfast stew and the usual camp clamor. But before he could reach it, raised voices caught his attention. "Say whatever you damn well please, but if I don't get out of here soon, I'm going to kill somebody," came the fierce southern snarl of Sadie Adler. Pearson's voice followed, gruff and exasperated. "And if you don't stop hissing at me, I'm gonna kill you. Come near me, sailor, and I will slice you up. You put that knife down or you're going to be missing a hand, lady." Caleb arrived just as tensions seemed ready to explode, as he saw Pearson and Sadie Adler in an argument just like in the game. The beginning of the mission called further questions of female suffrage. Sadie was holding a knife in her hand, glaring at Pearson, who stood behind his table of salted meats and dry goods with a look of red-faced outrage. Before Caleb could head toward them to separate them, Arthur arrived from the left. "What is wrong with you two?" Sadie turned, her eyes blazing, and slammed the knife down into the wooden table. "I ain't chopping vegetables for a living." Arthur raised his brows and tilted his head. "Oh, I'm sorry, madam, was there insufficient feathers in your pillow?" Sadie whipped off the cloth from her shoulder and threw it down. "Look, I ain't lazy, Mr. Morgan. I'll work, but not this." She stormed off, shoulder-checking Pearson on the way. Caleb caught Arthur giving her a look, then turning to Pearson, who shrugged as if to say, "What can you do?" Caleb stepped forward and gave Pearson a pitying pat on the shoulder. "Hang in there, sailor." Pearson snorted and muttered, "One more crack and I'm throwing someone in the pot." Arthur walked after Sadie, and Caleb followed, standing nearby as Arthur sat casually on the edge of Pearson's table. "Excuse me, gentlemen, lady," Caleb said. Sadie ignored him, standing with her back turned and arms crossed. She spun around, facing them both. My husband and I, we shared the work, all of it. I was out in the fields. I can hunt, carry a knife, or use a gun. She took a step forward and jabbed a finger toward Arthur. But I tell you, you keep me here. I'll skin this fat old coot and serve him for dinner. Pearson's eyes bulged. Watch your damn mouth, you crazy, goddamn fishwife. Sadie lunged herself toward Pearson. Caleb instinctively stepped in and held her back, his arms bracing against her shoulders. She struggled, but only for a moment. Enough, both of you. Arthur barked. Caleb, who was holding Sadie back, then gently released her and walked a step back, allowing Sadie to get her bearings. Arthur looked at Sadie over, then spoke. You wanna head out there, run with the men, but we do more than just hunt. We're hunted. And the things that hunt us, well, they got guns too. Sadie planted her hands on her hips and stared him down. I ain't afraid of dying. Arthur smiled faintly. Good. He turned to Pearson. You need anything, Mr. Pearson? Maybe me, Caleb, and Mrs. Adler here are gonna take a little ride toward Rhodes. Caleb blinked. Wait, me too. How did I get roped into this as well? Arthur chuckled. Well, you involved yourself in the moment when you helped pull back Mrs. Adler here from jumping onto our only cook in the camp. Fair's fair. Caleb chuckled and could only nod his head hearing what Arthur said. Meanwhile, Pearson nodded his head. Yeah, sure, and he took 2 pieces of paper, and handed them over to Caleb. One was a supply list, the other a folded letter. Here's my list. And, can you post this letter for me, while you were there? Also, don't open the letter, it's a personal thing. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,000, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 128, 122. Mrs. Adler are really something. Caleb chuckled and could only nod his head hearing what Arthur said. Meanwhile, Pearson nodded his head. Yeah, sure, and he took 2 pieces of paper, and handed them over to Caleb. One was a supply list, the other a folded letter. Here's my list. And, can you post this letter for me, while you were there? Also, don't open the letter, it's a personal thing. Caleb rolled his eyes as she let out a smile. No promises, Pearson. Pearson heard that chuckles and shakes his head at Caleb's antics. Before then he got to continue whatever he was doing. Arthur saw that Caleb had received the 2 papers. Well then, come on Caleb, princess. After saying that, Arthur walked away, boots crunching softly on the dirt as he headed toward the wagon. Caleb followed closely behind, the 2 men falling into step in the dappled light of morning filtering through the trees. But something was off. Neither of them heard a third set of footsteps that followed behind them. Curious, they turned to glance back toward Pearson's wagon. There stood Sadie Adler, arms folded, lips tight, glaring at the 2 men as if daring them to say something. Arthur gave her a deadpan look. You comin' with us then, woman? Sadie didn't answer right away. For a second, it looked like she might just storm off in the opposite direction, but when Arthur shrugged and turned to leave again, followed by Caleb, she let out a sharp sigh. Fine, she muttered, and stomped after them, the hard set of her jaw unmistakable. They reached the wagon, where Arthur hoisted himself into the driver's seat with practiced ease. Caleb climbed into the back, shifting some old canvas bags to make space. Sadie climbed onto the shotgun seat beside Arthur, crossing her arms and glaring out at the road ahead. So I've graduated from chopping vegetables to shopping for supplies now. She quipped dryly. Before Arthur could respond, Caleb leaned forward from the back of the wagon, his tone light and sarcastic. That's true, Mrs. Adler, congratulations on your graduation. After this, you'll graduate and join us in the ranks of gunslingers. Sadie snorted a laugh, clearly appreciating the sarcasm. Why, thank you kindly, Mr. Thorne, for your honest sarcastic words. I will strive to be the best shopping lady you 2 have ever seen. Arthur shook his head and chuckled under his breath. God help us, he muttered, and snapped the reins. The horses neighed and started forward, pulling the wagon down the dusty trail away from camp. The morning air was crisp and full of birdsong. As they rolled through the trees, the tall pines eventually giving way to open plains, Arthur glanced sideways at Sadie. You cooled down yet, princess? He asked, smirking. Sadie turned her glare on him. I ain't no princess. And I guess I have cooled down. I ain't no scullion, and I as hell ain't talking orders from that sweating halfwit. Caleb laughed, shaking his head. I get what you're saying, but we all gotta do our share, Mrs. Adler. And that includes talking orders from Pearson when you're on kitchen duty. Sadie scoffed, clearly not ready to admit he was right, and stared out at the road. Silence lingered for a moment before her curiosity broke it. By the way, she asked, where's that letter Pearson gave you, Caleb? Caleb raised an eyebrow. Why? Planning to critique his words. Arthur meanwhile rolled his eyes. What? You're readin' his mail now. Sadie shrugged, her tone thick with sarcasm. Oh, so robbin' and killin's okay, but letter readin' is where we draw the line now. Caleb chuckled loudly. She's got a point, Arthur. Arthur grunted. Shut up, Caleb. Sadie leaned back with a grin. Come on, hand it over, Caleb. With a dramatic sigh, Caleb fished into his satchel and handed her the letter. Sadie took it with theatrical flair and cleared her throat before reading aloud. Dear Aunt Kathy, she began in a mock-serious tone. Arthur groaned. You are something else, all right. Ignoring him, Sadie read on. I haven't heard from you in some time, so I pray to the Lords above that your health hasn't deteriorated further blah, blah, blah it's boring as hell. Arthur chuckled. Caleb grinned, resting his elbows on the wagon rail. He remembered this moment from the game. But somehow, it was better now, more alive, and more vibrant. More real. Oh wait a sec, Sadie said, her voice perking up. Listen to this. Since we last corresponded, I have traveled widely, making no small name for myself. All three of them burst out laughing when they heard this. Arthur wheezed. No small name, huh? Caleb just shook his head in laughter. His name was very big all right, so big that he became a cook in the gang. Sadie on the other hand continued, before you ask, I am still yet to take a wife, but I can assure you it's not for lack of suitors. Arthur howled with laughter. Caleb slapped the side of the wagon. That's the biggest load of horseshit I've heard all week, Caleb said as he laughed. Sadie wiped a tear from her eye, still grinning. God, I needed that after being driven crazy by him. After saying that, Sadie continued her words by saying, does he ever actually talk to a woman he ain't paid for? Arthur, who was holding back a chuckle, finally let out a few hearty laughs. Oh, look, we're all hiding behind something, don't be so mean now to Pearson. Sadie grinned, clearly pleased at having cracked a joke that landed, and the three of them shared a moment of laughter that helped ease the earlier tension. It was a rare, light-hearted camaraderie in a life usually full of chaos and violence. Then Sadie squinted at the letter and tilted her head in confusion. And what's this? Return to Tacitus Kilgore. Arthur, eyes on the road ahead, responded casually, oh, that? Now that's Dutch's idea. All mail is to be sent to the same alias. Whenever we set up somewhere new, Strauss heads into town, tells M to start expectin' mail from Tacitus Kilgore or whatever nonsense names Dutch or Strauss dreams up. Caleb smirked at the mention of the ridiculous alias. He remembered reading that name during the game and how strange yet clever it was as a way of staying anonymous. As Arthur finished explaining, the town of Rhodes came into view up ahead. The rooftops and signs of the small southern town rose above the horizon, with the train station nestled off to the right. The wagon rolled down the uneven road, hooves clopping rhythmically on dirt and gravel. Arthur adjusted the reins and nodded toward Sadie. Here, gimme that letter. We got work to do. Sadie handed it over without comment, her earlier mischief simmering under the surface. Arthur slid the folded letter into his satchel and steered the wagon in silence as they entered Rhodes. The townsfolk were already out and about, going about their daily business, unaware of the outlaws riding in among them. Arthur parked the wagon next to the general store. Okay, here we are, he said, setting the brake. Caleb had already hopped down from the back. He turned around just in time to see what he knew was coming. Sadie leaned forward, her voice tinged with a sharp edge of sarcasm. So, what's the plan? I shoot the shopkeeper while you two do. And just like that, she produced a revolver from seemingly nowhere and pointed it upward, ready to cause trouble. Arthur froze halfway through getting down from the driver's seat and getting back on. No, you insane. Sadie lowered the gun lazily, unbothered. Well, I thought we were outlaws. Arthur, flustered, pushed her hand down firmly. Outlaws. Not idiots. We rob fools that rob other people. These folks here, they're just trying to get by. So you head on in there with Caleb, buy us some food to eat and supplies to use. And no guns. Sadie didn't seem all that convinced but nodded anyway as she got down from the wagon. Arthur got down from the wagon as well from Sadie's side, landing beside her. She raised an eyebrow and asked, are you sure? Arthur nodded grimly. This time, there'll be time for killin', soon enough. Satisfied, Sadie exhaled through her nose and then asked, so what are you gonna do? Arthur tapped the satchel. Gonna check if there was any mail for us. Also, send Pearson's letter, the one you read out loud. Nothin' excitin', dot. As Arthur walked toward the train station, Caleb passed him. Arthur gave him a sideways glance and muttered under his breath, keep an eye on her, please, Caleb. Don't let her do anything that draws attention. Caleb just smirked. I'll do my best, Arthur. But no promises. Arthur sighed and walked away, leaving Caleb to his fate. Caleb joined Sadie as she reached the general store. The bell above the door chimed softly as they stepped inside. The store was lined with shelves packed with food, ammunition, and household goods. A wiry shopkeeper looked up from behind the counter. Help you folks. Caleb handed over Pearson's list with a polite smile. Need everything on this paper, please. As the shopkeeper read it over, Caleb leaned close to Sadie and whispered, We should act like a married couple, Mrs. Adler. You're Mrs. Kilgore. I'm Mr. Tacitus Kilgore. Sadie blinked and grinned wickedly. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Just don't pull a knife on anyone please Mrs. Adler, we don't want any attention. Caleb muttered. The shopkeeper returned. All right, I've got most of this. A couple of things I'll have to fetch from the back. Take your time, Caleb said, tipping his hat. Sadie strolled toward a shelf lined with canned goods. She picked one up and turned to Caleb. Oh, Tacitus dear, should we get beans or peaches for tonight's supper? Caleb leaned on the counter and played along. Well, Mrs. Kilgore, you know how I feel about peaches. Sadie rolled her eyes but straightened, forcing a smile. Yes, I know how you feel Tacitus dear. Oh, also we mustn't forget the flour. The children do love their biscuits. Caleb nearly choked. The shopkeeper who come out from the back blinked. Children. Caleb managed. 5, Sadie said solemnly. All under 10. Very rambunctious around their age. The shopkeeper's expression shifted to pity. Lord bless ya, ma'am. I'll throw in some free peppermints for M. Caleb shot Sadie a glare that promised retribution. She smirked. Sadie after that placed the can of peaches on the counter and smiled sweetly at the man. We'll take these. And some of that tobacco too. Right away, ma'am. It wasn't long before the supplies were packed into sacks. Caleb paid with the camp stash of funds and handed the receipt into his inventory. He and Sadie carried the crate out together. Arthur had returned and was waiting by the wagon. Mail sent. Any trouble? Caleb shook his head. Nah, we were model citizens. Ain't that right, Mrs. Kilgore? Sadie gave a mock curtsy. As domestic as a Sunday stew. Arthur snorted and motioned toward the wagon. Let's get back. I'm tired of pretending to be civil. They loaded the supplies, mounted up, and soon the wagon rolled out of roads and back onto the trail toward camp. The sun was climbing higher now, and Caleb was preparing himself as he knew what would happen next. It was fortunate that he brought his Lancaster repeater alongside him as well. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,000, 2 gold nuggets, and 1 gold bar. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 129,123. Shootout with the Lemoyne Raiders. They loaded the supplies, mounted up, and soon the wagon rolled out of roads and back onto the trail toward camp. The sun was climbing higher now, and Caleb was preparing himself as he knew what would happen next. It was fortunate that he brought his Lancaster repeater alongside him as well. Sadie, now in her new outfit and wide-brimmed hat, a sight Caleb had seen often in his past life through a screen, was at the reins, clearly proud to be driving the wagon. Arthur sat beside her in the shotgun seat, boots up and rifle close. So, Arthur asked casually, eyes on the horizon, do the two of you get everything on Pearson's list? Sadie responded first, her tone casual but assured. I think so. Caleb followed up from the back. Yeah, we got everything Pearson scribbled down. Even got a couple of free peppermints thanks to Mrs. Adler's very convincing act. Sadie glanced back at him with a laugh. Why thank you kindly, Tacitus dear, for the compliment. Remind me to go with you next time you run supplies. Caleb chuckled and tossed a stray corn kernel from a sack with a small tear at her. It bounced off her shoulder. She didn't even flinch, just laughed again and flicked the reins. Arthur smirked. And I guess you got some new clothes too, huh, lady? Sadie snorted. I like Sadie, not lady. Also, don't start. I can wear whatever I damn well want. Like I told you, my husband and I shared all the man work. I wasn't some little wife with a flower in her hair baking cherry pies all day. Caleb takes an apple from a sack and takes a bite of it. Cherry pie. I would like to taste the pie to bake one day, Mrs. Adler. Sadie just laughed and said nothing. Arthur on the other hand raised his eyebrows and gave a little shrug. I don't doubt that at all. You sure look the part now. Won't be long before you're gonna join us by smokin' cigars and playin' harmonica. Sadie snorted again, slapping the reins for more speed. I'll have you know, Mr. Morgan, I used to love playing the harmonica. Before, well, my house and everything I owned got burned to the ground that day. A pause. The laughter faded. The atmosphere turned awkward. Arthur scratched his cheek awkwardly, his voice softer now. I know. I'm real sorry, about what you know. Maybe I'll keep an eye out for another one of those harmonica for you. Caleb finished his apple, added from the back, aiming for levity but with a hint of sincerity. I'll keep an eye out too, maybe even two. Depends on how lucky I get. Sadie gave a half laugh, half sigh. I don't want no pity, just treat me like an equal. And know this, nobody, and I said nobody, is taking anything from me ever again. Just then, Caleb noticed movement from the corner of his eye. Two riders approached from behind, horses kicking up dust as they came up alongside the wagon. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the Lancaster repeater. His expression went cold. Arthur didn't notice that and muttered under his breath, as he turned to look at Sadie with a solemn face. Just, don't kill the camp cook, please. The two men, dressed in old Confederate grays and slouched hats, pulled up alongside the wagon. One on the left, the other on the right. Lemoyne Raiders. Hey there. The one on the right called out, his voice oily. Arthur turned just slightly, hand near his holster. Hey. The man smirked. What are you folks up to? Just heading home, mister, Arthur replied coolly. The man snorted hearing that. Well, you're in the Lemoyne Raiders country. You need to pay a toll to pass through here, mister. Arthur, keeping his voice calm, whispered, keep it cool, Sadie. Caleb. Then he looked back up at the man and answered, no, I don't think so. The rider's smile dropped. You don't think so? How about you pull over right now? Pull over? No, I don't think so, Arthur said with a bit of anger in his tone. The second raider, a burly brute with a thick beard, chuckled darkly. Then I guess we'll just take that wagon of yours instead. Caleb, still crouched in the back with his Lancaster repeater at the ready, met Arthur's eyes, who glanced back at him. A silent understanding passed between them. Sadie, however, had no patience for subtlety. Hey, how's about this, Dot? She snarled, reaching for the revolver at her hip and immediately shooting her revolver at the Lemoyne Raider on the right. The man Sadie shot crumpled instantly, falling off his horse without a word, his chest having been split open by a clean bullet to the heart. The thump of his body hitting the dirt was muffled by the sudden tension that snapped through the air. Caleb, already with the stock of his Lancaster repeater braced against his shoulder, reacted in a blur. The second Lemoyne Raider, still trying to process what just happened, turned his head at the sound but never had the chance to raise his weapon. Caleb's shot cracked out, and the bullet smashed clean through the man's skull. He slumped in the saddle, then tumbled backward, landing like a sack of potatoes. But it wasn't over. From behind, the thunder of hooves signaled another rider, the appearance of one more Lemoyne Raider, revolver in hand, charging up the trail toward them. Caleb pivoted, leveled his repeater, and squeezed the trigger. The first shot hit the man in the arm, spinning him slightly in the saddle. Caleb fired again, once, twice, thrice, and the man finally jerked, then fell off his horse like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Shit, let's get the hell out of here, go. Arthur shouted as he scanned the horizon, his hand already took out his revolver from his holster. Sadie didn't need telling twice. She whipped the reins and the horses neighed, surging forward. The wagon lurched and picked up speed. What the hell was that about? Arthur demanded, casting a furious look at Sadie. They were gonna rob us, Sadie said without looking back, her tone grim and sharp. Caleb, checking the back trail for more threats, added with steel in his voice, Sadie's right, Arthur. They were gonna pull something ugly on us. Better to have the initiative rather than let the bastards have it. Gunshots cracked behind them, splinters bursting from the wagon's wooden side. Caleb flinched as a bullet whistled past his head, narrowly missing. Incoming! He shouted, seeing three more Lemoyne Raiders tearing down the road behind them. Down! Arthur bellowed, yanking Sadie low as bullets whizzed overhead. Caleb's pupils on the other hand narrowed. A golden hue bled into his vision as his dead eye activated. Time slowed. The first rider. Marked. The second. Marked. The third. Marked. Three sharp shots echoed in unnaturally rapid succession, and all three riders collapsed as their horses panicked and galloped off. The dead eye faded. Arthur, on the other hand, focused on the front of the road, as he hollered toward Sudbury, a new pair of pants and you think you're landin' rickets. Ahead of them, the road forked at a three-way intersection. Another raider stood in the middle, arms raised as he tried to wave them down. I'm gonna run this son of a bitch down. Sadie snarled. Arthur took aim and fired right, taking down another oncoming rider before he could draw. The man in front never had a chance. The wagon crashed through him with a sickening crack, the body flung aside as the horses kept galloping. Sadie turned off the main road, guiding the wagon onto a grassy patch near a cluster of large rocks and fallen logs. She brought it to a hard stop. Arthur and Sadie jumped off either side. Well, you wanted to see some action, lady. Now you get your wish. Arthur growled. Caleb vaulted off the side of the wagon, rolling into a crouch behind a long log beside a waist-high boulder. Sadie dove for cover behind the boulder itself, grinning like a woman reborn in chaos. 5, maybe 6 more Lemoyne raiders came pouring out from the tree-line, whooping and firing wildly. There's more than there should be. Caleb called. Too many for a toll road, why tell you? He didn't wait. He popped up, squeezed the trigger. One man fell. Then he activated Deadeye again. Golden focus. 2 more targets. Headshots. Clean. Precise. Ding. His system interface popped up. Deadeye skill has increased to level 2. Duration increased from 7s 10s. Cooldown reduced from 3m 2 minutes and 25 seconds. He ignored it for now. Sadie was screaming with battle laughter now, firing round after round with uncanny precision. Arthur, from the opposite side of the trail, shouted, "Are the 2 of you okay there?" "Yup." Caleb yelled back, dropping another raider. "Of course. You think I can't handle these fools?" Sadie barked. Caleb laughed. "Arthur was just asking if we were okay, Sadie. Not doubting your skills or anything. I should say it was a pretty impressive." A bullet whizzed past his ear at this time. He ducked and fired back, hitting a raider in the thigh and then the chest. Arthur popped up, dropped 2 with his revolver. Caleb nailed another who was trying to flank. Soon the shootout finally come to an end and silence reigned once again. Empty brass casings lay hot on the ground around Arthur, Sadie, and Caleb. Birds cautiously resumed their song. The grass was littered with corpses and horses whinnying nervously in the distance. Sadie stood and holstered her revolver to her holster, with a grin on her face. "Told you 2 I could shoot a gun, didn't I?" Arthur holstered his as well. "I don't remember a skin, you to prove it." Sadie just grinned. "Well, that was a good exercise, I say. Nice shootin', you too." Caleb didn't respond at first. His focus was on the glowing interface still visible to his eyes. Deadeye skill leveled up. Deadeye, LVL1, Deadeye, LVL2. Description: the increase of the Deadeye skills had brought time dilation extended from 7 to 10 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 3 minutes to 2 minutes 25 seconds. He blinked it away with a thought. "Looks like I earned myself a little upgrade," he muttered under his breath. Arthur approached him. "You alright, Caleb?" "Much better than them, I could say," Caleb replied, nodding at the carnage of Lemoyne raiders' bodies. "Let's search the bodies and move." "Someone might have heard that. We are still close to Rose after all," Arthur said. Caleb and Sadie both nodded, and the 3 of them began quickly looting ammo, money, guns, and any useful supplies off the fallen Lemoyne raiders. Caleb added a small pouch of rifle cartridges and a few silver rings to his inventory, along with a bit of tobacco and chewing gum. After everything was finished, Sadie gets on the driving seat. "All right. I'll drive us back to camp." Arthur, who hears that immediate, gets on the shotgun, and gestures for her to give rein to him. "No, pass those reins here to me." Sadie gave a confused look when she heard that. "Why?" Arthur, who hears that, let out a snort as he takes the rein from Sadie's hand. "Why? Because you have caused enough trouble already, don't want you to cause more on our way back." Caleb, who gets on the back of the wagon, let out a chuckle when he hears that, while Sadie just huff and snort. Name: Caleb Thorne. Age: 23. Body attributes: Strength: 7/10. Agility: 6/10. Perception: 8/10. Stamina: 7/10. Charm: 5/10. Luck: 6/10. Skills: Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,004, 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, and 4 silver rings. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 124. Shopping finally done and Miss O'Shea's surprise. Arthur, who hears that, let out a snort as he takes the rein from Sadie's hand. "Why?" "Because you have caused enough trouble already, don't want you to cause more on our way back." Caleb, who gets on the back of the wagon, let out a chuckle when he heard that, while Sadie just huffed and snorted. "Humph. Misogyny and slander. That's what that is." Arthur just chuckled and flicked the reins, urging the horses forward as the wagon rumbled out from the grass and back onto the road. Trees lined both sides, dappled light filtering through the leaves above, and the sound of hooves was steady and calming, at least for now. "The 3 of us sure did show those bastards how it's done, huh?" Sadie said, a satisfied grin tugging at her lips. Caleb smirked from the back. "We sure did. Those bastards better think twice before they ever try to rob us again, especially with you around, Sadie. Arthur kept his eyes on the road, jaw tight, but there was a trace of amusement in his voice. I agree, and remind me not to get on your bad side, Sadie. Sadie chuckled and adjusted her new hat. Damn right, and they were clearly trying to bushwhack us. You did good, Arthur said after a moment, but that's a lot of mess to make near camp. Hope it doesn't bring anyone sniffin' around. Caleb, now lounging on a large sack of corn, tapped the wooden side of the wagon lightly. I think no one will sniff around. Sure, the law might come lookin', but when they find out it was these so-called Lemoyne raiders, they'll back off after cleaning the area. Fewer criminals to deal with, less paperwork for them. Arthur nodded slowly. That made sense. Local lawmen weren't likely to dig too deep into a bunch of dead bandits. Not when those same bandits had been terrorizing locals around. Silence fell between them for a while, the rhythm of the wagon wheels filling the space. Then Sadie asked, so, are you gonna tell Dutch about what happened? Arthur sighed and steered the horses onto the forest path that led toward Clemens Point. Maybe, if he asks, but maybe not. Caleb leaned against a barrel. Arthur might tell him, but I'm not. Better not to stir Dutch's mind over something like this. Sadie laughed. Why thank you kindly, Caleb. At least someone's on my side. Unlike Arthur here. Arthur rolled his eyes. Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Caleb and Sadie shared a short laugh. Sadie tapped her chin. So, who'd they say they were again? Lemoyne raiders. Yeah, something like that, Arthur replied. Who knows who they really were? Anyway, don't you go ribbing Pearson about that letter. Sadie gasped, putting a hand to her chest like she'd been accused of murder. How dare you? Arthur, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. I would never. Arthur doesn't believe her at all. Right, you wouldn't. With a light chuckle, Sadie repeated in a gruff and mocking tone, I have traveled widely, making no small name for myself. Arthur and Caleb both laughed when they heard that once again. Arthur pointed at her with a gloved finger. I won't be given, mail to post anytime soon. That's for sure. Seconded, Caleb added with exaggerated seriousness. That's an oath. Don't want to have you peek into my secrets now. Sadie waved a hand dismissively. I don't want to peek at your mail, Caleb. I see the way you interact with Mary Beth around camp. I doubt you've got anything to post except maybe flowers or something that you want to order for Mary Beth. Caleb chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Sadie continued, but you, Arthur. I just want to peek at that journal of yours. The mind boggles. Arthur scoffed. Not a chance. As the trees began to part, the calm waters of the Commissar River came into view, glistening under the midday sun. The familiar shapes of tents and smoke from campfires drifted upward. Clemens Point was finally in sight. Arthur guided the wagon into camp, slowing it to a halt near the supply area. Pearson, catching sight of them from his own wagon, stood up with an expectant look and approached. You didn't get yourself killed then, Mrs. Adler. He called out. Sadie was already climbing down from the wagon. Not quite. Arthur hopped off next, followed by Caleb. Pearson walked over to the back of the wagon, eyeing the goods. Well, I'd like to say I missed your refined conversation, but I'd be lying. Sadie scoffed. Pearson reached in and pulled out a crate loaded with sacks. I enjoyed myself out there with these two fine gentlemen, Sadie said with a grin as she took the crate from Pearson. Arthur raised a brow, as he leaned on the wagon with his hand. Yes, Mrs. Adler did okay. Pearson, with his usual gruff demeanor, took another crate and handed it to Arthur, the weight causing the older outlaw to grunt slightly as he adjusted his grip. At shopping? Pearson asked skeptically. Arthur, shifting the crate in his arms, nodded, his tone a bit awkward. Yeah, at shopping. Sadie, still holding her previous crate, smiled and said with mock formality, Thank you, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Thorne. Pearson, clearly not one to let people off easy, plopped another crate on top of Arthur's load and handed him a sack to carry with his free hand. Caleb stepped in, grabbing 2 big sacks of corn with ease while Pearson took a large crate himself. Arthur glanced at Sadie as they started heading toward Pearson's supply wagon. Don't mention it, he said, voice relaxed. Caleb echoed him. Yeah, no big deal. Then Arthur continued, voice light, a little teasing, I would ride with you again, Mrs. Adler, if you want to ride with me. Caleb, hearing that from the rear, raised an eyebrow. I think you mean ride with you and me, right Arthur? Arthur chuckled. Sure, whatever you say. Sadie let out a snort of laughter. Maybe, if you two prove you can handle yourselves out there. The three of them shared a good-natured laugh, moving along toward Pearson's wagon with their burdens in hand. Well, Arthur said, they say I lack finesse, but I ain't afraid of gunsmoke. Caleb added, I think plenty around here could vouch for me. I don't back down when it counts. Sadie just chuckled, her southern drawl more pronounced as she teased, we'll see about that, boys. Reaching Pearson's wagon, they laid the supplies down beside his sorting table. Pearson dusted off his hands and turned to Arthur and Caleb. The two of us got this, he said. You two have done me a big favor today. Arthur tipped his hat and made his way off toward his tent, but Caleb on the other hand lingered. Nah, let me help, Pearson. I've got nothing pressing to do anyway. Pearson glanced at him with mild surprise, then gave a grunt and nodded. All right then, appreciate it. Together, the three made quick work of offloading the last of the crates, sacks, and tools. Sadie even stayed to help until Pearson insisted she go take a breather. Which Caleb doesn't believe Pearson has such good reason, he thinks Pearson just wanted to stay away from Sadie. Eventually, with everything sorted and stored, Caleb gave Pearson a casual salute and walked off to the edge of camp for a little rest. He found a quiet spot under a tree near the perimeter, the breeze from the Commissar River soothing and steady. He sat, exhaling and resting his back against the bark. Not long after, the sound of soft footsteps reached his ears. Caleb opened one eye and was surprised to see Molly O'Shea approaching from a narrow trail between the trees. She stopped when she saw him. Oh, Molly said, blinking. Sorry, Caleb. I thought no one was here. I'll just leave. Caleb stood quickly, brushing off his pants. No, please stay, Miss O'Shea. I was just resting for a bit. You look like you might need some peace too. Molly hesitated, clearly torn between leaving and speaking. Just as Caleb began to step aside to give her space, she called out softly, Wait a moment, Caleb. I have something I want to ask to you. He stopped and turned, eyebrows lifting with genuine curiosity. Oh, sure. What do you want to ask me about, Miss O'Shea? There was a long pause. Molly's expression was conflicted, and her voice, when she spoke, was slow and unsure. I know you're new to the gang, haven't been with us that long, but, what do you think of Dutch? The question hit Caleb like a sudden gust of wind. Unexpected. Sharp. He blinked, but quickly composed himself. He couldn't exactly spill the trust, that he knew Dutch better than anyone here ever could. That he had played the end of this tale before. But still, the question demanded an answer. Caleb put on a thoughtful expression. Well, I think Dutch is a great man. He's kind, charismatic, a man of vision. I'm grateful he offered me a place in the gang, took me in when he didn't have to. Molly's shoulders drooped slightly, her expression falling with disappointment. She had expected that answer, yet somehow hoped for something different. Caleb hesitated, choosing his words carefully. The last thing he wanted was to set off Molly's temper or, worse, have his words get back to Dutch. But he also couldn't lie to her, not when she was clearly struggling. But then Caleb added, more slowly, but... Molly looked up, surprised. Caleb exhaled and moved to lean against the tree again, his voice dropping, more personal now. But, I've seen a lot of people like Dutch when I traveled around before staying in Valentine. Leaders with grand ideas. Men who can talk just about anyone into anything. They shine real bright at first, but sometimes, that shine covers cracks underneath. He glanced at Molly, who was now fully focused on his words. Dutch talks about freedom, about a new life. But sometimes I wonder if he still knows what that really means. Or if he just says what he needs to say to keep us all together. Molly's lips parted slightly. She hadn't expected honesty. Not like this. Caleb shrugged. I ain't saying he's bad. Just, that he's human. Prone to mistakes. Pride, maybe. Stubbornness. He is stubborn, Molly said, almost to herself. Then, louder, but no one else sees it, do they? Caleb looked at her with a sympathetic frown. Maybe some do, but they don't want to admit it. Not yet. There was a moment of silence between them, charged with the weight of unspoken truths. Thank you, Caleb, Molly finally said. I don't know why I asked. Just, needed to hear something honest. After that, he stays silent, and when Molly thinks he is done, Caleb continues saying, I also think the pressure's getting to him. The running, the Pinkertons, Cornwall, it's changing him. And not for the better. Molly's eyes widened slightly, as if surprised someone else had noticed that. You see it too? Caleb nodded. I do. The way he snapped at you the other day, that wasn't right. Molly's shoulders slumped, some of the tension leaving her. I don't know what to do, Caleb. He used to listen to me. Now it's like there's a wall between us. Caleb exhaled, glancing around to make sure they were truly alone. Honestly, I don't think there's much you can do, Miss O'Shea. Dutch, from the short time I knew him, I think he was the kind of man who only listened to himself, and that was always the path he chose. And it's pulling him away from everyone. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,004, 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, and 4 silver rings. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 125. Kane joined the gang. Caleb exhaled, glancing around to make sure they were truly alone. Honestly, I don't think there's much you can do, Miss O'Shea. Dutch, from the short time I knew him, I think he was the kind of man who only listened to himself, and that was always the path he chose. And it's pulling him away from everyone. Molly's lips pressed into a thin line. Including me. Including you, Caleb confirmed gently. For a long moment, Molly was silent, staring at the ground. Then, abruptly, she straightened, her Irish pride resurfacing. Well, I won't be made a fool of. Not by him, not by anyone. Caleb respected that. You shouldn't be. Molly gave him a small, grateful smile. Thanks for listening, Caleb. You're kinder than most of the men in this gang. Caleb gave a gentle nod. Thank you. And a word of advice, Miss O'Shea, sometimes, when you care about someone, it's hard to know what to believe anymore. Molly gave him a surprised look. You sound older than you look when you say that. Yeah, I get that a lot, Caleb replied, half chuckling. They stood in companionable silence for a while longer. Then Molly straightened her dress and stepped back. I should go now. Don't want Dutch to be looking for me thinking I'm not at camp. That's, if he looks for me. Right. Well, take care, Miss O'Shea. You too, Mr. Thorne. She walked back toward camp, her gait slower than before. Caleb remained where he was, staring up at the sky through the swaying leaves. He knew her question wasn't idle. Molly was unraveling. And sooner or later, the rest of the gang would start feeling those cracks too. After parting ways with Molly, Caleb took a few moments to compose himself before heading back into the heart of camp. The conversation lingered in his mind like smoke, the weight of Molly's doubt about Dutch echoing in his thoughts. As much as he tried to stay on the periphery of gang politics, it was getting harder to ignore the way cracks were beginning to form. The afternoon sun was drifting lazily across the sky as Caleb returned to the bustle of Clemens Point. Camp was in its usual rhythm, Javier strumming his guitar near the fire, Mary Beth, Tilly, and Karen chatting while doing some laundry, Bill and Lenai on guard duty, Strauss was looking through this bookkeeping, Miss Grimshaw smoking, and Uncle already dozing off beside a bottle. But one figure caught Caleb's attention more than any other. Jack. The little boy was sitting in the dirt near a tree, completely absorbed in drawing squiggly shapes in the earth with a stick. He looked up when he heard Caleb approaching and immediately lit up. Uncle Caleb. Jack beamed. Caleb chuckled, crouching down beside him and ruffling his hair. Hey Jack, what are you playing there? Just drawing stuff. I was making a big boat. Wanna see? A boat, huh? Sure, let's have a look. Jack excitedly pointed at the mess of lines in the dirt. Caleb tilted his head, pretending to study it like a fine painting. Yep, that looks like a mighty fine ship. Might even outrun the Navy, Caleb said with a grin. Jack giggled. You think so? Oh, I know so. But hey, have you ever played hide and seek? Or maybe do some stone skipping by the river? Jack's eyes widened. I like that. Uncle Caleb, let's go skip stones. Caleb ruffled his hair again. Then let's go find the perfect skipping stones. Together, they strolled toward the riverbank, the peaceful sounds of the camp fading behind them. The breeze off the commissar was cool and clean, and the water shimmered under the light. Jack immediately began scouring the ground for smooth, flat stones while Caleb followed suit. They each took turns tossing their chosen stones. Jack squealed every time his skipped even once, while Caleb's made long, smooth bounces across the surface. Whoa, that one went so far. Again. Jack gasped. You'll get the hang of it. All in the wrist, let me show you again. Caleb replied, showing him again. As they played skip stones happily, a sudden bark startled them. Jack turned toward the source and exclaimed, Uncle Caleb, there's a dog. A gray-coated stray was standing just a little ways away, cautious but not hostile. Caleb recognized him immediately. Kane. The dog wagged his tail slowly as he watched the boy and the young man with curious eyes. Come here, boy. Here, boy. Jack called, waving him over. Kane hesitated for a second, then slowly padded toward them. Caleb crouched down and extended his hand, letting the dog sniff. Kane accepted the invitation and nudged his head forward for a pat. Caleb smiled and scratched behind the dog's ears. Whose dog is this, Uncle Caleb? I don't know, Jack. I think he just wandered into camp. Seems friendly though. Wanna give him a pat? Jack nodded enthusiastically, carefully reaching out. Kane sniffed his hand and leaned into it, his tail wagging. He likes me. Can we keep him, Uncle Caleb? Please. Caleb chuckled and stood up. I think we might be able to, but we'd better ask Dutch first. Okay, let's go ask him now. Jack said excitedly. With Kane trotting behind them, the two made their way back toward camp. They weaved between tents and the shore of the river until they reached Dutch's tent, which was almost at the edge of the camp. Dutch was seated on a chair outside, legs crossed and a book in hand. He looked up as they approached. Dutch, me and Jack got something to ask you, Caleb called out. Dutch set his book down and stood, his eyes catching sight of the dog. "Well, well," he said with a smirk, "what do we have here?" He walked over and crouched beside Kane, giving the dog a few pats as Kane sniffed him and then accepted the affection without issue. "We found him by the river," Caleb explained. "He just wandered in. Jack took a liking to him." "Is that so?" Dutch said, standing up and brushing off his coat. He looked from Jack to Kane and then to Caleb. "Well then, I suppose he's ours. For now." "That's great." Jack cheered. "What do we call him?" Dutch paused, watching the dog closely. "Well, he's a wanderer. Probably did something bad." "Kane. His name is Kane." Jack nodded. "Kane. I like that. Come on, Kane." Kane barked once and wagged his tail. "You two look after him now," Dutch said, his voice distant again as he picked up his book. "Will do," Caleb replied. As they walked away, Jack happily chattered at the dog, tossing him a stick and laughing as Kane chased it. Caleb couldn't help but smile. In a world rapidly descending into chaos, it was the small things, a game of stone skipping, a child's laughter, a stray dog finding a home, that reminded him why he was trying so hard to change things. As the sun dipped below the tree-line and dusk bled into night, Clemens Point transformed. Crickets began their chorus, the flickering light of campfires cut shapes into the darkness, and a calm settled over the Van der Linde camp. It was dinner time. Everyone had either gathered around the main fire or at the round table to eat, drink, and talk. The scent of stew and smoke hung in the air like comfort. Caleb, still energized from the day's little joys with Jack and Kane, made his way toward Pearson's cooking area. The big man was stirring his usual bubbling cauldron of stew with a wide wooden spoon, grumbling softly to himself. "Need a hand, Pearson?" Caleb asked casually. Pearson glanced up, squinting through the steam, then cracked a rare smile. "By all means, Mr. Thorne. Grab a knife or a pan, just don't grab my ladle." Caleb chuckled and grabbed one of the iron pans nearby. "I was thinking I'd cook up something different. Maybe some grilled venison or rabbit. Give folks a break from stew." "Music to my ears," Pearson said with a sigh. "Just don't let em spoil too much. I still want nem to eat my stew." Setting up a small side fire away from the main cauldron, Caleb got to work. He pulled out fresh cuts of deer meat from his personal supply, meat he had stored in his inventory system earlier during a hunt, and began seasoning them with salt, pepper, and wild herbs he'd foraged near the river earlier. The meat sizzled on the flat pan, the aroma soon wafting across camp. As the meat grilled, Caleb noticed the warm reception Kane was getting. The gray-coated dog had found a companion in none other than Bill Williamson. The former soldier had taken to Kane with surprising softness, rubbing behind his ears, feeding him scraps, and even talking to him like a friend. Kane, in turn, lay sprawled beside Bill, content and peaceful. Caleb smiled to himself. That dog really did have a good nose for people. Kane sensed Bill wasn't just a gruff, violent man, he was someone who needed to be needed, someone who'd never quite fit in but still wanted to. Once the steaks were done, Caleb placed them onto a large metal plate and brought them over to Pearson's table. "Food's up. Get your stew and grab a steak if you want one," Caleb called out. A chorus of cheers rose from the camp. Even Dutch, from his chair, raised a hand in mild appreciation. "About damn time someone grilled something proper." Sean called out with a grin. "Praise the Lord. Actual meat." Lenny added, "Oi, my stew's plenty fine." Pearson barked, mock offended. "Y'all would be gnawing on bark if not for me." Laughter rippled across the camp. Caleb chuckled and set aside 2 pieces of the grilled steak into a bowl. He made his way toward the fire where Bill was still sitting with Kane, tossing him a small stick and watching the dog chew it happily. The moment Bill saw Caleb approach, his expression stiffened. "Caleb," Bill muttered with a grunt. "Bill," Caleb replied evenly, then extended the bowl. "Thought you might want some extra. One for you, one for Kane." Bill blinked. He glanced at the bowl, then at Caleb. After their recent chat and the way Caleb had shown actual interest in his stories, in his past, something had changed. Bill wasn't used to people reaching out to him. It was usually the other way around, and even then, rejection was common. He took the bowl carefully, nodding. "Thanks. Appreciate it." "You're welcome," Caleb said, crouching beside them. Bill immediately tore into his steak while Kane sniffed at the other piece and started munching with obvious joy. Caleb waited a beat before asking, "Hey Bill, since we're both eating, what do you say we crack open a couple beers? Sit here with Kane, relax a bit." Bill raised a brow. "Beer, huh?" Caleb nodded. "Yeah, I'll grab us a couple bottles and some stew. Won't take long." Bill paused, then gave a subtle shrug. "Sure, why the hell not?" Caleb headed back to the supplies, grabbed 2 bottles of cold beer, a couple tin plates, and scooped up servings of stew from Pearson's cauldron. With his arms full, he returned to the log where Bill and Kane waited. He handed Bill a bottle and his food, then sat beside him, setting his own down. They clinked bottles. "To good company," Caleb said. "To decent food," Bill added gruffly, though a faint smile tugged at his lips. Kane barked once, wagging his tail as if toasting with them. They ate in peace. Around them, the camp was alive, stories being told, Karen singing drunkenly, and Dutch giving some long-winded philosophical speech to Hosea and Trelawney. But here, on this log, Caleb and Bill sat with a dog between them, simply existing. After a while, Caleb looked over. You know, Cain really took a liking to you. Bill huffed, chewing. Dogs know a good soul. Caleb grinned. That they do. A silence settled between them. Not awkward. Just comfortable. It wasn't friendship yet, but it was the start of something. Something Bill hadn't had in a long time. And Caleb, though still an outsider in many ways in Bill's mind, was starting to carve out a place as maybe a friend in his mind. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,004, 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, and 4 silver rings. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 132-126. Now going robbing with Bill. A silence settled between them. Not awkward. Just comfortable. It wasn't friendship yet, but it was the start of something. Something Bill hadn't had in a long time. And Caleb, though still an outsider in many ways in Bill's mind, was starting to carve out a place as maybe a friend in his mind. Bill eventually broke the silence. Hey, Caleb, you reckon you're free tomorrow? Caleb, mid-sip of his beer, paused. He glanced over at Bill, brow raised. I'm free. Haven't received any task from Dutch or Hosea, also just brought in some money with Sean to contribute to the gang's stash. So I'll guess I can do anything I want. Why you ask? Bill took a hearty bite of his steak, chewed, then looked back at Caleb. It's just, I've been prepping for a robbery. Had a good run of luck lately since we set up camp here. Robbed a house up in Roanoke Ridge, robbed a couple of soldiers down by the swamp. And now, this one I've been thinking about. I need a second gun to help me. Caleb blinked. The memory of this very companion activity flashed vividly in his mind thanks to his past life memory. In the game, this was something Arthur did with Bill. But now, in this life, in this version of things, Bill was offering it to him. By second gun you mean me? Caleb asked, still a little surprised. Bill snorted. Of course it's you, you slowpoke. You see anyone else sittin' here? He scrubbed Cain behind the ears, the dog thumping his tail contentedly. Caleb chuckled, raising both hands. Okay, relax. Just taken by surprise is all. But yeah, sure. I'm down to gain some money for ourselves and the gang. Bill grunted approvingly. Good. I like the attitude, Caleb. Thank you for the praise, Bill, Caleb said with mock formality before taking another bite of his stew. But I think you should tell me what exactly we're robbing. Bill leaned back and grabbed another swig of beer. Stagecoach. Bank stagecoach. And it's without much security. This feller I met last night at the saloon while we were drinkin', says it's coming right through. The bank figures the cost of proper security ain't worth the risk, apparently. There'll be a couple of armed guards, sure, but nothing too serious. And a lot of money. Easy money. Caleb whistled low. Now that is a dream of every man and woman. Easy money sounds nice. Who else are you thinking of bringing besides me? Bill reached down, took the empty bowls from Cain, and set them aside. Cain licked his chops and lay his head down again. Bill scratched his chin. I think we need a girl. 'Cause see, I got a plan. Needs a woman's touch. Someone to distract the coachman while we make our move. Caleb nodded thoughtfully. He held back a chuckle as his memories showed him Tilly riding along with Arthur in the game, snarking at Bill the entire time. It had been entertaining, but it also changed some parts of the plan's pacing. So instead, he made a different choice. What about Mary Beth? Bill raised an eyebrow and immediately snorted. You just suggestin' her so you can spend more time with her, ain't you? Caleb grinned, holding up his hands innocently. Hey, I suggested her, 'cause she's smart, charming, and good at playing a role. She ain't just sittin' around reading those romance novels for nothin'. I mean, come on, she's got a natural storyteller's charisma. She could sell water to a drowning man. Also, it's a bonus that she's got that sweet, innocent look, nobody'd suspect her. Bill gave a short laugh. Well, whatever. As long as it goes according to plan and we get our cut. I'll ask her later tonight or tomorrow morning, Caleb said. I think she'll want to. Not much to do around here besides reading and chatting. Could be fun for her. Alright, Bill grunted. He leaned back, looking up at the moonlit sky. You sure you're good with this? It's not a small thing, Caleb. Coach like that, we'll be hittin' it in New Hanover, just outside Dewberry Creek. Ain't too far, but it's still risky. Caleb nodded, more serious now. Yeah, I'm sure. I've got your back, Bill. Bill gave a grunt of approval again. No words, just the sound of trust beginning to settle in. Another drink of beer followed, then he scratched Kane's head again. Then it's settled. We ride out after breakfast. Bring Mary Beth, keep your guns clean, and don't oversleep. Caleb laughed. You got it. I'll meet you near the horses after we eat in the morning. They sat in silence a little longer, Kane snoring gently at their feet, the crackle of the fire warming their faces. And then finally, Bill said something Caleb didn't expect. Thanks for this. Most folks in the gang think I'm just muscle. Not too many treat me like I've got a real plan. Caleb looked over, understanding the weight behind the words. Well, everyone's got a side they don't show. Even you. I see the effort you're putting in. Bill grunted again. Humph. Don't make it weird. Caleb laughed. Wouldn't dream of it. They clinked beer bottles together quietly, and that was that. Whatever tomorrow brought, at least they were riding into it together. Morning arrived at Clemens Point with a crisp breeze rustling through the trees. The sounds of birdsong, the occasional neigh of horses, and the clatter of early risers filled the air. Caleb awoke early, his body still sluggish from last night's beer and meat, but his mind already focused on the task ahead. He quickly made his way to the wash basin to clean up and splash his face. Once he'd dressed and strapped his revolver to his side, he moved toward the main tent where he saw Mary Beth sitting by herself, scribbling into one of her many little notebooks. Morning, Mary Beth, Caleb greeted, his tone casual but warm and filled with the feelings he has for her. Mary Beth looked up, a small smile forming on her. She saw him. Oh, good morning, Caleb. You're up early. Something on your mind? He nodded and crouched beside her, resting one arm across his knee. Actually, yeah, I've got a favor to ask. A job, if you're up for it. Mary Beth arched a brow, clearly intrigued as her eyes sparkled with amusement. Oh, what kind? Legal-ish. She laughed. Now I'm really interested. Caleb chuckled. I know, sounds strange coming from me. But yeah, Bill asked me to be his second gun on a stagecoach job. He's got a plan. One that involves how'd he put it? Woman's touch. I suggested you. When Caleb was finished, Mary Beth tapped her chin. So you're saying I'd get to play damsel in distress? More like a damsel who causes distress. Mary Beth smirked. Even better. She laughed softly, shaking her head. But you're sure about that? I mean, I don't mind helping, but I don't want to deal with Bill barking orders the whole time. I'll be there, Caleb said reassuringly. If he starts acting out, I'll make sure he behaves. Besides, I figured you might want a little excitement. Mary Beth hummed, considering. Then, with a decisive nod, she closed her book. All right, I'm in. Caleb blinked. Just like that. She stood, brushing off her skirt. Caleb, I've been stuck in camp folding laundry for a week. I'd rob a nun if it got me out of here for a few hours. Caleb laughed. Good to know. By mid-morning, the trio was ready. Bill had his horse loaded and his repeater checked. Caleb brought his repeater and rifle alongside him as well, while Mary Beth wore a simple, modest dress with her hair pinned back, playing the part of a damsel in distress. As they rode out of camp, Dutch gave them a lazy wave from his perch outside his tent. You three be careful now, he called. Don't go making the law look too closely our way. No promises. Bill shouted back with a grin. Caleb merely nodded, and Mary Beth offered a coy wave over her shoulder. They rode northeast, passing quiet meadows and tall pine trees, the sun beginning to climb toward its peak. The road to Dewberry Creek was peaceful for now, but Caleb's instincts kept him alert. Mary Beth rode beside him, keeping her tone light despite the purpose of their journey. So, this coach we're robbing, any idea what it's carrying? Bill answered from ahead, money. I don't know from which bank. I got it on good word they're moving a strongbox filled with dollar bills. But they're not putting many guards on it since they think the roads are too quiet to worry. You sure your source is good? Caleb asked. Bill grunted. Yeah, I'm sure. Feller from Rhodes. Owes me for saving his skin in a bar fight once. Says it's a small escort. 5 guards max. And we're just gonna stop with Mary Beth playing hurt on the road. Caleb confirmed. That's the plan, Bill said, glancing over his shoulder. She acts like she twisted her ankle or something. They stop, get out to help, and bam. We draw down on and shoot all. Simple enough, Mary Beth said. But if they don't stop? Then you shoot Bill replied with a toothy grin. We're not here to beg. Caleb frowned slightly but said nothing. He trusted Mary Beth could handle herself. She was sharper than most gave her credit for, and if something had happened, he was there to protect her and activate his dead eye for good measure. The rest of the ride was mostly quiet, each of them lost in their own thoughts. The occasional rustle of wind in the trees or the distant call of a hawk filled the silence. As they rode out of Lemoyne and crossed the invisible border into New Hanover, the air seemed to shift, less humid, crisper, with the earthy smell of pine and dust carried by the breeze. The countryside opened up into more rolling hills and dry patches of land, the red clay trail ahead of them winding toward Dewberry Creek. They passed the dry riverbed without incident, their horses' hooves crunching against rock and old silt. Soon they turned onto a broader dirt road that led northward. "Okay," Bill finally said, pulling his horse to a stop. "Here we are." Caleb and Mary Beth reined in beside him, their horses shifting beneath them with soft huffs. The trees around them had thinned out, giving way to a wide, gently sloping bend in the road. It was the perfect choke point, no town for miles, no witnesses. Just the hills, the dry wind, and whatever passed through here. Bill gestured down the road, pointing westward. "Stage should be comin' from over there. Bank usually sends 'em outa at this time of day. Not too many take this road, but it cuts time. Reckon they wanna get the money through quick." He turned to Mary Beth. "You ride up a little ways. Maybe 200 feet. Pretend you twisted your ankle or something, after fallin' from your horse. Lie down near the edge of the road and wave 'em down like you're hurt. They'll stop. You keep 'em talkin'. Me and Caleb'll do the rest." Mary Beth blinked and raised her brows. "Bill, I didn't sign up to throw myself off a horse. You better be damn sure that split is worth it." Bill scoffed. "You'll be fine. Just slide off nice and easy. You ain't gotta break anything. Besides, you're gettin' a cut. That's the deal." Caleb, who had been adjusting the strap on his saddlebag, looked over to her. "Wait a second, Mary Beth," he said. Mary Beth paused and turned toward him, curious. Caleb reached back and pulled his second revolver, his Schofield, from its holster. He held it out to her, but first. "Here," he said, his voice soft but firm, "just in case. I don't expect trouble, but I'd rather you be ready than sorry." Mary Beth looked down at the gun, then back at him. A smile tugged at her lips, one warmer and filled with something more from her feelings than her usual warm smile. "You're sweet, Caleb. Don't worry, I've done this kind of thing long before you showed up." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,004, 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, and 4 silver rings. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 133, sorry no update today. Sorry everyone, I had a massive headache today that I can't even get out of my bed, and looking at either a laptop or phone screen makes it more painful. That's why I asked the help of my sister to type this for me. Don't worry, I will return tomorrow with 2 updates for all novels as usual. Sorry for the inconvenience. 134, 127. Robbing with Bill gone okay actually. Mary Beth looked down at the gun, then back at him. A smile tugged at her lips, one warmer and filled with something more from her feelings than her usual warm smile. "You're sweet, Caleb. Don't worry, I've done this kind of thing long before you showed up." He returned the smile with a half chuckle. "I know, but it'd still eat at me if something happened to you out there. Just humor me." With a playful roll of her eyes and a nod, Mary Beth took the revolver and tucked it into her dress's hidden holster with practiced ease. Then, without another word, she nudged her horse forward and trotted up the road. As she disappeared from view behind a curve in the dirt path, Bill and Caleb dismounted. They each pulled out sackcloth masks from their saddlebag, worn and dusty from past use, but proven effective. After the successful train robbery, these crude masks had become a quiet staple for the gang for big robberies. Dutch didn't officially endorse them, but he didn't complain either. Less heat meant longer survival. With masks secured, they jogged behind a line of rocks and a tall bush beside the road, rifles in hand, crouching low as they settled into their position. "You good?" Caleb asked quietly. Bill scowled. "Course I am. Just ain't done this with you before. Don't screw it up." Caleb chuckled. "Not planning on it." Bill squinted down the path. "All right, any minute now." Caleb nodded, keeping his breath steady. His rifle rested across his lap, finger just off the trigger. His eyes flicked back and forth across the horizon. Minutes ticked by. Birds scattered from a tree up the way, and Caleb felt the familiar rush of nerves start to rise. But just then hoofbeats. Not just 2, multiple. Caleb tensed. The stagecoach came into view, exactly as Bill predicted, drawn by 4 horses, 2 dark brown and 2 black horses, reinforced frame, and thick wheels coated in dust. 2 armed guards sat up top, one holding the reins, the other clutching a repeater. 3 more men rode alongside it on horseback, one in front, one behind, and one beside it. 5, Caleb whispered. Just like the information you got, Bill. Bill let out a smile. What do I tell ya, this feller information was solid. As they neared the bend, the driver pulled on the reins. There, came one of the guards' voices. You see that girl? Mary Beth lay just where planned, near the side of the road, clutching her ankle and waving them down with one hand. She's hurt. The rider in front called, slowing his horse. The driver brought the coach to a halt with a jolt. One of the guards jumped down, weapons slung but not drawn. You all right, miss? Mary Beth gave a perfectly convincing wince. I fell from my horse and it run off. My ankle, I think it's twisted. Another guard began dismounting. That's when Bill hissed, now. He and Caleb rose as one from behind the rocks, repeaters raised. The masks lent an eerie coldness to their voices. Drop, M. Caleb barked with a gruff voice. Hands where we can see, M. The driver froze, wide-eyed. The rider in the rear reached for his gun, too slow. Bang, bang. Bill's shot cracked across the quiet air, striking the rider in the rear clean through the chest. He tumbled from his horse like a sack of potatoes. His second shot was for the guard on horseback which was on the side, striking clear right on the head and his body fell down while his horse bolted away. Shit. The second rider shouted, yanking his repeater. Caleb fired once, then again, his bullet slamming into the rider's shoulder and thigh. The man went down screaming. The guards up front reacted fast. One raised his rifle toward Caleb, but Mary Beth, cool and unflinching, drew her Schofield and fired from her back. Bang! The shot hit the man's thigh, and as he dropped, Caleb took him out clean with a second shot to the chest. The final guard, the driver, sat frozen atop the stagecoach, his hands halfway in the air, trembling as he realized what had just happened. 5 men down in less than a minute. The one beside him was still bleeding into the dust, Mary Beth calmly standing, revolver still warm in her hands, and 2 masked men approaching with rifles drawn. All right, I surrender, he started, voice cracking. Bang, bang. 2 precise shots from Bill ended his sentence and his life. The bullets hit center mass, right in the chest. The force knocked the man backward and over the side, landing with a dull thud beside one of the wheels. The silence that followed was broken only by the sharp whinnying and stomping of the 4 horses, who'd been driven near panic by the chaos and gunfire. Their nostrils flared, bodies tense, threatening to bolt. Shit, Bill grumbled, don't let them go. I'll get it. Caleb called out. He slung his repeater onto his back and quickly stepped forward, both hands raised in a calming gesture as he approached the 4 startled horses. He exhaled slowly, drawing on that bond he'd been cultivating since the day he arrived in this world. His horse mastery, LVL3, kicked in, soothing, firm presence, practiced voice. He stroked their snouts, murmured softly, and gently tugged their reins into a relaxed knot on the brake rail to keep them steady. Easy now, nothing else is gonna scare you all, promise, Caleb said under his breath. The horses responded with slow exhales and lowered heads, easing into stillness. He turned to Mary Beth and gestured to the dead men. Mary Beth, can you check their pockets? Might be some valuables. Mary Beth, her face calm but focused, gave a nod. On it. While Caleb secured the horses, she moved swiftly and professionally through the aftermath. She searched the 5 bodies, picking out 2 silver-plated belt buckles, for pocket watches, and about $47 and change in loose bills. She worked fast and clean, flipping collars, digging through coat linings, never staying long in one place. She moved with a casual grace that belied how many times she'd probably done this before. Meanwhile, Bill stood at the edge of the clearing, eyes sharp, keeping lookout. Still quiet, Bill said after a few moments. Ain't no one dumb enough to come through here after that racket. Mary Beth returned with her findings, pocketing the small items and handing the rest to Caleb. All clear, she said. Thanks, Caleb replied, then climbed up to the driver's seat. He took the reins and gave a test tug, still solid. Mary Beth, ride up with me, he said. Let's move before buzzards start circling. Without protest, she climbed up and took the shotgun seat beside him. Caleb clicked his tongue, the 4 horses obeyed, and the stagecoach began rolling down the southern trail, as Caleb and Mary Beth whistled for their horse to follow them. Bill whistled for his horse, then mounted with practiced ease. Let's head for Dewberry Creek, he said. Find a hidden spot in there for us to collect our money. They traveled south in formation, Bill riding beside the coach on his horse while Caleb led the team across the hard-packed trail. The sun was starting to dip, casting golden light across the trees and the dry riverbanks that signaled they were nearing their destination. Finally, they veered off the main trail and descended into the more remote section of Dewberry Creek, far from any traffic. The terrain flattened out, rocks and low brush lining the cracked riverbed. Here's good, Bill said, pulling his horse to a stop. Caleb halted the coach and climbed down, tugging the brake lever to keep it stable. Mary Beth hopped off gracefully behind him. They all removed their sackcloth masks, stuffing them into saddlebags. Bill cracked his knuckles and grinned. You take the honors, Caleb. Grab the lockbox from inside. Sure, Caleb said with a smirk. He glanced at Mary Beth. Mind cutting those horses loose? Don't want anyone tying us to this thing if it's found. She nodded and pulled a knife from her boot. Gladly. As Mary Beth began slicing through the reins that connected the 4 horses to the yoke, Caleb went to the side of the stagecoach's steel door. He tugged at the steel latch. Nothing. He tugged again, no give, just as he'd expected. He rapped his knuckles against it. Locked, he said, then turned toward Bill. We're gonna need to blow it open. Got a dynamite with you? Bill snorted as if the question offended him. Course I do. You think I come unprepared to a payday? He dismounted and rummaged in his saddlebag, pulling out a stick of dynamite with a short fuse already wrapped tight and ready. Step back. Lemme show you how it's done. While Bill moved to the door, Caleb walked over to help Mary Beth unbuckle the final horse's reins. You good? He asked. Fine, she replied. These fellas are probably well trained. Didn't immediately bolt when the shooting started. With the horses free, Mary Beth gave them a pat on the side and a loud hi-ah. They took off into the hills, disappearing with pounding hooves. Back at the stage, Bill placed the dynamite carefully into the door hinge and sparked the fuse. Move. He barked, then sprinted back toward them. Caleb pulled Mary Beth behind a large boulder as Bill joined them just as, boom, the blast echoed across the dry creek bed. A small cloud of dust and smoke filled the air. When it cleared, the door to the stagecoach hung off one bent hinge, the metal warped and twisted. Woo! Bill whooped, grinning like a man who just won a poker hand on a bluff. Now that is how you opened a damn door. Their horses flinched but didn't bolt. Caleb approached the smoldering wreckage, coughing slightly at the acrid smoke. He climbed inside and found what they were after. A thick lockbox, now dented and bent slightly from the explosion. He heaved it out with effort and placed it on the ground, prying it open with his knife and shoulder. Inside lay neat stacks of dollar bills, mostly 20s and 50s, and rolls of bank bonds sealed with wax. He began counting, hands quick and methodical. $623, he announced. Dollar bills. Bonds too, but those take longer to sell off in Hosea's job. Bill gave a satisfied exhale. Well hot damn. We give the gang $300, Caleb said. Leaves $323 for us. We split it 3 ways, that's a little over $100 each. $107, give or take. He handed Bill his share. There you go. Bill laughed, slapping his thigh. What do I always say? Easy money. Caleb chuckled. Yeah, it's easy money all right, if we do it right. He handed Mary Beth her cut, which she tucked discreetly into a pouch hidden in her dress. I'll store the gang's cut when we're back in camp, Caleb said. We should split up now. Less likely to draw attention. Agreed, Bill said. See you back at camp, partner. He mounted his horse and tipped his hat, then rode off down the south trail. Caleb shook his head with a small grin, then turned to Mary Beth. Stay close. We'll go the long way back. Don't want anyone tracing where we've been. After today, Mary Beth said, her voice light but a little breathless, you think anyone's crazy enough to follow us? He laughed. Let's just not give them the chance. Together, they mounted their horses and started their slow, looping return to Camp Beneath. They took a meandering route back, sticking to game trails and dry creek beds to avoid leaving an obvious trail. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the heartlands. Mary Beth rode beside Caleb, her hand holding tight to her reins. After a comfortable silence, she spoke. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,111, 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, and 4 silver rings. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 135, 128. Mary Beth asked Caleb. Together, they mounted their horses and started their slow, looping return to Camp Beneath. They took a meandering route back, sticking to game trails and dry creek beds to avoid leaving an obvious trail. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the heartlands. Mary Beth rode beside Caleb, her hand holding tight to her reins. After a comfortable silence, she spoke. You know this wasn't how I expected today to go. Caleb glanced back. Good or bad? She laughed softly. Good, really good. It's nice doing something real for once. Not just doing some laundry or listening to Uncle's tall tales. Caleb hummed in agreement with a big smile. You handled yourself well out there. Better than Bill, honestly. Mary Beth's grip tightened playfully. Flatterer. They lapsed back into silence, the rhythmic clop of hooves and distant calls of birds the only sounds. Clemens Point was quiet when they returned. Most of the gang was either napping, drinking, or out on errands. Dutch, however, was seated at his usual spot, a book in hand but his eyes tracking Caleb and Mary Beth as they dismounted. Caleb didn't approach him immediately. Instead, he made a show of depositing the gang's $300 into the lockbox near Dutch's tent, ensuring Dutch himself and everyone saw him do it, letting them know that he always pulls his weight. Only then did he stroll over to Dutch. Afternoon Dutch, Caleb said casually. Dutch marked his page with a finger, his gaze knowing. Afternoon, Caleb. How's the trip this morning? I see that it bore fruit. Something like that. Got around $300 for the gang. Dutch's lips quirked. That's good son, good work as well Mary Beth. And where's Bill? Don't know really. We split up as usual after a noisy job, so he should have gone to do whatever he wants to do I guess after getting his cut. Dutch studied him a moment longer before smiling. Good, that's really good. He didn't ask for details. He didn't need to. As Caleb and Mary Beth turned to leave, Dutch added, oh, and Caleb. Yeah. Try to make a habit of this. We need more funds while I've got bigger plans brewing for us. Caleb nodded. Of course Dutch. The warm glow of the late afternoon sun stretched across the camp as after that Caleb and Mary Beth quietly made their way from Dutch's tent toward the main campfire. The sounds of the world seemed subdued, the distant chirping of cicadas, the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, the occasional laughter or murmur from other gang members lounging around camp. Dutch, still seated with the book half open in his hand, watched them walk in silence. His gaze was steady, observant, but no one knows what was inside that eye. The flicker of a smile but also not a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth before he looked down, turned the page, and resumed reading. At the campfire, Mary Beth dropped onto a log bench with a soft exhale, smoothing her skirt and stretching her shoulders. Caleb sat beside her, the familiar scent of smoke and pine mingling in the air. The fire crackled low, more for ambience than warmth, the day still hanging onto the tail end of summer heat. They had barely settled when the sharp clip of boots struck the dirt behind them. Miss Gaskell. Mary Beth winced slightly before turning, already knowing the voice. It was unmistakable, firm, brisk, and undeniably belonging to Miss Susan Grimshaw. Miss Grimshaw came into view, arms folded across her chest, eyebrows furrowed with that classic no-nonsense expression she had perfected long before Caleb ever joined the gang. Where have you been, girl? We've still got laundry to boil and sewing to mend. Not to mention Pearson's been whining about stew prep all morning. Mary Beth opened her mouth, clearly about to defend herself, but Caleb stood before she could. Sorry, Miss Grimshaw, he said quickly, stepping forward with the calm, polite authority he had begun to find when navigating camp politics. Bill and I had to borrow Mary Beth this morning. We needed her help with a stagecoach job. It was time sensitive. We didn't mean to cause any trouble back in camp. Miss Grimshaw's eyes narrowed, lips pursed. Well, if you'd told me beforehand, Mr. Thorne, I wouldn't be chasing my tail thinking someone ran off or got themselves killed. I'll take note of that for the future, Miss Grimshaw, Caleb replied with a smile that was equal parts respectful and disarming. So I hope you'll go a little easier on Mary Beth. She was really a big help today after all. For a moment, Grimshaw's eyes held his. There was a kind of silence there, not hostile, just loaded with unspoken judgments and calculations. Finally, with a small, resigned huff through her nose, she spoke again. Fine, Mr. Thorne. This time. But next time, I expect word beforehand, especially if you're pulling girls from their chores from around camp. Loud and clear, Caleb nodded with a small bow of the head. Thank you, Miss Grimshaw. Miss Grimshaw turned toward Mary Beth, who tried to sit a little straighter despite her previous defiance. Since you've done some work today, Grimshaw said with grudging approval, you can rest for a bit. But after that, I want to see you with some knitting or darning in hand. This camp doesn't run on sweet smiles. Yes, Miss Grimshaw, Mary Beth replied, her tone dripping with restrained sarcasm and eye rolls, but she still nodded respectfully. With that, Miss Grimshaw turned sharply on her heel and marched off, continuing her reign of order and responsibility across camp. As the footsteps faded, Caleb let out a small chuckle and lowered himself back onto the log. Sorry for speaking over you, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Mary Beth shook her head, smiling with something bright and tender in her eyes. No, thank you. I was going to snap at her. You saved me from another lecture, Caleb. Caleb shrugged with a grin. I'm just good at taking bullets, even verbal ones. She laughed gently, then went quiet for a second. Her eyes were down on the ground, fingers nervously smoothing over her skirt. Then, with a softness that cut through the noise of camp, she reached out and took Caleb's hand. He blinked, startled by the warmth and surprise of her touch. His fingers instinctively curled around hers. What's wrong? He asked, voice low. Mary Beth was silent at first, biting the inside of her cheek before finally speaking. Do you like me, Caleb? The words hit him harder than he expected. A rush of warmth crept up his neck, a bit of panic fluttering in his chest. Why yes, he stammered. I do. I think I've shown it a little through how I treat you and all. I mean, I didn't think you'd ask me something like that so directly. Why? As he spoke, he didn't realize sweat had formed along his brow. He rubbed it away nervously with his free hand. Mary Beth giggled softly, her cheeks tinted red, though her fingers stayed laced with his. His palms were sweating. I don't know, she said, voice quiet but honest. You treat me different. Not like I'm just a silly girl or someone you're trying to impress. It's like you see me, really see me, for who I am. Caleb let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. A slow, warm smile formed on his lips. Well, he said, I'm glad. Because I do see you. Always have. There was a quiet moment between them, just the two of them sitting close together, fingers entwined, the warmth of the fire brushing their skin. In the distance, someone strummed a guitar and birds settled into the trees for the evening. How do you feel about me? Caleb asked softly. Do you feel the same way I do? Mary Beth looked down for a moment, then back up into his eyes. I think I do, she whispered. I didn't expect to, not with everything going on. But the more I'm around you, the more I find myself thinking about you, wanting to talk to you, wanting to make you smile. Caleb's heart beat a little faster. The camp, the stress of loving in this world, Dutch's plans that could go out of the game he knows, and many more, all of it seemed to blur and fall away. This moment was real, sincere, and simple. Then I'll keep trying, he said, brushing his thumb lightly across her hand. I'll keep giving you reasons to smile more and more each day. Mary Beth's smile grew a little wider, a little softer. You're already doing just fine, Caleb. They stayed there for a while, just sitting in each other's company. Words were no longer needed. The air was heavy with meaning, but peaceful all the same. Then suddenly a loud crash echoed from Pearson's wagon. They jerked apart as Karen stumbled into view, clutching a bottle of whiskey and laughing a bit drunkenly as she realized she had been found out. Oops, didn't mean to interrupt you too, she says a bit slurred, waggling her eyebrows. Mary Beth groaned, burying her face in her hands. Caleb sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Karen, really? And also at this time of the day? Karen hiccuped. What? Y'all were practically glowing, brighter than the fire. Ain't my fault you're bad at hidin' it. Also, I don't see people complaining when Bill or Uncle or Swanson does the same thing. She staggered off, cackling to herself while at it. Mary Beth peeked through her fingers. Well, that could have gone much worse. Fortunately, it was Karen. Caleb chuckled. Yeah, could have been Bill from all we knew. She shuddered when she thought of that. Don't even joke about that. They lapsed into silence again, but this time, it was comfortable. Mary Beth's hand found his again, their fingers intertwining. So, what now? She asked. Caleb thought for a moment. Now, we take it slow. No need to rush. But, I'd like to court you properly now, if that's all right with you. Mary Beth's smile could have lit up the whole camp. I'd like that, Caleb. Looking at that smile, Caleb didn't know what tomorrow would bring. But tonight, for once, the world felt steady beneath his feet, and Mary Beth's hand in his felt like home. From his perch near his tent, Dutch observed the pair with less and less amusement as time passed on. He'd have been keeping an eye on the way Caleb looked at Mary Beth and vice versa. It was, a truly not so good experience for him, one that he keeps trying to suppress. Hosea sidled up beside him, following his gaze. Well, looks like young love between Caleb and Mary Beth bloomed after all. Dutch hummed in a low tone. Seems so, old friend. You disapprove of it? Dutch kept himself calm as he shook his head. What? No, of course not. Just, thinking. Caleb's different from the others. Smart, careful. If he's sweet on Mary Beth, it means he's putting down his roots here permanently. That's good for us. Hosea arched a brow. Or it means he's got something to lose if things go south with us. Dutch's smile didn't reach his eyes. Exactly. As the day deepened into the evening, most of the gang began to stop doing their work and began to eat and drink. Caleb and Mary Beth had changed places into a more secluded area, shoulders brushing as they ate their stew together, then talked about nothing and everything. At one point, Mary Beth leaned her head against his shoulder. Today was nice, even with the shooting and all. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,111. 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, 4 silver rings, and 1 double-action revolver. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 136, 129. Conversation. And the next day, Caleb and Mary Beth had changed places into a more secluded area, shoulders brushing as they ate their stew together, then talked about nothing and everything. At one point, Mary Beth leaned her head against his shoulder. Today was nice, even with the shooting and all. Caleb smiled, eyes half-lidded. Yeah, it was. She tilted her head slightly to glance up at him, eyes reflecting moonlight. Think we could do it again sometime soon. The not shooting part of today, I mean. Caleb's chest warmed, the kind of warmth that wasn't adrenaline or the rush of a job, but something deeper, quieter. I'd like that, Mary Beth. Anytime you want. If I'm free, we'll do it. Her smile deepened, more content than before. She leaned her head back on his shoulder and closed her eyes. They sat like that for a long moment, just the two of them breathing together, savoring this rare stillness. But as with all things in camp life, peace was never left to its own for too long. A soft chuckle broke the silence. Sorry to interrupt the both of you, came Hosea's familiar, knowing voice. Didn't mean to sneak up, but I've got something I'd like to speak with Caleb about. Both of them stiffened. Mary Beth sat bolt upright, face turning crimson, while Caleb blinked like he'd been caught stealing sugar out of the jar. He let out a nervous chuckle and scratched the back of his neck. Sure, Hosea, he said, clearing his throat. Why don't we just step away for a moment? You know, to talk. He glanced apologetically at Mary Beth, whose expression was caught between mortification and amusement. Hosea only smiled, amused as ever, and gave a small nod. Caleb stood, dusted off his pants, and followed Hosea a few steps into the trees just off the path. Enough distance to give Mary Beth her dignity back, and to allow a private conversation. Once they stopped near a moss-covered log, Hosea turned toward Caleb, that sly twinkle in his eye still present. I see your progress with Mary Beth is going well. Caleb grinned shyly and nodded. Yeah, didn't expect her to feel the same way, honestly. Hosea patted his shoulder. So what now? Should we start calling you two a couple? Caleb laughed softly and shook his head. Nah, not yet. I'm courting her. That's how I want to treat it. Hosea nodded appreciatively. He reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a crumpled cigarette, lit it with a match from his belt, and took a long puff before continuing. Well, it's good to see. Mary Beth deserves someone who sees her for who she is, not just another girl around camp. Thanks, Hosea, Caleb said genuinely. Now Hosea exhaled a thin stream of smoke. How was the robbery this morning? With Bill? Didn't go and lose his temper, did he? That caught Caleb a bit off guard. Hosea didn't usually check in like that. Not in the game, not even now. Still, Caleb rolled with it. Actually, it went really well, he said. Bill didn't lose his temper once. Maybe it's because he was the one in charge. Or maybe it's because no one called him stupid or tried to question him the whole time. Hosea raised an eyebrow, letting out a thoughtful hum as he took another drag of his cigarette. You're telling me he didn't raise his voice once? Caleb nodded firmly. Well, there were several times when he was excited, but that's it. Not once did he raise his voice in anger. We followed his lead, gave him room to work. And he delivered. Efficient, calm, focused. Even Mary Beth commented on it. Hosea was silent for a moment, absorbing that. The only sound was the occasional pop from the campfire behind them and the night insects humming in the brush. You know, he finally said, maybe we treat him unfairly. The man does have a temper, sure, but maybe it's not all his fault. Not if he's constantly being mocked or dismissed. Exactly, Caleb said, smiling faintly. He's got a short fuse, yeah. But when folks let him be who he is, when he's given a chance to lead and not just punch, he can surprise you. Hosea gave a rare nod of agreement. Thanks for telling me, Caleb. It's not often someone speaks for Bill, least of all in this camp. It's easy to fall into old habits, writing folks off because they don't fit our mold. There was a long moment of shared silence between them. Hosea smoked, thoughtful, while Caleb reflected on the contrast between Hosea's self-awareness and Dutch's constant deflection. It felt good to be heard, to feel like his perspective mattered. Then Caleb remembered something. Oh, Hosea. Almost forgot. He opened his satchel and reached into the glowing grid interface of his inventory system. A second later, he pulled out a bundle of carefully wrapped paper tied with twine, the bonds from that morning's robbery. Caleb offered it to Hosea. These were from the stagecoach job with Bill. I figured I should give them to you, since even if I handed them to Dutch, you'd be the one selling them anyway. Hosea blinked, then laughed, shaking his head as he accepted the bonds. You're not wrong, he said, tucking the bundle into his own bag. Thank you, Caleb. I'll see what I can get for M when I pass through town again. You're welcome. Hosea gave him one more look, not of command or judgment, but something gentler. Approval, maybe. You've come a long way since you showed up in this gang, he said, flicking the stub of his cigarette aside. And you're shaping into something fine, Caleb. A leader, even. Caleb felt a tightness in his chest at that, quiet pride mingled with a weighty kind of pressure. Still, he smiled and nodded. I'm just trying to help where I can. Keep doing what you're doing, Hosea said, placing a hand briefly on Caleb's shoulder before stepping past him and walking back toward camp. And keep treating Mary Beth right. I will, Caleb said softly, watching him go. Once alone again, Caleb let out a long exhale, a quiet grin stretching across his face. He turned back toward the firelight, where Mary Beth was still waiting, now speaking with Tilly who had come to her while holding a small mug in both hands. Caleb let them speak for a while, and when Tilly went away, he made his way back to Mary Beth. She looked at him when he approached, cheeks still faintly pink. Everything all right? She asked. Caleb sat beside her, nudging her shoulder playfully. Yeah, just gang business. Mary Beth hummed, setting her book aside. You know, I was thinking about. She hesitated, then smiled. Maybe tomorrow, if you're free, we could ride into Rhodes, just for a change of scenery. Caleb's chest warmed. I'd like that. Mary Beth's smile turned mischievous. Good, because I may have already told Tilly we were going, and she may have insisted on coming along. Caleb groaned. Of course she did. Mary Beth laughed, the sound bright and clear in the quiet camp. Don't worry. She'll find an excuse to wander off once we're there. She always does. Caleb shook his head, grinning. Your trouble, Mary Beth Gaskell. She leaned into him, her voice dropping to a whisper. And you love it. He didn't deny it. After a few more moments of quiet laughter and soft conversation under the stars, Caleb and Mary Beth slowly parted ways for the night. They walked together for a time, lingering at every step as though reluctant to let the night end, before finally reaching the fork in the trail that split their tents. There, they exchanged one last glance, one last shy smile, and went their separate ways, Mary Beth to her corner of camp, and Caleb back to his own small setup. The flap rustled softly as he entered, the distant murmurs of camp life beginning to quiet as the others turned in. Caleb knelt and rolled out his bedroll, sinking into it with a sigh. His body was tired in the best way, from action, purpose, and the closeness of someone who cared. He lay there, staring at the tent ceiling, letting the feelings of the day wash over him. Then, with a satisfied breath, he turned onto his side and fell asleep quickly. Morning came softly, golden light peeking through canvas seams and dappling the forest floor outside his tent. Caleb stirred before the camp truly woke. His internal clock, sharpened from both his past life's routine and the rhythm of outlaw life, stirred him early. He sat up, stretched his back with a grunt, then stepped outside into the crisp morning air. After a splash of cold water from a nearby bucket, he began his usual routine, stretching first, loosening his limbs with purposeful focus. He rolled his shoulders, rotated his joints, then dropped into push-ups, squats, sit-ups, and burpees, all performed with fluid motion. A light sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead by the end of it. Next came his run. Caleb took off at a steady pace, jogging around the natural perimeter of the Clemens Point camp. He greeted Pearson with a short wave, sidestepped a wandering chicken near the kitchen area, and passed by a still dozing uncle without slowing. The path twisted through brush, followed a rise near the cliffs, then curved alongside the river. And that's when the idea struck him. The water was clear and glittered in the morning light. Dew clung to the grass, and the river sang a cool, tempting song. Caleb stopped, took a breath, and then laughed to himself. Why not? He stripped off his boots, shirt, and coat, leaving only his trousers on. Then, with a running start, he dove into the river with a clean splash. The cold hit first, but it wasn't biting, just refreshing. It invigorated his skin, cleared his mind. He let himself drift for a moment, floating on his back beneath the pale blue sky, then swam to the far side with steady, practiced strokes. He pushed his body through the current, doing laps for the sake of motion, of joy, of memory. The water churned around him, but he felt nothing but calm. From the shore, a few curious eyes watched. Karen and Tilly had come to fetch some laundry water when they caught sight of Caleb swimming. Tilly raised an eyebrow, impressed. Well, would you look at that, she said with a smirk. Didn't think we had a proper swimmer among us. Karen giggled. Look at the muscles though, he's been working out more than Arthur, that's for sure. Nearby, Mary Beth, who had just finished setting out her notebook and her fountain pen from Caleb, turned her head at the noise. Her eyes caught sight of Caleb in the water and widened slightly. She hadn't really seen him like this before, shirtless and shining with river water, muscles taut and defined from his workout and swim. There was a strength to him, lean, balanced, and graceful, not the bulky weight of someone like Bill, but something more precise. She swallowed and quickly looked back at her notebook, cheeks flushing, though she wasn't writing anymore. Tilly caught her expression when she and Karen walked past by, to which she elbowed her lightly. Oh, honey, don't act innocent now. Mary Beth turned even redder. Shut it, Tilly. But the loudest response came from the youngest member of the camp, Uncle Caleb. Jack's voice rang out from down the hill, excitement in every syllable as he sprinted to the water's edge with Kane barking and bounding alongside him. Uncle Caleb, you can swim. Caleb, halfway through a lap, stopped for a moment when he heard that, a wide grin spreading across his face. He remembered the irony of the situation. In the first Red Dead Redemption, John Marston, Jack's father, couldn't swim, a fact that had often put him at a disadvantage. It seemed Jack was destined to follow in his father's footsteps in that regard since John couldn't teach him, at least until now. Caleb chuckled, a warm, genuine sound that carried across the water. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,111. 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, 4 silver rings, and 1 double-action revolver. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 130. Teaching Jack to swim and on the way to Rhodes. In the first Red Dead Redemption, John Marston, Jack's father, couldn't swim, a fact that had often put him at a disadvantage. It seemed Jack was destined to follow in his father's footsteps in that regard since John couldn't teach him, at least until now. Caleb chuckled, a warm, genuine sound that carried across the water. I sure can, he called back. Why? Don't tell me you can't swim, Jack. Jack bounced on the balls of his feet. No, I can't, but I want to learn. Please teach me, Uncle Caleb, please. Cain barked in agreement, tail wagging wildly. Caleb swam to shore, chuckling as he stood in the shallow bank and let the water drip down his frame. He ran a hand through his wet hair and knelt to Jack's height. Of course I can teach you, he said warmly. But first, go ask your ma and pa, all right? Make sure they're okay with it. Jack nodded so fast it looked like his head might fall off. Okay, Uncle Caleb. He yelled, then turned and sprinted back to camp, Cain galloping beside him. Caleb stood there, wringing water from his hair, when he saw Jack returning not long after, this time flanked by Abigail and John. Caleb straightened, nodding toward them as they approached. John had his arms crossed, that familiar squint in his eyes. So you want to teach Jack how to swim, huh? Caleb nodded, calm and open. Yeah, it's a good skill to have, especially around rivers. And don't worry, I'll keep him safe. That is, of course, if you're both alright with it. Abigail looked Caleb up and down. She didn't look skeptical exactly, but concerned, as any mother would be. Are you sure you can keep him safe, Caleb? She asked. He's just a boy, and that water can drag even a grown man under. I know, Caleb said gently, but I'm not going to throw him into a deep current. I'll stay right by him. Start small. Let him get used to it at his pace. John's expression didn't change much, but he did give a faint nod. You trust him, Abigail. She looked between John and Caleb, then down at Jack, whose hopeful eyes pleaded up at her. She sighed. All right, but only shallow water. You stay close to him. I promise, Caleb said, placing a hand over his heart. My honor. Jack whooped in excitement. Yay. Cain barked again, tail going wild. John gave Caleb a once-over. Just don't let him think he can start crossing rivers by himself. Wouldn't dream of it, Caleb said with a smile. As John and Abigail stepped back to give the two space, where they retreated to a nearby log, close enough to watch, far enough to give them space. On the other hand, Caleb motioned Jack over, and together they stepped into the water. Caleb turned to Jack. All right, Jack. First rule of swimming, respect the water. It's fun, but it can be dangerous if you don't take it seriously. Understand? Jack nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. Good. Now, let's start with floating. Caleb guided the boy slowly, first letting him get used to the feel of the water, then showing him how to float, how to kick gently, and how to move his arms. Jack listened well, eyes wide with wonder, and Caleb kept one firm hand under his back the entire time. Jack spluttered and coughed at first, but under Caleb's patient instruction, he quickly got the hang of it. See, you're a natural, Caleb said, grinning as Jack kicked his legs, propelling himself forward in a clumsy but effective doggy paddle. Jack beamed. This is awesome, Uncle Caleb. Can you teach me how to dive next? Caleb laughed. One thing at a time, cowboy. From the shore, Abigail's tense posture gradually relaxed as she watched Jack's progress. Even John looked vaguely impressed, though he'd never admit it. On the other side, Mary Beth sat beside Tilly again, watching quietly as Caleb taught Jack how to paddle in the shallows. He's good with him, Tilly said softly. Mary Beth smiled. Yeah, he really is. Cain barked again and leapt into the river too, sending a splash across them all and making Jack laugh so hard he nearly sank. Then the peaceful moment was interrupted by the sound of heavy boots crunching on gravel. Bill stomped into view, his usual scowl in place. "What the hell's going on here?" he grunted, squinting at the river. "Swimmin' lessons," John said dryly. Bill blinked. "Swimmin'? Who the hell needs to learn that?" "Jack does," Abigail said sharply. "And Caleb's kind enough to teach him." Bill's gaze flicked to Caleb, then back to Jack, who was now attempting a very uneven backstroke. For a moment, something almost like envy flickered across his face. Then he snorted. "Waste of time, if you ask me." Caleb, waist deep in the water, called out, "You're welcome to join us, Bill. Bet you could use the practice." Bill's face darkened. "I ain't gettin' in no damn river." John smirked. "Scared?" "I ain't scared." Bill snapped, his temper flaring on cue. "It's just stupid." Caleb exchanged a glance with John, both fighting laughter. "Some things never change." All right. Easy Bill, no need to listen to John." Bill just snorted at that and then walked away. By midday, Jack was exhausted but triumphant, having managed a semi-coordinated breaststroke from one end of the shallows to the other. "I did it," he crowed, scrambling onto the bank. Caleb ruffled his wet hair. "Yeah, you did. Next time, we'll work on diving." Jack's eyes lit up. Really? Abigail approached, handing Jack a towel. "You did good, sweetheart." She glanced at Caleb, her expression softer now. "Thank you." Caleb nodded. "Anytime." John, lingering a few steps behind, gave Caleb a curt nod and a smile, the closest thing to gratitude he'd muster. As the little family headed back to camp, Jack chattering excitedly about his new skills, Caleb waded back into the water to rinse off. Mary Beth appeared at the shore, holding out a fresh shirt for him. "You're good with him," she said quietly. Caleb took the shirt with a smile. "He's a quick learner." She hesitated, then added, "It's nice seeing you like this. Not just the guns and the jobs, but this." Caleb's chest warmed. "Yeah, it's nice for me too." Their eyes held for a long moment before Mary Beth glanced away, smiling. "Don't forget, we've got plans in Rhodes today. Wouldn't miss it, my lady." After that Caleb made his way behind Pearson's wagon where a clean barrel of water was kept. He grabbed the metal ladle hanging off the rim and poured several scoops over his head and shoulders, the coolness refreshing against the early summer heat. It was quiet back here, just the distant murmur of camp life behind him, the whistle of birds in the trees, and the occasional clatter of a pan or clink of a bottle from Pearson's chaotic culinary kingdom. He dried himself quickly with an old cloth hanging nearby, then reached into his satchel, retrieving pieces of his chosen outfit. Today wasn't just another day, it was an outing, and he intended to look the part. He pulled on his Claremont outfit, a clean, cream-colored shirt with a tailored dark brown vest and a long tan coat draped over his shoulders. It wasn't flashy, but it gave him a refined look that made him appear just as comfortable in a saloon or a bookstore. Instead of using the usual hat that went with the outfit, Caleb reached for the wide-brimmed vaquero hat from one of his older ensembles, dark, sturdy, slightly curved at the edges from use. It gave him a rugged charm that softened the formality of the rest of the outfit. With that, he looked like a man with a story, half gentleman and half mystery. Once dressed, he adjusted the cuffs of his sleeves, tucked a small knife discreetly into his boot just in case, insured his gun belt and 2 holsters filled with his Navy and Schofield, then headed toward the wagon that would take them into Rhodes. Mary Beth and Tilly were already waiting near the passenger wagon the gang used for traveling into town. It had seen better days, scratches along the side, some patched woodwork here and there, but it still ran smoothly enough. When they saw him, Mary Beth's face immediately lit up with a smile, and even Tilly gave an approving nod. "Well, don't you look like a man ready to rob a train and recite poetry," Tilly quipped. Caleb grinned and tipped his hat. "Ladies." Mary Beth giggled softly. "You clean up nicely." He walked up beside her and offered a hand. "Only the best for our little day out." Tilly gave the two of them a teasing look, arms folded and brow raised. "All right, lovebirds. It's already noon. We don't have all day to moon over each other. Let's get going before Dutch thinks we're plotting treason." Caleb let out a wry chuckle while Mary Beth gave an exaggerated sigh, clearly amused but mildly flustered. "Way to ruin the mood, Tilly," Caleb said. Mary Beth added with a playful pout, "Can't you just let us have one quiet moment?" Tilly was already climbing onto the back of the wagon, smirking. "Nah, I live for this." Caleb helped Mary Beth climb up onto the wagon seat, his hand lingering just a moment longer than needed as she settled into the shotgun position. Then he walked around to the other side and hopped into the driver's seat. With a gentle flick of the reins, he called out, "Here we go." And the horses responded, the wagon creaking into motion as they rolled out of Clemens Point and onto the main road heading for Rhodes. The rhythm of hooves clopping along dirt blended with the rustling leaves and chirping cicadas. The breeze was light, but enough to rustle Mary Beth's skirt and the brim of Caleb's hat. The open road before them seemed peaceful, at least, for now. "So," Caleb said, glancing between them, "we really are on an outing today. But I want to remind you both, don't do anything that'll attract attention. If you overhear something worth knowing, tell Dutch, Hosea, or Arthur when we get back. But keep your heads down, all right." Mary Beth and Tilly both nodded, though the mischief in Tilly's eyes hadn't faded. I know, Tilly said from the back. Keep a low profile, blend in, all that. Besides, I wouldn't dare interrupt your date any more than I already have. Mary Beth whipped around in her seat, her cheeks reddening again. Tilly, you promised no more teasing. I lied, Tilly said innocently. Caleb laughed, unable to help himself. Mary Beth turned her glare to him, but it only made him laugh harder. Sorry, he said, waving a hand. But honestly, you are kinda cute when you're flustered. Mary Beth huffed and crossed her arms, looking away, but the small smile curling at the corner of her lips betrayed her. Once the laughter had settled, Caleb cleared his throat. By the way, he said, I've already been to town a couple of times before. Once with Hosea and Arthur, and then with Arthur and Sadie. Oh? Mary Beth asked, curiosity piqued. What for? Supply runs, Caleb said. General store, hardware, usual stuff. But, when I went with Arthur and Sadie we had to pose as a married couple. Mary Beth blinked. Wait, what? Yeah, Caleb said with a sheepish grin. Used the name Tacitus Kilgore. Sadie and I played the roles. Had to keep the store owner from poking around too much. There was a short pause. Mary Beth gasped, eyes wide. Then, without realizing, she puffed her cheeks and fell silent, turning back toward the road. Her arms crossed a little tighter. Tilly caught it immediately when she realized Mary Beth was silent. Well now, Tilly said, drawing out the words. You mean to tell me that you Caleb played house with Mrs. Adler, in town, actin' like two of you were affectionate pair of husband and wife. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $513.45. Inventory, $1,111. 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, 4 silver rings, and 1 double-action revolver. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 131. A date at Rhodes with Mary Beth. Tilly caught it immediately when she realized Mary Beth was silent. Well now, Tilly said, drawing out the words. You mean to tell me that you Caleb played house with Mrs. Adler, in town, actin' like two of you were affectionate pair of husband and wife? It wasn't like that. Caleb quickly added. It was just a cover story. We needed to buy some supplies for the gang and. Oh no, I believe you, Tilly said, grinning wickedly. But I think our dear Mary Beth here's feeling a little jealous, that's all. Mary Beth turned back, cheeks flushed crimson. I am not. It just surprised me is all. Tilly said, leaning back against the crate behind her. Jealousy suits you, you know. Mary Beth buried her face in her hands. I hate you sometimes. Tilly just cackled, clearly enjoying every second. Caleb gave Mary Beth a sympathetic glance, suppressing another chuckle. Hey, I told you, right? I'm courting you. You're the one I'm trying to impress. Sadie's great, but she's like a sister to me. A terrifying sister who can skin a man alive with a glare. That earned a reluctant laugh from Mary Beth. Well, she muttered, good, because I wasn't jealous, just surprised. Of course, Caleb said, nudging her gently. No need to worry. Today's our day. She smiled again, warmer this time. Her fingers brushed his glove as she adjusted her grip on the seat. The rest of the ride passed in light conversation, the occasional teasing from Tilly, and quiet moments where the three simply enjoyed the rhythm of the road. The trees parted as they came down the final slope leading into Rhodes. The town bustled with quiet energy, locals talking on porches, a wagon rolling by, the sheriff idly sipping coffee near his office. Caleb slowed the wagon as they rolled into town, tipping his hat politely to a passing shopkeeper. All right, he said. Remember, new names if anyone asks. You're Margaret Kilgore and Teresa Potter. I'm Tacitus Kilgore. Got it. Margaret Kilgore. Mary Beth said with a skeptical look. You want to be Teresa Potter? Caleb offered. She sighed. Fine, I'll be Margaret Kilgore. Tilly grinned. I like Teresa Potter. It sounds fancy. All right then, Margaret and Teresa, Caleb said, pulling the wagon near the general store and put the reins down onto the driver's seat. Let's enjoy the afternoon. And no trouble, all right. My honor, Tilly said, hopping down. Mary Beth followed with Caleb's help, and she smoothed her skirt. Lead the way, Tacitus. Caleb smiled at the sound of that. After that, Tilly conveniently remembered she needed to check the post office and vanished down the street with a wink. Mary Beth exhaled, shaking her head. She's impossible. Caleb chuckled. She's Tilly. They strolled down the road, heading toward the only saloon in town, the Rhodes Parlor House, which was under the control of the Greys. As they walked, Mary Beth hesitated, then looped her arm through Caleb's. So, Tacitus, she said, smirking. Got any other fake identities I should know about? Caleb grinned. Oh, plenty. But none as charming as the real me, I assure you. Mary Beth laughed, leaning into him. Good answer. For a moment, it was easy to forget they were outlaws. Just two people, walking through the town, enjoying each other's company. As they crossed the main street of Rhodes, the dust of wagon wheels and the gentle murmur of townsfolk drifted around them. Caleb and Mary Beth walked side by side, her arms still linked with his as they rounded the corner of the general store and approached their destination. Before them stood the Rhodes Parlor House, the biggest and finest building in all of Scarlet Meadows. Its bright white exterior stood in stark contrast to the sun-warmed dirt roads, its decorative columns holding up the elegant second-floor balcony. Windows shimmered clean, the signage gleamed freshly painted, and the double doors opened and closed with a gentle creak, welcoming patrons inside. Caleb remembered it well from his past life. It was the only true place of comfort, luxury, and indulgence in the entire region. Food, liquor, entertainment, even clean baths, this saloon offered them all. It was also a strategic and luxury prize as well, with Caleb knew well that if the Greys ever lost their grip on Rhodes, the Braithwaites would seize this place in a heartbeat. Mary Beth slowed to a stop in front of the saloon, eyes wide and shining. This might be the prettiest saloon I've ever seen, she whispered. At least from the outside. Caleb smiled at her reaction. Just wait till you see the inside. Hosea and I come here once before. Place is a cut above anything we've seen before. Mary Beth's excitement doubled, and she grabbed Caleb by the wrist, dragging him with playful urgency toward the entrance. Well, come on, Tacitus. I wanna see it. Caleb laughed, letting himself be pulled inside. The moment the double doors opened, a cheerful piano tune drifted out, wrapping around them like a warm welcome. Inside, the Rhodes Parlor House exuded southern elegance. To the left, a beautifully carved spiral staircase climbed to the second floor, its railings polished to a shine. To the right, booths and tables bustled with patrons laughing and chatting over drinks and cards. The bar stretched across the back wall beneath a shelf lined with bottles, and the warm scent of smoked fish and spiced liquor hung in the air. Mary Beth looked around in open wonder. Her eyes danced from the polished floors to the velvet cushioned booths to the colorful stained glass fixtures overhead. Oh wow, she breathed. I've never been to such a fancy saloon. I have heard the ones in St. Denis, but this is already something else. Caleb grinned. Told you. Wait till you taste the food. They headed toward the bar, weaving between customers and the occasional drunk swaying from one end of the room to another. Behind the counter, a bald bartender with a clean shirt and a friendly mustache offered them a nod and a welcoming smile. Well, howdy there, folks, the bartender said. Welcome to the Parlor House. What can I get you today? For food, we've got cracked wheat and milk for $3, and our house special the fried catfish, just $5. Caleb looked to Mary Beth, gesturing. Your choice. She tapped her lip in thought, glancing over at the serving plates behind the bar. Fried catfish sounds pretty good actually. I have had it before and it's good. Then let's eat that one, Caleb replied with a nod. Turning back to the bartender, he said, we'll have 2 fried catfish and 2 beers, please. The bartender smiled and reached below the bar to grab 2 green glass bottles. Coming right up. That'll be $10.50. Caleb reached into his satchel, withdrew $10.50, and placed the money neatly on the counter. The bartender scooped it up, nodding as he set the bottles of beer before them. You two can pick a seat anywhere you like, he said. We'll bring the food out to you when it's ready. Caleb tipped his head respectfully. Thank you. Thank you kindly, Mary Beth added with a sweet smile. With a bottle in each hand, Caleb led her up the spiral staircase. They passed by the blackjack table, where 2 men with frayed hats were deep in a game, ignoring everything around them. Beyond that was a set of double doors. Caleb pushed them open, revealing the second-floor open-air dining deck. The air outside was crisp and clean, the sounds of the town below softened beneath the rustling trees. The deck was lined with wrought iron railing and several wooden tables. And, best of all, at this hour, they were completely alone. Mary Beth looked delighted. It's perfect up here. They crossed to a corner table, one that sat under a gentle awning and avoided direct sunlight. It was shaded, quiet, and gave a beautiful view of Rhodes' main road below. Once seated, Caleb handed Mary Beth her beer, and she raised it with a chuckle. To Tacitus Kilgore and Margaret. Caleb laughed. And may our fake relation as siblings be short but prosperous. They clinked bottles, the gesture light and playful. As they waited for their food, the two of them simply talked. About nothing and everything. About how Tilly was impossible and wonderful. About what the next book Mary Beth wanted to write might be. Caleb even made up silly names for their future fake children, like Cactus Kilgore and Maple Syrup Potter, which earned him a laugh so loud from Mary Beth it drew a scowl from a passerby below. He leaned into his past life memory, recalling some of the harmless flirtations he'd seen and heard in shows and films. He tried one now, giving her a smirk. You know, if we met in a different kind of circumstance and life, I might have written a whole book about a girl like you. Mary Beth blinked, then smiled, red in the cheeks. A romantic book. Caleb leaned on the table, eyes steady. No, a mystery, 'cause you still surprise me every day. She laughed and swatted his arm. That's weird in a cute way. And effective. She grinned and took a sip of beer. Yeah, it is. A few minutes later, the door creaked open again, and the same bartender appeared carrying 2 steaming plates. He set them gently on the table with a courteous nod. 2 fried catfish. Enjoy. Thanks again, Caleb said. With the food served and the breeze picking up just enough to stir Mary Beth's hair, the rest of the afternoon unfolded like a dream. They ate slow, savoring the meal and each other's company. The fish was crispy, seasoned, flaky. Caleb had eaten better in his past life for sure, but for Mary Beth, it was a taste of something refined, something special. And Caleb was just glad he could be the one to give her that moment. By the time the plates were clean and the beers half finished, the sun had dipped far enough that long shadows stretched across the main street. The bells from the train station clanged faintly in the distance, and the laughter from the saloon below drifted upward like smoke. Mary Beth leaned forward, her elbows on the table, watching the sunlit haze below. This was really nice, Caleb. He smiled. Yeah, it was. You always have a way of making me feel like a lady, even with all the shooting and crime. Well, he said, that's 'cause you are one. And any outlaw fool who doesn't see that is missing out. She turned, touched by the sincerity. Their eyes met again. Then, after a pause, she reached across the table and held his hand. I'm glad it's you. Caleb, in that quiet moment, felt the weight of the world around them, the gang, the dangers, the future he was trying to change, and still, right now, everything in his chest felt light. Me too. They didn't speak for a while after that. Just held hands, looking out over the town like they were the only 2 people in it. And in a way, maybe they were. Their peace was soon shattered by the sound of raised voices downstairs. Caleb tensed, his hand instinctively drifting toward his navy revolver. Mary Beth frowned. What's that? Before Caleb could answer, the double doors burst open, and Tilly stumbled onto the deck, her face flushed. There you 2 are. She exclaimed, plopping into the empty chair beside Mary Beth. I've been looking, all over. Mary Beth blinked. Tilly, what's wrong? Tilly waved a hand. Nothin'. Just figured I'd join you before y'all got too cozy. She waggled her eyebrows. Caleb groaned. You're a menace. Tilly grinned, stealing a sip of Mary Beth's beer. So I've been told. Mary Beth swatted her hand away. Get your own. Tilly laughed, then leaned in conspiratorially. You'll never guess what I just heard at the post office. Caleb arched a brow. Do I want to know? Probably not, Caleb, Tilly admitted with a smirk. But I'm tellin' you anyway since you need to know. The Greys and Braithwaites are at it again. Rumor is, the Braithwaites are plannin' to cause some trouble at the parlor house tonight. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $502.96. Inventory, $1,111. 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, 4 silver rings, and 1 double-action revolver. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 132. Time to head back to Valentine. Probably not, Caleb, Tilly admitted with a smirk. But I'm tellin' you anyway since you need to know. The Greys and Braithwaites are at it again. Rumor is, the Braithwaites are plannin' to cause some trouble at the parlor house tonight. Caleb's stomach dropped. Tonight. Tilly nodded. Yeah, I kinda heard it was some retaliation for the Greys for messin' with their moonshine shipment. Whole town's gonna be a big mess if we stick around long enough. Mary Beth's eyes widened. Then we should leave, no, Caleb. Caleb was already standing, tossing a few cents on the table for their interrupted meal. You're right, Mary Beth. Come on, let's head back to the wagon. As they hurried downstairs, the atmosphere in the saloon had shifted. The piano had stopped, and the patrons were murmuring nervously, some already heading for the exits. Caleb kept Mary Beth and Tilly close as they pushed through the crowd and out into the street. The town felt much more different, tense, like the air before a storm. They reached the wagon in record time. Caleb helped Mary Beth up to the shotgun seat while Tilly got on the back seat of the wagon before climbing into the driver's seat and snapping the reins. The horses surged forward, kicking up dust as they raced out of roads. Once they were safely on the road, Tilly let out a long breath. Well, that was exciting. Mary Beth shot her a look. Exciting? We could have been caught in the middle of two old families feuding. Tilly shrugged. But we weren't, girl, thanks to me. Caleb shook his head. Remind me never to take you out on a quiet outing again alongside us, Tilly. Mary Beth leaned against him, her earlier irritation fading. I agree, but it wasn't all bad. The catfish was good. Tilly, hearing that and seeing all from the back, just rolled her eyes, and turned to look around at the scenery with a smile. This smile was for her friend Mary Beth. Caleb on the other hand smiled. Next time, we'll go somewhere without feuding families. Mary Beth laughed. Deal. After that, the clatter of wagon wheels against dirt was a gentle rhythm beneath the quiet that had settled over the trio. The earlier tension from roads had faded, leaving a calm, thoughtful silence in its place. Caleb held the reins with ease, his posture relaxed, though his mind remained active beneath the stillness of his expression. Mary Beth sat close beside him on the shotgun seat, her thigh brushing his. The ride back to camp felt different. Less about escaping danger now, and more about soaking in the comfort of quiet company. Occasionally, she'd glance at him, a soft smile tugging at her lips, but neither of them broke the silence. Words didn't feel necessary. Behind them, Tilly rested on a sack of supplies, arms folded, eyes wandering lazily across the passing trees. She didn't interrupt the silence either. It wasn't out of discomfort, it was a quiet respect. Even if she'd never admit it aloud, she was happy for her friend finding a sweetheart who was capable and trusted. They rode under the darkening sky, the setting sun casting orange and lavender streaks across the horizon. The last light of day filtered through the forest as the wagon took the lesser-used off-trail route, something Caleb had chosen deliberately to avoid any people who could possibly follow them. The forest canopy thickened above them as the sun vanished completely and the moon rose in full, silver and bright. When they broke through the trees and emerged onto the hill overlooking Clemens Point, the faint sound of water greeted them. The river shimmered faintly under moonlight, and the soft, crackling glow of the main campfire marked the heart of their sanctuary. Standing a short distance ahead was Charles, tall and broad, his silhouette partially illuminated by the lantern beside him. He held a rifle casually over his shoulder as he walked up to greet them. Evening, Charles said with his usual calm tone, nodding to each of them as Caleb brought the wagon to a stop. Good to see you three made it back safe. Evening, Charles, Caleb said, handing the reins loosely to Mary Beth so he could hop down. Something happened. Charles exhaled slowly. Dutch just called a no-gun policy in roads and anywhere nearby. Came back a few hours ago and told everyone to holster up and keep things peaceful. Tilly furrowed her brow as she hopped down from the wagon bed. Really? That doesn't sound like him, least not without a bigger reason. Mary Beth raised a brow as well. Is that new? I didn't hear nothing like that earlier. Just got told to everyone here around supper, Charles explained. Said we can't afford to stir the pot while Dutch works his angle. His words. Caleb nodded slowly, more thoughtful than surprised. So Dutch had finally done it. Something that Dutch should have talked about with Arthur and Hosea during their own trip to go fishing to strengthen their bond, but it wasn't immediately announced as then Caleb told Arthur, then Hosea, to be cautious of taking advantage of the two feuding families, and it was brought to Dutch by the three of them. Now it looks like Dutch, in the end, truly decided to take advantage of the two feuding families. Why was he so sure? Because for Caleb, Dutch enacting these rules means he has decided to enter the good graces of the Greys first. He was setting the groundwork. It's not a surprise, Caleb said aloud, stepping to the back of the wagon to begin unloading. Dutch must have figured stirring trouble too soon would tip our hand. You think he's siding with the Greys first? Charles asked, stepping closer. Caleb nodded. No doubt about it. Tensions are getting hotter in roads. He's probably planning to slip into their trust. Tilly crossed her arms. And what's that mean for us? It means we walk a line, Caleb replied. Keep your heads down when you're in town. And whatever Dutch tells you to do in roads, don't take a danger at face value. Charles, hearing that, was silent for a short time before giving out his agreement. All right. Charles gave a final nod before turning to continue his quiet patrol along the camp perimeter, the weight of his rifle a comfortable presence across his shoulder. The moon hung full in the sky, casting soft silver light across Clemens Point as the night wind stirred the trees with a gentle whisper. Tilly and Mary Beth didn't even get a chance to speak again before the unmistakable voice of Miss Grimshaw rang out across camp. Tilly, Mary Beth, you two best not think that comin' home means shirkin' your duties. The two women sighed in unison. Back to it, Tilly muttered, rolling her eyes. Mary Beth turned to Caleb and smiled warmly despite the interruption. She stepped in close and, without hesitation, wrapped him in a tight hug. Thank you for today, she said softly, her voice full of genuine affection. Her cheek brushed against his chest as she whispered the words, and Caleb felt her warmth linger even after she pulled back. Her cheeks were flushed as she smiled at him, a little shy now. But her eyes were bright, content. It was the best date I've ever had. Caleb smiled, heart full. Mine too. With that, Mary Beth turned and followed Tilly, the two girls walking toward Miss Grimshaw's stern silhouette under the lamplight. As Caleb watched Mary Beth and Tilly disappear into the bustle of camp under Miss Grimshaw's sharp command, he exhaled slowly, rolling the tension from his shoulders. The day had been good. Surprisingly good, despite the near miss with the feuding families. Mary Beth's warmth lingered in his memory, her laughter, the way her eyes had sparkled under the Rhodes Parlor House's chandeliers, the soft press of her body against his during their hurried escape. A small smile tugged at his lips. Then reality settled back in. Dutch's no-gun policy. The signs were clear. Caleb knew what was coming. It had begun, the gang slowly sinking into the Braithwaite and Grey conflict. Dutch was making his move, and this policy was just the start. Caleb knew that from now on, more members would be tasked to cozy up to the Greys, get in their good graces, and look for a way to get close to their rumored stash of family gold. But Caleb also knew something else. Dutch's moves, while clever, were never as flawless as he thought. He was playing with fire. And the heat would draw the Pinkertons, the Cornwall agents, the law. Trouble followed Dutch's ambition like shadows followed light. Which was why Caleb made up his mind then and there. It was time to go back to Valentine. The chaos that had driven them from Horseshoe Overlook should have long cooled. Cornwall's men and the Pinkertons had likely lost their trail. Dutch had no reason to send the gang back to Valentine, especially with their operations focused on Rhodes and the South now. That gave Caleb a unique window. Valentine was no longer a danger. It was an opportunity. If he could re-establish his footing in that area, away from the gang's operations, then he could begin building something lasting. The fast food business plan he had once idly entertained could now become real. Where he will make Jasper be the face of it, at least until the Van der Linde chapter closes, however it does. And maybe, just maybe, he could build something stable. Something better. As Caleb walked back toward his tent, turning these thoughts over, a familiar voice called out, "Caleb." He turned. Arthur. The older man sat at the edge of his bed, hunched with elbows on knees. Lantern light flickered against his face. He gestured for Caleb to come closer. Caleb stepped over. "What's up, Arthur?" Arthur gave a smirk as he rubbed his knee absently. "So, how was your date with Mary Beth?" Caleb chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. "It went really well, actually. Why, you asking for tips?" Arthur chuckled lowly. "Nah, just makin' conversation. She looked mighty happy when y'all came back. That doesn't happen by accident." Then he lit a cigarette. "And just makin' sure you're treatin' her right." "I am," Caleb said, as he took that as a compliment and sat beside him. "Mary Beth's special." Arthur took a puff from his cigarette, exhaled a slow stream of smoke, then asked, more seriously this time, "You heard about Dutch's no-gun policy in Rhodes?" Caleb nodded. "Yeah, Charles told me just as we got back." Arthur tapped his pipe on the wagon edge. "Just stick to the rules for now. I know you've got your reservations about Dutch's approach, I do too, but me and Hosea, we'll keep him from getting too reckless. If something smells dangerous, we'll step in." Caleb looked at Arthur and nodded slowly. "I believe you. And Hosea. You too, you have your heads on straight." He didn't say Dutch's name. Arthur noticed. He didn't comment on it, but as Caleb stood and said goodnight, Arthur watched him go. The boy had faith in him and in Hosea. That much was clear. But he had left Dutch out of that statement, which meant Caleb had already begun to doubt Dutch. Back in his tent, Caleb sat on his bedroll, staring at the canvas wall. His mind raced. Dutch's play with the Greys meant the gang would be entrenched in Rhodes for some time, but he couldn't just leave. Not without raising suspicion. He'd need a cover. Maybe he could use a scouting trip or even say he goes back to Valentine to check on the situation there. Something mundane enough to avoid questions but plausible enough to justify a few days' absence. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $502.96. Inventory, $1,111. 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, 4 silver rings, and 1 double-action revolver. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 140, 133. Arrived back to Valentine. Dutch's play with the Greys meant the gang would be entrenched in Rhodes for some time, but he couldn't just leave, not without raising suspicion. He'd need a cover. Maybe he could use a scouting trip or even say he goes back to Valentine to check on the situation there. Something mundane enough to avoid questions but plausible enough to justify a few days' absence. He'd talked to Hosea in the morning. The old conman had begun to show that he had a soft spot for him, kits like what he had for Arthur, and if anyone would help him slip away with good reason, it was Hosea. For now, though, sleep. Caleb lay back on his bedroll, folding his arms behind his head. The sounds of camp lulled him, Javier's guitar, the murmur of voices, and the occasional burst of laughter were what he heard as he slowly fell asleep. The sun had barely begun to peek over the tops of the Clements Point gentle slopes when Caleb stirred awake. The first songs of the morning birds filtered through the trees, and camp was just starting to wake. A few distant voices, the clatter of Pearson's pots, and the hiss of boiling water drifted through the morning stillness. Caleb rose from his bedroll, still stiff from yesterday's excitement. He stretched his arms up and began his usual morning routine, silent, steady movements that had become second nature to him since arriving in this world. 10 minutes of dynamic stretching, then calisthenics, push ups, and sit-ups in one clean flow. He'd found early on that discipline was one of the few constants he could carry over from his old life, something to anchor him in this strange world of bandits and bullets. Once he was done, sweat glistening lightly on his brow, Caleb wiped down his face and walked toward the central part of camp. Hosea was already up, seated at his usual spot by the round table, a steaming cup of coffee in one hand and a worn leather-bound book in the other. He looked every bit the old gentleman con man and thief he was, calm, contemplative, and sharp as a knife dulled by nothing but age. When he heard Caleb's footsteps approach, Hosea glanced up over his book and gave a tired but warm smile. "Well, good morning there, Caleb. Sleep all right?" he asked with genuine curiosity. Caleb returned the smile and nodded. "Slept better than I have in days, that's for sure," he replied as he pulled up one of the wooden chairs and sat beside him, surprising Hosea. The older man blinked, slowly closing his book and setting it aside. He turned in his chair to face Caleb, his interest piqued. "Well, now this is new. What brings you to my side so early, son? Not that I mind, but you usually keep your mornings to yourself or with Mary Beth." Caleb chuckled at that, rubbing the back of his neck. "You're too perceptive, Hosea. But you're right, I do have something I wanted to talk to you about." He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping low. Hosea, noticing the shift in tone and the subtle glance Caleb threw around the camp to make sure no one was close enough to overhear, also leaned in. His eyes narrowed in thought. "This isn't about Dutch's, no guns in Rhodes idea, is it?" Hosea asked in a quiet voice. "Because if it is, I promise you, Arthur and I are doing our best to temper him. The plan's cautious, more than the one we planned before. We're keeping an eye on everything." Caleb raised a hand gently to interrupt. "It's not about that. I mean, I do have my reservations, but I trust you and Arthur to hold Dutch back if things get out of hand." Hosea smiled faintly and patted Caleb on the shoulder. "That's kind of you to say. So then, what is it?" Caleb took a breath, his eyes serious now. "I want to go back to Valentine." Hosea's brows lifted, his head beginning to shake before Caleb leaned in again and whispered, "Wait, just hear me out first." He paused for a second, letting the old man reset. Then he continued, "I think the heat there must have died down by now. The Pinkertons and Cornwall's men have been chasing shadows ever since we left. Plus, they don't even know I'm part of the gang. I kept a low profile. I didn't leave much of a trace, no wanted posters, no crimes tied directly to me. I could blend in again, just another passerby." Hosea didn't respond right away. He stared down into his coffee, turning Caleb's words over in his head. Then, without looking up, he spoke in the same quiet tone. "I understand the logic, but let's not pretend you didn't make yourself known to Cornwall. You did block his men twice. You got his attention, Caleb. And you know as well as I do, Cornwall isn't the kind of man to forget a face." "I know," Caleb said, not defensive, but calm. "But that's why I have to be smart about it. Go in during daylight, stay low. I'll wear something different. Take my time. I left a few things behind, some gear and some money. Plus I might be able to pick up rumors. What the Pinkertons are doing. Where Cornwall's attention is focused now. All that intel could help us." Hosea let out a long breath, leaning back in his chair. "I don't like it," he admitted. "But I can't deny it might be worth the risk." He took another sip of coffee, then set the tin cup down with a soft clink. "All right, son. I'll let Dutch know it was my suggestion, that I sent you back to Valentine to see what we might learn. Just don't make me regret it." Caleb smiled. "You won't. I'll keep my head down. When are you planning to leave?" "Today," Caleb said. "The sooner I go, the cleaner the trail. Less chance of Dutch asking too many questions." Hosea gave a small grunt as he rose from his seat. "Then make sure you get something warm in your stomach first. Pearson's stew may taste like river mud, but it'll keep you from keeling over halfway to town." Caleb nodded and stood as well. "Thanks, Hosea. Really." The older man gave a half wave over his shoulder as he wandered off to find Dutch, probably rehearsing the best way to phrase Caleb's absence as necessary and inconspicuous. Caleb turned on his heel and made his way toward the stew cauldron. The scent of overboiled meat and onions wafted from Pearson's pot as Caleb grabbed a tin bowl and ladled a modest portion for himself. He'd just taken a seat on a log near the fire when a soft voice piped up behind him. "Morning, Caleb." He turned to find Mary Beth approaching, her hair loosely tied and a faint smile tugging at her lips. She looked refreshed despite the early hour, and there was a certain light in her eyes that made his heart jump slightly. "Morning," he greeted, offering her a spot beside him. "You sleep okay?" She sat gracefully next to him and nodded. "Better than usual, must be due to our date at Rhodes yesterday." Caleb smirked. "Yeah, me too." They shared a soft moment of eye contact before Mary Beth noticed how Caleb geared himself up like he was going to go out. "You going somewhere today, Caleb?" "Yeah," Caleb said after a moment. "Just for a few days. Gonna scout back toward Valentine. Hosea signed off on it. Gonna check on the heat, see if the Pinkertons or Cornwall's men are still sniffing around." Mary Beth frowned slightly. "Isn't that dangerous?" "Yeah, a little," he admitted. "But I'm not going in blind. I'll be careful. Real careful." She nodded slowly, her fingers curling around the edge of her skirt. "Well, just make sure you come back." Caleb grinned. "Wasn't planning on dying in a cow town." "Still." She looked at him, serious now. "Promise me you'll be careful. And come back in one piece." She stopped herself, blushing again, then smiled. "I'll be waiting." "I promise," Caleb said, his voice low. They shared one last look before Caleb finished his stew, stood up, and then headed toward Morgan. As he mounted up, he cast one last glance over his shoulder. Mary Beth stood near the fire now, her arms folded, watching him with something soft and unreadable in her eyes. Then he flicked his reins, nudging Morgan forward, and the sturdy gelding obeyed with a quiet snort. They trotted out of Clemens Point, weaving through the thick forest brush that acted as the gang's shield from prying eyes. Caleb kept his eyes scanning the undergrowth as they moved, a cautious habit born of months in this world, never letting his guard down. Once they broke through the tree-line and onto the dirt road, he gave Morgan a light squeeze with his heels, and the horse picked up speed. The road heading north through Scarlet Meadows was familiar now, every bend and tree etched into his memory. As he rode, he mentally reviewed his plan, running through what he'd say, what questions he'd ask, and how he'd act. Calm, neutral, disinterested. Just another passerby. 10 minutes passed, and the landscape subtly changed. He reached the boundary between Scarlet Meadows and the Heartlands. The air was drier here, the grasslands wider and windier. Herds of deer moved in the distance, and the occasional fence line or windmill broke up the rolling terrain. Then after another 35 minutes ride from the border, Valentine loomed ahead, the dusty town nestled in a low valley, smoke curling from chimneys, and the clatter of hooves echoing down its streets. The town looked the same as ever, a little rough around the edges, but alive with motion. Caleb slowed Morgan as he passed the train station and then the auction yard, nodding politely at a few ranch hands who hardly looked twice at him. He guided Morgan to the right, approaching the sheriff's office that stood squat and solid in the center of town, just off the main thoroughfare. Caleb dismounted smoothly, tying Morgan to the hitching post. The gelding whinnied softly, swishing his tail, seemingly at ease. Caleb dusted off his coat and stepped up onto the wooden porch of the sheriff's office. The door creaked as he pushed it open. Sheriff Malloy was sitting at his desk, a cup of coffee in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. The man looked up, his eyes narrowing for a split second before widening in recognition. "Well, I'll be damned," Malloy said, rising from his chair. "Caleb Thorne. Didn't expect to see you back in town so soon." Caleb stepped forward, shaking the sheriff's offered hand firmly. "Sheriff. Sorry to surprise you. I just came to check on the situation. See if it's safe." Sheriff Malloy nodded, releasing his grip and motioning toward one of the wooden chairs near the desk. "Sit. Sit. You want some coffee?" "No thanks," Caleb replied, taking the seat offered. Sheriff Malloy eased back down with a grunt. "Things calmed some in these past few days. After you left, Valentine was crawling with strangers and out-of-town agents. Folks in dark coats, real serious types. Called themselves Pinkertons. Others, I figure, were Cornwall's boys. They were asking questions about the Van der Linde gang. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $502.96. Inventory, $1,111, 2 gold nuggets, 1 gold bar, 4 silver rings, and 1 double-action revolver. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 141,134. Moving stuffs. Sheriff Malloy eased back down with a grunt. Things calmed some in these past few days. After you left, Valentine was crawling with strangers and out-of-town agents. Folks in dark coats, real serious types, called themselves Pinkertons. Others, I figure, were Cornwall's boys. They were asking questions about the Van der Linde gang. Caleb stayed still, nodding slowly. Did they mention me? Yeah, your name came up. Alongside your description as well. They showed folks a sketch with your name on it, and they were definitely looking for you. Caleb exhaled quietly when he heard that, not expecting it would go to such lengths, even have a sketch of him created. Looks like amongst the guards present with Cornwall at the time have a drawing talent like Arthur. They're gone now. Seems that way, Sheriff Malloy replied, his expression neutral. Pinkertons left about 3 days ago. Cornwall's men lingered longer, but I think they've given up. Too many false leads. And frankly, this town wasn't giving them anything useful. So you think it's safe for me to be here now, Sheriff? Sheriff Malloy tapped his fingers on the desk. Safer than before. But I wouldn't call it safe. You keep your head low, you might be fine. Still, you might be tempting fate. Caleb gave a small nod, appreciating the honesty. I'll stay sharp. Sheriff Malloy smiled and nodded his head. Good. Stay out of trouble, Caleb. I like you, folks as well. But don't think I'll go easy if you bring heat to this town. I understand, Caleb said, rising to his feet. Thanks for the warning. Sheriff Malloy nodded and returned to his paperwork. You'd best be on your way if you're not staying long. After all, we don't know if the Pinkertons or Cornwall's man could come back. The door to the sheriff's office clicked shut behind Caleb as he stepped back out into the town of Valentine. The late afternoon sun cast a long shadow beneath his boots. The town was the same, muddy dirt road, wood-planked walkways, horse smells mixed with warm food, but it felt different. Warier. A little colder, as though the town itself remembered the Pinkertons snooping around. Caleb took a slow breath through his nose, grounding himself. Then he walked toward Morgan. She stood where he had left her, tied neatly to the hitching post outside the office. Her ears perked when he approached. Hey, girl, he murmured, patting her flank. Still with me? Morgan let out a soft huff and nuzzled his chest, as if to answer always. He untied her reins and mounted up, giving her a gentle nudge toward the main road. He passed a few pedestrians, ranch hands, even a few saloon patrons loitering outside Smithfield's. They gave him the usual side-eye, but not from suspicion. More like they were checking to see if he was truly the same Caleb Thorne they remembered. He steered Morgan toward the front of the Valentine Hotel and dismounted once more. He led her to the hitching post just outside the entrance and tied her securely. A quick pat on her neck later, and he was pushing open the hotel's creaky wooden door. Inside, the air was warm with the smell of polished wood and pipe tobacco. The clerk behind the counter looked up and instantly broke into a grin. Well, look who it is, the man said. If it ain't Mr. Caleb Thorne himself. Welcome back, Caleb. We were wonderin' when you'd show again. Heard some scary types were askin' about you. Some from Pinkerton's and others were Cornwall's men. Dressed like funeral guests and twice as cold. Caleb smiled and nodded. Thanks for worrying. I heard the same from Sheriff Malloy. Sounds like things got tense around here. You could say that, the clerk replied, leaning forward. But folks here got sense. Ain't nobody gave your whereabouts to no agents, even though we didn't know where you gone. You've done more for this town than those fellas ever will. Appreciate that, Caleb said sincerely. Say how many days do I have left on my room, or is it already gone? The clerk waved a dismissive hand. Funny thing, your days ran out just yesterday, but I made sure no one took it. Far as I'm concerned, that room's yours. Told the other employees the same. If someone came looking, I told them it was either full or directed them to another room. We all agreed. It's Caleb's room or nobody's. Caleb blinked, surprised. He hadn't expected such loyalty. That's really kind of you all. Thank you. Bah, the clerk said with a shrug. Just returnin' the favor, hero of Valentine. Caleb chuckled softly, reaching into his satchel. He pulled out $15 and placed it gently on the counter. Well, let me make it official again. I'm renting it for another 15 days. I'll extend it if I need more. The clerk nodded as he swept the bills into the ledger box. Done and done. Don't you worry about a thing. You're safe here. We'll keep it that way. Thanks again. With that, Caleb walked toward the staircase. His boots echoed softly on the worn wood as he made his way up and turned right. His room sat at the far end of the hall on the right side, the same as before. He opened the door with a gentle push. Inside, everything was just as he remembered it. Neatly made bed. Freshly dusted windowsill. Even the old wash basin had been scrubbed. The room bore signs of regular cleaning, even in his absence. The bed's chest sat at the foot where he'd left it, still shut tight. He walked over, knelt down, and opened it. Inside lay the weapons he took from Shea Porter, 2 Cattleman revolvers, 1 carbine repeater, and his spare revolver, which was his other Schofield revolver. Caleb picked up the Schofield, brushing his fingers across the barrel, then stored it inside his system inventory with a mental command. The revolver vanished into his digital grid, safe and secure. The rest, he decided to leave them be. No need to lug extra steel with him. Not yet. He rose, gave the room one last glance, then exited and descended the stairs. The clerk gave him a nod as he passed, and Caleb returned it with a smile. Outside, the light was beginning to shift into that golden hour haze. Warm, languid, but he had one more thing to do before he relaxed. The Valentine Bank sat at the end of the main street, its solid red brick exterior and white trim making it one of the most well-maintained buildings in town. Caleb stepped inside. The interior was calm. One teller stands behind the counter, sorting coins. A guard stood by the vault door, rifle slung but not ready. Folks didn't usually cause trouble in Valentine's Bank. The teller looked up and his face lit up. "Ah, Mr. Thorne, good to see you again. Heard you'd come back into town. Still got your savings intact, not to worry." "Appreciate that," Caleb said, stepping up. "I'd like to make a withdrawal. Everything from my account and from the security deposit box." The teller blinked, then nodded. "Certainly, mister. Give me just a moment." He unlocked a side drawer and retrieved the logbook. After confirming Caleb's signature, he stepped away to fetch his savings box. A few minutes later, the man returned with a velvet-lined tray. Caleb watched as his funds were brought out in full view, stacks of paper bills, tied together by denomination. The clerk gestured. "This is your $320 in cash, Mr. Thorne, and with interest, it has become $340. "Looks right, thanks," Caleb said. He stored them one by one into his inventory system, acting like he was putting them inside his satchel. Then alongside the teller and guard, Caleb entered into the security deposit box area and opened his security deposit box, showing his 4 gold bars, 3 gold nuggets, and the large bag of jewelry. With a thought and a gesture of putting them into his satchel, each gold bar, then the nuggets, and finally the bag of jewelry. One by one, they slipped into the digital grid of his permanent 5x5x5 storage space. Once it was done, Caleb nodded at the teller. "Thanks again for keeping everything safe." "No problem at all, Mr. Thorne," the man said with a tip of his hat. "We value our most discreet clients." Caleb grinned faintly. "Glad to hear it." As he turned to leave the bank, the clerk added one more thing. "Be careful out there, sir. Rumors still swirl. But if you're in town, you've got friends." Caleb looked back over his shoulder. "That means more than you know." Caleb stepped out from the cool air of the bank and onto the wooden planks lining the dusty main street of Valentine. He adjusted the brim of his hat slightly, eyes shifting left and right, gauging the flow of townsfolk and the overall mood of the place. It was quieter than it used to be. Not just in terms of foot traffic, but in spirit. The shadow the Pinkertons had cast still lingered like a thin fog over everything, even with them gone. But that was to be expected. Paranoia didn't vanish with the man who caused it, it took its time. His gaze fell on the saloon across the street, Smithfield's. The sun gleamed off the dusty windows, and the faint sound of a piano drifted through the air, mixing with laughter and conversation from within. It wasn't as lively as evening hours, but the familiar clinking of glasses and the bark of a voice told him there was still life in there. He patted the side of his coat, where he got some money sat secure in there, and crossed the street with deliberate steps. As he approached, the wooden batwing doors creaked softly at his touch. Inside, it was warm, filled with the smell of whiskey, old tobacco, and furniture polish. Only a handful of patrons sat around, some enjoying a drink, others drowsing in the corners. The piano player was absent, and the air was a little slower in rhythm. Behind the bar stood a familiar man wiping a glass clean with a towel, Mr. Douglas. A stocky man with mutton chops and a gruff but affable air. Caleb had always liked him. Honest, blunt, and steady, a rare combination in this world. Caleb started toward the bar, but didn't need to call out. Mr. Douglas looked up at the movement, blinked, and then his tired eyes lit up. "Are my eyes lying to me or I'm just hallucinating?" he boomed, setting the glass down. "If it ain't Caleb Thorne walkin' back in through my doors." Caleb smiled, hands resting casually on the bar. "Been a while, Mr. Douglas." "That it has," Mr. Douglas said, stepping out from behind the bar to clasp Caleb's hand in a hearty shake. "You sure picked the right time to show your face again, son. Those bastards in black coats and Cornwall's flunkies cleared out just a few days ago. Thought maybe they'd try and tear this place apart looking for you, but the townsfolk kept mum." "I'm happy to hear that," Caleb said, sincerely. "We look out for our own around here," Mr. Douglas replied with a smirk, stepping back behind the bar. "So, what'll it be?" Caleb reached into his satchel and placed a dollar bill gently on the counter. "2 whiskeys." Mr. Douglas nodded and swiftly swept up the bill. He retrieved 2 shot glasses from under the counter and poured out the whiskey, rich amber liquid sloshing with a practiced hand. "Here's to returnin' in one piece," Mr. Douglas said, raising his glass. Caleb mirrored him. "And to outliving corrupt people." The 2 glasses clinked with a soft ting, and both men downed their shots. The whiskey burned its familiar path down Caleb's throat, warming his chest like a good memory. Leaning an elbow on the bar, Caleb let a small silence stretch between them before speaking again. Say, Mr. Douglas. That poker tournament you helped set up a while back, the one that kinda started because of me. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $501.96. Inventory, $1,436. 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank, 142,135. Talking with Jasper. The 2 glasses clinked with a soft ting, and both men downed their shots. The whiskey burned its familiar path down Caleb's throat, warming his chest like a good memory. Leaning an elbow on the bar, Caleb let a small silence stretch between them before speaking again. Say, Mr. Douglas. That poker tournament you helped set up a while back, the one that kinda started because of me. Mr. Douglas raised a brow, reaching for a small tin of chewing tobacco. Yeah, of course, the poker tournament. Become the talk of the town due to you, Caleb. On our first and second tournament, folks came in with dollar bills in their pockets, hoping to win big or at least leave buzzed after being defeated by you. Caleb gave a small smirk. Is it still going on without me? Mr. Douglas clicked his tongue and shook his head. What kind of question is that? Of course not, it stopped right after you disappeared, Caleb. Pinkerton scared folks off their game. Nobody wanted to be seen due to a poker that started cause of you in case they got questioned. But now that they're gone. He spat into a spittoon and leaned forward, elbows on the bar. You plannin' on bringin' it back? I am, Caleb nodded. I'd like to get one going again, tomorrow night, if possible. I need to start collecting funds. Got a little venture I'm thinking about. Douglas squinted at him. Venture. Caleb grinned. Let's just say something about a fast food. A new kind of business. Affordable, fast meals for folks who work hard but don't have time for stew and waitin', especially the working man like ranchers who wanted to get a hot meal. Mr. Douglas stared for a moment, then let out a slow, impressed whistle. Ain't never heard of such a thing, but damn if that don't sound smart. Especially around here, since we are the town of ranchers. Caleb nodded. I need seed money to get it going. Buying tools, maybe hiring hands, finding a location, buying that location, and all that. Well hell, you came to the right place, Mr. Douglas said. You got the saloon's blessing. I'll spread the word that the poker tournament resumes tomorrow night, $25 buy-in, standard house rules. Prize pool all the pit and $250 from you if they win, but that is if they will ever win after all. You need funds for, he gave Caleb a sideways look, your little venture dream. Caleb gave a grateful chuckle. Much obliged. Mr. Douglas smirked and poured himself a refill. Ambitious. But hell, if anyone could pull it off, it's you. Just don't forget us little folk when your little venture began to pop up across the state. Caleb raised his glass. Don't worry, Mr. Douglas, you'll be the first to know. Oh, and also, please keep this a secret, even when I have made the venture, don't want no one, especially Cornwall, to know and decide to wreak havoc on my business. Of course, Caleb. Don't worry, my mouth is sealed. He refilled Caleb's glass. On the house. So tomorrow night, then. High stakes. I'll spread the word. We'll pack the house. Good. Caleb tossed back the rest of his whiskey. Guess we're gonna have a big show tomorrow. Mr. Douglas laughed at Caleb's comment, the sound rough and full of approval. You got it, Caleb. Tight-lipped, high stakes, and plenty of beer and whiskey on hand to keep the losers and great if the patrons happy. Caleb smiled back, tipping his glass one last time before placing it gently on the bar. Thanks again for the drink. I'll see you tomorrow night, then. Bright and sharp, son, Mr. Douglas nodded. You bring the heat, and I'll bring the crowd. Caleb turned, his boots creaking on the old wooden floor as he passed through the batwing doors. They slapped shut behind him, muffling the saloon's lively murmur as he stepped out into the cooling Valentine evening. The sun had begun its slow descent behind the heartlands, casting long, golden streaks over the town. Lanterns flickered to life one by one along shopfronts and porches, adding a soft orange hue to the streets. Horses clopped lazily past, and the air smelled faintly of dust, tobacco, and something cooking down the road. Caleb adjusted his hat and set his eyes on his final stop before heading back to the hotel and his day with a dinner and then rest, the general store. He crossed the street in long strides, stepping up onto the familiar porch and through the front door. The bell overhead jingled. From behind the counter, Mr. Worth glanced up from a small book of tallied numbers. When he saw who it was, his eyes lit up. "Is it my eyes need a new glasses or it's truly you, Caleb Thorne? You back from the dead, son?" Caleb grinned. "Hey, Mr. Worth. I'm back, in the flesh." From the storeroom, a younger voice shouted, "Wait, Caleb." Jasper came bursting out of the back, apron still half-tied, and nearly stumbled over a crate. He looked at Caleb with wide, stunned eyes, his face lighting up with surprise and happiness. "Hey, you're back." Caleb laughed, meeting Jasper halfway and clasping forearms with him. "Good to see you too, Jasper." Mr. Worth chuckled and leaned forward on the counter. "So it's true then, you're really back for good?" "Yeah," Caleb said, nodding. "And before you ask, yes, it's safe. I already checked with the sheriff, and Douglas confirmed it. Those so-called government agents called the Pinkertons are gone. Also, Cornwall's men gone too as well. Seems they gave up sniffin' around this part of the state." Mr. Worth let out a short laugh. "Well damn, I reckon you've heard that same question I wanted to ask about numerous time already today. And now with us a skin, how many times it make in total?" Caleb sighed theatrically. "It's the 5th time today if it's combined with the two of you. Can't go 5 feet in town and goes to meet my friends and acquaintances, were they wonderin' if I'm here to get arrested or shot?" Jasper laughed. "Get used to it. You made an impression around here, Caleb. People will be asking questions for a while." Caleb reached out and ruffled Jasper's hair like an older brother might. "And you're clearly one of them." "Hey." Jasper tried to duck away, but it was too late. His hair stuck up awkwardly, and Caleb just chuckled as Jasper smoothed it down with a frown. Mr. Worth joined in the laughter, shaking his head. "You two doesn't changed one bit." After the laughter settled, Caleb turned a bit more serious. "Say, Mr. Worth, would it be alright if I borrowed Jasper for a moment? Got something I want to talk to him about." Mr. Worth raised a brow, then nodded. "Of course." In fact, he looked at Jasper, then back to Caleb. "Why don't you take the rest of the day off, Jasper? Ain't exactly a rush in business right now, and I know you two got some catching up to do." Jasper blinked. "Really? I could do that, Dot." Mr. Worth nodded. "You've been workin' hard. Consider it a reward." Jasper lit up, grinning wide. "Thanks, Mr. Worth." Caleb smiled too. "Appreciate it." With that, the two stepped back out into the dusk-lit porch of the general store. The bench near the window was unoccupied, and they both sat down, letting the wood creak beneath their weight. So Caleb started after a moment, turning to look at the younger boy. "How things been, Jasper, since I left?" Jasper leaned back against the wall, legs swinging a bit over the edge of the porch. "Honestly, they've been great. Better than I expected." Caleb raised a brow. Yeah, Jasper nodded. "At the morning I work over at old Bob's butcher stall. He's been teachin' me how to sharpen blades, how to prep different meats, and he even let me carve it a few times myself." Caleb smiled. "That's good. Then noon to afternoon I'm here with Mr. Worth, like usual helpin', stock shelves and stuff. But he have been teaching me how to do the ledgers. Numbers don't scare me anymore," Jasper added with a small touch of pride. "And at night, still at the saloon." "Yes I am. Mr. Douglas lets me clean tables and serve the foods, but more importantly, he talks to me, teaches me how to talk to people, how to stay calm even when drunk folks get loud." Caleb listened, quietly amazed. Jasper had changed, not just grown in skill, but grown in confidence. His posture was more open, his eyes brighter, and his voice more sure. No longer the terrified, ragged boy Caleb had rescued from that cursed basement in Rhodes. This Jasper had become someone he could be proud of. "You've really been making something of yourself now without me interfering," Caleb said finally, his voice low and sincere. Jasper smiled, shy but proud. "I tried like I promised to. Since like I have said before you gave me a second chance. Wasn't gonna waste it." Caleb looked away for a moment, trying to push back the swell in his chest. "You earned it yourself, Jasper. I just gave you the first step." They sat in silence for a few moments, watching the people of Valentine go about their evening business. The lamplighter made his rounds, the blacksmith doused his forge, and the scent of evening stew wafted faintly from one of the homes nearby. After a pause, Caleb turned toward him. "Say, Jasper, I'm thinking of starting that fast food business I talk and show you about. Remember it?" Jasper blinked as Caleb mentioned the fast food business, then immediately grinned. "How could I ever forget about that? Especially after helping you cook and eat those juicy, fabulous burgers and those crispy sticks you called French fries. I still remember the taste, Caleb. I swear I can taste 'em now." Caleb chuckled at that, heart warmed by Jasper's genuine enthusiasm. "Good to know you remember. And yeah, I really am gonna start it. Been thinkin' about it for a while. I'm gatherin' up the funds now. That's why I spoke to Mr. Douglas earlier. Poker tournament's back on tomorrow night." Jasper let out a low whistle, then broke into a laugh. Well, I reckon there's gonna be a whole crowd of folks leavin' with empty pockets. I still remember the first and second tournaments. You cleaned 'em out like milking a cow dry. Folks kept playin' and playin' until they were sittin' in their socks. But hell, if folks are dumb enough to think they can outplay you at cards. Caleb laughed with him that drew curious glances from passers-by, as Caleb remembering the shocked faces and growing frustration from players who thought luck alone could beat someone with a level 3 poker skills that equal to professional players and with a past modern world poker experience that was reinforced with past life memory skill. Yup, and just like you said, they're gonna lose again. Except this time, all that money's gonna go into buildin' my venture. I even got the idea of runnin' it in multiple rounds, 2 or even 3. Different players each round, and if someone already played, tough luck. They don't get back in. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $501.96. Inventory, $1,436, 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank, 143,136. Beginning to lay foundation. Yup, and just like you said, they're gonna lose again. Except this time, all that money's gonna go into buildin' my venture. I even got the idea of runnin' it in multiple rounds, 2 or even 3. Different players each round, and if someone already played, tough luck. They don't get back in. Jasper blinked, then laughed harder. You're a cold man, Caleb. Real cold. But it's their fault if they think they can take the bait and stand a chance against you. You ain't just skin mean, you're boilin' the bones for broth. Caleb shrugged, grinning. Capitalism, Jasper. Ain't personal. They both shared a hearty laugh yet again, the sound carrying faintly down the quiet, darkening street. The night had settled comfortably now, stars blinking into view above the heartlands as the last of the sunlight faded. As their laughter subsided, Caleb grew thoughtful. He turned slightly on the bench, gazing out over the lighted streaked dirt road. Hey Jasper, been thinkin'. Should I change the name from French fries to Fresh Fries? Jasper tilted his head, intrigued. Fresh fries? Why change it? French fries sound fancier, don't it? Sounds like some foreign delicacy. Might catch more attention. Caleb hesitated. The real reason, that the name was historically inaccurate and might draw unwanted attention from actual French expats or scholars, wasn't something he could explain. Instead, he tapped his temple. Just feels off. After all, it's the name of a foreign country, and people will associate it with the name of the place and not me who founded the food. Also, I worry that if I keep it as French fries, someone higher up might start pokin' around. Might draw unwanted interest. Jasper squinted. Wait, you're sayin' you're afraid Callan, it French fries might make powerful folk notice. Yeah, Caleb replied. Imagine if some fancy investor or noble type hears about French food in the middle of a ranch town called Valentine. Might start a skin questions. Or worse, try to copy it and steal it. Jasper scratched his chin, clearly taking the matter seriously now. Caleb could see the cogs turning. Then Jasper's face lit up. How about gold crispy fries? Caleb blinked. Gold crispy fries. Jasper grinned. Yeah, they're crispy, they're golden like nuggets, and everyone loves gold. You get what I'm sayin'. It ain't French. It ain't fresh. But it sounds valuable. Mouth-waterin', even. Caleb stared at him, then laughed in delight. Jasper, you're a genius. That's it. That's the perfect name. Not fancy, but it's catchy. Makes people think they're eatin' somethin' special. Jasper beamed under the praise, clearly proud of himself. Then Caleb stood up, brushing off his coat and looking down at the younger boy with a proud grin. Tell you what, Jasper. Since you came up with such a damn fine name, you're gonna be my first employee once this whole thing starts rollin'. Jasper's eyes widened. Really? You serious? Dead serious, Caleb replied. In fact, I want you to be the one who manages the public front. You'll be the face folks see while I handle things behind the curtain. Jasper blinked, then his mouth opened, then closed like a fish. Me, but, why not you? Caleb glanced around before lowering his voice. There a big reason why not me. Because of Cornwall. If he catches wind I'm behind this, he'll burn it to the ground just to spite me. Or even be the one who steals it as he see the value of my idea becoming a business for him. Understanding dawned in Jasper's eyes. So you want me to front it, make it look like my business, to keep the business safe? Exactly. Caleb gripped his shoulder. You'll run the day-to-day, handle customers, manage the books. I'll handle supply, recipes, and expansion. Profit split 90-10 in your favor. Jasper's breath hitched. 60% of what could be a booming business. It was more than generous, it was life-changing. But Jasper swallowed hard. What if I mess up? What if? You won't. Caleb's voice brooked no argument. You know numbers. You know people. Hell, you just named one of our flagship product in the future. You're ready. For a long moment, Jasper stared at his scuffed boots. When he looked up, his eyes shone with determination. I'm in. Caleb heard Jasper's response and smiled, a warm pat landing on the boy's shoulder. Good. That's what I like to hear, he said, voice full of conviction. He could hear the confidence in Jasper's voice, the determination in his tone. That was all the proof he needed. Jasper wasn't just a good fit, he was the perfect choice. Jasper smiled under the praise, cheeks reddening a bit. Thanks, Caleb, for the kind words. Really. He stood up then, brushing the back of his trousers. But since you just dumped a whole mountain of responsibility on me, it's only fair you treat me to dinner tonight, don't you think? Caleb laughed at that, throwing his head back. Of course. Can't expect a future second in charge to work on an empty stomach. Here. He reached into his satchel and fished out a few folded bills. $10 should cover us both nicely. Get us some of those lamb chops from the saloon. I know Douglas got a fresh shipment this morning. Jasper's grin widened as he took the money from Caleb's hand. You got it, boss. Just wait here, I'll be back quicker than a rabbit in a thunderstorm. He turned on his heel and walked off with a spring in his step, the wooden porch creaking beneath his boots. Caleb watched him go for a moment, amused, then settled back on the bench again. The night sky was fully dark now, painted deep blue and speckled with stars that shimmered over the heartlands. The breeze had grown gentler, rustling the leaves of nearby trees, and Valentine had quieted, the chaos of the day retreating into the shadows. Caleb looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. The cool air filled his lungs, helping his mind settle as it turned to what lay ahead. He had work to do, and lots of it. First thing tomorrow, he murmured to himself, get my usual exercise out the way. Then, time to start making moves. He ticked it off mentally. Wake up, stretch, calisthenics, push-ups, sit-ups, jog around town, get the blood pumping. From there, pay a visit to the sheriff's office or the bank, maybe both. He needed to ask how to buy a plot of land or get a stall permit. Couldn't sell fries without a place to sell them from. After that, begin building his supplier network. First stop was old Bob, the town butcher. Caleb could offer to buy the bad meat cuts at a lower price. Trim the fat, grind them up for patties, and cook them into something delicious. Waste for old Bob, profit for Caleb. Then the general store, Mr. Worth's. Caleb would need bread, salt, and oil. If he could convince Worth's to provide it at a steady pace and a steady price, he'd be in business. Then the doctor's office. Doc Calloway. He'd seen creeping thyme in the windowsill garden. If the doc sold it in bundles, Caleb could stockpile it as a key seasoning for flavor. Could even sell it as a secret ingredient down the line. And lastly, the saloon. Mr. Douglas. He'd have to approach him about a partnership, something mutually beneficial. Caleb wouldn't sell drinks, only water for now. But he could direct customers to the saloon. Or, better yet, have the saloon stock some beer and whiskey at his eventual stall. Let people get their fries and their liquor in one place. It was a good plan. He nodded slowly, satisfied. And then, right on cue, Jasper's voice rang out. Told ya I'd be back quick. Caleb turned his head, eyebrows raising slightly as he saw Jasper carrying 2 plates filled with steaming lamb chops. His stomach growled in response. Damn, you move fast, Caleb said, standing up as Jasper handed him a plate. You were thinking so hard, I thought you were gonna solve the world's problems, Jasper replied with a laugh. They sat again, eating together beneath the stars. The lamb chops were tender and rich, seasoned just right. As they ate, they chatted about miscellaneous things, how Jasper nearly got chased by a drunk rancher last week, the time Caleb spotted a bear at a distance while riding through Cumberland, what they'd name the next menu item. Eventually, their plates were clean. Jasper stood, stacking the dishes. I'll bring these back. You go on and get some rest. Big day tomorrow, right? Caleb nodded, stretching his arms. Right, thanks again, Jasper. For everything. You kidding, I'm just getting started. Jasper turned and walked back to the saloon, leaving Caleb alone once again. Caleb watched him go, then turned toward the hotel. A few minutes later, he was upstairs in his room, slipping off his boots and laying down on the bed. His mind was still racing with plans, but fatigue pulled him under quickly. Morning light streamed through the thin curtains as Caleb stirred awake. He yawned and stretched, body still sore from the long ride 2 days ago but slowly adjusting back into routine. He began with his usual morning exercises, stretching first. Rolling his shoulders, stretching his arms, legs, back. Then the calisthenics. Push-ups. He did 40, arms burning slightly. Then sit-ups. 50 of those, his breathing steady but fast. A few jumping jacks, some squats. After that, he changed into his jogging clothes, simple shirt, trousers, boots. No coat yet. He jogged around Valentine, nodding at the early risers and tipping his hat at familiar faces. A few people waved, a couple ranchers were already hitching up their wagons. By the time he got back to the hotel, sweat lined his brow and his muscles were warm. After a quick wash, he got dressed properly, donning his coat and hat, then stepped out. First stop as planned was the sheriff's office. Sheriff Malloy was sipping coffee behind the desk when Caleb walked in. "Mornin', son, what can I do you for?" "Mornin', Sheriff. I'm lookin' to either buy a plot of land or get a vendor's permit to set up a stall. Something for small business." The sheriff leaned back and whistled. "Well, ain't often we get someone thinkin' about openin' something round here. Let me grab the town ledger." 10 minutes later, Caleb had the info he needed. Land around the outskirts of Valentine was available for purchase, but the better route for now would be a vendor's permit, cheap, quick, and allowed him to set up in around the area of Valentine, costing him $125. "Thanks, Sheriff. Best of luck, son." Next was old Bob at the butcher's. The old man squinted at Caleb as he explained his idea. "You want my bad cuts? The ones you throw out or sell for cheap. I grind 'em nicely, add some seasonin', make something tasty." Old Bob scratched his beard, then nodded. "You ain't stupid. I can sell you scraps by the pound. Cheaper than normal. Just don't poison anyone, why here? Wouldn't dream of it." Then he goes to Dr. Calloway. "Creeping time." "Yes, sir. Need it for seasoning. Tastes better than most folks think." Doc Calloway blinked, then chuckled. "You planning to open a restaurant or something?" "Something like that, yeah. I'll set aside a bundle each week. Just leave payment at the counter." Lastly was the saloon. Mr. Douglas was behind the bar, wiping down mugs. "You got a proposition for me, Thorne?" "I do. You don't sell the food I made and I don't sell drinks. But you do. Folks get thirsty from salty food. I send 'em your way. Maybe you can stock a few drinks at my business later. What do you say, Mr. Douglas?" Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL3. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $366.96. Inventory, $1,436. 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank, 144,137. Third poker tournament with third round. "I do. You don't sell the food I made and I don't sell drinks. But you do. Folks get thirsty from salty food. I send 'em your way. Maybe you can stock a few drinks at my business later. What do you say, Mr. Douglas?" Mr. Douglas nodded slowly. "Smart. Real smart. I like it, Caleb. Pleasure doing business with you." "Good. Pleasure doing business with you as well, Mr. Douglas." By noon, Caleb had laid the foundation. The venture had started. The stall would come next. With suppliers locked, and Jasper ready to be the face of the operation, Caleb had all the tools he needed. Now all that was left was just execution, hiring carpenters to build the stall for him. For the carpenters or builders Caleb planned to hire, he was confident he could find them later that night at the saloon. It was poker night, after all, and many of the local craftsmen were known to gather there to watch or join the game. Some were even regulars who had lost to him in the past. With that thought in mind, Caleb decided to head back to his hotel room and rest. He had spent all morning and noon laying the foundation of his fast food venture, and he needed his strength for the tournament tonight. When he arrived at his room, he took off his boots and hat, stretched his arms wide, and sank into the bed with a long exhale. The room was quiet, the late afternoon light casting a warm glow on the floorboards. Caleb drifted into sleep quickly, his body grateful for the reprieve. When he awoke, the sun had dipped toward the horizon, bathing Valentine in hues of gold and orange. The day had begun to settle, and the buzz of evening life was rising in the streets below. Caleb got up, rolling his shoulders to work out the stiffness, then retrieved his vaquero outfit from his inventory, a dark button vest, a finely stitched white shirt, charcoal trousers with silver-lined cuffs, a scarlet sash around his waist, and boots polished to a dark gleam. He looked sharp, confident, the picture of a man with a purpose. He straightened his hat in the mirror, gave himself a satisfied nod. The man staring back looked sharper somehow, more purposeful. Let's make some money. After that, he stepped out of his room and down the hotel stairs, boots clicking against wood as he made his way toward the saloon. When Caleb reached the front of the saloon, he found it jam-packed with patrons. Even the porch was full, men and women alike with mugs of beer and whiskey in hand, laughter spilling from their lips. A few working girls were already seated on laps to standing clothes, giggling and clinking glasses with cowboys and ranch hands. As soon as they saw him, a wave of cheers erupted. "Well, look who decided to finally show!" shouted a grizzled prospector, raising his beer. "Caleb, there he is. The man of the hour. Got my money on you again, boy. Show 'em how it's done, Thorn." Caleb smiled and tipped his hat to them, walking confidently up the steps. He gave nods and quick greetings, even earning a playful kiss on the cheek from one of the bolder girls. "Save your hollering for when I've got their money in my pocket." The crowd laughed, parting to let him through, where he then pushed open the batwing doors and stepped inside. The interior was alive with the hum of piano music and the loud bustle of the crowd. Heat was released from inside, then smoke hung in the air, thick with the smell of sweat, bourbon, and perfume. The saloon was a hive of energy tonight. As he passed through the packed crowd, more cheers and calls came his way. "Caleb's here. We can start soon. You talking bets again, Thorn. Don't clean us out too bad this time." Caleb merely grinned, his eyes scanning the crowd before heading toward the bar. As Caleb wove through the crowd, nodding at familiar faces, old Bob from the butcher stall, a few ranch hands he'd gambled with before, even the town's blacksmith, who raised a tankard in salute. As he reached the bar, behind the counter, stood Mr. Douglas, wiping down a glass and looking up just in time to see him approach. Finally, Mr. Douglas said, a wide grin spreading on his weathered face, "Look what the cat dragged in." "Evenin', Mr. Douglas." Mr. Douglas grabbed a clean glass, pulled out a bottle of fine whiskey, and poured Caleb a drink. "On the house. For the star of the show." Caleb took the glass with a nod of thanks and downed it in one smooth gulp. The burn of the liquor traced fire down his throat. "Damn good stuff, appreciate it," Caleb said, setting the glass down. "Only the best for our main attraction tonight," Mr. Douglas said with a wink. Caleb leaned against the bar and lowered his voice slightly. "Wanted to run an idea by you. Thinking of changing things up tonight. 3 rounds. Whoever plays in the first round and loses, they're out. No coming back." Douglas raised an eyebrow. 3 rounds, huh? Caleb nodded. "New players each round. Anyone who has already played doesn't get back in. Keep things fresh. Give more folks a shot. But it also adds tension. Losers can't try their luck twice." Douglas was quiet for a moment. Then he snorted and laughed. "You're evil son of a bitch, Caleb. That ain't a rule. That's bait. You know damn well folks'll think you're gonna be tired by the second or third game. They'll think your chances of losing get higher." Caleb chuckled. "Maybe. Or maybe I'm just bored. Either way, money's a big bonus." They both laughed and clinked imaginary glasses. Douglas leaned in and said, "Well, you go on and make the announcement. Let 'em know what they're in for. This is your show, after all." Caleb turned and faced the bustling saloon, where the energy had grown electric with anticipation. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the bar counter which was at the center of the room that let him rise above the crowd. He raised a hand, and slowly, the piano player tapered off. Voices quieted, one by one, until the saloon was attentive. "Ladies and gents," Caleb called, his voice confident and smooth, "I've got a small change to tonight's poker tournament. 3 rounds instead of 1. A few surprised murmurs rippled through the crowd. "But there's a twist," he continued. "You lose a round, you're out. No second chances. If you think I'm gonna be tired after playing all night, well, maybe that's your lucky break. Or maybe it ain't." Laughter, whoops, and cheers rang out across the room. "Sign-up starts in 5 minutes. Buy-ins $25 per round. The first round begins when the list is full. Let's have ourselves a night, folks." The crowd erupted in applause and shouts. Drinks were raised. Dollar bills were placed onto the tabletops. The room was lit with a feverish energy. "Deal me in. I'm in. 3 rounds of losing my shirt. Sign me up." The rush to the sign-up sheet was nearly a stampede. Caleb stepped from the bar counter after that was done. "You really know how to stir the pot," Mr. Douglas said, eyes gleaming. "That's the idea." And in the back of Caleb's mind, the rest of his plan ticked along. Once the tournament was over and the winnings counted, he'd speak to the carpenters, several of whom he spotted already in the saloon. The men who built barns and porches by day gambled by night, and Caleb had every intention of making them part of his business by tomorrow morning. But first, he had some cards to play. And so, with the crowd still cheering and energy high, Caleb took his seat at the poker table for the first round. The list was full, 6 players total, including himself, and each buy-in was $25, making the pot a clean $150. Mr. Douglas, as always, acted as the overseer and informal pit boss, standing nearby with a stern eye. No one dared cheat under his watch. Caleb rolled his shoulders and flexed his fingers. Time to work. Utilizing his poker skill, level 3, and his sharp perception, 8/10, Caleb didn't rush to dominate. He let the others test each other first, keeping a low profile while studying each player's habits. Finger taps, nervous gulps, even how they stacked their chips. Once he got a read on them, he began manipulating the pot, baiting bets, folding at times he knew he'd win, only to raise harder when the pot swelled with greed. One by one, the other 5 fell. Some walked away grumbling, others with forced laughter, but all of them lighter in the pocket. By the final hand, Caleb played it cool, revealing a modest flush against a 2-pair. Applause rang out as he collected the pot, $569.37, including side bets. Cheers erupted from the crowd, especially those who had put money on him to win. The saloon roared with laughter, backslaps, and raised drinks, while the losers simply groaned or shook their heads in disbelief. But Caleb wasn't done yet. Second round, he declared, rising and waving toward the sign-up sheet. Another list filled within minutes. More players, more stakes. Again, 6 seats were taken. This time, a few familiar faces were replaced with unfamiliar ones, some with quiet eyes and serious faces. Caleb could tell immediately that some of these men weren't here for show. A few of them had watched the entire first round silently, now stepping into the light. Caleb sat, poker face firmly in place. This round was trickier. He had to adapt more often, bluffing when needed, and acting careless when he sensed someone trying to read him. He even lost a hand early, just to throw off a particularly sharp opponent. It worked. They grew overconfident, and Caleb struck hard 3 rounds later. It took longer, but he secured victory again. The pot this time was $547.56. Another round of cheers. A few hats were thrown in the air. Some patrons began calling Caleb the poker king of Valentine, while others muttered that he had to be cheating, though no one could ever point to when or how. By now, the saloon was practically vibrating with anticipation. The third round began. Caleb leaned back against the chair, scanning the new lineup. These men were no amateurs. He recognized them like that due to their body language and aura when they sit at the table. There's a traveling gambler named Curtis with a snake oil smile, a half-Mexican dealer who rarely spoke, and a former riverboat man who had been counting cards in his head the moment he sat down. These weren't just players. They were professionals. And they'd been watching him. Caleb adjusted his play style. This wasn't about theatrics now. He switched from baiting to sharp, cold math, calculated raises, conservative calls, well-timed bluffs. The table felt like a battlefield, and every card was a bullet. Tension gripped the air tighter than a noose. One by one, he cut through them. Not without struggle, not without sweat. But finally, after 2 hours, Curtis folded on a massive hand, a failed bluff, and Caleb laid down his full house. Son of a bitch, Curtis muttered, grinning as he slid back his chair. Caleb collected the third pot, $589.21. Just as the coins clinked into his hand, a familiar chime rang in his ears. System notification, poker, skill has increased. LVL 4. Caleb couldn't help but grin. Not only had he won all 3 rounds, but the final challenge had pushed his abilities to the next level. In total, his winnings that night amounted to $1,706.14. A staggering haul. But it came with risks. People might start thinking he was a cheat or worse. He stood up, raised his arms, and shouted over the din, "Drinks on me, folks. Everyone gets around." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 2. Rifle, LVL 2. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 2. Horse mastery, LVL 3. Poker, LVL 3, LVL 4. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 1. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 2. Bow, LVL 2. Pain nullifier, LVL 1. Physical regeneration, LVL 0. Crafting, LV 1. Persuasion, LVL 2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL 2. Teaching, LVL 1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $2,198.01. Inventory, $1,436. 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank, 145,138. Hiring the builders. In total, his winnings that night amounted to $1,706.14. A staggering haul. But it came with risks. People might start thinking he was a cheat or worse. He stood up, raised his arms, and shouted over the din, "Drinks on me, folks. Everyone gets around." That was all it took. The crowd consisting of patrons and working girls immediately went wild. Whooping, hollering, glasses slamming, and laughter erupting. Caleb made his way to Mr. Douglas and handed him $200 in cash straight from his earnings. "That should cover everyone," he said. Mr. Douglas nodded, looking both surprised and impressed. "You sure know how to keep people loyal. Hell, you keep doing that, no one will care how often you win." Caleb gave a modest shrug, though a smile tugged at his lips. It wasn't just about celebration, it was insurance. And the more people loved him, the safer his growing venture would be. He leaned back on the bar, drink in hand, scanning the crowd. He spotted 3 of the men he'd been eyeing earlier, 1 carpenter, 1 wagon builder, and another who worked with the lumberyard. All of them were watching him with newfound respect. After taking a sip of his drink, Caleb asked Mr. Douglas the name of the 3 men before giving a slight nod to Mr. Douglas and then turned his attention toward the back of the saloon where the 3 men he'd noticed earlier sat. The carpenter, named George Colton, was a sturdy fellow with a thick beard and rough hands. Then the wagon builder was named Seth Mahoney. He is slim but strong, his fingers stained with oil and ash. And lastly, the lumber worker was named Elias Boone, was a quiet and wiry man. When the 3 men noticed Caleb approaching, their expressions shifted from casual to surprised, then to something between awe and disbelief. It wasn't every day the town's rising star walked right toward them. Caleb stopped at their table, tipping his hat lightly. "Evenin', gents. Mind if I join you? Got a little work proposition I was hopin' to talk over." The carpenter, George, blinked. "Well now, Caleb Thorne wants to talk business with us. Reckon we can make time for the poker king and hero of Valentine." Seth let out a low whistle and chuckled. "You sure we're the ones you're looking for, Mr. Thorne?" "Reckon the 3 of you are," Caleb said with a smile. Elias gave a small nod. "We're listenin'." Caleb motioned upstairs with his chin. "Place is too loud for proper talkin'. Follow me." The 3 men stood, leaving behind their half-finished drinks, and followed Caleb through the crowd and up the big stairs to the 2nd floor. While not silent, as there were a couple of working girls entertaining clients in the corners and a drunk rancher snoring against the railing, the din from below was muted enough that they could hold a proper conversation without shouting. They found a quiet spot near the railing, and Caleb leaned in. "All right, here's what I need. I'm settin' up a food stall to sell some kind of food, something different. Gonna put it to the left of the stables, where it was empty and has no trees to cut off. Now, I don't want just a booth. I'm lookin' to build a proper structure. A shed for the cookin' area, no roof, no flooring, just high walls so that people could see what was inside, and a counter opening toward the street. Around the shed, there's an open space. Then I want 5 tables, 4 chairs to each, 20 total. Somewhere folks can sit and eat right there." The 3 men leaned back in their chairs, taking in the idea. "So you want it outdoors but structured," George repeated, stroking his beard. "Not a restaurant, but not just a stall either." "Exactly. And I need it to look good, clean. I cappuccino, but simple enough to build in a short time." Seth rubbed his jaw. "Well, I'll need to handle the counter and the wagon-pulled storage for your supplies. Elias here would help with the lumber and wood prep. George, he's the main carpenter. He'll lead the work." Caleb nodded. "Good. And I ain't leavin' it to you blind. I'll be there every step, to make sure it turns out like I imagine it." George narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. "Labor and materials, let me think. Good lumber for tables, iron nails. That cookin' area'll need a stone base for the fire." The 3 murmured among themselves for a moment. After a bit, George turned to Caleb. "Figure it'll run you about $400, give or take." Caleb blinked. That was higher than he had anticipated. He folded his arms. "Time to negotiate. $400, huh? You sure that ain't padded for bein' late-night saloon talk?" George snorted. "We ain't drunk, Caleb, but I get it. Tell you what, we like you, and this is a hell of a project. We'll shave it down to $350. Caleb offered his hand. "You got yourself a deal." They shook hands one by one, sealing the agreement. "Pleasure doin' business with you, Mr. Thorne," Elias said, eyes gleaming with something more than business. "Pride, maybe. Excitement." "Same here," Seth added. "You got something real on your hands." George smiled. "We'll swing by the hotel if we need you. We can start prep for the materials tomorrow." "Good," Caleb said. "Lookin' forward to seein' it take shape." With the deal done, Caleb excused himself and returned downstairs. The saloon was still alive with laughter and merriment. Patrons were deep in celebration, fueled by Caleb's generosity. He spent the next few hours socializing, exchanging jokes, stories, and shaking countless hands. Some men raised glasses to him. Working girls blew kisses. Strangers asked if he was hiring. Others just clapped him on the back. But eventually, even kings had to rest. When the hour turned late and the music began to wind down, Caleb tipped his hat one last time and left the saloon, boots heavy from the day. The cool night air met him on the street. Valentine had quieted down, but in Caleb's heart, things were only just beginning. He made his way to the hotel, climbed the stairs, and collapsed into bed, boots kicked off at the door before sleep soon took over him. Morning came too soon. Caleb woke with the sun, his head throbbing faintly from last night's drinking. After a quick splash of water on his face on the water basin inside the room, he goes to do his morning exercise of stretching, calisthenics, push UPS, and sit-ups to clear the throbbing of his head. After his morning workout of stretches, calisthenics, push UPS, and sit-ups, Caleb took a moment to roll his shoulders and breathe in deeply through the window of his hotel room. The air smelled faintly of pine and horses, but it was clean and brisk. The throbbing from last night's drink had dulled to nothing now, thanks to his physical routine. He walked over to his satchel, opened it, and pulled out a thick wad of cash, his winnings from the previous night. From it, he carefully counted out $1,250 and slid it into his inventory system. That left him with $748.01 inside his satchel, enough to cover the rest of what he needed today. Caleb then headed downstairs to the hotel lobby, greeting the sleepy clerk with a warm smile and a tip of his hat. "Hot bath ready this morning. Just prepped it earlier," the clerk replied. 25 cents. Caleb placed a quarter on the counter and walked out the back where the bathing rooms were located. Inside, steam drifted up from the large copper tub filled with bubbling, fragrant water. He stripped down, folding his vaquero outfit neatly over a nearby bench. He stepped into the water, exhaling sharply as the heat enveloped his tired muscles. Sinking deeper, he let out a sigh. The soreness in his shoulders and back from days of preparation and poker tension began to melt away. He scrubbed himself down thoroughly, then reclined in the tub for several minutes, his eyes closed, letting the warmth work its magic. Eventually, when the water started to cool, Caleb climbed out, toweled off, and dressed once more in his polished vaquero attire. When he stepped back into the hotel lobby, he immediately spotted them: George Colton, Elias Boone, and Seth Mahoney. All three men were standing or leaning on the front desk, chatting quietly until they noticed Caleb. "Mornin', Mr. Thorne," George greeted with a grin. "Mornin', gentlemen. You boys move fast." Caleb replied, smiling warmly. George chuckled, rubbing his beard. "Sun's up, money's waitin'. No sense dawdlin'. Elias on the other hand nodded politely, and Seth gave a half wave. George straightened then up. "Before we start headin' out to gather materials, thinkin' it'd be good to ask for some advance payment. We'll need it to get the right lumber, nails, hinges, and such." "Fair enough," Caleb said. He reached into his coat, pulled out a bundle of notes, and counted out $175, exactly half of the agreed-upon $350. "That's half up front," Caleb said, handing the money over. "I'm trustin' y'all to get the good stuff for it. Nothin' cheap and cut corners." George accepted the money with a firm nod. "You got our word. Best materials Valentine's has to offer. Honest work for honest pay, Caleb. I'll wait for y'all here," Caleb added, tipping his hat. The three men exited the hotel with a sense of urgency, walking in stride toward the local yards and supply stores. Caleb followed behind for a moment, before turning toward the open lot beside the stable, the spot he had scouted the previous day. It was a bare patch of land, situated to the right of the stable if one were facing it from the main road. No trees, no obstructions, just a wide expanse of potential. Caleb stepped to the center of the area and looked around, picturing it again. The cooking shed would be there, high walls, no roof, an open counter facing the street. To the left would be tables, 5 in total, with 4 chairs apiece. Space in between, enough for folks to sit, talk, eat, and enjoy the sun. His visualization was interrupted by a light pat on the shoulder. Caleb turned his head slightly, only to see a familiar face. Mr. Levi, the slender and insightful man from the general store, stood there with a pleasant smile beneath his graying mustache. "Well, now, didn't expect to see you out here first thing in the morning," Mr. Levi said. "Mornin', Caleb." "Mornin', Mr. Levi," Caleb replied, matching the smile. "How you been?" Caleb chuckled softly. "Good, real good, and thank you for not askin' if I was safe comin' back to Valentine." Mr. Levi raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "Didn't need to ask. I trust you know what you're doin'. You always struck me as the type to weigh your steps." He looked past Caleb, toward the lot. "So, what are you plannin' here, seeing as you come here in the morning?" Caleb, hearing that, hesitated only a fraction of a second before he decided to tell the truth, replying, "Oh, just looking around and envisioning an idea I got. Wants to try my hand at a food stall, selling some warm food. Somethin' simple, you know." Name: Caleb Thorne. Age: 23. Body attributes: Strength: 7/10. Agility: 6/10. Perception: 8/10. Stamina: 7/10. Charm: 5/10. Luck: 6/10. Skills: Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL4. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $571.01. Inventory, $2,686. 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank, 146, 139. Construction start and commotion. Caleb, hearing that, hesitated only a fraction of a second before he decided to tell the truth, replying, "Oh, just looking around and envisioning an idea I got. Wants to try my hand at a food stall, selling some warm food. Something simple, you know." Mr. Levi nodded slowly. "Really now? Well, never expected for you to have a business mind. Can't wait to see what will become of this business of yours. If the food was good, I would have even gone to buy at your stall, seeing as it was much closer compared to a walk toward the saloon. Let's hope this one pays off then, Mr. Levi." Mr. Levi gave a pat to Caleb's arm before taking a step back. "Well, I'd best go back to the state. Don't let the town down, Caleb. They're rootin' for you, whether they say it or not." With that, Mr. Levi tipped his hat and made his way toward the stable, leaving Caleb alone once more to consider the lot. He stood there in the morning sun, arms folded across his chest, a faint breeze brushing the fringe of his shirt. The land felt right. The timing felt right. All the cards were falling into place. And for once, it felt like he wasn't just surviving in this world, he was building something. Caleb stood quietly at the edge of the lot, the warm light of morning spilling across the dirt where his stall would soon rise. The scent of horses from the stable nearby lingered faintly in the breeze, but it didn't bother him. It grounded him, made the dream feel real. A distant rattling of wheels broke the quiet. Turning, Caleb spotted a small wagon coming up the road, pulled by a sturdy brown mule. In the wagon bed were beams of wood, a few barrels, a rolled-up tarp, and tools clinking with every bump of the path. George, Elias, and Seth waved as they approached. George had the reins in hand, while Elias sat beside him, puffing lightly on a pipe. Seth, seated in the back, kept a firm grip on a bundle of planks. All three looked wide awake and ready to work. "Hello, Caleb," George called as they pulled up beside the empty lot. "Hello, gentlemen," Caleb said, tipping his hat with a grin. "Looks like you have everything in place." "Wouldn't miss it," Seth replied, hopping down first, followed by Elias. George climbed off last, stretching his back with a grunt. "We brought everything we could to get started. Lumber, tools, brackets, nails," Elias said, gesturing to the wagon. "Perfect," Caleb nodded. "Let's get it off." They began unloading together, stacking the lumber neatly off to the side and organizing the barrels and toolboxes. Caleb worked quickly and efficiently, never shying from the heavier loads. The three builders noticed it too, the way he moved, strong and capable, like someone used to both thought and sweat. Once everything was laid out, Caleb wiped his brow and turned to the trio. "Say, I know this is y'all's job and all, but I was wonderin'. I have some experience with crafting, not that much, but it's something at least. Think I could help out. Just the menial tasks, of course. Hammerin', nails, cuttin', wood. I ain't tryin' to take your jobs, just want to learn and be part of it." George blinked in surprise. "Well, damn. First time someone hires me and then asks to join in on the labor. That's a new one." Elias chuckled. "Ain't that the truth? Most just want it done, no splinters." Seth added with a grin, "But I ain't complainin'. You want in, boss, you're in." Caleb laughed with them, then shrugged. "Figure if something breaks down later, I'd rather be able to fix it myself than pay every time. Makes sense, doesn't it?" George nodded slowly, then looked at Elias and Seth. "What do you boys think?" "Long as he ain't stealin' my hammer, I'm good with it," Elias said with a grin. "He's the boss. Let him work," Seth added. Caleb smiled. "Appreciate it. I'll throw in a little bonus for y'all." "Now you're talkin'," George said, slapping his hands together. "Let's get to work." The next few hours passed in the dust and rhythm of progress. Caleb helped haul beams, hold frames steady, cut wooden planks to size, and hammer in nails where needed. George led the framing of the stall itself, Elias worked the cutting with precise measures, and Seth set up the brackets and supports for the cooking counter and side panels. They began with the base of the shed, just dirt, no flooring, exactly how Caleb envisioned it. Then came the framing of the walls, tall and wide enough to provide visibility for passers-by but sturdy enough to withstand wind and time. The counter would stretch outward toward the street, with a lower shelf inside for the placement of hot pots and serving trays. Around the shed's perimeter, Caleb helped measure out the table areas, marking them in the dirt. 5 sturdy tables would be set up later with 4 chairs apiece. Caleb planned to stain and finish them personally once built. Even with his crafting LVL1 skill, Caleb's hands grew raw from unaccustomed labor, but he didn't complain, until he received a notification through his system interface. System notification. Crafting skill increased. LVL1 LVL2. Calluses build character and better furniture. By midday, the bones of the stall were already standing. Elias broke out a tin can of beans and handed them out alongside hard biscuits. They all sat together under the edge of the shade, drinking from canteens, faces streaked with sweat and hands sore but satisfied. "Not bad for a half-day's work," George said, chewing. "We'll have the rest of the structure up tomorrow," Elias added. "And by the day after, folks'll be eatin' hot food right here, boss." Caleb looked over the half-built stall and smiled. He could see it now, the steam rising from stew pots, Jasper with a smudged apron taking orders, the scent of cooked meat and spices wafting down the street, and people lined up, laughing, eating, and warming their bones with something good. "Thanks, boys," he said quietly. George slapped him on the back. "Hey, it's your dream. We're just helpin' build it." After lunch, they got back to work. Caleb's crafting skill wasn't flashy or refined yet, but every nail driven and board cut under instruction counted. In the back of his mind, he could feel something grow, a faint tingle that told him his time wasn't being wasted. By sundown, the stall's frame and primary walls stood proud. The outline of the future tables had been laid. The shed structure had its skeletal form with the counter beams in place. Though there was still work to do, the foundation had been more than just wood and nails, it was a declaration. As the sun dipped lower behind the hills, casting Valentine in that deep golden glow, Caleb stepped back with the others and looked at what they'd built. Tomorrow would bring more labor, more hammering, more sawdust and sweat. After a long day of hauling lumber, hammering nails, and fitting pieces together under the warm Valentine sun, Caleb Thorne and the three craftsmen parted ways with firm handshakes and nods of satisfaction. "We'll pick it up again tomorrow morning," George said, slapping sawdust off his trousers. "Bright and early," Caleb confirmed. They departed with the now empty wagon, leaving Caleb alone at the edge of the rising stall, coated in a layer of dust, grime, and dried sweat. He stretched his aching arms and rolled his neck, tired but proud. With a weary gait, Caleb made his way back to the hotel. The clerk gave him a curious look when he entered, smelling of timber, earth, and effort. Caleb reached into his pocket, produced 25 cents, and set it on the counter. "Bath, please." "Course. Tub's hot," the clerk said, reaching for a key. Caleb nodded and headed to the back, peeling off his dirty vaquero outfit and stepping into the steaming water. He let out a low sigh as the heat seeped into his muscles, easing the tension in his back and shoulders. He scrubbed himself clean, leaning back in the tub with his arms draped along the sides, head tilted back, eyes half-lidded. Once he was clean, he dried off and retrieved his neatly folded Valentine outfit from his inventory. The clothes were fresh and far more suitable for a casual evening in town. He bundled up his soiled vaquero outfit and returned it to the hotel clerk. "Have this washed, would ya? That'll be 50 cents. Caleb handed over the payment and nodded his thanks before stepping back into the early evening air, feeling considerably lighter. His next stop was the saloon. Inside, the mood was lighter than the previous night but still lively. Caleb claimed a small table, ordered a thick, juicy prime beef steak for $6, and a chilled bottle of beer for 25 cents. The food was hearty, the beer crisp. He ate in peace, eavesdropping here and there, occasionally answering a "Hey Caleb" with a polite nod or raised glass. Once full and satisfied, Caleb returned to the hotel, his legs aching slightly from the day's labor. He climbed the stairs slowly and all but collapsed onto the bed in his room. The pillow felt like heaven. He was out within moments. Morning came harshly. A commotion on the street stirred him awake. Raised voices, the sound of boots rushing across the wooden planks outside, the growing buzz of a crowd. Caleb blinked blearily at the ceiling, then sat up, groaning. He reached for his boots, strapped them on, then shrugged on his jacket and adjusted his hat. His gun belt followed, holsters snug around his hips, his double-action and Schofield holstered tightly. Descending the stairs, he passed the curious clerk and pushed through the doors of the hotel, stepping into a half-circle of townsfolk gathered in front of the saloon. "What's happenin'?" Caleb asked one of the bystanders. A young rancher pointed toward the street. "Started as a drunken brawl inside. One man accused the other of killin' his brother. Mr. Douglas kicked 'em both out, but now they're fixin' to settle it with iron." Caleb's expression turned grave. He pushed through the crowd until he saw them, two men, swaying on their feet, sweat glistening on their brows, rage in their eyes. One was lean and wiry with wild, bloodshot eyes. The other stocky and flushed, a bleeding cut on his lip. People were far too close to the pair. "Everyone, back off," Caleb barked. "You standin' too close. You want to get hit with a stray bullet. Move back." His voice carried authority. People obeyed, shuffling backward to give the dwellers space. The lean man named Luke, someone muttered, was shouting curses, his finger pointed at the other. "You killed my brother, you snake. This is justice." The other man said nothing, just squinted down the street. Caleb stepped up. "I'll do the count. Let's keep this from turnin' into a massacre." The two men, too drunk to argue, nodded. Caleb stood between them and raised a hand. 3. The crowd hushed. 2. Hands hovered over holsters. 1. Bang. The lean man fired first. His shot hit true, dead center between the eyes. The other man dropped instantly, a lifeless thud against the dirt. The silence was pierced by gasps, a scream, then murmurs. Some women looked away, and a few men crossed themselves. But then Tommy turned, gun still in hand, eyes bleary, and pointed it at Caleb. Now you, Thorn, hero of Valentine some called. Let's see what all the fuss is about. You wanna count for me? Count this. Caleb's hands remained loose at his sides. You're drunk, and you just killed a man. Go home. You scared? Luke taunted, swaying. Come on, poker boy. Show me what makes you so special. I ain't interested. Tommy spat. Ya ain't got guts. You're not a hero, just a card-flippin' coward. That struck a nerve. The crowd shifted. The air tensed. Caleb narrowed his eyes at Luke. You want a draw, you got it. But you ain't walkin' away with pride. The townsfolk around immediately fell dead silent. Caleb stepped forward to his mark. Tommy did the same. The sun glinted off their holsters. Name, Caleb Thorn. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL4. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1, LVL2. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $564.00. Inventory, $2,686. 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank, 147,140. Construction finished. Caleb narrowed his eyes at Luke. You want a draw, you got it. But you ain't walkin' away with pride. The townsfolk around immediately fell dead silent. Caleb stepped forward to his mark. Tommy did the same. The sun glinted off their holsters. Same rules, Caleb said. I'll be the one to count this time too. Whatever, just count and then die, Tommy growled. Caleb then takes a deep breath and closes his eyes, before opening his eyes again, looking at the man in the eye before he begins counting. 3. He then changed his focus, targeting not the man's heart or head, but his right shoulder. 2. His body relaxed, breath slowing, vision narrowing. His right hand was already near his navy revolver. 1. Caleb activates his dead eye, LVL2. The world then slowed. Bang! Caleb's bullet hit first, square into Tommy's right shoulder. The man's pistol fired wildly into the air as he screamed, dropping the weapon and crumpling to his knees, blood soaking his shirt. Gasps rippled through the crowd again, followed by murmurs of amazement. He didn't kill him. Shot clean, didn't even look like he aimed. That's a great story. I've seen it many people duel before. What Caleb has shown was a real deal. Caleb stepped forward, eyes cold, and knelt beside the moaning man. Next time you challenge someone in front of the town, make sure your damn hands are steady and not drunk. Also, don't you ever point your gun at someone who didn't draw first. Sheriff Malloy arrived not long after, pushing through the crowd. He looked from Caleb to the injured man. What in the blazes happened here, Caleb? A dozen voices shouted out, but Caleb calmly stepped forward. Drunken gunfight, Sheriff. 1 man is dead. This one here challenged me after. I shot to wound. The sheriff grunted. Could have shot to kill. Most would have. Didn't need to, Caleb said. Sheriff Malloy hearing that shook his head in amusement, before then nodded. I'll take it from here. The crowd slowly dispersed. Caleb adjusted his hat and holsters, exhaling long and slow. His hands no longer trembled at this kind of madness. He turned on his heel and walked back toward his stall site, already thinking about the stall, the build, and the food Jasper would one day cook in it. But in the back of his mind, something darker stirred. Every time he drew his gun, his feelings that connected part of the old world, the one where he played this game before he died, flashed behind his eyes. And every time he survived, he felt more rooted in this one. When Caleb arrived at the lot beside the stable, the sun had already climbed past the horizon and was spreading golden light across the dirt. The half-built structure stood like a skeleton of dreams slowly taking shape. And beside it, hard at work, were George, Elias, and Seth. Elias was sawing through a plank with methodical precision while Seth hammered in a crossbeam with rhythmic thuds. George stood a little off to the side, arms crossed as he inspected their progress, ever the craftsman in charge. All 3 turned when they heard approaching footsteps on the dirt. Well, look who finally decided to show up, boys, George called, a smirk curling at the edge of his mouth. Mornin', boys, Caleb greeted, lifting a hand as a sign of apology as he stepped forward. Sorry, 'bout that. Got held up by something. Seth paused mid-swing of his hammer. You, held up? You live a stone's throw from here, Caleb. Caleb chuckled. Yeah, well. You fellas hear those gunshots earlier this mornin'. George narrowed his eyes. We did. Figured it was some drunken cowpoke shootin' at shadows. Don't tell me you were involved in that mess. Caleb scratched the back of his neck and gave a sheepish nod. Kinda. Was tryin' to break it up, but one thing led to another. Fella named Tommy challenged me to a duel in front of the saloon. I tried to walk away, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. A duel? In the middle of the damn street? Elias asked, incredulous. Caleb nodded. He'd already shot someone else, which resulted from a drunken fight. Killed him. I didn't want blood, but he kept pressin'. So I shot to wound. Hit him in the shoulder. Sheriff Malloy showed up and took it from there. The three craftsmen exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Damn, George said. There's mornin' entertainment and we missed it, damn shame. Woulda brought some food if we knew about this, Seth added with a chuckle. Elias shook his head. Folks these days, scared of dyin', but can't stay away from it neither. Caleb smirked wryly. Ain't that the truth? Alright, enough talkin'. Let's get this wrapped up. I reckon we can finish before noon if we stay focused. With that, the four men returned to their tasks. Under Caleb's direction and enthusiasm, the work progressed swiftly. Caleb took up once more to the menial labor, hauling beams, hammering nails, sanding edges, and measuring distances while George gave instructions and checked measurements. Seth set about finishing the counter, sanding the outer plank smooth and reinforcing the corner joints. Elias handled the cutting and alignment of the wooden frame for the tables and benches. Caleb, now with a better grip on the rhythm of construction, worked closely with them. His crafting skill, while basic, lent him clarity in following their instructions and anticipating needs. By mid-morning, the stall structure was fully framed and enclosed. The cooking area, a shed-like space without a roof or flooring, stood ready, with a fire-safe stone basin in one corner for cook pots. The wide counter facing the street gleamed beneath a fresh coat of polish Seth applied with a rag. Next came the tables and chairs. Each table was crafted from the same local pine, durable and easy to shape. Elias and Caleb assembled them together, while George oversaw their stability and alignment. Seth anchored the benches to prevent sliding on uneven dirt. With the final nail driven and the last beam in place, the four men stepped back to admire their work. The stall stood strong and proud, open to the street and ready for business. A light breeze passed through, fluttering the newly hung cloth above the counter. George took a deep breath, hands on his hips. Well, gentlemen, I reckon we just built ourselves a mighty fine piece of work. Amen to that, Seth said, wiping his brow. She stands straight, doesn't creak, and won't fall over if someone sneezes. That's good carpentry, Elias added. Caleb grinned. Couldn't have done it without you all. Fine piece of work. Then he reached into his satchel, which in truth he opened his inventory and pulled out the remaining payment, counting out $175 before adding an extra $60 as a bonus. As promised. The rest of your pay, plus 20 for each of you. George blinked. Didn't expect the promised bonus wasn't just some small talk. Hey, I'm a man of my word and you boys earned it, Caleb said simply. Each man took his cut, nodding their appreciation. We can't wait to see this place open, Seth said. It'll turn heads for sure. Caleb raised his hands, chuckling softly. That brings me to a small favor, fellas. I'd like to ask that y'all not go around tellin' folks I'm the owner. Say Jasper is the one runnin' this, I just helped with the build and lent him the money. The three men exchanged glances, confused. Why the secrecy? Elias asked. Just tryin' to keep things quiet, Caleb said. Some things are easier when folks don't associate my name with every venture I back, especially since Cornwall painted a target on my back. You keep it under wraps, I'll remember it. Seth shrugged and nodded his head. That makes much sense to me, you got it. Your secret's safe with us. George gave a small nod. Friendship goes both ways. We won't say a word, right, Elias? Lips sealed. Same here. Caleb smiled. Thank you, really. With a final round of handshakes and pats on the back, the three craftsmen packed up their tools, loaded their small wagon, and rolled out toward the town's outskirts. Caleb remained behind, seated on one of the benches beneath the stall's awning. He leaned back, eyes drifting over the quiet structure that now stood as a physical extension of his will. It wasn't just about money. It was a mark, a stake in the world. The start of something larger. The sun had moved higher in the sky when Caleb Thorne finally stood up from the bench beneath his newly built food stall. His body was sore, especially in the arms and legs from the construction work, but the ache was a good kind of tired, the kind that meant progress. He stretched out his limbs, rolling his shoulders and cracking his knuckles before adjusting his hat. There was more to do. He took a moment to dust off his shirt and brush sawdust from his trousers, then started down the road into town. His first stop was old Bob's butcher stall. The smell hit him first, fresh meat of cow, pork, chicken, and salted meat hanging from hooks, gleaming under the noon sun. Old Bob stood behind the counter sharpening his cleaver. Afternoon, Bob. Old Bob glanced up. Well now, Caleb Thorne, you finished that little palace of yours already. Caleb grinned. Just wrapped it up an hour ago. Looks better than I imagined. Now, I came here to ask you a small favor. Old Bob raised an eyebrow. Favor? You ain't reneging on our meat deal, are you? Not at all, Caleb said quickly, holding up both hands. I still want your cuts for my business. But I wanted to ask if you could keep quiet, about me being the one behind it. Tell folks it's Jasper's venture. Old Bob leaned on the counter, curious. Why the hush-hush? You know how things were with Cornwall. Man's got long arms and longer grudges. The last thing I want is for him or his lackeys to sniff out that I'm startin' something profitable. Safer for everyone if my name stays out of it. Old Bob grunted. Could have told me this sooner. Caleb gave a sheepish smile. Truth be told, I got excited. The whole thing went over my head. Forgot to bring it up. Old Bob snorted but nodded. You young bucks and your fire. Fine. I'll say Jasper's the man behind the meat. So long as the coin's good, my lips are sealed. Appreciate it, Bob. Next up was Mr. Worth at the general store. Caleb found him behind the counter as usual, taking stock of canned peaches and tobacco tins. Afternoon, Mr. Worth. Caleb, good to see you. Need another sack of flour already? Not just yet. I came to ask a small favor. Mr. Worth looked up from his ledger. Go on. Same deal as before, I still want your dry goods for my business stall, but I was hoping you'd keep it quiet that I'm involved. Mr. Worth frowned slightly. This about Cornwall again? Yes, sir. Last thing I want is more attention. I did a number on his pride runnin' him out of Valentine. Can't risk him hearing I'm stirring up business. Mr. Worth considered him for a long second. You sure you ain't being too careful? Caleb shrugged. Maybe, but better cautious than 6 feet under. Truth is, I just forgot to mention it sooner. Got caught up in the build. Mr. Worth let out a dry chuckle. You're lucky you're young, Caleb. People forgive forgetfulness when it comes from enthusiasm and spirit. Alright, I'll keep your name out of it. Jasper's stall, got it. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL4. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV2. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $564.00. Inventory, $2,451. 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank, 141. Time for staff. Mr. Worth let out a dry chuckle. You're lucky you're young, Caleb. People forgive forgetfulness when it comes from enthusiasm and spirit. Alright, I'll keep your name out of it. Jasper's stall, got it. Thank you, Mr. Worth. The saloon was lively, even midday. Mr. Douglas stood behind the bar, polishing a glass when he saw Caleb come in. You here for a drink or poker or both? Mr. Douglas called with a grin. Neither, today, just a word. Mr. Douglas set the glass down. Speak it then. I need you to keep quiet about me being the one behind my food stall business. Say it's Jasper. Mr. Douglas raised an eyebrow. You're leaning into becoming some sort of behind-the-scene ownership, huh? Caleb leaned on the bar. Cornwall's still out there, bitter as ever. I figure better to keep the profile low. And you're just remembering to ask this now. Yeah, Caleb said, grinning sheepishly. Got a little carried away with the build. Mr. Douglas chuckled. You're like a colt in spring. Fine. I'll tell folks Jasper's behind it. Appreciate it, Mr. Douglas. You'll still get your cut of the liquor we recommend to my clients. And I'll drink to that. Next was Doc Calloway's office, where inside it was clean and quiet. The older man was scribbling something in his ledger when Caleb knocked on the doorframe. Doctor, got a moment? Doc Calloway looked up. Always. What's on your mind, Caleb? Got a little odd favor to ask. It's about my food stall. I'd like it if you'd keep my involvement as the owner under wraps. Say it's Jasper's, not mine. Calloway leaned back in his chair. Ah, it's about Cornwall, huh? Caleb nodded. Word travels fast and I ain't looking to make it travel faster. Don't want him to start causing trouble for my business. The doctor pursed his lips. Strange you didn't ask this when we struck the original deal. Caleb smiled. Guess I got caught up in the thrill of building something new. Slipped my mind. Doc Calloway smiled faintly. You're young. It happens. I'll say Jasper's running the place. Thank you, Doc. Means a lot. With all 4 spoken to and agreements made, Caleb made his way slowly back toward the stall. He passed familiar faces along the way, some giving him nods, others whispering about the morning duel. Word spread fast in a small town, and it was clear his name was still hot on tongues. That only made him more certain he'd done the right thing by deflecting attention from his latest venture. When he reached the stall, the sun was beginning its slow descent. He leaned on the counter and took a deep breath. The build was complete, the network in place, and secrecy maintained. Sun haven't gone down yet, means he have time to begin buy tools and supplies at the general store, and also search for trusted people to become his employee, helping Jasper to man the stall, serve the food, and even help cooking. Caleb stretched his arms as he stepped away from the stall, rolling his shoulders to loosen the tension that had built during the long day of hammering, lifting, overseeing the completion of what was now a proper food stall, and also walking around town here and there. The sun was sliding low in the sky but hadn't disappeared just yet. There was still time left to get some things done, and Caleb knew exactly where to go next. He made his way down the now familiar path to the general store, boots thudding lightly on packed dirt as he passed by a few townsfolk who greeted him with passing nods or whispers. He tipped his hat in return but kept his pace steady. The bell above the door jingled as he pushed the door open. Inside, Mr. Worth was rearranging a few canned goods on a side shelf. When he turned and saw Caleb walk in again, he let out a sigh with exaggerated exasperation. "Back so soon? What favor did you forget to ask this time?" Mr. Worth muttered, though his tone was more amused than annoyed. Caleb chuckled, stepping further inside. "Nah, not a favor this time. I'm here as a buyer. Need supplies for the stall." At that, Mr. Worth's demeanor shifted like flipping a switch so fast that Caleb nearly stumbled. The man's eyes lit up, spine straightened, and a businessman's smile spread across his face like a gunslinger drawing at high noon. "Well now, that's music to my ears," Mr. Worth said, his voice rich with renewed energy. "Welcome, welcome. What can I do for you this fine afternoon, Mr. Thorne?" Caleb smirked, shaking his head. That the fastest I ever seen a man's face change. Mr. Worth kept smiling. "Business is business. Friendship is friendship," he said without missing a beat, hands clasped eagerly. "Now, what'll it be?" "Damn right," Caleb muttered with a grin. He leaned forward on the counter. "All right, here's what I need: 2 more large cauldrons, 2 cooking pots, 2 full sacks of potatoes, 50 bread rolls, 100 wooden bowls, and 100 wooden plates. That last one, well, only if you got that many." Mr. Worth's eyes widened, his mouth opening slightly. 100. He tugged at his collar. "That's quite the order. Especially those bowls and plates. Gimme a second, I'll have to check on those. Might not have that many in stock." "That's fine. Just let me know what you do have." Mr. Worth nodded, already turning toward the back. "Jasper, come out here, boy." A few moments later, Jasper emerged from the storeroom, apron dusty with flour and sawdust, a towel tossed over his shoulder. When he saw Caleb, his face lit up. "Caleb, good to see you again." "You too, Jasper." Mr. Worth cleared his throat. "Help me check how many wooden bowls and plates we got in stock." "Big order." Jasper blinked, surprised. "Who the hell needs that many?" Mr. Worth simply pointed toward Caleb. Jasper turned to him. "Oh, it's for the food stall, huh?" Caleb nodded. "Yep, things are movin', quick now. Gonna need for the grand opening. Makes sense. Alright, let's go check." The two disappeared into the storeroom, leaving Caleb to wander the front shelves. He picked up a tin of tobacco and examined it, then a small jar of pepper before setting it down again. After about 10 minutes, the storeroom door swung open, and the pair re-emerged. Mr. Worth scratched his head. "Your luck ain't great today, Caleb. We only got 50 bowls and 65 plates in stock." Caleb shrugged. "That'll do for now. The rest can come later. What's the total cost?" Mr. Worth walked behind the counter and started scribbling numbers. "Alright, 2 large cauldrons, 2 cooking pots, 2 sacks of potatoes, 50 bread rolls, 50 bowls, 65 plates. That'll run you about $156. No discount today, sorry." "Wasn't expectin' one," Caleb replied, already reaching into his satchel, or more accurately, accessing his inventory system. He withdrew $156 in neat bills and placed them on the counter. Mr. Worth took the money and gave a nod of satisfaction. "Much appreciated. You want to take the goods now, or leave stored here till tomorrow?" "Store here for now. When everything's ready tomorrow, I'll come collect." "Fair enough. We'll have packed up and ready for you in the morning. Jasper gave Caleb a thumbs up. "Congrats again on the stall. That thing looks real fine." "Thanks, Jasper. Gonna need some help soon, too. Might put up some offers for hired hands." "You know anyone you trust, I'd start there," Jasper said. "Don't want some drunkard making a mess at the counter." "Ain't that the truth?" Caleb said with a smirk. He gave them a final nod and exited the general store, the sun now grazing the horizon in full golden glory. As he walked back toward the stall once more, his boots kicking up small clouds of dust, Caleb knew tomorrow would mark the true beginning. Everything was almost ready. The structure was up, the supplies were bought, and the network of secrecy was stitched tight. Now came the final hurdle, finding the right people. And in this town, trust was a rare currency. But Caleb had a good eye, and he planned to spend that currency wisely. But that was something to think about tomorrow. Today, Caleb had pushed himself to the brink. Between the duel, making deals all over town, supervising the final touches on the food stall, and buying up a mountain of supplies, he could feel the strain in every muscle and joint. His legs ached. His arms throbbed. Even his fingers, still stiff from hammering and lifting, twitched slightly when he flexed them. Caleb returned to the hotel as dusk blanketed Valentine. The streets glowed orange beneath the setting sun, and the quiet murmur of evening life rolled gently through town. The bell above the hotel door chimed as he stepped inside. The clerk barely looked up, but offered a nod of greeting. "Long day?" the clerk asked. "Feels like I've lived 3 lives since mornin'," Caleb replied with a tired smile. He climbed the stairs to his room and pushed open the door. The bed, still neatly made, was like a siren's call. He collapsed onto it, boots still on, and let out a long breath. The softness of the mattress enveloped him. It didn't take long for sleep to pull him under. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the window, cutting across the room in golden bars. Caleb groaned softly as he rolled onto his side. Every muscle in his body screamed. It wasn't pain exactly, more like the deep soreness that came from days of unrelenting labor. "Oof," he muttered. "All right, definitely not doin' any heavy liftin' today." Even with his strong body attributes and decent stamina, he wasn't made of iron. High stats didn't make a man invincible. Not yet anyway. He dressed slowly, wincing every time he bent a joint or stretched a limb, then headed downstairs. At the counter, the clerk greeted him with a quick nod. "Hot bath?" "Yeah, real hot. 25 cents. Caleb reached into his pocket, fished out a coin, and slid it across. Moments later, he was soaking in steaming water, leaning back in the tub with his eyes half closed. The heat seeped into his bones, easing the soreness with every passing minute. He scrubbed the grime from his arms and hands, washed away sweat and dust from his hair and neck, and let himself simply exist for a while. Here, in this rare moment of peace. When he was done, he dried off, got dressed again, and stepped outside. The morning air was crisp, refreshing, and for once he didn't feel the weight of the entire world resting on his shoulders. Today would be different. Today wasn't about building or fighting or organizing. Today was about finding the right people. And Caleb already had someone in mind. Mickey. The man was an odd sort, known to mumble to himself and drift from one alley or corner to another. He claimed to be a veteran of the Civil War, though anyone who talked to him long enough knew his story didn't always line up. Whether he actually served or not, Mickey was harmless. Lonely, but never dangerous. And more than anything, Caleb knew Mickey wanted to be seen, remembered, useful. In the game, Caleb remembered how Arthur could show him kindness, and how Mickey remembered it. Even years later, if John visited, Mickey would still talk about Arthur being a good man. That kind of loyalty couldn't be bought, but it could be earned. Caleb walked through the center of town, eyes scanning side alleys and shaded corners. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL4. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV2. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $563.75. Inventory, $2,295. 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank, 149,142. Staff done. In the game, Caleb remembered how Arthur could show him kindness, and how Mickey remembered it. Even years later, if John visited, Mickey would still talk about Arthur being a good man. That kind of loyalty couldn't be bought, but it could be earned. Caleb walked through the center of town, eyes scanning side alleys and shaded corners. He found Mickey not far from the stable, sitting cross-legged on an overturned crate with a half-eaten biscuit in hand. He was humming something tuneless, eyes glazed with thought, fingers tracing the air as if remembering old drills. "Mornin', Mickey," Caleb said gently. The man's head snapped up. His expression flickered between wariness and hope. You know me?" "Yeah, heard about you around town." Mickey blinked, looked up, and smiled a toothless grin. "Why, that's good to hear, friend. It's a beautiful day to have a new friend. The Lord made the sun shine just right today, didn't he?" "Sure did. Mind if I sit a minute?" Mickey nodded enthusiastically. "You can sit, stand, or lay right here beside me, I don't mind." Caleb took a seat on the ground nearby, back resting against a barrel. He didn't jump into it. He let a few moments pass. Let the silence settle. Say, Mickey, how you been holdin' up lately? Mickey shrugged. Better than yesterday, not as good as tomorrow, I reckon. Cold nights, but the bugs ain't bit in. That's a victory. Caleb smiled faintly. You ever wish for a warm place to sleep? Something to keep your hands busy. All the time, Mickey said, voice softer now. Just, no one really needs a man like me. I'm good at garden, nothin'. Cleanin', nothin'. Talkin', to no one. Caleb leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Well, maybe I got something you can help with. Mickey blinked. Yeah. Manning a food stall. Sells hot meals, right near the stables. Gonna need help. Extra hands to serve, sweep, keep things tidy. It ain't fancy, but it's honest. Mickey blinked several times, processing. You want me to help? You show up clean, sober, respectful, and you'll have work. You do right by me, and I'll do right by you. Mickey looked like he might cry. He wiped at his nose with a sleeve and stood up awkwardly. I'll be there. I'll be your best helper. You won't regret it, mister. Caleb stood as well. Tomorrow morning, we'll be set tin up for real. Meet me at the stall at 7 sharp. 7. I won't be late. I'll sleep by the stables so I can be early. Caleb smiled. Appreciate it, Mickey, truly. Mickey grinned. Ain't no one asked me for nothin' in a long time. You did. That makes you a good man. Like that other fella I know about. Arthur. He was good too. Yeah, Caleb said softly. He was. With that, Caleb gave Mickey a nod and turned back toward the stall. His body was still sore, but his mind felt lighter. One piece was now in place. The first hire made. He'd need more help, but this was a start, and perhaps the most meaningful one. After leaving Mickey with a promise and a sense of purpose, Caleb made his way down the main street, boots scuffing quietly against the packed earth. The morning sun filtered through light clouds, brushing the town with a golden hue. His eyes flicked here and there, scanning the townsfolk. But the longer he looked, the more he realized how little he truly knew the people of Valentine beyond the surface. Store owners, trusted, sure, but already tied down. Craftsmen like George, Elias, and Seth. Busy. Professionals like Mr. Worth or Doc Calloway. Not the kind to flip flapjacks or take orders from rowdy customers. His mind wandered briefly to others he remembered from his past life, Mr. Black and Mr. White, the escaped prisoners. But if memory served right, they wouldn't show up around Rhodes for a while yet. And besides, he wasn't even near Rhodes now. He was here, in Valentine, and time was ticking. So, he racked his brain. Faces came and went. Old men on porches, women at the well, farmhands. Some seemed friendly, others indifferent. But were they loyal? Could he trust them not to pocket money or snap at a customer? Eventually, frustration started to gnaw at his temples. He exhaled sharply and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I need a drink." He pivoted and made his way toward the saloon. It was already lively despite the early hour. A piano tinkled in the background, and the smell of tobacco and stale whiskey hung thick in the air. Caleb stepped inside, immediately spotting Mr. Douglas behind the counter, drying a glass with his usual practiced rhythm. Caleb approached and put down 25 cents on the counter. "Beer." Mr. Douglas looked up, grinned. "Mornin', Caleb. A bottle comin' right up." He reached beneath the counter and retrieved a dark bottle, popping the cork and sliding it toward Caleb. "You're startin' early today," he said casually. "That stall talkin' more out of you than you expected." Caleb took a sip, wiped his mouth, then leaned against the counter. "A bit, yeah. Not the work, though. Just, needin' hands. Folks I can count on. Thought maybe you knew someone. Someone honest. Loyal. Won't stab me in the back for a few dollars." Mr. Douglas tapped the rim of a shot glass thoughtfully. "Humph. Not a bad question, but not an easy answer neither." He fell quiet for a moment, brows furrowed as he stared down into the wood grain of the counter. Then he nodded slowly. "Yeah, I got someone in mind. An assistant for the ranchers or some sort, works down by the auction yard. Name's Simon Trill. Kid's 25 this year. Real soft-hearted sort. Don't got the muscle for muckin' stalls, but he tries. Problem is, his boss, fella I know, he's always gripin' that Simon's not cut out for the work." Caleb raised an eyebrow. "Rancher's assistant." "Well, sort of. He ain't doing the heavy work like handling the livestock needs or turn them into produce, if that's what you mean. More like cleaning the pana. Helps the ranchers in building something. Help around at the auction yard for miscellaneous things. Folks down there laugh at him behind his back, but he don't seem to care. Keeps helpin'. Caleb took another swig of beer, then looked at Mr. Douglas more seriously. "You sure he's a good man?" Mr. Douglas didn't hesitate. 100%. "If he ain't, I'll give you $50 myself." Caleb chuckled. "Shake on it." Mr. Douglas grinned and took his hand. "Deal." With the handshake firm and settled, Caleb finished the rest of his beer and tipped his hat. "Thanks. I'm gonna head down there now. If he's half the man you say, he'll be workin' for me by sundown." The walk to the auction yard was a fair stretch down past the tracks. The town gave way to a more rugged part of Valentine where cattle pens, hay bales, and wooden posts littered the ground in every direction. Cowboys herded stubborn cattle with loud whoops and cracks of their whips. Caleb moved through the chaos, eyes scanning the commotion until he spotted a slender young man in a too-loose shirt and brown trousers, standing beside a sick-looking mule and speaking softly to it. The mule sneezed, and the young man chuckled. "Don't worry, Bessie, you're gonna pull through." Caleb approached quietly, keeping his movements slow. "You Simon Troll?" Simon turned, blinking in surprise. He had a kind face, gentle, open, but shadowed by sleepless nights. "I am. Can I help you?" "Name's Caleb Thorne. Heard you're lookin' for more mayonnaise in your work. Maybe somethin' that don't involve gettin' yelled at by a boss who don't understand you." Simon tilted his head, wary but curious. "Mr. Douglas sent you." "He did. Said you were a good man, and that you're workin' below what you're worth." Simon flushed slightly. "He say that?" "He did. I own a food stall up near the stables. Gonna open it soon. Gonna need someone who can handle tasks, deal with folks, and not lose their soul in the process." Simon shifted. I ain't no cook." "That's all right. Can you keep a counter clean? Can you carry food to folks? Smile when you're dead tired?" Simon nodded slowly. "Yes, sir. I can do that." "You know how to follow instructions?" "Yes." "Then you got the job. Starts tomorrow. 7 sharp. Same place I mentioned." Simon hesitated. "The auction master won't be happy if I leave." Caleb shrugged. "You getting paid here?" Simon looked down. Not much. I'll pay you fair. And you won't have to break your back lifting things you can't." Simon was silent, before then extended a hand. "Thank you, really, I won't let you down." Caleb shook it. "I believe you." As he turned and made his way back toward town, Caleb allowed himself a small smile. 2 hires. 1 from kindness. 1 from character. With that, his goal of finding reliable staff to support Jasper in the daily operations of the food stall achieved, Caleb felt a quiet sense of relief settle in his chest. The sun had climbed high overhead, beating down with a relentless heat that shimmered across the rooftops of Valentine. But for once, the pressure that had followed him since the stall's construction had eased, just a little. He turned back toward the general store, weaving between townsfolk and wagons with a purposeful stride. The bell above the door gave its familiar jingle as Caleb stepped inside. Jasper was crouched near one of the lower shelves, sorting canned goods from a wooden crate and arranging them on the display. The younger man glanced toward the entrance at the sound of the bell and smiled when he saw Caleb. "Hey there, boss. Back already?" Caleb grinned and tipped his hat. "Afternoon, Jasper. Got a minute to talk?" "Won't take long." Jasper wiped his hands on his apron and stood, stretching his back with a low groan. "Sure. Here or outside?" "Right here's fine," Caleb said, leaning lightly on a support beam near the counter. "Ain't gonna take more than a minute." Jasper nodded and folded his arms, giving Caleb his full attention. "Got us 2 helpers lined up for the stall," Caleb said. "Reliable folks, both of them. Mickey, the Civil War veteran who's usually found around Valentine, and a young man named Simon Troll. Used to work down at the auction yard." Jasper's brows raised at the first name. "Mickey, Civil War veteran, the one-armed fella who talks to himself sometimes." Caleb gave a small nod. "That's the one." Jasper scratched his head. "You sure that's a good idea? I mean, he lost his arm, and he's always looking like he ain't seen soap or a comb in years." Caleb chuckled lightly. "He can man the counter or carry food just fine with one hand. As for the rest, a good bath, a trim, and some decent clothes will fix that right up." Jasper looked unconvinced for a moment, but Caleb's steady gaze didn't falter. Jasper slowly nodded, the tension in his posture easing. "All right, if you trust him, that's good enough for me. What about the other one?" "Simon Troll," Caleb said. "Used to help out around the pens, auction yard type of work. Ain't the strongest, but he's sharp, quiet, respectful. Got a good heart. Hard workers, both. If they ain't now, they will be. I can teach work ethic, Jasper. Can't teach honesty." Jasper let out a low whistle. "Well damn, sounds like we're gonna be a full crew tomorrow." Caleb nodded and smiled. "Yeah, figured I'd give you a bit of heads up first. After all, you'll be workin' with M more than me. Best if you knew who was comin'. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL4. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV2. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $563.50. Inventory, $2,295. 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank, 150, 143. Preparation for the opening. Caleb nodded and smiled. Yeah, figured I'd give you bit of heads up first. After all, you'll be workin' with M more than me. Best if you knew who was comin'. Jasper nodded, his expression shifting from curious to determined. I'll make sure they're on task. Won't let you down, Caleb. I know you won't, Caleb said with a nod. We're buildin' something here. Might seem small now, but give it time. Jasper gave a wry grin. If the way folks are talkin' about how curious they were of what were being constructed, we'll be servin' half the town tomorrow when we open the food stall. Caleb chuckled and pushed off the beam. I'd better get a few more details sorted for tomorrow. You'll be alright holdin' the store down. Always am. Thanks for tellin' me, Caleb. I'll be ready. With that, Caleb tipped his hat again and exited the general store, stepping back into the light. The sky was shifting toward orange now, late afternoon creeping in. The stall's first day of official operation was only hours away. There were last touches to see to, final pieces to slot into place. He had one last stop before calling it a day, making sure that Mickey got himself cleaned properly and also have a proper place to stay, so that he were ready and proper for tomorrow. He found Mickey exactly where he'd left him, though now the man was scrubbing his face and arms with a rag dipped in a water trough. Mickey, Caleb called. Mickey turned, water dripping from his beard. Oh hi there friend. I was cleaning myself to be presentable, so I figured I'd do it here since it's free. Caleb nodded approvingly. Good, but you'll need more than a rag and dirty water form trough. There's a bathhouse at the hotel. Costs 25 cents. Also here for some money to rent a room at the hotel and also buy some nice clothes for tomorrow. Here. He fished out $45 and handed it over. Mickey stared at the money like it was a holy relic. You sure? Yeah, and after that, go see the barber. Get that beard trimmed and your hair neat. First impressions matter. Mickey swallowed hard, then pocketed the money with a shaky hand. I won't let you down, friend. I know you won't. By the time Caleb returned to the hotel, the sky was dark, the town quieting down. His body ached from the day's labor, but his mind was restless. Tomorrow was the real test. The stall was ready. The supplies of meat and thyme should need to be buyer in the morning as agreed on. The workers were hired. All that was left was to see if Valentine would accept what he was offering, burgers and fries that become a staple fast food in his past life. He sat on the edge of his bed, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension. The duel, the construction, the negotiations, it had all led to this. One way or another, tomorrow would mark the beginning of something new here in Valentine that he hoped become a sensation. He lay down on his bed and let the weariness take him. Sleep claimed him fast and deep, swallowing up the fatigue in his limbs and the racing of his mind. That night, Caleb didn't dream. There were no memories of his past life, no visions of bullets flying or digital loading screens, just darkness, rest, quiet. When his eyes opened again, it was to the soft blue light of dawn filtering through the hotel curtains. He blinked slowly, groggy, mind reluctant to rise to the surface. The ache in his muscles remained, but there was a charge beneath it now, anticipation and purpose. He sat up, rubbed at his eyes, and muttered, "Big day." Even as sleep clung to him, he rolled out of bed and onto the floor. With discipline learned from both his past life and his new one, he dropped to the floor and began a slow rhythm of push-ups, then shifted into sit-ups. His joints groaned, but his blood began to move, and soon the veil of sleep lifted. After finishing, he stood and stretched. He pulled out his pocket watch. 6:27 a.m. Perfect timing. Caleb grabbed his coat, slung it over his shoulders, and made his way down the stairs of the hotel. The innkeeper gave him a sleepy nod as he passed through the lobby. He stepped out into the morning air, which still held a bit of night chill, and headed down the road toward the saloon. The town was just beginning to wake. A few folks swept porches, a horse nickered somewhere near the stables, and chimney smoke began to curl into the sky. Caleb pushed through the batwing doors of the saloon. The scent of whiskey, oil lamps, and yesterday's stew clung to the air. Mr. Douglas was already behind the bar, wiping down glasses. "Morning, Caleb," he greeted. "Morning," Caleb replied, already reaching into his coat. He slapped down $6.50. "Beef stew, 2 bowls, and a whiskey." Mr. Douglas raised an eyebrow. 2 bowls? You plannin' to eat for you and someone else?" "Nope, just real hungry today. Don't know why, but I woke up starvin'. Mr. Douglas let out a hearty chuckle and pocketed the money. "All right then, 2 bowls it is. Give me a few minutes." Caleb leaned forward on the bar, his stomach already rumbling. As he waited, he scanned the saloon. Empty for now, but that'd change in a few hours once the town really came to life. Soon, Mr. Douglas returned with 2 steaming bowls of stew and a glass of whiskey. "Here you go, enjoy." "Appreciate it," Caleb said, grabbing a spoon. He dug in, eating faster than usual. The broth was hearty, the beef chunks tender. Every bite warmed him from the inside out. As he finished the first bowl and moved straight into the second, he spoke casually to Mr. Douglas. "Don't forget to advertise my food stall today, Mr. Douglas. If things go well, we both profit. Your whiskey might become a signature drink paired with our food." Mr. Douglas laughed. "You're a brazen one, Caleb. A skin me to advertise a place that technically competes with my own kitchen." Caleb grinned between bites. "Doesn't compete if it brings more customers to town, and they end up drinking your whiskey with their food, Mr. Douglas. Think of it like co-branding." "You silver-tongued bastard," Mr. Douglas said with a laugh. "All right, I'll talk it up, but only 'cause I want to see how much of a fool you make of yourself if it flops." Caleb raised his whiskey glass in a mock toast. "That's fair." After finishing his meal, he downed the whiskey and set the glass back down. He thanked Mr. Douglas again, then stepped out into the brightening town. The streets were livelier now. Wagons rolled, boots clacked, voices filled the air. Caleb walked with purpose to the food stall. When he arrived, he was greeted by a welcome sight. Jasper, Mickey, and Simon were all there, standing near the closed-up stall. Mickey looked like a new man, clean, neatly dressed in a borrowed shirt and trousers, hair trimmed and beard shaped. Simon stood tall, hands behind his back, face bright. "Mornin'," Caleb greeted them. "Mornin'." They chorused. He eyed Mickey with satisfaction. "Lookin' good, Mickey. Barber did a fine job. Good choice of clothing as well." "Thank you, mister. I feel like a whole new person." Caleb nodded, then turned to the others. "You boys ready for the big day?" "Ready as I'll ever be," Jasper said. "Ready," Simon added. "All right then, Jasper, here's $20. Go see old Bob when he opens. Buy enough meat for 50 servings. Don't worry about prime cuts, take the bad ones. We're grindin' it up anyway." Jasper took the money with a nod. "On it." Caleb then turned to Mickey and Simon. "You two, head to Mr. Worth's. We got supplies waitin' there. 2 cauldrons, 2 cook pots, sacks of potatoes, bread rolls, bowls, plates. Bring 'em all here and store 'em in the kitchen." "Yes sir," they said. With that, Caleb stepped up to the wooden wall of the stall, pulled out a brass key, and unlocked the door. The hinges creaked open, revealing the interior, clean counters and empty cabinet made of wood ready to be stocked. Sunlight streamed in through roof, illuminating the humble kitchen he'd built with his own hands alongside George, Elias, and Seth. As the others moved to their tasks, Caleb stepped inside. He opened the wooden counter that will become the cashier, and he ran his hand along the counter and took a deep breath. It smelled of wood, oil, and potential. After unlocking the kitchen and inhaling the smell of his dreams slowly coming to life, Caleb wasted no time. The morning was fresh, the skies clear, and the town of Valentine was on the cusp of waking fully. It was the perfect moment to finalize preparations. He turned to Mickey and Simon and gestured to the far side of the stall. "All right, let's get those tables and chairs out. They're stacked in the back. We'll be arranging them just outside to the left, where there's good light but also a bit of shade from the building." Mickey nodded, already moving toward the storage space with a slight limp in his step, but determined. He grabbed a chair under his remaining arm and began carrying it outside with slow but steady effort. Simon followed, balancing a folded table with care. Caleb joined them, pulling out the furniture one by one. There were 5 round tables, each with 4 chairs, just as planned. They arranged them in neat rows on the dirt ground beside the stall. Once done, Caleb turned to the 2 men as they wiped the dust off the wood with old rags. "Now listen here, boys. We're not just setting up a place for folks to eat, this is community. If there's 2 folks at a table, and there's room for more, don't wait for permission to seat others. We use every chair, got it? Don't matter if they know each other or not. Long as everyone's polite, they can share a table." Mickey nodded, his fingers still gripping the edge of a chair. "Makes sense. Can't waste space." Simon added, "And folks might strike up conversations. Could make the stall feel warmer." Caleb gave a nod of approval. "Exactly. Good instincts." Just then, Jasper returned, carrying a heavy cloth sack over his shoulder. It was dark with moisture and fresh butcher scent. "Old Bob gave me a good deal," he said, dropping the sack gently onto the prep table in the kitchen area. "Enough meat for 50 servings, just like you said." "Good work," Caleb replied. He gave the sack a pat, then turned to Mickey and Simon. "All right, you two, head to the general store. We got gear waiting there, pots, pans, plates, all of it. You don't need to carry it all in one go. Take your time, don't strain yourselves." "Yes, sir," Simon said, and Mickey offered a salute with 2 fingers before they trotted off. Turning to Jasper, Caleb said, "Stay here. I'm gonna get the time from Doc Calloway. I'll be back soon." The trip to the doctor's office wasn't long. The building stood on the main road, its front windows still bearing the closed tag. But Caleb knew the doc always started early. Sure enough, when he opened the door, Doc Calloway was seated at his desk, sipping from a steaming cup of coffee. "Mornin', Caleb." "Right on time," the doctor greeted without looking up. "You got the time ready." The doctor reached over and grabbed a wrapped bundle from the counter. All fresh. $5, like we agreed. Caleb pulled a bill from his coat and handed it over. Appreciate it, document. With the time secured, he made his way back to the food stall, taking the same route but now greeted by more townsfolk along the way. The town buzzed lightly now, still early, but no longer still. He arrived to find Jasper setting out water buckets along the side of the kitchen and wiping down the counter. Caleb entered the kitchen, placed the time in a small cabinet shelf beside the salt he'd stored earlier, then turned around. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL4. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL2. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV2. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Cooking, LVL2. Teaching, LVL1. Germanic language proficiency, LVL max. Inventory system, permanent, 5x5x5. Money, $507.00. Inventory, $2,295. 2 gold nuggets, 5 gold bars, 4 silver rings, 1 double action, 1 Schofield, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Bank.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.